In the vast expanse of the Azure Sea continent, nestled within the southern domain, lies the ethereal Yunwu mountain range. Towering peaks stretch endlessly towards the heavens, piercing the clouds with their majesty. Verdant woods flourish densely between the mountains, resembling a colossal emerald embedded within the earth. A delicate mist weaves through the forest, akin to a gossamer veil, imparting an enchanting and mysterious ambience. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberates through the sky, heralding the arrival of our protagonist. A mysterious teleportation array materializes in the boundless sky, and from it descends a strikingly handsome youth. Clad in a flowing robe of moonlit white, he tumbles with a somewhat clumsy grace, resembling a bullfrog in his every gesture. System. Oh, the fragrance of nature. As the youth lands awkwardly on the ground, his feet pointed skyward, an eerie silence envelopes the scene. He raises a finger skyward, presenting an internationally friendly gesture. Rising to his feet, he rubs his head. System. Show yourself. Ding. What do you mean by ding? System. QWQ, did you not promise to take me back? Where on earth is this place? The youth is named Chen Yu, an unremarkable yet somewhat dashing figure from Blue Star. Of course, he is still notably more charming than anyone before the screen. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders, he had been engrossed in his phone while walking, ultimately meeting his demise by colliding with a telephone pole. Do not inquire which elder spoke thus. I am equally unaware. Subsequently, Chen Yu found himself transported to the divine realm, where a system took possession of him. The system generously bestowed upon Chen Yu a beginner's gift pack. Surely, one would not expect this gift pack to contain extraordinary cultivation skills or rare treasures, would one? Wrong. Quite mistaken. In reality, Chen Yu opened the beginner's gift pack. Ding. Reward. 1 pancake. In response, Chen Yu reciprocated with a cordial yet fragrant greeting towards the system. Eventually, Chen Yu came to accept his newfound reality, and with the system's assistance, he navigated countless challenges, ultimately establishing the most formidable force in the divine realm, reaching the pinnacle of cultivation. However, betrayal from his subordinates ensued. They conspired with half of Chen Yu's trusted allies, launching an assault just as he was on the verge of a breakthrough to the highest realm. Their battle raged for countless epochs, devastating much of the divine realm in the process. Ultimately, Chen Yu unleashed his full power, detonating innumerable divine artifacts, and, aided by the system, managed to escape the divine realm. Originally, Chen Yu had made an agreement with the system to return him to Blue Star, allowing him to resume his mundane 996 lifestyle. Yet, due to excessive consumption of energy, the teleportation array's route back to Blue Star encountered a mishap, leading him to the Azure Sea continent instead. Brother Yu, I never anticipated an error with the teleportation array, Chen Yu remarked, his expression full of disbelief as he rolled his eyes in silence. How could you not have foreseen this? Who are you? The legendary system, a being of boundless capabilities, a machine, with hands on hips. Host, I too am powerless to control this situation. The inhabitants of the divine realm are exceedingly formidable, and my energy expenditure was immense, which ultimately caused the teleportation array to malfunction. Chen Yu dusted himself off and surveyed his surroundings. Where am I, Ding? Scanning. Reporting to Brother Yu. This is the Cang Hai continent, one of the 3,000 worlds. You may refer to it as the lower realm or the realm of cultivation. The location you currently occupy is the Cloud Mist Mountain Range in the southern region, a forbidden area of this domain. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu nodded slightly, then sighed, feeling dejected. He raised his hand to look at his storage ring, hoping to retrieve a bottle of spirit wine to alleviate his sorrows. However, when he attempted to use his spiritual sense to access the ring, he discovered that his connection had vanished entirely. System, where has my cultivation gone? Well, Brother Yu, due to the frail rules of this realm, it was impossible to sustain your cultivation. Thus, I had no choice but to remove it, otherwise we would both perish together in the void along with this world. Chen Yu, however, fear not. Although you have lost your cultivation, the recovery process will be swift and your physical body remains intact. While you may not have trained your physique in the divine realm, you shall still be invincible in the lower realm. Chen Yu cautiously inquired, how long will recovery take? With the aid of rare heavenly treasures, It may take approximately 10,000 years. Chen Yu. 6. Let destruction commence. Brother Yu, do not succumb to despair. You must believe in miracles, and after all, I am still here to assist you. Chen Yu chuckled lightly. I find it hard to believe. Subsequently, Chen Yu began to wander in search of shelter. After a short walk, he spotted a thatched cottage not far away. Upon seeing this, he quickened his pace towards the dwelling. As he pushed open the door, dust billowed into the air. Cough, cough, cough. How many years has it been since anyone visited this place? Chen Yu stepped inside, only to find a skeleton lying on the bed, accompanied by a note, a book, and a storage ring. He picked up the note and began to read. The message was straightforward. This individual was a solitary cultivator, having reached the pinnacle of the integration stage. However, after sustaining injuries in a battle against demons, he was unable to break through. Eventually, he retreated to the Cloud Mist mountain range, establishing this thatched cottage as a hideaway. Now, nearing the end of his lifespan, he leaves this note and his cultivation method, hoping that someone who discovers it may either become his successor or assist in finding one, and also help bury his remains. Very well. You are indeed a man of fortitude. In return for your assistance, I shall find a successor, and this house shall henceforth belong to me. Chen Yu stored away the martial arts manual in the storage ring, then proceeded to relocate the remains, burying them a short distance from the house. Upon returning, he began to tidy up the residence, ensuring that both the interior and exterior were immaculate. In the end, he felled a tree and crafted a lounge chair, which he placed in the courtyard before reclining comfortably upon it, succumbing to slumber. Brother Yu, could you not abandon yourself so? You must attune to the spiritual essence of this world and recommence your cultivation. Chen Yu lazily replied, I know, do not disturb me. With that, he drifted back into sleep. After countless years of battles in the divine realm, he had not experienced such tranquility in ages. The system silently shook its head, yet it did not dwell on the matter. Chen Yu possessed the legendary void divine physique with his innate talent and the divine techniques at his disposal. Even in this realm, where spiritual energy was exceedingly sparse, he could effortlessly attain the nascent soul stage within mere breaths, if he so desired. The nascent soul stage was sufficient to establish a sect in this southern domain. Days passed, and Chen Yu remained oblivious to the passage of time, gradually awakening from his repose in the lounge chair. He stretched languidly, his feet trembling with vigor. Ah, how delightful! He exclaimed, I feel a bit hungry. It has been so long since I felt this way. Even without divine power, Chen Yu could still sense hunger. Though slightly famished, he believed he could endure for another 2 or 3 years without issue. He promptly rose, preparing to venture out in search of prey to reward himself. Thus, he strolled through the seemingly tranquil mountains. Suddenly, a low, rumbling roar shattered the serenity. Chen Yu lifted his gaze slightly, squinting to scrutinize the source of the disturbance. Not far ahead, a magnificent, snow-white moose was glaring intently at him. This moose towered over its common kin, its antlers thick and glistening ominously. Incensed by Chen Yu's intrusion into its territory, the creature's eyes burned crimson, seemingly ready to bleed, while it snorted heavily, causing the surrounding air to tremble with its fury. Ah, roe deer, it seems today is my lucky day. Chen Yu licked his lips, swallowing hard. Brother Yu, that is an ice crystal deer at the peak of the transformation stage. Is it formidable? Well, it's decent. Yet Chen Yu paid little heed to its strength in his eyes. The ice crystal deer was a sumptuous feast. How should he prepare it? A whole roasted deer, venison soup, or braised venison? Hey, silly deer, why don't you help me decide? Would you prefer to be braised or simmered in soup? The ice crystal deer was instantly consumed by rage. Human, you possess great audacity, trespassing into my domain and contemplating my consumption. I shall rend you limb from limb. We're still just a talking fool of a deer, are we? Once a demon beast reaches the nascent soul stage, it can awaken its intellect and speak if it possesses even a modicum of talent. The ice crystal deer's antlers solidified into icy spikes, launching toward Chen Yu. Lowering its head slightly, it propelled itself forward with all 4 legs, charging at Chen Yu. Chen Yu extended his hand to catch the icy spike, and with a slight twist, it shattered into icy fragments. As the ice crystal deer approached, Chen Yu clenched his fist and struck it on the head. With a resounding boom, The surrounding mountains trembled violently, sending countless birds flapping their wings in fright. Even the distant misty city, thousands of miles away, heard the tremendous sound, causing the entire city to quake. The inhabitants looked skyward, their expressions filled with terror, gazing toward the source of the noise. On the city walls, a cultivator clad in a blue robe furrowed his brow, intently observing the direction of the misty mountains, and queried, "What is happening? What has transpired? Such a violent commotion. Could it be that a powerful being is battling within a forbidden area?" An elderly man with white hair stroked his beard, a hint of concern gleaming in his eyes. Just then, an old man in a black robe, exuding an aura of mystery, spoke slowly. "I do not believe that it be the case the sound emanates from the misty mountains, which is indeed a forbidden zone. Even a transformation stage expert would find it difficult to emerge unscathed from there. In my estimation, it is highly likely that a secret realm has manifested." At this proclamation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. "A secret realm? Are you certain?" An eager-faced cultivator inquired. "The fluctuations of this aura bear a striking resemblance to those I have encountered in ancient texts regarding the birth of a secret realm," the old man in black affirmed with a nod. "If a secret realm truly has come into existence, it would be an extraordinary opportunity." The eyes of the young cultivator sparkled with excitement. In an instant, the entire misty city buzzed with fervor over this revelation. Cultivators poured out of their homes, engaging in animated discussions. Some began packing their belongings, preparing to venture toward the source of the sound. They had entirely cast aside the dangers of the forbidden zone, their minds brimming with thoughts of the treasures and unparalleled techniques that awaited them. Meanwhile, Chen Yu remained oblivious to the significant uproar he had inadvertently caused with his hunt. At that moment, his face was marked by regret. Having restrained a considerable amount of strength, he lamented the fate of the ice crystal deer, whose head lay shattered, its body deeply buried in the earth, motionless. "Alas, I still exerted too much force, such a splendid set of antlers wasted," Chen Yu expressed with a look of sorrow, deeply pained by the loss of those exquisite antlers. Subsequently, he hoisted the ice crystal deer's carcass onto his shoulder and returned to his dwelling. He prepared to heat oil in a pot. The deer was substantial, enough to fill a pot of considerable size, along with 2 grilling racks. Once everything was in order, the time gradually approached evening. As Chen Yu wiped his mouth and eagerly roasted a deer leg, an unexpected guest arrived at the door. Clad in a flowing cream-colored dress, her slender figure and graceful demeanor exuded an ethereal charm that made one hesitate to approach, yet could not help but evoke feelings of admiration. She was covered in wounds, her once-cream dress now stained crimson with blood. With a sword clutched in her right hand and her left hand weakly propped against Chen Yu's door, she caught a whiff of the enticing aroma of meat and felt compelled to draw closer. Is anyone there?" Her voice, both cool and melodious, was tinged with a hint of hoarseness as she weakly called out, "Brother Yu, it seems someone is calling for you at the door." Chen Yu's ears twitched, yet he heard no sound. With a hint of disbelief, he replied, "Are you hearing things because you're hungry?" "No, wait. You can't be hungry. Who would call for me? Go away. Don't disturb me while I'm eating." Seeing no response at the door, Mu Qingning opened her delicate lips to call out again. However, her injuries rendered her unable to raise her voice, so she extended her fair hand and forcefully pushed the door open. Unfortunately, her strength was excessive, and with a resounding crash, the wooden door collapsed to the ground. In the courtyard, Chen Yu, having deemed the deer meat sufficiently roasted, was about to take a big bite when he heard the sound of the door crashing down. Startled, the meat slipped from his grasp and fell onto the fire. "Ah, my meat!" He hurriedly retrieved the deer meat from the flames and placed it on the table, then turned to glare fiercely at the entrance. "Who is it?" "Ah, my door," Chen Yu lamented, gazing sorrowfully at the fallen door. "How long would it take to repair this?" Mu Qingning, feeling a bit awkward, rubbed her head and offered an explanation. I am sorry, I lost control of my strength." Upon realizing the intruder was a beauty, Chen Yu's anger dissipated by half. "Oh, it's not a big deal," he said, taking steps toward Mu Qingning. Instantly, her wariness surged, and she pointed her sword at him. "Why you? Don't come any closer." Her voice was cold, yet tinged with a hint of distance. Chen Yu felt speechless, looking at Mu Qingning and saying, Not so fast. Beauty, what are you? Their gazes locked, and upon seeing Chen Yu's handsome visage, Mu Qingning was momentarily taken aback. What a handsome man! Alas, just a mere mortal. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was also appraising Mu Qingning, and he couldn't help but think that this woman's beauty rivaled that of the celestial maidens, though her aura fell slightly short. Chapter 3. The astonishing Mu Qingning brother Yu. An unparalleled beauty. Quickly, capture her. Chen Yu silently rolled his eyes at the thought. The system had uttered similar words when he encountered that celestial maiden in the divine realm. Regrettably, at that time, Chen Yu's sole focus was on enhancing his cultivation, devoid of any thoughts concerning romantic entanglements. After all, with no woman in his heart, he could wield his sword with divine precision. Are you injured? It was only then that Chen Yu noticed the wounds adorning Mu Qingning's body. She nodded slightly and then spoke. May I rest and recuperate here? I will pay you. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. No problem, but could you please sheathe your sword first? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingning finally set down her weapon and cautiously stepped into the courtyard. Ugh! Suddenly, Mu Qingning emitted a soft groan, her injuries weighing heavily upon her. She collapsed to the ground in an instant. Observing her plight, Chen Yu intended to assist her in standing, only to be met with her sword pointed threateningly at him. Didn't come near. With a hint of exasperation, Chen Yu replied, If I don't approach, how can you get up? Ignoring her protests, he deftly flicked her sword aside and effortlessly lifted her into a princess carry. You, let me go. Mu Qingning's delicate body trembled as she struggled fiercely to escape Chen Yu's grasp. However, her grievous injuries rendered her utterly powerless against him. A blush crept across her flawless visage, for this was her first encounter with a male, and that too with a complete stranger. Unfazed by Mu Qingning's resistance, Chen Yu gently placed her on a lounge chair. Girls these days have quite the wariness, he muttered in dissatisfaction before striding toward the roasted venison, picking up a piece that had fallen on the table earlier and taking a generous bite. Delightful. Quite delectable. Mu Qingning's gaze fixated hungrily on the piece of venison in Chen Yu's hand, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. Having long exhausted her supply of medicinal pills, she had gone several days without sustenance. Noticing her longing, Chen Yu teased, Would you like some? Mu Qingning quickly wiped her mouth and nodded fervently, only to realize her eagerness and shake her head vehemently. Chen Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she felt too embarrassed to meet his gaze. Then, Chen Yu sliced a piece of venison and presented it to Mu Qingning. Here, eat up, but do remember, you owe me. Thank you. Mu Qingning no longer hesitated, eagerly accepting the offering and taking a bite. This is, to her astonishment, she detected the ethereal essence of a divine creature within the venison. This deer was at the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Mu Qingning regarded Chen Yu with newfound complexity. At merely 18, she had already broken through to the early stages of the nascent soul realm, recognized as a prodigious talent by the Tianji Pavilion in the central domain. Yet this boy, seemingly of her age, possessed the power to slay a beast of such formidable prowess. Chen Yu, pondering Mu Qingning's words, deliberated thoughtfully before uncertainly responding. It seems. Yes, perhaps. I had forgotten. Observing Chen Yu's indifferent demeanor, Mu Qingning was momentarily at a loss for words. Your attitude makes me seem so weak. Yet, Chen Yu paid her no mind and continued to focus on his meal. He then scooped a spoonful of deer soup into his bowl. Just as he was about to sip it, he noticed Mu Qingning gazing at him with sparkling eyes. Do you wish to drink? Mu Qingning nodded fervently. The deer meat from the transformation realm would aid in her recovery and elevate her cultivation. Reluctantly, Chen Yu glanced at the bowl in his hand. Then, as if resolved to a decision, he offered it to Mu Qingning. Thank you, she exclaimed, accepting the soup from Chen Yu and bringing it to her lips for a hearty sip. This mischievous fellow seems rather decent after all. At that moment, her tone had softened considerably. Perhaps she had come to a realization, feeling that Chen Yu was not the type of person she had initially thought. Furthermore, given his strength, even if he wished to impose his will, she felt she would be unable to escape. He was a good person. Is there more? Mu Qingning inquired softly, her gaze fixed on Chen Yu. Indeed, But could I have a sip as well? I am quite tempted. Chen Yu replied with a hint of helplessness. Mu Qingming was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend his meaning. This is the only bowl I have, he pointed out, indicating the bowl in her hands. Still somewhat bewildered, she nodded and handed the bowl back to Chen Yu. He then poured a spoonful of soup into it and drank it in one gulp. Delicious, quite sweet. As realization dawned upon her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That is my bowl. And, I touched that spot. You. Mu Qingming stammered, her heart racing, her finger trembling as it pointed at Chen Yu. He looked at her in confusion, then glanced at his bowl, finally understanding her distress. I thought something was amiss. Worry not. I harbor no disdain for you. He waved his hand dismissively, his expression nonchalant. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingming felt as if her world had been turned upside down, her very perception of reality seemingly shattered. Is such shamelessness truly existent in this world? Who asked for your disdain? She retorted, her voice ringing clear and bright. Her cheeks burned crimson as her beautiful eyes widened, glaring at Chen Yu with a mixture of shame, anger, and helplessness. Chen Yu did not argue. Instead, he communicated silently with the system in his mind. System. Who is she? Ding. Scanning. Brother Yu. She is quite remarkable. What do you mean? Pray enlighten me. Her name is Mu Qingming, possessing exceptional talent, and her physique is the legendary Taiyin immortal body. She hails from the Mu family, a superpower in the central domain, and is the only daughter of the family head, deeply cherished by him. Recently, during her training, she has caught the attention of Zhang Fan from the Zhang family in the central domain. I can hardly believe it. It's solely because you are so beautiful. System, please do not interrupt me. However, Zhang Fan was unaware that Mu Qingming had already ascended to the nascent soul stage. A fortnight prior, Zhang Fan attempted to force himself upon Mu Qingming, only to be slain by her with a single strike of her sword. Ironically, it was Zhang Fan's protector who pursued her, and she ultimately managed to escape to the misty mountains of the South Domain with the aid of a high-level teleportation talisman. Chen Yu, upon grasping this information, nodded in understanding yet remained perplexed. Internally, he pondered, isn't Mu Qingming her father's most cherished child? Does she not have a protector? Of course she does. Moreover, her protector is quite formidable. However, Zhang Fan, being particularly fearful of death, implored his father to assign him 4 protectors. This resulted in Mu Qingming's protector being entangled by 3 of Zhang's protectors, granting another one the opportunity to pursue her. Chen Yu found himself rendered speechless by Zhang Fan's antics. Wasn't this a classic case of incompetence, coupled with reckless bravado? Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Mu Qingming inquired, her delicate face brimming with curiosity as she gazed at Chen Yu. Upon hearing her voice, Chen Yu snapped back to reality. It's nothing. And by the way, I am not He. Chapter 4. The Void Refinement Realm. May I inquire about your esteemed name, young sir? Mu Qingming asked with curiosity. Chen Yu, he replied. Mu Qingming nodded in understanding, silently repeating Chen Yu's name in her mind. I am Mu Qingming. Rest assured, I shall not linger here for long, and I am willing to pay for my stay. With that, she produced 10 exquisite spirit stones from her storage ring and tossed them towards Chen Yu. His eyes sparkled as he caught them with both hands. In this realm, where he faced financial difficulties, it felt as though a wealthy benefactor had unexpectedly appeared to offer assistance. Not a problem. Stay for as long as you wish. With spirit stones, everything is negotiable. Chen Yu exclaimed with a beaming smile. Mu Qingming was momentarily speechless at Chen Yu's apparent greed. Are you not curious about who I am? Are you not afraid of danger? She inquired, her gaze fixed on him. After all, she was a stranger. How could he be so casual? Chen Yu chuckled. Not all. As long as you have money, that's all that matters. He smiled again, shaking his head. Since you paid, feel free to make yourself at home. I will ensure your safety during your stay. Mu Qingming was taken aback, but did not take Chen Yu's words to heart. After all, the ones pursuing her were formidable beings at the peak of the void refinement stage, and Chen Yu appeared too youthful. His cultivation could hardly surpass the initial stage. Yet, she couldn't help but worry. If the Zhang family were to pursue her here, how could she protect Chen Yu and prevent him from becoming entangled in her troubles. After a hearty meal, Mu Qingming sat cross-legged, channeling her spiritual energy to recover from her injuries. Although the healing process was slow, it was significantly better than before. Observing this, Chen Yu chose not to interrupt. Just as he intended to return to his dwelling for some rest, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. He furrowed his brow in contemplation before stepping outside. He made his way to the misty mountains, glancing downward before gradually taking a step forward. A powerful aura began to emanate from him, and a silvery light glimmered in his eyes. With each step, he progressed from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage, eventually reaching the peak of the void refinement stage, where he came to a halt. If he wished, he could effortlessly advance to the integration stage at that moment. However, transitioning from void refinement to integration required enduring the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. Although he could easily shatter the tribulation with a single punch, he felt somewhat lethargic about it. It was not merely laziness. Rather, he was averse to complications. The system had informed him that countless cultivators, undeterred by danger, had ventured into the mountains in search of hidden treasures due to his influence. If they were to witness him undergoing the tribulation, it would likely attract even more cultivators, rendering his future restless. Thus, Chen Yu resolved to drive away those reckless cultivators who disregarded their lives for the sake of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He lifted his leg and stomped on the mountain, causing the once serene landscape to tremble violently. Numerous creatures in the forest, startled, fled in a frenzied panic. Chen Yu then unleashed his void refinement pressure, taking flight into the sky. The cultivators at the mountain's base were thrown off balance by the tremors. What is happening? An earthquake? No. I sense that the secret realm has been unveiled. What are we waiting for, fellow cultivators? Let's rush forth. Upon hearing this, the cultivators surged forward, eager to ascend the mountains, fearful that the precious treasures of heaven and earth would be snatched away. Suddenly, a formidable aura descended upon them, like a mountain pressing down from above. This overwhelming presence rendered them immobile, making even the act of breathing a strenuous endeavor. Those of lesser strength were crushed to the ground, unable to move like mere muck. What is happening? Such an immense pressure. Who might this esteemed predecessor be? In the midst of the sky stood Chen Yu, clad in a flowing moon-white robe that billowed in the wind. His stern visage bore no expression as he gazed down upon the throngs of cultivators below. Despite the encroaching darkness, he could discern the figures beneath the mountains with clarity. After a brief pause, he spoke, his voice resonating as if emanating from the heavens above, echoing throughout the entire cloud mist mountain range. This cloud mist mountain is my private domain. I grant you 10 breaths to depart. Should any among you dare to linger beyond this time, death shall be your fate. As the final word fell, an invisible pressure enveloped all present at the mountain's base. They were seized by terror, drenched in sweat, hesitant to move a muscle for fear of incurring the wrath of Chen Yu. Yes, esteemed predecessor, we were blind to your greatness and have offended you. Please forgive us. We shall retreat at once and never set foot here again. The speaker, the most skilled among them, at the peak of the golden core stage, trembled with fear, his voice quaking with anxiety. Although he could not discern Chen Yu's exact location, he bowed deeply towards the sky, hastily channeling all his spiritual energy to escape the cloud mist mountain. The others, equally terrified, realized their leader was fleeing. If they remained, would they be mere fodder for the esteemed one? Thus, they too began to flee, each employing their utmost effort to vanish into the vast forest in the blink of an eye. Soon, the mountains fell into a profound silence, devoid of the earlier commotion. Satisfied with the outcome, Chen Yu nodded approvingly before descending to the mountainside and leisurely making his way to his thatched cottage. Halfway there, he suddenly halted. Before him, the space rippled violently, revealing a cave that emerged without warning. With Chen Yu's current cultivation, he could clearly see a faint white light emanating from within the cave. System. What is that? Chen Yu silently communicated with the system in his mind. Ding. Scanning in progress. Brother Yu, this cave is the birthplace of the pure, snow spiritual fire. The flame within is still in its infancy, and has begun to awaken a measure of intelligence. Chen Yu stroked his clean-shaven chin and murmured softly, "So, it seems this fortune has fallen upon me? Am I perhaps the fated child of destiny in this tale?" However, Chen Yu merely spoke casually. To him, the spirit fire held no value, as he possessed the foremost divine flame of the celestial realm. Void divine flame. It has the power to incinerate all, be it space, time, or chaos. All are mere trifles to its fiery essence. Chen Yu promptly advanced towards the cave dwelling, and upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by an intensely frigid aura. This chilling presence could easily freeze an ordinary void refinement practitioner into a lifeless statue if their spiritual energy were to falter. Approaching the pure snow spirit fire, Chen Yu extended his hand, channeling his spiritual energy to grasp it firmly. The pure snow spirit fire immediately thrashed about, striving to escape Chen Yu's clutches. Yet, Chen Yu was resolute. A luminous, snow-white glow gradually emerged in his eyes, and the aura radiating from it swiftly subdued the pure snow spirit fire, causing the little flame to tremble in fear. Chapter 5. The Void Divine Eye and the Purifying Snow Spirit Fire. Such a feisty little creature you are. Should you choose to disobey, I shall allow you to experience the formidable power of my Void Divine Eye. The Void Divine Eye is a unique technique devised by Chen Yu, which, when mastered to its zenith, can reverse life and death with a mere glance and determine the cosmos with another. Of course, only one with a void divine body can cultivate it. Chen Yu leisurely lifted the purifying snow spirit fire, spinning it on his fingertip like a basketball, finding amusement in the act. "Help! I'm being insulted. For the sake of my peanuts," cried the purifying snow spirit fire. Subsequently, Chen Yu grasped the spirit fire in his palm and returned to his abode with a relaxed demeanor. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by Mu Qingning, who sat in a recliner, her gaze fixated upon him. "What are you staring at?" Chen Yu blurted out, caught off guard. "Where have you been?" Mu Qingning inquired, her worry evident. Since her awakening, she had not seen Chen Yu, and this absence had stirred an unexpected concern within her, not of emotional nature, but stemming from her unique identity. Should anything happen to Chen Yu due to her, she would feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. Nothing much, just sent some oblivious individuals on their way and found a little orb to play with. With that, Chen Yu revealed the purifying snow spirit fire, continuing to toy with it. Mu Qingning's eyes widened in astonishment as she sensed the extraordinary essence of the orb before her. The orb, no. The purifying snow spirit fire seized the moment of their dialogue to escape Chen Yu's grasp, exerting all its might to soar toward Mu Qingning, fearing it would be captured if it delayed. At last, the purifying snow spirit fire dove into Mu Qingning's body, willingly merging with her essence. "QWQ, thank the heavens!" exclaimed the purifying snow spirit fire. Chen Yu stood frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Hey, return my toy!" he exclaimed, exasperated, pointing an accusatory finger at Mu Qingning. The one diversion he had found had vanished in an instant. Initially at a loss, Mu Qingning soon discovered that she felt no unusual sensations. Rather, her dantian brimmed with comfort, and her cultivation had remarkably surged to the peak of the nascent soul stage. What is happening?" Mu Qingning pondered, feeling an itch in her hand, which involuntarily conjured a ball of ice-blue spiritual flame. Chen Yu pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Were Mu Qingning not a wealthy patroness, he might have resorted to dismembering her to reclaim the orb. This is the purifying snow spirit fire, a precious treasure. "You owe me restitution," Chen Yu declared, sitting with his arms crossed, his expression grave, as if fearing Mu Qingning might abscond with his claim. "What? This is the purifying snow spirit fire." Mu Qingning's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the spiritual flame in her palm. Wasn't the purifying snow spirit fire ranked 8th on the spirit fire list? How could it possibly be here? From Mu Qingning's understanding, spirit fires were among the rarest treasures in the world. Even in the central region, fewer than 10 individuals possessed spirit fires. Moreover, those fires were ranked beyond the 100th place. No one could subdue a spirit fire ranked within the top 100. let alone the 8th-rank fire that now resided in her grasp. Chen Yu, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, 8th? That's rather low. What a disappointing treasure. The faint murmurs reached the keen ears of Mu Qingning. Even the pure snow spirit fire in her palm sensed it. The spirit fire immediately quivered twice, as if vehemently protesting Chen Yu's words. Mu Qingning cast a speechless glance at Chen Yu, pondering how he could be both avaricious and so unsophisticated. Thank you. While I cannot afford the price of the spirit fire now, I assure you that upon my return, I will offer you a satisfactory price. Hearing this, Chen Yu chuckled with satisfaction, saying, Oh, come now, we are not strangers. Am I the sort to be swayed by money? Mu Qingning nodded earnestly, and even the pure snow spirit fire in her hand responded affirmatively. Chen Yu, however, continued, regardless. I owe you a great debt. Once my injuries heal, you shall accompany me back, and I will ensure you live a life free from want. After uttering these words, Mu Qingning felt an oddity in her proclamation, but dismissed it. Chen Yu stood up, waving his hand dismissively. As for going back with you, I find this place quite agreeable. Mu Qingning surveyed her surroundings. While the thatched cottage was relatively clean, it was still quite dilapidated, surrounded by countless demonic beasts, necessitating vigilance against potential attacks. Moreover, the bed inside offered no comfort whatsoever. She simply could not fathom what was so appealing about this place. Thus, she inquired agreeable, was so good about it? Chen Yu offered a slightly melancholic smile, his gaze drifting skyward as if envisioning the divine realm, responding, You do not understand. This world is cruel. It is like an insatiable abyss. No matter how well you treat them, you will never satiate their hunger. When you can no longer fulfill their ambitions, they will inevitably betray you. He then looked at Mu Qingning and declared, I have endured enough of those insincere days. Thus, I now desire nothing more than to lead a tranquil life, isolated from the world, relishing in an unprecedented peace. With a sigh, Chen Yu retreated into his room. Watching his retreating figure, Mu Qingning furrowed her brow. She sensed a profound loneliness in his isolation and felt a pang of sympathy for him, yet found herself at a loss for words. She felt certain that Chen Yu harbored significant secrets. From that moment on, her curiosity towards him began to blossom. The following day, the morning sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Chen Yu lazily rose from his bed and stretched before heading to the door. Upon opening it, he found Mu Qingning practicing her swordplay in the courtyard. Sister, you should not exert yourself while your injuries have yet to heal. Rest well. What would I do if something were to happen to you before I receive my payment? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingning halted abruptly, puffing up indignantly. You are the sister. I am merely 16. Chen Yu cast a disdainful glance at her, muttering, No wonder you are so young. Mu Qingning noticed that Chen Yu's gaze seemed not focused on her face, but rather directed downward. Ah, you scoundrel. Mu Qingning quickly covered her chest, glaring fiercely at Chen Yu, her stunningly beautiful face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Yu awkwardly averted his gaze, rubbing his nose, and hastily changed the subject. Ahem, have you eaten? Mu Qingning continued to glare at him, then replied, Not yet. I will go cook first. You keep practicing your swordplay. With that, Chen Yu promptly dashed out of the courtyard, making his way towards the kitchen. He reheated the leftover venison from last time, requesting seasonings from the system, which he then sprinkled into the pot. Soon, a pot of tender venison soup was ready. Chapter 6. Recognition of a bowl in the courtyard. Mu Qingning inhaled the delectable aroma, her mouth watering uncontrollably. As Chen Yu brought the venison soup to the stone table, Mu Qingning promptly abandoned her sword and rushed over. How fragrant! Come and taste. I have added my special seasonings. Chen Yu presented a bowl of soup and handed it to Mu Qingning. With eager anticipation, she accepted the bowl and took a sip, her eyes widening in astonishment. So delicious! Suddenly, Mu Qingning's expression shifted as she squinted at Chen Yu and asked, But you only have one bowl. What will you do when I finish this one? Chen Yu blinked innocently and replied earnestly, No worries. I will wait for you to finish before I have mine. Mu Qingning shot him a glare and retorted, You wish. She then produced a new bowl from her storage ring and placed it on the table. Use this one. Chen Yu, looking somewhat troubled, stammered, I recognize this bowl. Are you still going to eat? If not, I will take it away. Mu Qingning playfully exclaimed. Eat, eat, eat. Chen Yu quickly grabbed the new bowl, casting a regretful glance at the bowl in Mu Qingning's hands. It seemed his gaze lingered not on the bowl itself. After a hearty meal, Chen Yu reclined leisurely in a chair, eyes closed, basking in the morning sunlight. Mu Qingning, puzzled, observed him and asked, Chen Yu, aren't you going to cultivate? Without turning his head, Chen Yu replied, what is so interesting about cultivation? Sleeping is far more delightful. Frau Nung, Mu Qingning urged. You can't be so lazy. In this realm of cultivation, a weak power can lead to peril at any moment. Chen Yu scoffed nonchalantly. In this realm, where spiritual energy is scarce, no one possesses the capability to take my life. Mu Qingning quickly seized on the key term in Chen Yu's words, realm. She doubted her ears and hurriedly inquired, what do you mean by realm? Are you not from the Cang Hai continent? At this, Chen Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. Yet he remained silent, feigning sleep in the chair. Mu Qingning recognized that he had heard her, but felt too shy to press further, deciding to wait for another opportunity to inquire. How infuriating! What a tease, leaving me in suspense. You rascal, Chen Yu. With a soft huff, Mu Qingning retreated to her room to cultivate. Since Chen Yu had driven the cultivators from the Yunwu mountain range, news had spread like wildfire throughout Yunwu city. The cultivators were abuzz with speculation about Chen Yu's identity. Some claimed he was a senior hermit of the mountain. Others suggested he had acquired ancient legacies. And some even accused him of selfishness, wanting to monopolize the secret realm without sharing. In the city lord's mansion, in the reception hall, sat a figure tall and imposing as a pine tree, emanating an air of authority befitting a superior. He glanced down at the four individuals with a hint of unease in his eyes and inquired, esteemed leaders, what are your thoughts on the sudden emergence of the esteemed figure in the cloud mist mountains? Jiang Huailiang respectfully gestured towards Qing Fenggu and replied, Mayor Qing, I believe we should adopt a wait-and-see approach. We have yet to discern the intentions of this esteemed individual, and if we inadvertently provoke him, Cloud Mist City may be faced with dire consequences. Su Lin nodded in agreement. Turning to Qing Fenggu, Zhang's assertion holds merit, Mayor Qing. Yesterday, this esteemed figure merely expelled those cultivators without resorting to violence, suggesting that he bears no ill will. Perhaps we could send someone to convey our respects and inquire further? Wang Yu suggested tentatively. Absolutely not. The stance taken by that esteemed figure was abundantly clear. He forbade any entry into the Cloud Mist Mountains. If we were to disturb him further, the outcome would likely be unfavorable, Jiang Huailiang countered, shaking his head in disapproval. This is unacceptable. That option is off the table too. Are we to simply wait for our doom within the city? Wang Yu exclaimed, pounding the table in frustration, causing the cups to rattle. The reception room fell into a hushed silence. At this moment, Tang Xiao, who had remained silent until now, suddenly proposed. If we are indeed out of options, we might seek assistance from the Yunxiao sect. They have a formidable deity among their ranks. Regardless of how powerful that esteemed figure may be, he should certainly show some respect to the Yunxiao sect. Qing Fenggu furrowed his brows, then sighed deeply, conceding, It seems we have no choice but to proceed in this manner. I shall make my way to the Yunxiao sect at once. With that, Qing Fenggu rose and strode out of the city lord's residence. As time passed, nearly a month went by. Mu Qingning and Chen Yu had gradually grown accustomed to one another, and Mu Qingning genuinely regarded Chen Yu as a friend. The two had even developed a habit of playful banter. It felt unsatisfying to meet without exchanging barbs. Moreover, Mu Qingning's injuries had nearly healed, and it was time for her to depart. Yet, a sense of reluctance began to stir within her, an emotion she could not fully comprehend. Perhaps she envied Chen Yu's carefree existence, or maybe she had simply grown accustomed to sharing her days with him. It could also be due to his presence. Through her days spent with Chen Yu, Mu Qingning was certain he was not a native of the Cang Hai continent. In this unfamiliar world, Chen Yu had but one friend, and she realized deep down that she could not bear to leave him here alone. One day, Mu Qingning's jade pendant suddenly emanated a soft green glow. Upon inspecting it, she discovered a message from her father. In that moment, she understood that her father was searching for her and that her departure from this place was imminent. Thus, she infused a trace of spiritual energy into the pendant to convey her location. Afterwards, Mu Qingning exited her room, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Yu, who was reclining in a chair. "Chen Yu, have you given further thought to the matters we discussed?" Mu Qingning inquired as she approached him. Chen Yu lazily waved his hand, stifling a yawn as he replied, "As I mentioned before, I have no intention of leaving this place." Originally, Mu Qingning had prepared a multitude of remarks, yet upon witnessing Chen Yu with his eyes closed once more, she immediately fell silent. She was acutely aware of Chen Yu's temperament. No matter how much she spoke, it would bear no fruit. With a quiet sigh of resignation, she turned and returned to her room, her slender and elongated silhouette now exuding a sense of solitude. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Chen Yu slowly opened his eyes, feeling a sudden rush of complexity within, before gently closing them again. "Brother Yu, it seems this girl has quite an affection for you. Why not just accompany her?" The system, unable to bear the sight any longer, interjected. "What do you, a mere robot, comprehend? Hey, though, I am a robot. I possess emotions, you know. That forlorn silhouette of hers reminds me of my little darling." "Oh, you have feelings? Pray tell, what are they?" Chapter 7 The Origin of the System Linglan, Flowing Immortal Skirt. Our system was forged from an enigmatic force within the boundless void. It was during this time that I encountered my little darling, just as we had confirmed our relationship, and were on the verge of consummation. We were whisked away to the divine realm by this mysterious power, leading to our fateful meeting with you. To think if it weren't for you, I would have already welcomed my child into the world. Why did you have to die at that particular moment? Chen Yu silently rolled his eyes, envisioning the mortifying scene of the system's consummation. It was utterly unbearable. How did we wander so far off topic? Honestly, why didn't you pursue that young lady? There is a significant age gap between us. Nonsense. Don't try to fool me. Speak the truth. Chen Yu sighed inwardly. You are aware of the powers of the divine realm. If the denizens there were to learn of my presence in the mortal realm, it would not only jeopardize that young lady, but also pose a calamity for the entire Cang Hai continent. My only recourse is to survive discreetly here, avoiding any unnecessary confrontations and minimizing the risk of exposure. Upon hearing this, the system fell silent, evidently in agreement with Chen Yu's assessment. The inhabitants of the divine realm would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him if they discovered he was still alive. To them, Chen Yu represented a significant threat. As night fell, Chen Yu prepared a meal and approached Mu Qingning's door, gently knocking. The door swung open promptly. "Dinner is ready." Mu Qingning nodded and followed Chen Yu. The two sat quietly at the stone table, partaking in their meal without uttering a word, the atmosphere gradually shifting from the ordinary. After finishing their meal, they returned to their respective rooms in silence. In his room, Chen Yu pondered for a moment before retrieving a magnificent blue and white long skirt from his storage ring. This exquisite garment was acquired during his time in the divine realm after defeating a rival merchant association and had since been kept within the storage ring. The skirt, known as the Linglan Flowing Immortal Skirt, was a mid-grade immortal artifact, capable of resonating with its owner's intentions, allowing for transformation and concealment. Chen Yu resolved to gift this skirt to Mu Qingning as a farewell present. He approached her door and knocked once more. With a puzzled expression, Mu Qingning opened the door, ready to inquire, but her gaze was immediately captured by the garment in Chen Yu's hands. "What is this?" "A gift for you." Chen Yu thrust the skirt into her hands. Mu Qingning's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement, yet she fought to suppress her overwhelming emotions, sensing the extraordinary nature of the garment. "Why are you giving me a gift? I have no use for it. It is yours now." Initially, Chen Yu intended to explain that it was a parting gift, but he reconsidered and offered a different rationale. "I cannot accept this. It appears far too precious. Please take it back." Upon saying this, Mu Qingning attempted to return the garment. Chen Yu quickly stepped back and jested, "What would I do with it? Are you hoping to see me in women's attire?" Mu Qingning was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the sudden remark, and she couldn't help but let out a chuckle. All right, just accept it. Perhaps one day when there's no firewood, I might just burn these words." "No way." Mu Qingning promptly tucked her garment behind her, eyeing Chen Yu with a look of caution. Chen Yu laughed heartily and, with a satisfied demeanor, turned to walk back into the room. "Thank you," Mu Qingning called out to him hurriedly. Without turning back, Chen Yu waved his hand and returned to his quarters. As night fell, the sky darkened, and a gentle breeze rustled through the dense woods, producing a soft, eerie sound. Not far from the thatched cottage, a space suddenly trembled, its very fabric twisting as if a rift had been torn open. Moments later, 2 men and a woman emerged from the passage, all possessing striking appearances that bore a resemblance to Mu Qingning. The foremost figure was none other than her father, Mu Ruetian, standing tall and proud like a pine tree. Clad in a dark robe, his deep-set eyes exuding an innate authority and composure. Following closely behind was Mu Qingning's mother, Su Nianwan, adorned in a delicate lavender gown embroidered with intricate patterns. Her beauty was unparalleled, with fair skin and gentle features. Her elegant willow-like brows framing a pair of phoenix eyes that sparkled with kindness and maternal affection. The last to emerge was her elder brother, Mu Chenxian, dressed in a sleek white outfit, his athletic frame and sharp eyebrows giving him a strikingly steady gaze. Inside the room, Mu Qingning seemed to sense their presence and immediately flung open the door, rushing outside. "Father, mother, brother," she exclaimed joyfully, dashing towards them. "Girl, Qing'er, little Ning." The trio looked at Mu Qingning with astonishment. Mu Ruetian stepped forward, concern etched on his face as he approached her. "My dear, are you all right?" he inquired, using his spiritual energy to assess her injuries, visibly relieved upon discovering she was unscathed. To his astonishment, he noticed that Mu Qingning had remarkably ascended to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Su Nianwan, sensing her husband's unease, quickly asked Tian, "What is the matter with Qing?" Mu Chenxian, too, furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at their father. "It's nothing. It's just that Qing'er has broken through to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Just 2 months ago, she had only reached the initial stage. Her progress is astonishing," Mu Ruetian remarked, his expression tinged with concern. "Father, perhaps Qing'er has encountered her own fortuitous opportunity." "You needn't worry too much," Mu Chenxian consoled. "Father, please don't fret. Look." Mu Qingning promptly summoned the pure snow spirit fire. Instantly, Mu Ruetian and the others recognized the extraordinary nature of the flames. This is the pure snow spirit fire?" Mu Ruetian stammered, his finger trembling as he pointed at the fire, his speech faltering. He had seen descriptions of the pure snow spirit fire in ancient texts, and upon witnessing it, he immediately recognized its significance. Indeed, it is the pure snow spirit fire, ranked 8th on the spirit fire list. Mu Qingning placed her hands on her hips and slightly tilted her head back, exuding an air of immense pride. Mu Ruetian gazed earnestly at Mu Qingning and said, "Qingning, your cultivation is insufficient to tame the spirit fire. Are you certain you are unscathed?" "Oh, father, I assure you I am perfectly fine. Moreover, it was the pure snow spirit fire that willingly acknowledged me as its master. It was not I who subdued it." The spirit fire acknowledged its master? The 3 listeners widened their eyes in disbelief, staring incredulously at Mu Qingning. After all, spirit fires possess their own inherent pride, and it is only reasonable that they had never heard of one voluntarily recognizing its master. However, once a spirit fire acknowledges a master, it is irrevocably bound to that individual. Should the master live, so shall the spirit fire, and should the master perish, so too must the spirit fire. Ha ha ha! My daughter possesses the potential of an emperor. Mu Ruetian laughed heartily, thoroughly satisfied with his daughter's extraordinary talent. Chapter 8. Homecoming. While Mu Chenxian felt joy for his sister, he hastily interjected, "As long as Xiaoning is safe, father and mother, we must leave this place at once." Despite his initial realm of cultivation being at the early stage of the void refinement, he sensed an unsettling aura enveloping these mountains. Mu Ruetian nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, it has been too long since we were home. Now that we have found Ning'er, we must return promptly." With that, Mu Ruetian waved his hand towards the void before him, causing the space to twist and revealing a passageway. At that moment, Mu Qingning turned her gaze towards the thatched cottage, her eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Mu Chenxian, observant as ever, noticed this and began to ponder. Ninger, why are you lost in thought? We must hurry. Oh, right. I understand now. Mu Qingning retracted her gaze and followed the others into the passage. Wait for me. I will surely return. The mountains fell silent, as if no one had ever set foot there. Once the group departed, Chen Yu emerged from the cottage, calmly watching the direction in which they had left. Upon returning home, Mu Qingning was surrounded by her concerned family, who showered her with affectionate inquiries. Xiaoning, are you all right? We were so worried about you these past days. Indeed, Xiaoning, how dare that wretched Zhang family chase after you? If it weren't for our ancestor being in seclusion, that insignificant Zhang family would have already been eradicated. The feigned concern of her family made Mu Qingning feel a twinge of aversion. In the past, she would have graciously expressed her gratitude. But after her encounters with Chen Yu, she had come to realize the treachery that lurked within human hearts. Even those closest to her could harbor insincere sentiments. Notissimo Kimnik's discomfort, Moruitiang intervened. All right, enough. Xiaoning has just returned. Let her rest in her room. Hearing this, the family gradually dispersed. Mu Ruitian then informed her. Your grandfather is aware of the pursuit by the Zhang family. In a fit of rage, he went to confront them, but they were prepared, and he sustained some injuries. He is currently recuperating in the back mountain. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingning's heart raced, and she dashed towards the back mountain. Upon entering a separate courtyard, she spotted an elder seated in the main hall, his complexion notably pale. This elder was her grandfather, Mu Tsangxiong, who had always been quite indulgent towards her. Seeing Mu Qingning, Mu Tsangxiong stood up in excitement. Xiaoning, you have returned? With tears in her eyes, Mu Qingning rushed into her grandfather's embrace. Grandfather, are you well? Foolish child, what could possibly happen to your formidable grandfather? What of you? I imagine your time away was not easy. Mu Qingning shook her head, replying no. I was perfectly fine outside. Grandfather, look at my cultivation. I have reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. Mu Tsangxiong immediately examined Mu Qingning's body, quickly realizing the truth, and he burst into hearty laughter. Wonderful! How remarkable! To think you have acquired the pure snow spirit fire amidst your tribulations with the Zhang family. Truly, heaven smiles upon our Mu family. Mu Tsangxiong's voice trembled with excitement, his eyes brimming with joy and satisfaction. However, his expression quickly turned serious as he scoffed and declared, those wretched Zhang family members dare to pursue the Qilin child of the Mu family. Were it not for the backing of the Jiuxiao sacred land, how many lives would they have to spare for me to take? Jiuxiao sacred land? The Zhang family has allied with Jiuxiao sacred land? Mu Qingning inquired, her voice tinged with surprise and confusion. The Jiuxiao sacred land is home to several elders at the tribulation stage. Mu Tsangxiong nodded gravely in response. One of the Zhang family's younger sons possesses considerable talent and has caught the attention of a senior elder from Jiuxiao sacred land. Not long ago, I encountered him during a visit. However, he is merely at the mid-stage of the Great Ascension. How could he possibly be my match? It was only because the Zhang family's ancestor was present and they attacked together that I sustained some injuries. Mu Tsangxiong's cultivation was at the late stage of the Great Ascension, and the Zhang family's ancestor was at the same level. With the elder from Jiuxiao sacred land joining forces, Mu Tsangxiong found himself outnumbered, resulting in his injuries. Mu Qingning gazed at her grandfather with concern, and a wave of regret washed over her. If she had not killed Zhangfun, but rather taught him a lesson, the Mu family would not have incurred enmity with the Zhang family and the Jiuxiao sacred land, and her grandfather would not have been harmed. Mu Tsangxiong sensed Mu Qingning's thoughts and comforted her. Little Ning, do not dwell on it too much. Our Mu family is not easily bullied. While Jiuxiao sacred land possesses tribulation experts, we also have our own. In terms of foundational strength, we may be slightly inferior, but when it comes to combat capabilities, our Mu family is by no means inferior to Jiuxiao sacred land. With confidence, Mu Tsangxiong stood tall, resembling a majestic mountain before Mu Qingning, instilling a sense of reassurance in her. 3 days passed. Chen Yu, still adjusting to Mu Qingning's absence, gradually acclimated over time. One day, while weeding the vegetables he had planted in his thatched cottage, he suddenly felt a shift in the atmosphere. Slowly rising, he squinted towards 2 figures at the foot of the mountain. In an instant, Chen Yu flashed into the sky above the Yunwu mountain range, releasing an aura of peak-level void refinement, a tremendous pressure bearing down on the two individuals. This aura, it belongs to a void refinement expert. Mu Xingyang felt the overwhelming presence, his pupils contracting, rendered immobile by Chen Yu's might. He then turned to Qing Fenggu, whose situation was even more precarious, and with a bitter smile, said, "City Lord Qing, this elder is a void refinement expert. You expect me, a mere transformation god, to reason with him? Is this not putting me in a difficult position?" Hearing this, Qing Fenggu felt a surge of bitterness rise within him, forcing a wry smile as he replied, "Brother Mu, I had no idea this elder was a void refinement expert. It seems I have brought you trouble." Taking a deep breath, Qing Fenggu summoned his courage, lifted his gaze toward the sky, and called out, "Elder, I am the city lord of Yunwu City. I come with no ill intent. I merely wish to inquire why you are present in the Yunwu mountain range. Could it be that a secret realm has indeed emerged?" Upon hearing the call, Mu Zhengyang, filled with trepidation, attempted to curtail his impulsive actions. However, Qing Feng seemed oblivious to his concerns, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the heavens. As the city lord, despite his cultivation being merely at the pinnacle of the Yuaning stage, his paramount duty was the safety and well-being of all citizens. Thus, he felt compelled to ascertain the true purpose of this venerable figure's arrival. After a systematic explanation, Chen Yu grasped the intentions of the other party and subsequently withdrew his formidable presence, swiftly positioning himself before the two. Upon their encounter with Chen Yu, both were taken aback, not due to the prowess he exhibited, but rather because he appeared remarkably youthful. Chapter 9. The Azure Dragon. As the two regained their composure, they immediately bowed respectfully to Chen Yu. "Senior, please rise. There are no hidden realms in this mountain range. The commotion from a few days ago was merely due to my hunting of a deer, which inadvertently caused quite a stir." Qing Fenggu finally understood and nodded, then cautiously inquired of Chen Yu, "May I ask, Senior, what brings you to the Cloud Mist Mountains?" "I intend to settle here. You may interpret it as a retreat." Chen Yu candidly revealed his plans to reside in this place. Qing Fenggu, comprehending the situation, exhaled a sigh of relief. Chen Yu then fixed a steely gaze upon the two, his voice low and grave. "I do not wish for anyone to disturb my solitude here. When you return, please ensure that you convey this message. I will overlook disturbances from the periphery, but should anyone venture into the mountains, they shall not escape my wrath." Once again, Chen Yu issued a warning to Qing Fenggu. Upon hearing this, both Qing Fenggu and Mu Zhengyang felt a chill run down their spines, urgently nodding in response, "Yes. Rest assured, Senior, we will promptly issue a decree forbidding anyone from stepping foot in this territory." A fine sheen of sweat began to form on their foreheads, clearly intimidated by Chen Yu's formidable presence. Satisfied, Chen Yu nodded and, in a swift motion, departed. With Chen Yu's departure, Qing Fenggu and Mu Zhengyang breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems I must return and impose stricter regulations on the disciples of our sect. Otherwise, should we offend this esteemed senior, the consequences will be dire." Qing Fenggu solemnly agreed with Mu Zhengyang's assessment and quickly added, "Let us leave this place at once." Mu Zhengyang nodded, and the two soared through the air, departing from the Cloud Mist Mountains. Rather than returning home, Chen Yu ventured deeper into the mountain range. His supplies had run low, and he aimed to hunt for more sustenance. After wandering through the mountains for a while, he arrived at a serene pond. The water appeared crystal clear, yet upon closer inspection, it revealed an unfathomable depth, resembling an endless abyss, shrouded in darkness. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yu activated his Void Divine Eye and peered into the depths below. To his astonishment, he beheld a colossal azure dragon, its body stretching several dozen feet in length. The dragon's head bore a set of intricately twisted horns, robust and exuding strength, while its entire form was adorned with richly layered dark green scales, the edges of which shimmered with a faint emerald glow. Chen Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of dragonkind in this realm. Without hesitation, he summoned his spiritual energy and invoked the water avoidance spell before leaping into the abyss. Upon sensing the disturbance, the azure dragon stirred, raising its head to glare at Chen Yu. "Human, this is no place for you. Depart at once." With a thunderous roar, the dragon unleashed its overwhelming aura, reminiscent of a peak tribulation, crashing down upon Chen Yu, the sound echoing like a cacophony of thunderclaps. "How bothersome," Chen Yu muttered, rubbing his ears in exasperation. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared atop the dragon's head, delivering a powerful punch downward. The proud head of the azure dragon was abruptly buried in the ground, its massive form collapsing, and the tranquil sea was instantly stirred into towering waves. "Human, you seek death," it roared. Rising once more, the azure dragon bellowed to the heavens, its thick tail sweeping towards Chen Yu like a colossal stone pillar. Without even raising his eyelids, Chen Yu merely lifted his right hand, effortlessly blocking the dragon's tail. Suddenly, the azure dragon opened its cavernous maw and lunged at Chen Yu. Overreaching, Chen Yu scoffed as his ethereal eyes radiated a blinding white light, warping the fabric of space as time seemed to come to a standstill. The azure dragon found itself immobilized, the surroundings plunging into an eerie silence. Then, with a single step, Chen Yu moved like a specter above the dragon, striking down with his leg. With a thunderous crash, the azure dragon's massive body plummeted to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Once the dragon was rendered powerless, Chen Yu swiftly appeared before it, scrutinizing the creature closely. "Brother Yu, this azure dragon possesses a potent bloodline. It is a purebred dragon, with considerable cultivation, capable of transcending tribulation and ascending to the celestial realm at any moment." Chen Yu, stroking his chin in disdain, remarked, "So it turns out to be an old six. One at the peak of tribulation can roam freely across the Cang Hai continent, yet cowers in the South Isle. How truly pathetic." The azure dragon glared at Chen Yu, its eyes filled with anger and vigilance, tinged with a hint of fear. It had never anticipated that this seemingly lowly human, appearing only to be in the void refinement stage, possessed such formidable strength. "Human, what do you intend to do?" it demanded. "Calm down. I am merely intrigued that such a pure dragon lineage exists in this lower realm." The dragon was momentarily taken aback by Chen Yu's words, its eyes widening as it exclaimed, "You are not from the realm of immortals?" The dragon's tone carried astonishment and a trace of excitement. "Master, I have finally awaited your arrival." The term master left Chen Yu utterly bewildered. "I have no such proclivities." "Wait, what did you call me?" "Master, you are the one I have awaited through countless ages." At that moment, the azure dragon was on the verge of tears, having lingered far too long in this desolate place. "We are not acquainted, are we? Why do you address me as your master?" Chen Yu inquired. Confusion etched across his face. Now able to move normally, the azure dragon shrank in size to about the length of Chen Yu's arm and began to recount its origins and fate. It turned out that this azure dragon hailed from the rare pure dragon lineage of the Eastern Sea. Thousands of years prior, it had offended a talented disciple from the celestial domain who pursued it relentlessly. This gifted disciple had placed a tracking spell upon the dragon, enabling him to ascertain its location whenever it wandered. With no alternative, the azure dragon fled to avoid implicating its kin. Eventually, the high priest of the dragon clan found the azure dragon and sacrificed his own life to their divine spirit, granting the dragon a slender chance of survival. Under the guidance of the high priest, the azure dragon descended into the abyss beneath the cloud and mist mountains. This abyss, a natural formation, was enveloped by a mystical array that thwarted all forms of exploration. The high priest further informed the azure dragon that it must await the arrival of a human, whom the dragon was destined to acknowledge as its master. In turn, this master would resolve all of the dragon's tribulations. Thus, the azure dragon remained in this confined sanctuary. Initially, the dragon was incredulous at the notion of submitting to a mere human. It was akin to a grandmother crawling into bed, a notion that sparked amusement in the dragon. However, as time wore on, the dragon's pride was gradually eroded to mere dust. At this moment, the azure dragon was not only prepared to accept a human as its master, but it would also willingly attend to the most menial of tasks for this human without hesitation. Chapter 10. Following the celestial beings upon hearing this, Chen Yu could not help but engage in a mental dialogue with the system. System, is what this dragon pup said true? Ding! Brother Yu, he is not mistaken. But what? However, the person Qinglong is waiting for is not you. You hail from the divine realm, which transcends all laws of existence. It is impossible for anyone to scheme against you. Moreover, Ao Qing, the Qinglong, is expecting a child of this world, a chosen one who has yet to be born, and that will take approximately another 1,000 years. Contemplating this, Chen Yu stroked his chin and murmured, "Why do I feel like a villain, intercepting the protagonist's fortune? Brother Yu, I cannot allow you to think that way. You are the most formidable in my eyes. Love you." Hearing this, Chen Yu's lips twitched slightly. It felt a tad too intimate. He redirected his gaze towards Qinglong and declared, "I'm not the one you await." Qinglong, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "Impossible. You are the first human to arrive here, and your power is immense. You are not from the Cang Hai continent, thus you must be my master." Chen Yu gazed at Qinglong, speaking in a calm tone. "The one you await is a chosen one from this world, and he will not arrive for another 1,000 years." Qinglong studied Chen Yu's expression intently, realizing he was not jesting. Gradually, he bowed his head, and a wave of despondency washed over him. "However, I can offer you the opportunity to follow me. If you acknowledge me as your master, I shall assist you in resolving your troubles." Chen Yu regarded Qinglong with a nonchalant demeanor. He understood he could not act recklessly, yet having a follower seemed appealing at this moment. Qinglong was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes widened in astonishment, the desolation instantly replaced by delight. Subsequently, he transformed into a tall, distinguished middle-aged man, then stood on the ground and swore to the heavens, "I, Ao Qing, vow to serve." "Master, what's your name again?" Chen Yu, speechless, rubbed his temples and replied, "Open your heart." Though his voice was soft, it carried an undeniable authority. Although Ao Qing felt perplexed, he complied and fully opened his heart. Chen Yu waved his hand, and a mysterious light soared towards Qinglong, penetrating the depths of Ao Qing's soul, imprinting Chen Yu's unique mark. From this moment on, Ao Qing's fate rested solely in Chen Yu's thoughts. Should Chen Yu desire it, he could take Ao Qing's life at any given moment. Ao Qing instantly understood what had transpired and respectfully lowered his head, saying, "Master." Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. "No need to call me master. It feels strange. Just call me Brother Yu." "Yes, Brother Yu. Let us depart. We should go outside." Ao Qing nodded and transformed back into his original form. Chen Yu swiftly leaped onto Ao Qing's grand and majestic head, standing firmly. Ao Qing lifted his gaze to the heavens, and a flicker of uncontrollable exhilaration flashed in his eyes. His colossal form trembled slightly, as if yearning to break free from the long-held confines of his prison. Suddenly, Ao Qing surged skyward, his powerful dragon body swaying from side to side, moving with astonishing speed like a streak of azure light cutting through the void, emerging from the unfathomable abyss. As Ao Qing burst forth from the water and soared toward the sky, he could no longer contain the tumult within his heart. He raised his head and unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. His voice echoed across the heavens, a thunderous sound seemingly intent on releasing years of pent-up oppression. Chen Yu stomped on Ao Qing's head and remarked exasperatedly, "Foolish dragon, keep it down. You're making a racket." Ao Qing immediately withdrew his proud head and chuckled. "Hee, I was just too excited and momentarily lost control." Not far away, the people of Cloud Mist City heard Ao Qing's roar, and a wave of terror swept through them as they turned to gaze toward the Cloud Mist Mountains. "What is that sound? It must be a formidable beast. My goodness, I had no idea such a creature existed in the Cloud Mist Mountains. Truly, it is a forbidden zone. Thank goodness that Elder drove us away. Otherwise, our fate would surely have been dire." The crowd huddled together, discussing the happenings in the Cloud Mist Mountains. Atop the city walls, Qing Fenggu regarded the direction of the mountains with a grave expression, his heart inevitably filled with concern. Could it be it has emerged? Jiang Huailiang, hearing Qing Fenggu's murmurs, turned and asked with curiosity, "What did you say, City Lord Qing?" Qing Fenggu opened his mouth, hesitated, then closed it again with a soft sigh, shaking his head in resignation. Observing Qing Feng Gu's silence, Jiang Huailiang refrained from pressing further and turned back to join the others in speculating about the identity of the great beast. Atop the peak of the cloud mist mountains, Chen Yu stood upon Ao Qing's back, and sensing something, he slowly directed his gaze toward the sky. "They are coming," Chen Yu stated calmly, standing with his hands clasped behind him. Ao Qing looked up in alarm, exclaiming, "So soon?" The once tranquil sky suddenly trembled violently, and in the blink of an eye, a grand and imposing interdimensional teleportation array materialized against the backdrop of the heavens. From within the array, a low yet piercing voice echoed forth. "Ao King, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself. I thought you would hide away like a timid turtle forever." Suddenly, 6 figures clad in black robes soared from the teleportation array, standing tall in the air. Chen Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the sound. Is it a whiny voice? Among the 6, the leader possessed the cultivation of a peak tribulation transcending expert, while the other 5 reached the pinnacle of ascension. It was likely that their true strength exceeded mere ascension peak, albeit suppressed by the laws of this realm. "Umph." Ao Qing snorted disdainfully and charged toward the sky, instantly closing the distance to the 6 figures. "Lung Lingchun, you audacious eunuch, dare you still appear before me? Have the lessons of millennia past not sufficed?" Thousands of years ago, Lung Lingchun, filled with arrogance and disdain, looked down upon the denizens of the lower realms, deeming them unworthy even of his effort. During a trial of strength, he set his sights on a holy maiden from a sacred ground in the central domain, seeking to compel her to follow him as his slave, believing it to be her honor. Yet, the maiden would not acquiesce. She fought fiercely against him. In retaliation, Lung Lingchun annihilated her sacred ground and forcibly confined her in his chamber, subjecting her to unspeakable indignities until her demise. Once, Ao Qing was a spirited and impassioned young dragon, brimming with a sense of justice. Upon learning of Lung Lingchun's heinous acts, he was consumed by rage. Under the cover of night, while Lung Lingchun's guardian was absent, Ao Qing stormed into his chamber and incapacitated his younger brother. However, he did not succeed in taking his life, for their strengths were nearly equal, and Ao Qing's attack was merely a surprise assault. Consequently, Ao Qing became the target of Lung Lingchun's relentless pursuit. Chapter 11. Waste the Celestial Sovereign. Lung Lingchun felt his veins surge with rage upon hearing Ao Qing's words, and he bellowed, "Words are futile. Today marks your demise." Yet, it remained uncertain whose demise would truly unfold. Ao Qing, with an air of arrogance, regarded Lung Lingchun with disdain. With Chen Yu's backing, he felt no fear whatsoever. Lung Lingchun sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, do you truly believe that your pitiful void refining ant can save you? Truly a waste, having chosen a waste as your master. Brother Yu, he dares to call you a waste. My goodness, the esteemed sovereign of the divine realm being labeled a waste by someone from the lower realm. How utterly amusing." Chen Yu, upon hearing this, revealed a smile that hinted at deeper implications. However, he had no desire to engage with Lung Lingchun any longer, for hunger gnawed at him. With a deliberate motion, Chen Yu began to channel his spiritual energy, his eyes radiating a brilliant white light. The very air around them seemed to tremble as if on the brink of collapse. Then, raising his left hand, he gently pointed toward the void. In an instant, the 5 guardians behind Lung Lingchun met their silent demise, their blood mist swirling ominously in the air. Sensing something amiss, Lung Lingchun abruptly turned to look behind him, disbelief flooding his gaze. He then widened his eyes and shouted furiously at Chen Yu. "No, it cannot be. This is impossible. You must be conjuring an illusion." Ao Qing, equally astonished by Chen Yu's prowess, gaped with eyes as wide as Lung Lingchun's. "Goodness, if brother you had struck me like this in the abyss, how many lives would I need to survive? You, how dare you? You dare to kill my guardians. Do you know who I am?" Chen Yu regarded Lung Lingchun with an impassive expression before slowly advancing toward him. "Why you? Don't come any closer." At that moment, Lung Lingchun's legs trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his gaze unable to meet Chen Yu's eyes. He struggled to maintain his composure and swiftly retrieved a cross-realm teleportation token from his storage ring, shattering it. Yet, after a considerable wait, he found himself still present. What? What is happening? Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yu had sealed the area while manipulating the Void Divine Eye, preventing any external awareness of the turmoil within, and trapping those inside with no means of escape. With a gradual smile, Chen Yu stood before Lung Lingchen. You cannot kill me. If you do, my father will not spare you. He is a powerful figure in the Celestial King realm. Panic etched across Lung Lingchen's face, his voice quivering. Rest assured, I shall not kill you, Chen Yu replied coolly. Oh, really? Lung Lingchen, convinced that his father's reputation instilled fear in Chen Yu, suddenly straightened his posture and declared haughtily, Then why don't you let me go? If my father learns of this, you won't have enough lives to pay for it. Chen Yu paused, momentarily taken aback. Still a fool. I may not kill you, but that does not exempt you from death. A.O. Qing. As A.O. Qing came to his senses, he immediately approached Chen Yu, respectfully addressing him. Brother Yu, I leave him to you. Indeed. Thank you, Brother Yu. A.O. Qing's face was alight with excitement. He had waited for this moment for so many years. Transforming into human form, he stepped toward Lung Lingchen. Terrified, Lung Lingchen attempted to retreat, only to find himself utterly immobilized. Chen Yu had secretly bound his movements. As A.O. Qing drew near, he looked at Lung Lingchen, who trembled in fear, and a scornful smile crept across his face. Suddenly, a sword emanating a deep green light appeared in his grasp, its blade glistening with a cold sheen. In a low voice, A.O. Qing proclaimed, Today marks your end. The sins you committed years ago shall be repaid with your life. With that, he brought the sword down with force. Lung Lingchen's eyes widened in shock, a gurgling sound of agony escaping his throat before he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. A.O. Qing coldly regarded the corpse, exhaling a long breath before erupting into wild laughter toward the sky. After being pursued for tens of thousands of years, he was finally liberated. At that moment, the interdimensional teleportation array in the sky began to tremble violently, a brilliant light flashing forth, exuding a rich aura, the essence of the celestial realm. Audacious! You two base individuals dare to slay my son. I shall ensure that your suffering is beyond imagination. Chen Yu abruptly lifted his head, his eyes radiating a fierce light directed at the teleportation array. A scream suddenly echoed from within, followed by the slow dissipation of the array. The sky gradually returned to tranquility, as if nothing had ever transpired. A.O. Qing swiftly flew to Chen Yu's side. Anxious and inquiring, Brother Yu, what has happened? Chen Yu calmly waved his hand. No matter, just an insignificant ant unaware of its own insignificance. The Celestial King had not perished, for Chen Yu had shown mercy. He feared that if this Celestial King were to die, it would attract beings of an even higher realm, rendering him unable to find peace. However, with the Celestial King still alive, the situation was different. He would need time to recuperate. Furthermore, having injured a Celestial King meant that any attempts to send someone to kill him would not involve anyone weaker, as it would be foolish to send a lesser being against him. A.O. Qing immediately knelt before Chen Yu, declaring, Thank you, Brother Yu, for aiding me in escaping the pursuit of the celestial realm. I, A.O. Qing, vow upon my heart to follow you devotedly from this day forth. Should I betray you, may heaven and earth conspire against me, and may I never enter the cycle of reincarnation. Chen Yu, discerning A.O. Qing's earnestness in referring to himself as a subordinate, felt a sense of cautious approval. Nevertheless, he remained wary, having learned from the treachery of the gods. Rise. You need only remain by my side for 10,000 years. After that, whether you choose to stay or leave is of no concern to me. Upon hearing this, the system silently rolled its eyes. How shameless. Only after someone has sworn loyalty do you speak. Chen Yu, disregarding the system's sarcastic remarks, turned to A.O. Qing and inquired, Do you have any unfinished business? If so, it would be prudent to attend to it before returning. A.O. Qing hesitated, her heart filled with conflict, and cautiously replied, Brother Yu, it has been a long time since I visited my clan. I wish to return and see them. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly. What matter is it to me? Go ahead, just return within a decade. A.O. Qing shook her head and quickly retorted, it won't take that long. I will definitely be back in no more than 6 months. Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction, suddenly feeling a sense akin to being a boss back on Blue Star. He relished having such diligent workers. He then retrieved a communication token from a storage ring and handed it to A.O. Qing, saying, off you go. A.O. Qing accepted it, bowed deeply to Chen Yu, and then transformed into her original form, soaring into the sky and departing from the cloud mist mountain range. Chapter 12. The wind spirit body. After A.O. Qing departed, Chen Yu turned to leave as well. Yet, just as he was about to take a step forward, he suddenly halted. His gaze shifted towards the direction of Cloud Mist City, pondering, I have been here for quite some time and have yet to visit Cloud Mist City. Perhaps I should take a look? With this thought, Chen Yu transformed into a streak of white light, soaring towards Cloud Mist City. In no time, he arrived beneath the city walls of Cloud Mist. Upon entering the bustling streets, he was greeted by a vibrant scene filled with both mortals and cultivators. After wandering for a while, Chen Yu settled a noodle shop. The establishment was not crowded, with only a table occupied by a group of young women and a little girl enjoying their meal. A bowl of noodles, please, Chen Yu called out. Coming right up. Please hold on, the waiter replied. While Chen Yu awaited his noodles, the little girl from the adjacent table suddenly dashed over. Big brother, you are really handsome, she exclaimed, her smile radiant like the warm sun of spring. Her delicate face was flushed, with her hair styled into playful twin ponytails, and her sparkling eyes appeared exceptionally enchanting. Thank you. You are quite lovely yourself, Chen Yu replied, a hint of affection crossing his expression as he gently ruffled the girl's hair. Xiao Yu, don't run off like that. At that moment, a woman clad in training attire, a sword hanging at her waist, and possessing a refined, capable demeanor, pulled the little girl back, casting a wary glance at Chen Yu. Apologies, the child is just a bit unruly, Chen Yu remarked, having quickly discerned the young woman's cultivation level. Mid-golden core stage, a noteworthy talent in the southern region. No harm done, she replied. Qing Shiyu, sensing her sister's apprehension towards Chen Yu, chimed in softly, Sister, big brother is so handsome. He must not be a bad person. Chen Yu, dismissing the young woman's concerns with a wave of his hand, turned his attention back to the little girl. Upon observing her physique, he was taken aback. The wind spirit body, when cultivated to the great completion, one can freely manipulate the power of the wind, traversing vast distances in an instant. This revelation reminded Chen Yu of the original owner of his thatched cottage, who also possessed the wind spirit body. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him unexpectedly. However, Chen Yu refrained from voicing his thoughts. Mentioning it now would only make him appear like an old man hawking secrets on the street. Qing Xiaonan, having pulled Qing Shiyu back to her seat, regarded Chen Yu with curiosity, muttering quietly, I can't shake the feeling that he harbors ill intentions. Mother always said that handsome boys are often deceitful. He must be up to something. Puffed. Cough cough. While sipping tea, Chen Yu's keen ears caught her words, causing him to involuntarily spray the beverage everywhere. Big brother, are you all right? Qing Shiyu, concerned, asked as she watched Chen Yu's reaction. I'm fine. Just choked on my tea. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Qing Xiaonan continued to murmur to herself, choking on tea? You must be guilty of something. Chen Yu shot a bemused glance at Qing Xiaonan. Couldn't your mother teach you something more virtuous? In a short while, the noodles were served at the table. Chen Yu picked up the chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Halfway through his meal, Qing Xiaonan and Qing Shiyu prepared to take their leave. Goodbye, big brother. We're done eating. Chen Yu looked up, smiled, and waved at Qing Shiyu, then lowered his head to continue his meal. As for why Chen Yu did not pursue them. With his current transcendent strength, nothing in this city could escape his perception. After Qing Xiaonan and Qing Shiyu departed, Chen Yu kept a watchful eye on them until they entered the city lord's mansion. Since they were affiliated with the city lord's mansion, how difficult could it be to handle matters? Before long, Chen Yu finished his meal, having devoured an astonishing 6 large bowls of noodles, leaving the waiter utterly astonished. Chen Yu retrieved a premium spirit stone from his storage ring and called out to the waiter, Waiter, "The bill, please." As the waiter caught a glimpse of the spirit stone, he exclaimed in alarm, "Sir, is this a spirit stone?" Chen Yu nodded and inquired, "What is the matter?" The waiter hurriedly explained, "Sir, these 6 bowls of noodles only amount to 60 copper coins. We truly cannot provide change for such a spirit stone." Furrowing his brow, Chen Yu asked, "Where can I exchange spirit stones for copper coins?" The waiter pointed to a nearby establishment. "Over there, the Tongbao Chamber of Commerce. It's quite renowned in Yunwu City. You can rest assured that they are reputable and will not engage in deceit. Moreover, I have heard that such a large chamber is merely a branch. The headquarters is said to be in the central domain. As for the location of the central domain, I'm not quite sure." Nodding in understanding, Chen Yu replied, "Please wait for me a moment. I will go exchange for some copper coins and return shortly." The waiter bent slightly, smiling, and said, "You may go without worry. Your demeanor suggests you are a celestial being, surely not one to jest with a mere mortal." Chen Yu, hearing this, could only shake his head helplessly before departing the noodle shop, heading straight for the Tongbao Chamber of Commerce. The establishment was expansive, its decor, while not overly extravagant, exuded a certain luxury, with glimmering gold and jade captivating the eye. The walls were adorned with spirit artifacts, and the counters were filled with various spirit herbs. At that moment, a graceful and beautiful woman noticed Chen Yu, her eyes lighting up. What a handsome gentleman! She adjusted her hairstyle and attire before slowly approaching him. "Welcome. How may I assist you today?" The woman gazed intently at Chen Yu, her eyes betraying a hint of tenderness. Unaware of her unusual demeanor, Chen Yu spoke, "I wish to exchange spirit stones for copper coins. How does one go about this?" The woman, noticing that Chen Yu was not paying attention to her, felt a twinge of disappointment, but patiently continued. "One inferior spirit stone can be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins. One premium spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 superior spirit stones. One superior spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 medium spirit stones. One medium spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 inferior spirit stones. And one inferior spirit stone can be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins." Upon the woman's explanation, Chen Yu nodded in understanding and subsequently inquired, "How can one exchange for premium spirit stones?" The woman, taken aback by his question, gazed at Chen Yu with a perplexed expression. "Surely, such a handsome young gentleman could not be jesting with me? Sir, you must be joking. In this southern region, premium spirit stones are non-existent. Even if you possess some, I doubt our trading association could amass sufficient funds to procure them," she replied. Chen Yu, feeling somewhat disheartened, had initially anticipated encountering a wealthy patron, only to discover that the bounty offered was too substantial to be spent. How frustrating! Nevertheless, he produced a premium spirit stone from his storage ring and declared, "I truly possess one." The woman was instantly flabbergasted, although she had never encountered a premium spirit stone. The images shown during her training at the Trading Association matched the very stone in the young gentleman's hand perfectly. Chapter 13. The exquisite spirit stone. The young woman quickly regained her composure. After all, she had undergone 2.5 years of higher education. She possessed a certain level of psychological resilience. Thus, she promptly addressed Chen Yu, saying, "Please wait a moment, esteemed sir. I shall inform our steward at once." She offered a slight bow to Chen Yu before striding upstairs. Before long, she returned, accompanied by a slightly stooped, plump steward. This steward was also a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the golden course stage. He clasped his hands in salute to Chen Yu and inquired, "Esteemed sir, I am Zhou de Fuck. May I ask if you wish to exchange the exquisite spirit stone for copper coins?" Chen Yu nodded slightly at Zhou de Fuck and replied, "Indeed." With that, he handed the exquisite spirit stone to Zhou de Fuck. Upon receiving it, the steward sensed the stone emanating an exceptionally rich aura of spiritual energy. Indeed, it was an exquisite spirit stone. However, our trading company currently lacks sufficient copper coins. Might we arrange for a divided payment? Chen Yu pondered for a moment and then replied, "Please, elaborate. Our trading company can offer you 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones, 400,000 low-grade spirit stones, in addition to 100 million copper coins for this exquisite spirit stone. What do you think?" Chen Yu considered the proposal quietly, then inwardly consulted the system. I lack mathematical prowess. Could you assist me? The system, unable to suppress a smirk, retorted, do you take me for calculator? Beep. You go. This price is acceptable. The system finally replied. Satisfied, Chen Yu nodded. Very well. Let us proceed with this arrangement. Who could refuse the convenience of having an AI assistant by their side? System, you are the AI. Your entire family is AI. I am advanced system. All right, please hold on. I will make the necessary arrangements. With that, Zhou Defuck ascended toward the top floor. Esteemed sir, please take a seat. Should you have any requests, feel free to ask me. I can fulfill them. The young woman gazed at Chen Yu with a blend of flirtation and shyness, her desire to devour him palpable. Ahem, is that truly the case? Chen Yu asked, surprised. Absolutely, she exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Who could resist a handsome and wealthy young man? Chen Yu then pointed to the nearby noodle shop and requested, would you kindly return the 5 copper coins I owe to the noodle shop? I am in a bit of a hurry. I shall repay you once the steward hands me the money. The young woman. After a while, Zhou Defuck approached Chen Yu, holding a storage ring. Esteemed sir, the spirit stones and copper coins are all here. Please verify. He extended the storage ring to Chen Yu. Chen Yu received it, gave it a cursory glance, and then extracted a medium-grade spirit stone, tossing it to the young woman. Here, consider it a token of appreciation for your efforts. She hurriedly caught it, casting an anxious glance at Zhou Defuck. Upon seeing him nod approvingly, she accepted the spirit stone gratefully. Thank you, esteemed sir. The remuneration for women at the Tongbao Chamber of Commerce is merely 10 inferior spirit stones per month, and for Chen Yu's generosity, she is genuinely grateful. Zhou Dafeng respectfully clasped his hands and inquired, Sir, you are indeed a magnanimous individual. May I ask your esteemed name? Chen, replied Chen Yu. Zhou Dafeng pondered for a moment, racking his brain to recall any prominent families with the surname Chen in the central domain, but ultimately could not recall any illustrious clans. Young Master Chen, this is the silver token of our Tongbao Chamber of Commerce. With this token, you may enjoy a 10% discount at any of our branches. Of course, given your esteemed status, this token is somewhat unworthy of you, but is the highest privilege I can bestow. I hope you will forgive me. Chen Yu nodded with a smile, accepted the token, and then departed from the Tongbao Chamber of Commerce. Upon exiting, Chen Yu leisurely made his way towards the city lord's mansion. Just as he approached the entrance, he was intercepted by a guard. Who dares to intrude upon the city lord's mansion? Depart at once. The guard bellowed angrily. Chen Yu glanced at the guard before vanishing from sight. Startled by Chen Yu's sudden disappearance, the guard nearly fainted. In a panic, he fell to his knees, pleading, My apologies, esteemed one. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please do not hold it against me. To vanish in an instant suggested that Chen Yu was at least of the Golden Core stage, an existence far beyond his reckoning. Chen Yu did not hold a grudge against him, and in a mere moment arrived in the study of the city lord's mansion. Qing Fenggu was seated at a desk, holding a brush and writing. Just as he intended to stretch and look up, he spotted Chen Yu. Elder. Qing Fenggu immediately approached Chen Yu and clasped his fist in salute. No need for excessive politeness. I come seeking information. Please, Elder, speak freely. I just saw 2 individuals heading towards the city lord's mansion. One was a young woman, and the other a little girl. What is their relation to you? Upon hearing this, Qing Fenggu looked at Chen Yu with a hint of confusion. Elder, do you perhaps have an interest in my daughters? The elder daughter is one matter, but my younger daughter is only 6 years old. Chen Yu, taken aback, responded, Indeed, you seem quite stern, yet you have 2 daughters of remarkable beauty. Qing Fenggu, upon hearing this, immediately knelt and said, Elder, if you desire my elder daughter, I can arrange her betrothal to you, but my younger daughter is merely 6. I implore you to spare her. Chen Yu replied, What nonsense is this? I am indeed here for your younger daughter, but no, it is her talent that draws me. Qing Fenggu's trepidation swiftly transformed into elation. He promptly rose to pour a cup of tea for Chen Yu and respectfully asked, Elder, do you wish to take my younger daughter as your disciple? Chen Yu took a sip of tea while seated and replied nonchalantly, It is not to take her as a disciple. Qing Fenggu queried, Can this tea be reclaimed? It is rather precious. Then what does the elder desire? I was once entrusted with the task of finding a successor for someone. Today, while in a noodle shop, I noticed that your young daughter possesses the wind spirit physique, which aligns perfectly, as that individual also possesses the same. Thus, I sought you out. Qing Feng Gu, upon realizing this, nodded in understanding and quietly inquired, "May I ask about that person's cultivation level?" "Fairly adequate, at the peak of the harmonization stage. Yet in the Southern Isles, he is quite a formidable presence," came the reply. Qing Feng Gu was momentarily taken aback. "Fairly adequate? Are you not merely at the refining void stage yourself?" Cough, cough. "Might I inquire where that esteemed individual is currently residing?" "He has passed away. Otherwise, I would not be here." Subsequently, Chen Yu retrieved a letter, a book, and a storage ring from his spatial ring, stating, "Here you go. This encompasses all of his belongings. I entrust them to you, so your daughter may diligently cultivate and not disappoint her master." Qing Feng Gu hastily accepted the items, and as Chen Yu prepared to depart, he urgently called out, "Esteemed senior, please wait." Chapter 14. Longing Chen Yu gazed at Qing Feng Gu with a perplexed expression and inquired, "Is there anything else?" "I wish to ask about the commotion that transpired in the Yunwu Mountains yesterday. Is it true that the Azure Dragon has departed?" Chen Yu cast a surprised glance at Qing Feng Gu before responding, "Indeed. How did you come to know?" With a hint of melancholy, Qing Feng Gu replied, "I only learned this upon assuming the role of city lord. It is common knowledge that the Yunwu Mountains are home to countless formidable beasts, which is why they are deemed a forbidden area. Yet few realize that it is the presence of the Azure Dragon that has earned the mountains this title. Legend has it that humanity once thrived within the Yunwu Mountains. However, thousands of years ago, the Azure Dragon suddenly appeared, vanquished numerous powerful beasts, and subsequently drove the human race from the mountains. Remarkably, it spared human lives, which led to the establishment of Yunwu City, and thus the mountains were labeled as a forbidden realm. Our ancestors speculated that the Azure Dragon refrained from slaughtering humanity to cultivate them, and when it awakens, it will herald the end of the Yunwu Mountains." Qing Feng Gu expressed his concerns to Chen Yu. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Chen Yu replied, "Your ancestors are merely fabricating tales. The true reasons are not for me to divulge, but rest assured, the Azure Dragon means no harm to humanity and is not currently within the Yunwu Mountains. It is likely to return in approximately 6 months." "How do you know this, senior?" "It is now under my command, so there is no need for concern." With that, Chen Yu turned and vanished from sight. "Under your command? Truly impressive, senior. To have even subdued a legendary dragon." Qing Feng Gu muttered softly, gazing at the spot where Chen Yu had disappeared. "Daddy!" Suddenly, Qing Shiyu rushed into the study, her face alight with joy as she embraced Qing Feng Gu's leg. With a fond smile, Qing Feng Gu knelt down and ruffled Qing Shiyu's hair, asking, "Little Yu, did you enjoy your outing with your sister?" Qing Shiyu nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "Yes. Sister bought me many delicious pastries. She also got me a little doll, and we even had noodles." "Did you encounter anything unusual?" Qing Shiyu placed her finger thoughtfully on her lips, pondering for a moment before saying, "Yes. While eating noodles, I saw a handsome older brother." Only then did Qing Feng Gu comprehend how they had crossed paths. "If we encounter this older brother again, we must treat him with respect, all right?" "Okay. But Daddy, do you know this older brother?" Qing Shiyu tilted her head in confusion, looking up at her father. "I do know him, and he is quite formidable." "Is he more powerful than you, Daddy?" After a brief silence, Qing Feng Gu smiled wryly and replied, "Yes, he is much more powerful than I." Then, Qing Feng Gu asked, "Little Yu, would you like to become as powerful as that older brother?" Without hesitation, Qing Shiyu nodded vigorously yes. Next, Qing Feng Gu produced a tome bestowed upon him by Chen Yu and said, "This is the technique that the older brother gave me, and its master will soon become your teacher. You shall cultivate this, understood?" "Daddy, who will my teacher be?" "Your master resides in a distant place, and you cannot see him now. We must diligently practice and uphold your master's reputation, shall we?" "Yes." "Xiao Yu will certainly cultivate earnestly and not be lazy." In the central domain, at the Mu residence, Mu Qingning was leaning on the table, gazing vacantly in the direction of the southern domain. She wondered what that scoundrel was doing at present. Ever since Mu Qingning returned home from the cloud, mist mountains, she had been enveloped in a melancholic mood. her spirit lacking even in her cultivation efforts. She yearned to return to the thatched cottage to see Chen Yu. But due to the strained relations between the Mu and Zhang families, coupled with the threats against her life, Mu Ruetian was resolute in preventing Mu Qingning from stepping outside. Even her protector kept a vigilant watch over her, fearing that a moment's carelessness might lead to further misfortune. At that moment, Mu Chunxian stood quietly by the lakeside, observing Mu Qingning from a distance. He noticed the heavy burden on her heart, her former vivacity utterly diminished. Initially, he assumed her troubles were related to the Zhang family, but he soon realized it was not the case. This prompted him to recall the thatched cottage in the cloud mist mountains, where he had sensed something amiss, as Mu Qingning had cast a lingering glance before departing. Thus, he could surmise that she indeed harbored affections for someone, and that someone was in that very cottage. The revelation that his sister had a romantic interest stirred a tumult of emotions within him. His little sister had been swept away. Of course, this was merely one aspect. Another reason was that he himself was still single. The unspoken sense of defeat caught him off guard. Mu Chunxian approached Mu Qingning and gently inquired, "Little Ning, what occupies your thoughts?" Startled, Mu Qingning jumped and playfully scolded, "Brother, why do you walk so silently? You scare me to death. You are simply too engrossed. What are you thinking of your beloved?" At these words, Mu Qingning's face flushed crimson, and she stammered, "What beloved? I have no such person. Brother, don't speak nonsense." Mu Chunxian chuckled at her peculiar demeanor, exclaiming, "Enough with the explanations. Since returning from the cloud mist mountains, you have been utterly distracted. I have never seen you like this." Mu Qingning parted her lips to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Her heart was tumultuous, and she was uncertain of her feelings for Chen Yu, yet she could not help but think of him. Mu Chunxian ruffled her hair and asked, "Since you like him, why not seek him out?" "Oh, I don't know. I initially wanted him to come back with me, but he was unwilling. What are your thoughts now? Do you wish to find him?" Mu Qingning shook her head and replied, "I am unsure of his feelings. What if he does not like me?" Upon hearing this, Mu Qinshuan's mood soured, and he retorted, "He dares not. My sister is so extraordinarily beautiful, and as the cherished gem of the Mu family, what reason could he possibly have to not adore her?" "Oh, dear brother, do not speak nonsense." Mu Qingning blushed and shot a glare at Mu Qinxian. "Very well, I shall refrain from further comment. If you wish to see him, go ahead. Your brother shall always support you." Mu Qinxian made an encouraging gesture towards his sister. Mu Qingning chuckled softly, saying, "Thank you, brother." However, she soon lowered her head again, expressing her dismay. "But, due to the situation with the Zhang family, father will not allow me to go out at present. What a trivial matter. Leave it to me." Chapter 15. Hot pot. Upon his return, Mu Chunxian patted his chest, exuding an air of confidence. Mu Qingning widened her eyes, lifting her head with an expression of eager anticipation, and asked, "Really? Of course, you can rest assured. I will take care of everything on father's side." After saying this, Mu Chunxian produced a storage ring and handed it to Mu Qingning. Inside, you will find a substantial quantity of spirit stones, along with several talismans, sufficient for your safe journey to the southern region. With a face full of joy, Mu Qingning accepted the ring and, rising to her feet, excitedly embraced Mu Chunxian, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Thank you, brother." Mu Chunxian, with a fond smile, gently ruffled her hair and urged, "Since the day is still young, you should hurry along." Mu Qingning promptly returned to her room to gather her belongings, then waved goodbye to Mu Chunxian as she eagerly departed from the Mu residence. Mu Shengxuan stood quietly, watching his sister's retreating figure, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. "Take good care of yourself, little girl." At that moment, Mu Qingning's guardian appeared behind Mu Chunxian and respectfully inquired, "Young master, should we not arrange for some individuals to discreetly protect the young lady? What if she encounters any danger?" Sighing, Mu Chunxian replied, "There is no need. Everything now depends on her own fortune. It is certainly safer for her to be out than to remain at home." Days later, in the southern region. At this time, Chen Yu was traversing the depths of the cloud mist mountains in search of ingredients, intent on preparing a specialty dish from his hometown. Hot pot. The recipe for the hot pot base was provided by the system. Initially, The system could have simply supplied it to Chen Yu. However, Chen Yu was exceedingly indolent, often lounging in the courtyard under the sun, displaying no ambition whatsoever. Consequently, the system outright rejected Chen Yu's request and instead gave him a recipe, which finally compelled him to leave that wretched courtyard. With a sense of resignation, Chen Yu meandered through the depths of the mountains in search of materials. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, his brow furrowing instinctively. Such a familiar aura. Chen Yu immediately activated his void divine eye, scanning the far side of the southern region. Even from such a distance, he could still perceive a nauseating presence. Upon identifying the source of this aura, Chen Yu was taken aback. Demonic clan, he observed a thick miasma of demonic energy emanating from the other side of the void, infused with countless evils and death, sending shivers down one's spine. However, this demonic energy was remarkably concealed, making it difficult for even a transcendent expert to detect. During his time in the divine realm, Chen Yu had ample dealings with the demonic clan, and he was quite familiar with their aura. Even the faintest trace could be precisely discerned by him. How could the demonic clan exist in this realm? Chen Yu murmured quietly, gazing at the expanse of void. After a moment, Chen Yu withdrew his gaze and resumed his search for ingredients, as if all of this bore no relevance to him. It appears that this lower realm shall not remain tranquil. Days passed in succession. At long last, Chen Yu successfully prepared the hot pot base. Watching the beef simmering in the pot, he could not help but swallow hard. Once the beef was thoroughly cooked, he eagerly picked it up. He dipped into the homemade sauce, just about to savor the morsel, when suddenly the wooden door crashed to the ground with a thunderous bang. Chen Yu shuddered in fright, and the piece of meat at the corner of his mouth fell to the floor. "My meat!" he exclaimed, hastily bending down to retrieve it and placing it back on the table, before glaring at the doorway. "Who is it?" "Ah, my door." Upon recognizing the visitor, Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was Mu Qingning. Her greeting was as genuine as ever, unchanged from before. Standing at the entrance, Mu Qingning awkwardly scratched her head. I might have exerted a bit too much force." Chen Yu rose and strode towards her. "What brings you back? And couldn't you be a little more gentle?" Seeing Chen Yu, Mu Qingning felt a ripple of emotion in her heart. What? Am I not allowed to return? I never said you couldn't come back. It's just that a young lady like you, instead of enjoying the comforts of the central domain, has chosen to come to this humble place of mine." Chen Yu teased, "So, do you miss me?" Upon hearing this, Mu Qingning's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Who misses you? You scoundrel." Then she caught a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting through the air. "It smells delicious. What are you eating?" Chen Yu, having secured the door using his spiritual power, sat down and replied, "Hot pot? I haven't eaten yet. Come, join me." Mu Qingning approached and gazed at the pot filled with bubbling crimson oil, her eyes widening in surprise. Can we eat this? If it weren't edible, why would I place it on the table?" Chen Yu replied, rolling his eyes at Mu Qingning, who was staring intently at the ingredients with her big, glistening eyes, resembling a greedy little cat. Chen Yu retrieved chopsticks and a bowl from his storage ring, placing them in front of her and pouring some sauce. Mu Qingning, like a curious child, watched Chen Yu's every move with rapt attention, then mimicked his actions of cooking the meat. Once the meat was done, she dipped it in the sauce and popped it in her mouth. "How is it? Tasty, right?" After chewing a few times, Mu Qingning nodded and said, "It is delicious, but feels rather strange, like my mouth has been bitten." "That's normal. It's called spiciness. Once you grow accustomed to this sensation, you'll come to adore hot pot. Yummy." Soon, the yard was filled with Mu Qingning's delighted exclamations. If anyone happened to pass by and overheard, they might find it hard not to misinterpret the delightful sounds. After the meal, Chen Yu quietly observed Mu Qingning, now understanding her thoughts. Yet, he could not act upon them. He was acutely aware that he was a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Although he was not a virtuous person, he was not a villain either. He could not bring himself to do anything that would wrong her, nor did he wish for her to be embroiled in his troubles. If he could ensure that she lived a peaceful life, why would he not embrace that? Mu Qingning, under Chen Yu's gaze, felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her cheeks involuntarily flushing with warmth. "What are you looking at?" Mu Qingning couldn't help but chide playfully. "Oh, it's nothing. Since you returned, you may as well stay for a while," Chen Yu replied, refraining from asking her to leave. After all, it would be rather impolite to send a guest away just after their arrival, and Mu Qingning's silence made it difficult to broach the topic. Thus, she successfully made herself at home. However, Mu Qingning's intentions were quite straightforward. She did not plan to linger for long. Her visit served two purposes: to see Chen Yu and to discern his feelings toward her. She understood that such matters could not be rushed and that she needed to gradually probe Chen Yu's sentiments. Days passed, and upon returning to the thatched cottage, Mu Qingning's condition steadily improved. The spiritual energy she had accumulated in the central domain began to circulate within her, allowing her to swiftly break through to the transformation realm. Chapter 16, Confession. The death of Mu Qingning. After stabilizing her cultivation, Mu Qingning leaped excitedly from her bed and rushed out of the house into the courtyard. "Chen Yu, I've broken through." Chen Yu, who had already sensed her advancement, didn't even blink as he coldly doused her enthusiasm. "A mere divine transformation stage, hardly worth celebrating. I could crush such a minor realm with a single hand. You, just because your cultivation is higher, does that make you so arrogant?" Mu Qingning flushed with anger, pointing at him indignantly. "Young lady, you still have much to learn," Chen Yu remarked calmly. Mu Qingning paused, then settled into a reclining chair, eyeing him curiously. "Chen Yu, how old are you?" Chen Yu opened his eyes, pondering for a moment. "I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps 100,000 years or so." Mu Qingning rolled her eyes. "Don't jest. Even a tribulation transcension expert wouldn't live that long. Be serious. How old are you?" "I am being serious," Chen Yu replied, spreading his hands innocently. "TCH, if you want tea, tell me, fine." She huffed, reclining further in frustration. After a brief silence, Chen Yu spoke again. "Then tell me, why did you return?" Mu Qingning's heart wavered, and she stammered, "Well, I just missed the days in this thatched cottage. That's all." Chen Yu turned to meet her gaze. "We are not suited for each other. Staying by my side could mean death at any moment. There's no need to waste your time on me." Tears welled in Mu Qingning's eyes. "Why?" Chen Yu looked up at the sky. "You know, I don't belong to this world. Even I don't know when my end will come. You're still young. Don't squander your precious years on me." Mu Qingning opened her mouth to protest, but under his resolute gaze, the words died on her lips. The courtyard fell into heavy silence. Moments later, her tears dried. Abruptly, she stood and shouted at Chen Yu, who said, "I wanted to stay with you. You're lazy, apathetic, hiding in your house all day, basking in the sun. You're nothing but a coward, weak and pathetic. I don't like you at all." With that, she wiped her tears and stormed out of the cottage. Chen Yu watched her retreating figure quietly. Her words had struck deep. "System, tell me, hiding in these mountains, does that truly make me a coward? Brother Yu, I only know you are running away. And my scans detect the pressure from the divine realm terrifies you." Chen Yu stiffened before stubbornly insisting, "I'm not afraid." "Brother Yu, my sensors don't lie. You are afraid." "I'm not." "Broth. I said I'm not afraid." Silence. Chen Yu rose from his seat, his face dark with frustration, and returned to the room. At this moment, Mu Qingning had already flown far away from the misty mountains. "Damn Chen Yu. Wretched Chen Yu. I have no desire to remain by your side, and I certainly do not harbor any affection for you," she muttered as she walked. Yet in her heart, the anger towards Chen Yu had long since dissipated. On the contrary, she began to feel a sense of worry due to his words, fearing that he might encounter danger. After a moment of contemplation, she turned back, resolute in her decision. No matter what Chen Yu said, she would not abandon him. If he were in peril, she would devote herself to training, so that she could protect him in the future. Just as Mu Qingning was nearing the misty mountains, a powerful aura suddenly descended upon her. He finally caught you." A figure clad in black robes slowly materialized in the void, his face twisted, exuding a chilling and formidable presence. "Who are you, senior?" Mu Qingning found herself immobilized by the oppressive energy of the figure. "I am Xue Ming from the underworld abyss." Mu Qingning's pupils contracted, and she responded, perplexed, "It seems that my Mu family has never wronged the underworld abyss. What is your intent here? Indeed, your Mu family has not crossed us, yet the 9 heavens sacred land has bestowed upon us too much compelling us to oppose you. A twisted smile crept across Xue Ming's face, his eyes gleaming with greed and madness. It was then that Mu Qingning understood why Mu Chunxian had sent her to the Misty Mountains. The situation of the Mu family was dire. "What do you desire?" she inquired. "It is simple. Come with me, or die." Xue Ming sought to use Mu Qingning as leverage against the Mu family, forcing them into submission. "And if I refuse?" Mu Qingning, aware of Xue Ming's intentions, looked defiantly at him, her hand discreetly revealing a teleportation talisman, ready to escape at any moment. Sensing her resolve, Xue Ming unleashed his full power, pinning her in place before sweeping his hand, rendering her immobile. "Do you still think you can flee before me?" Despair filled Mu Qingning's face as she cast a reluctant glance toward Chen Yu. Then, as if steeling herself, she summoned the energy within her body. "Chen Yu, farewell." She did not wish for her plight to bring misfortune upon the Mu family, nor did she want Chen Yu to suffer because of her. "You dare to self-destruct." Xue Ming, alarmed, immediately sealed the surrounding space and stepped closer to Mu Qingning. She promptly activated a detonation talisman to obstruct Xue Ming, and with a thunderous boom, he raised his hand to shield himself from the explosion, gazing darkly at the fallen Mu Qingning. "Curse be this!" Without further thought, Xue Ming turned and departed, leaving Mu Qingning behind. He had no intention of staining himself with her blood. At that moment, a gaping void appeared in Mu Qingning's dantian. She was dead. Her body lay drenched in blood, resembling a paper kite stained crimson. Her eyes remained open, revealing a flicker of unwillingness, a glimmer of liberation, and a trace of reluctance. Her physical form was preserved solely due to the celestial artifact gifted by Chen Yu. Otherwise, the self-detonation at the god transformation stage would have reduced her to mere ashes. As dusk gradually descended, time flowed languidly, and the setting sun cast its golden rays upon Mu Qingning, encapsulating her solitude and desolation. Meanwhile, Chen Yu lay in the courtyard, suddenly beset by an inexplicable sense of restlessness. He found himself perplexed, as he had never experienced such feelings before. "Master, why do I feel so unsettled? It seems as though something is slipping further away from me." "Brother Yu, this is merely the result of the typical conflicts in male-female relationships. In my opinion, you should go and apologize to her." Chapter 17. Fury, a way to save her. Chen Yu, with a defiant curl of his lips, remarked, "What do you understand? This is about making decisive choices. I'm doing it for her sake. But she is still so young. How could she comprehend such complexities? Moreover, isn't love a matter between two individuals? You should go and apologize to her. Wouldn't it be better to clarify everything?" With a heavy sigh, Chen Yu pondered for a moment before rising. "Very well, where is she now? If she has returned to the central domain, then it is better left alone. I have no desire to venture there." Ding. Scanning. Gradually, the system fell into a profound silence. "System? What has happened? Has she returned?" "You. Brother Yu, you must brace yourself before I disclose this." The system's voice was laden with hesitation and gravity. Chen Yu furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition washing over him. This was the first time the system had communicated in such a manner. "Speak." Mu Qingning was pursued by the spectral abyss on her way back. In order to prevent implicating the Mu family and Yu, she chose to self-detonate. The system then elaborated on the events and the current plight of the Mu family. Upon hearing this news, Chen Yu felt as though struck by lightning, rendered momentarily speechless. Immediately, an overwhelming and suffocating aura erupted from him. His once calm and handsome visage darkened significantly. With a resounding crash, the humble thatched cottage could not withstand the terrifying pressure Chen Yu unleashed, collapsing into a heap of ruins. Simultaneously, the sky, seemingly influenced by some mysterious force, darkened abruptly, as if Chen Yu's actions had provoked the heavens, inviting the wrath of divine retribution. Chen Yu did not suppress his ascension. The heavenly tribulation abruptly surged towards him. His gaze turned frostily cold as he swung his fist toward the impending lightning. Bang! With a deafening collision, the formidable tribulation was forcefully shattered by Chen Yu. The billowing black clouds dissipated in an instant, revealing an expansive azure sky once more. Chen Yu's cultivation steadily advanced from the void refinement stage to the pinnacle of the tribulation crossing stage. Then, with a decisive step forward, everything in his vicinity that came into contact with his overwhelming pressure was reduced to nothingness. Even the nearby Cloud Mist City was affected, trembling violently as a terrifying aura enveloped the entire city. What is happening? An earthquake? What an overwhelming presence! This aura surpasses even that of the elder from the Cloud Mist Mountain. The cultivators hastily channeled their spiritual energy, striving to stabilize themselves. Qing Fenggu wore a grave expression as he gazed towards the direction of the Cloud Mist Mountain. This aura, it belongs to an elder. Who is so audacious as to offend an elder, inciting such fury? Guided by the system, Chen Yu swiftly arrived at Mu Qingning's side. As he beheld Mu Qingning's tragic appearance for the first time, a tightening sensation gripped his heart, and his eyes instantly glistened with tears. There lay Mu Qingning, quietly sprawled on the ground, her complexion pale and devoid of any color. Her body radiated an unnatural chill, having entirely lost the warmth of life. The most heartbreaking sight was the gradual emergence of mottled marks upon her arm. Chen Yu slowly crouched down, tenderly caressing her cold, pallid cheek. Had you not sought me out, you would not have met this fate. Yet, if I had accompanied you back, you would have been spared this calamity. Trembling, Chen Yu extended his hands, cautiously lowering her still open eyes, his movements imbued with utmost gentleness, fearful of causing pain to this woman who stirred such profound sorrow within him. Then, with a flicker of thought, a crystal coffin, resplendent and exuding an enigmatic aura, materialized beside him. This coffin was a divine artifact, capable of preserving the corporeal form from decay and ensuring that the spirit of the departed would remain intact. Chen Yu gazed at Mu Qingning, serene as a sleeping beauty within the crystal enclosure, his heart ablaze with boundless fury, as if it were on the brink of eruption. System, how can I save her? His voice was low and icy, reminiscent of a sound echoing from a bottomless abyss, sending chills down the spine of any who heard it. Brother Yu, it's somewhat difficult. You must understand, regardless of the cost, I will bring her back. To save her, it is necessary to gather the legendary essence of life and the rebirth herb to restore her physical form and memories, as well as the soul pearl to reconstitute her spirit. Moreover, your void divine, I must reach full mastery. If she had been murdered, it would be simpler. One could simply venture to the underworld to reclaim her soul and reconstruct her body. However, she perished in a self-detonation, leaving only a wisp of her spirit. Where can those items be found? The essence of life resides in the celestial realm. The rebirth herb is likely in the divine realm, while the soul pearl has only appeared once in the underworld. Chen Yu turned his gaze to Mu Qingning, whispering, "Wait for me. No matter the sacrifice, I shall certainly rescue you." He then stored Mu Qingning within his spatial ring before directing his icy gaze towards the central domain, his eyes brimming with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. "Rest assured, I shall avenge you and protect your home." With that, Chen Yu vanished from his spot in an instant. From a moment of Mu Qingning's demise, the central domain was destined to descend into chaos and turmoil, devoid of any semblance of peace. In the central domain, the Mu family was embroiled in a fierce conflict with the Jiuxiao sacred land. The 5 ancestors of the Mu family, having emerged from seclusion, exerted overwhelming pressure on the Jiuxiao sacred land, rendering them incapable of any resistance. However, the Jiuxiao sacred land had enlisted numerous elite cultivators from various top-tier factions, including the Underworld Cave. With a concerted effort, they inflicted severe casualties upon the Mu family, while the 5 ancestors also sustained considerable injuries. The Lord of the 9 Heavens gazed down with an air of arrogance at the members of the Mu family, proclaiming, "You dare to oppose us, the 9 Heavens? This is your fate." Countless formidable forces observe the Mu family's impending doom. One might ponder whether the Mu family can turn the tide and overpower the 9 Heavens. It seems unlikely. Although the 5 ancestors of the Mu family possess great strength, the sheer number of allies summoned by the 9 Heavens is overwhelming. Even if the Mu family survives, regaining their status among the elite families will prove exceedingly difficult. It is a pity, For the Mu family was once a prestigious lineage in the central region, and now the Nine Heavens have become exceedingly arrogant lately. It is rumored that even the esteemed Leaf family was annihilated by them. Who would have thought the Mu family would follow in the footsteps of the Leaf family? Hush! Are you out of your mind? Do you not fear the wrath of the Nine Heavens? Chapter 18. Ao Qing to the rescue. The members of the Mu family discussed their circumstances, expressing their heartfelt sympathy. However, no one dared to stand up for them, fearing the repercussions from the Nine Heavens' sacred land. At this moment, Mu Zhangqiong, blood seeping from his lips and clutching his chest, glared at the master of the Nine Heavens' sacred land, saying, "Imo Wuxia, I cannot believe that your Nine Heavens' sacred land would dare to oppose the Mu family for the sake of a mere Zhang family. What is your true intention?" Imo Wuxia regarded Mu Zhangqiong with a knowing look and replied, "You are indeed worthy of being the former head of the Mu family. Your intuition is remarkably sharp. Indeed, the Zhang family is not significant enough for us to mobilize our forces. As for your right to know our true motives, you are not entitled to that information. Oh, and by the way, your precious little girl has perished. What a pity for such a promising talent. You, Imo Wuxia." Mu Zhangqiong's eyes blazed with fury, wishing he could rend Imo Wuxia to pieces. Beside him, Mu Ruetian and Mu Chenxian were equally struck by Imo Wuxia's words, their faces frozen in disbelief. The weight of despair crashed upon them, for their beloved daughter, sister, was gone. "Imo Wuxia, you shall pay for this," Mu Zhangqiong declared, unleashing his late-stage Great Ascension power and charging at Imo Wuxia with his sword. Imo Wuxia merely smirked, raising his hand to conjure several auras that formed a protective barrier before him. "Do you truly believe you can harm me? Such folly." Just as Imo Wuxia prepared to deliver the final blow to Mu Zhangqiong, the skies suddenly darkened, and a powerful dragon's roar reverberated through the air. A colossal azure dragon materialized above them, soaring majestically. The dragon hovered over the crowd, casting a proud gaze upon them. It turned out that Chen Yu had informed Ao Qing of the situation through a communication jade pendant before arriving in the central domain. "This is the Dragon Clan." The onlookers gazed at Ao Qing in terror. The supreme elder of the Nine Heavens' sacred land furrowed his brow, sensing Ao Qing's overwhelming presence, and clasped his fists as he inquired, "Esteemed friend, what brings you here?" Ao Qing glanced at him dismissively before unleashing a formidable aura at the peak of the tribulation phase, pressing down upon the members of the Nine Heavens' sacred land. Many were forced to the ground, and those with weaker cultivation met a gruesome end. Imo Wuxia, trembling with fear, stammered, "S Senior, we of the Nine Heavens' sacred land have seemingly not offended you. What is the meaning of this?" Ignoring the others, Ao Qing merely restrained them, awaiting Chen Yu's arrival. Meanwhile, the Mu family members were bewildered. The ancestors of the Mu family flew to Mu Zhangqiong's side, asking, "Zhangqiong, do you know this esteemed elder?" Mu Zhangqiong shook his head in confusion. "I do not know him, ancestor. I have never encountered this esteemed elder, let alone be acquainted with him." The members of the Nine Heavens' sacred land were nearly suffocated by the pressure. Among them were several formidable beings at the tribulation phase, exchanging glances that seemed to convey a silent understanding. In unison, they launched a sudden assault, charging towards Ao Qing like lightning. "Ants." Ao Qing merely smiled coldly, his countenance betraying boundless disdain and contempt. Suddenly, the colossal tail of the dragon behind him lashed out violently, unleashing a tempestuous gale that howled through the air. In an instant, a cacophony of deafening explosions erupted, and the bodies of the powerful beings, upon contact with the dragon's tail, shattered into a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh. In the blink of an eye, they were utterly devoid of life, their demise so tragic that it could not be described in mere words. Witnessing this harrowing scene, the others from the Nine Heavens' sacred land were engulfed in sheer terror. Any lingering thoughts of defiance evaporated completely. They trembled uncontrollably, not daring to utter a single breath, fearful that any misstep would lead them to share the same gruesome fate. For a moment, time seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere descended into a profound silence, akin to death itself. At that moment, the previously tranquil void erupted without warning. suffused with an overwhelmingly dark aura. This dark mist spread like a thick smoke, enveloping the entire sky in an instant, as though it sought to consume the entirety of the central domain, inducing a chilling dread. Within this oppressive darkness, a black hole materialized, revealing shadowy figures that exuded an ominous and overwhelming pressure, slowly coming into view. It was the Demon Clan. The elder of the Mu family gazed at the figures in the void with a face full of terror. How lively it is! The voice belonged to the leader of the Demon Clan, the peak powerhouse of tribulation, Mo Tian. Mo Wu Xie suddenly appeared to have found savior, exclaiming, "Master Mo Tian, please save me." Upon hearing his words, the leaders of the various factions present widened their eyes in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. Mu Kang Qiang pointed angrily at Montauk Vuxi, shooting, "Montauk Vuxi, how dare you conspire with the foreign demons in the Nine Heavens sacred land? Do you wish to make enemies of the entire Cang Hai continent?" At that moment, Mu Cang Xiong realized why the Nine Heavens sacred land had targeted the Mu family. It was a conspiracy with the foreign demons, making the Mu family their first victims. Mo Tian cast indifferent glance at Mo Wu Xie, his voice dripping with chilling disdain. "I am somewhat disappointed by your performance in the Nine Heavens sacred land. Master Mo Tian, it is an injustice. The Mu family has proven to be too formidable. We were on the verge of capturing them when a Dragon Clan powerhouse unexpectedly intervened." Montauk Vuxi pleaded, kneeling on the ground, as if expressing boundless grievance to Mo Tian. Mo Tian turned his gaze toward Ao Qing, astonished. "I never imagined that the Dragon Clan still harbored such formidable beings." He then narrowed his eyes slightly, addressing Ao Qing. "The Dragon Clan has always kept to itself. May I inquire the reason behind your actions?" Ao Qing snorted disdainfully, his voice imbued with an overwhelming dragon's might. "I need not explain my actions to you. Rather, it is you demons who dare to act recklessly on the Cang Hai continent. Have the lessons of 100,000 years ago not sufficed? 100,000 years ago, the demonic clan abruptly invaded the Cang Hai continent, their objective being the primal power of this realm. This incursion resulted in countless casualties among the human populace of Cang Hai. Ultimately, formidable warriors from various domains united, dedicating thousands of years to collaboratively expel the demons, establishing a formidable seal at the interdimensional passage. Alas, a significant portion of the primal power was ultimately seized, leading to a depletion of spiritual energy across the southeastern, southwestern, northeastern, and northwestern regions, while the central domain remained unscathed. Ha ha! Had it not been for our lord, the Demon King, secluding himself in cultivation 100 millennia ago, your Cang Hai continent would have long been reduced to rubble, serving as mere sustenance for our clan. Mo Tian chuckled recklessly at Ao Qing. "Now, our Demon King has finally emerged from seclusion, ready to personally dismantle the seal. Prepare yourselves, for the doomsday awaits you in the Cang Hai continent." Chapter 19. The battle as the words of the demon lord echoed. An ominous cloud of darkness suddenly materialized in the boundless void behind him, revealing countless armored warriors of the demon race. The onlookers furrowed their brows, apprehensive about the impending crisis. Simultaneously, the various factions gathered their forces, positioning themselves alongside the Mu family, poised for war against the demon horde. While they could choose not to engage in the conflict between the Jiuxiao sacred land and the Mu family, the safety of the Cang Hai continent compelled them to unite against the demon threat. "Prepare to embrace the terror of my demon kin, mere ants." With this thunderous roar, it felt as if the very heavens trembled. "Kill!" From his elevated stance, the demon lord waved his commanding hand, prompting the snarling demon generals behind him to unleash spine-chilling howls as they charged toward the various factions in the central region. The cultivators of the central region met this assault with equal fervor, soaring through the air on their flying swords, their blades flashing like bolts of lightning aimed at the demon race. Leaders from the Mu family and other factions engaged with the formidable demon warriors, exchanging blows with vigor. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with a cacophony of battle cries, clashing weapons, and the thunderous sounds of spell collisions. However, It was not long before the human side began to suffer significant casualties. In stark contrast, the demon forces, having made thorough preparations for war and clad in demonic armor, sustained losses that were less than half of those incurred by the humans. Seizing an opportunity while the demon lord was momentarily distracted, Ao Qing transformed into human form. With a flicker of thought, the Qinglong sword appeared in his grasp, and he leaped forward, striking at the demon lord with ferocity. Yet, the demon lord displayed an extraordinary reflex, vanishing from sight like a wraith. With a cold snort, the demon lord swung his left hand with force, sending forth a beam of black light from his palm, hurtling directly towards Ao Qing. In response, Ao Qing propelled his sword, its brilliance slicing through the void, piercing the black light as it aimed for the demon lord. The demon lord hurriedly extended both hands to block the sword energy, but was still forced to retreat a step from its overwhelming might. Ao Qing's cultivation had nearly reached the ascension realm, and combined with the innate strength of the dragon lineage, his power far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. The demon lord, having only just broken through to the peak of the tribulation stage, was no match for Ao Qing. After a few rounds of probing, the demon lord realized he was utterly outmatched. However, as the leader of the demon race, he possessed hidden cards up his sleeve. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes as he suddenly produced a demonic artifact from his robe. This artifact, known as the Shadow Banner, possessed the ability to bewitch the mind, ensnaring enemies in illusory visions and blurring the line between reality and deception. It could also weaken opponents, gradually diminishing their advantages in battle. As the demon lord waved the Shadow Banner, a thick black mist enveloped the surroundings, within which numerous shadowy figures could be seen flitting about. The shadowy figures lunged at Ao Qing, obstructing his vision, temporarily ensnared within their grasp. Ao Qing remained unscathed, yet his rhythm of attack was disrupted. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Tian adjusted his breath, swiftly forming seals with his hands while muttering incantations. Suddenly, a surge of demonic energy emanated from him, forcibly augmenting his strength, allowing him to momentarily match Ao Qing in combat. Just as both parties persisted in their struggle, a streak of light flashed across the horizon, materializing in the center of the battlefield. Upon witnessing this, Ao Qing exclaimed, "Brother Yu." Chen Yu nodded coolly at Ao Qing before casting a frigid gaze towards Xuanming. With deliberate slowness, Chen Yu extended his hand, grasping at Xuanming, who was instantly imprisoned within the void. Senior, spare my life. I do not know where I have offended you. I humbly beseech your forgiveness. Chen Yu's expression remained impassive, his voice echoing as if from the depths of hell. Regarding Mu Qingning, your life shall suffice as recompense. I grant you eternal exile from the cycle of reincarnation. Xuanming's countenance turned ashen with terror, hastily defending himself. Senior, it was Mo Wuxia who commanded me. I merely acted on orders. Please spare my life. I shall never dare again. Chen Yu's gaze grew even colder, and he tightened his grip, causing Xuanming to succumb utterly, disintegrating into ash in an instant. With a flicker of his eyes, Xuanming's soul vanished from existence, devoid of any opportunity for reincarnation. Chen Yu then surveyed the battlefield. Noting the heavy casualties among the human ranks, his murderous intent intensifying. With a cold snort, a tremendous surge of spiritual power erupted from his being, charging directly toward the demonic forces, annihilating a vast majority of their soldiers in an instant. Emotion, overwhelmed with fear, extended his arms to muster demonic energy for a counterattack, only to discover he was utterly immobilized. Next, Chen Yu turned his gaze towards the assembly from the Nine Heavens sacred land. Upon meeting Chen Yu's eyes, Mo Wuxia crumpled to the ground, utterly devoid of strength. Your crimes are beyond reckoning. With that, Chen Yu waved his hand, and the souls of Mo Wuxia and his companions were abruptly extracted, vanishing from the realm entirely. Subsequently, Chen Yu focused on Mo Tan, remarking, "The behavior of your kind remains utterly repugnant." Chen Yu had previously engaged in several skirmishes with the demon god, each time overwhelming him with ease, which he found tiresome. His frustration stemmed from a particular demonic technique. As long as the demonic will persisted, it allowed for infinite resurrection. Chen Yu had once contemplated studying this technique, but it was exclusively effective for demons, requiring their bloodline. Thus he abandoned the idea. At that moment, a rift tore open in the void, and a grotesque, deformed creature emerged, sporting 4 arms and a hulking frame, its visage resembling that of a beast. Adorned in peculiar attire inscribed with countless strange runes, it exuded an eerie presence. "Lord Demon King, save me." Yet, the Demon King disregarded Mo Tian's pleas for rescue, instead fixing his gaze upon Chen Yu. With a single glance, he discerned that Chen Yu was not a native of the Cang Hai continent, for the aura he exuded was entirely foreign to this inferior world. "Surely you are aware of the prowess of our demonic clan. Perhaps it would be wise to retreat now, allowing us to coexist without conflict?" Chen Yu let out a cold chuckle and retorted, "A swarm of insignificant insects dares to speak of prowess before me. You, bold enough to insult my kin, today shall be your last." The Demon King was instantly enraged by Chen Yu's words, and an overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted from his being, unleashing a presence far surpassing that of the Ascended Realm, rushing towards Chen Yu. Yet, Chen Yu merely raised a finger, and with a flick, a brilliant beam of white light shot forth, instantly dispersing the demonic energy. His figure moved like a phantom, appearing before the Demon King in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, he grasped the Demon King's thick neck, gradually exerting pressure and lifting the massive form of the Demon King inch by inch. Chapter 20. The chaotic immortal body, the Demon King's pupils suddenly constricted, and a look of sheer terror etched itself upon his face. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from Chen Yu's grasp, only to find himself ensnared by an invisible, overwhelming force that rendered him utterly immobile. In that moment, he could only futilely open his mouth, issuing a hoarse and despairing roar. "You dare to kill me? The Demon Lord shall not let you escape unscathed." "Humph, let's see about that." Chen Yu intensified his grip, channeling his physical strength, and with a resounding crack, he swiftly twisted the Demon King's neck. The instant the neck was broken, the life force of the Demon King vanished without a trace. His once formidable and towering body collapsed with a thunderous crash, gradually dissipating into an eerie black luminescence. Witnessing this unfold, Mo Tian's eyes widened, his face a mask of disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that the supreme Demon King in his heart had been slain by a mere human. No, this cannot be. It must be an illusion. How could the mighty Demon Lord fall so easily to such a trivial human? Chen Yu cast a glance at Mo Tian, and with a flicker of his eyes, Mo Tian's form was instantly reduced to ashes, fading away into nothingness. He then turned to Ao Qing and said, "The remaining matters are entrusted to you." Ao Qing nodded respectfully and then transformed into his original form, dashing towards the demon general. Following this, Chen Yu approached the Mu family. Upon seeing him, the members of the Mu family immediately clasped their fists in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving our lives." At that moment, Mu Tsangtian appeared somewhat puzzled. It seemed that the Mu family had never had any prior connection with Chen Yu. Why would he assist them? "No need for excessive formalities," Chen Yu replied, waving his hand. With a thought, the crystal coffin from his storage ring materialized before them. Upon recognizing the person within the crystal coffin, the onlookers gasped in shock, their eyes reddening. "Xiao Ning." Mu Tsangtian fell to his knees before Chen Yu, pleading, "Esteemed elder, do you possess a way to save Xiao Ning? I implore you to rescue her. Please rise." Chen Yu hastily helped Mu Tsangtian to his feet, responding, "Rest assured, I shall find a way to save her. After all, had it not been for me, this girl would not have found herself in such dire straits." Mu Chanxian, upon hearing this, immediately realized that the remarkably handsome man before him was the one his younger sister longed for. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, what means do you have to save my sister?" Mu Chanxian bowed respectfully and asked, "The rare materials required to save her do not exist in this realm. Thus, I must take her to the immortal realm and the divine realm." Chen Yu did not conceal the necessary materials from the Mu family, fully informing them of the situation. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, And then the patriarch of the Mu family spoke up. Esteemed elder, we are aware of the immortal realm. But what is this divine realm you speak of? The divine realm exists at a higher plane than the immortal realm. I cannot elaborate further, as knowing too much at your current level may not be beneficial, Chen Yu explained, and the crowd nodded in understanding. At this juncture, Mu Chenxian ventured, esteemed elder. May I accompany you? Just as Chen Yu was about to decline, he heard the voice of the system. Brother Yu, do not hastily refuse. Take a moment to observe his constitution. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu immediately directed his gaze towards Mu Chenxian and exclaimed in astonishment. It is indeed the legendary chaos, celestial body. Mu Chenxian possesses the fabled chaos, celestial body. And should he ascend to the chaos divine body, he would rank just below Chen Yu's void divine body. Unfortunately, due to the scarcity of spiritual energy in the lower realm, Mu Chenxian's constitution remains dormant without the infusion of celestial essence. If he continues to linger in the Cang Hai continent, this legendary constitution will be squandered. This revelation compelled Chen Yu to regard the Mu family with newfound respect. First, there was Mu Qingming's Taiyin celestial body, and now Mu Chenxian's chaos celestial body. Is the Mu family a purveyor of rare constitutions? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yu nodded and remarked, Indeed, your constitution is the legendary chaos celestial body, which remains unawakened. If you persist in remaining on the Cang Hai continent, you may never have the opportunity to activate it. Mu Chenxian's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. He cared not for the magnitude of his constitution, but yearned simply to remain by his sister's side. He did not wish for his sister to awaken without a family member nearby. Mu Ruetian, brimming with anticipation, inquired, Senior, may I ask what my constitution is? Mu Ruofeng felt a swell of pride, thinking that if his son possessed such an extraordinary constitution, surely his own must be astonishing as well. However, upon Chen Yu's glance and subsequent shake of the head, Mu Ruofeng's hopes were dashed. Your constitution is merely a slightly superior spiritual body, far inferior to those legendary constitutions. Hearing this, Mu Ruofeng's countenance fell, and he hung his head in disappointment. Enough already. How childish to compare oneself with one's own son. Mu Zhangxiong cast an incredulous glance at Mu Ruofeng. Subsequently, he looked at Chen Yu with an expression tinged with apology. I hope you do not find our family amusing. No harm done, Chen Yu replied with a smile, finding the Mu family rather entertaining. Their familial atmosphere was anything but solemn, possessing a delightful charm reminiscent of the blue star. Senior, shall we proceed to the parlor? Mu Zhangxiong suggested, glancing at Chen Yu. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. Very well, but please refrain from calling me senior. Simply refer to me as Brother Yu. He preferred the affectionate title of Brother Yu, as it was but a form of address. Should they truly become in-laws, that matter could be addressed later. Excellent. Brother Yu, please come in. Mu Zhangxiong was equally delighted. Such an esteemed figure bore no airs of superiority and shared a close rapport with his precious granddaughter. Truly, a double blessing. As they entered the reception hall, Chen Yu initially intended to take a seat at the side. However, Mu Zhangxiong insisted he occupy the main position. Chen Yu chuckled helplessly, conceding to the host's wishes. Shortly thereafter, Su Nianwan arrived with a retinue of maidservants to serve tea, while she stood cautiously behind Mu Ruetian, observing Chen Yu intently. She had learned the entirety of the situation from Mu Ruetian and had nearly succumbed to grief over her daughter's demise. Later, upon hearing from Mu Ruofeng that Chen Yu possessed a means to save her daughter and shared a close bond with her, she had hurried over without delay. At present, if it were not for Mu Ruofeng's prior warning, she would never have believed that such a youthful and handsome young man could be a formidable elder. However, from another perspective, Su Nianwan was exceedingly pleased with his son-in-law. He was simply too handsome. In her youth, she was quite enamored with appearances. Her marriage to Mu Ruofeng was largely due to his striking looks. Chen Yu's beauty could easily overshadow the youthful Mu Ruofeng. Mu Zhangxiong took a sip of tea and then turned to the distinguished Chen Yu seated at the head of the table, inquiring, Brother Yu, when do you intend to set off? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yu replied, Let us depart once Ao Qing ascends to the next realm. Is Ao Qing the esteemed azure dragon outside? Mu Ruofeng asked with curiosity. Chen Yu nodded affirmatively, saying, Indeed, he is. Chapter 21. Crossing the tribulation. As Chen Yu finished speaking, Ao Qing entered the room. Bowing respectfully to Chen Yu, Ao Qing addressed him, "Brother Yu, there's no need for formality. Have matters outside been resolved?" Chen Yu inquired. Ao Qing nodded, replying, "Yes, the remnants of the demon clan have been completely eradicated." He continued, "I have also learned from the remnants that the collusion with the demon clan extends beyond just the Nine Heavens Holy Land. The formidable powers of the Lishan Sword Sect, the White Deer Academy, and the Falling Water Pavilion in the Central Region have all pledged allegiance to the demon clan." Mu Tsangqiang slammed his palm on the table. Rising with a roar, "These wretches, our ancestors fought valiantly against the demon clan, only to be repaid with such treachery." Chen Yu, unfazed, reflected on his own betrayal by those he had trusted. He retrieved 5 inferior-grade celestial weapons from his storage ring, distributing them to the 5 elders of the Mu family who were undergoing tribulation. "The matter is now in your hands. Although you lack celestial power and cannot fully wield the weapon's capabilities, they should suffice to deal with the situation. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to inform me." Mu Tsangqiang and the elders of the Mu family nodded with fervor, responding, "Rest assured, we will not disappoint you, Brother Yu." With a gentle wave of his hand, Chen Yu turned his gaze to Ao Qing, saying, "You should immerse yourself in seclusion and strive for a swift breakthrough to ascension. Once you ascend, we shall venture to the celestial realm together." "Yes." Ao Qing's eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. He had lingered in this realm for far too long. Brother Yu, what about me?" Mu Shengxuan interjected eagerly. "You should take it easy for now. Do not cultivate until your chaos celestial body is awakened. The spiritual energy of a lower realm is of no benefit to it. Once we reach the celestial realm, I will assist you in awakening your chaos celestial body." After arranging a separate courtyard for Chen Yu, Mu Ruffing hurriedly gathered personnel, preparing to confront these formidable powers. However, the Mu family alone was insufficient. He needed to reach out to other superpowers for assistance. After all, the sin of collusion with the demon clan was grave. Despite the enhancement from the celestial weapons, he could not guarantee that the demon clan had no hidden cards left to play. Moreover, he must ensure that the entire central region was made aware of their transgressions. In a span of 10 days, the Mu family, in alliance with 2 other superpowers, subdued all 3 major forces involved in the demon clan's collusion. News of the demon invasion gradually spread throughout the central region, causing an uproar among its inhabitants. Although the Nine Heavens Holy Land had been reduced to rubble, those who learned of the news rushed there overnight to vent their fury at its former location. Subsequently, many cultivators flocked to the Mu family to express their heartfelt gratitude and reverence. Numerous powerful loose cultivators sought to join the Mu family. Even if it meant taking on menial tasks, they were more than willing. While their true intentions remained unclear, perhaps they wished to follow Chen Yu or merely to witness his prowess. The Mu family was well aware of the underlying motives, but chose not to expose them publicly. After extending polite hospitality, they bid farewell to the visitors. Days later, Chen Yu sensed something and directed his gaze toward Ao Qing's secluded meditation location. In a flash, he appeared in the void, patiently awaiting Ao Qing's breakthrough. The ancestral figure of the Mu family, sensing Chen Yu's movements, hurriedly followed, a vigilant expression etched upon his visage. "Brother Yu, what transpired? Do not be alarmed. Ao Qing is on the verge of a breakthrough. You all should observe closely how he confronts the heavenly tribulation. It will greatly benefit your future cultivation," he advised. The members of the Mu family nodded earnestly, their gazes fixated on Ao Qing's location. In an instant, the heavens transformed dramatically. The previously clear sky morphed ominously as dark clouds surged like a tide, swiftly shrouding the entire firmament. Within the clouds, arcs of lightning flickered ominously, accompanied by a deep, rumbling roar. This intense commotion attracted countless cultivators, who peered with curiosity. Chen Yu let out a cold snort, unleashing a formidable aura at the pinnacle of tribulation, pressing down upon the onlookers. "Intruders, perish!" His voice resonated through the skies, echoing throughout the central region. instilling tremors of fear in all who heard. Yes, yes, yes. Senior, we shall withdraw at once. We dare not intrude again. Countless cultivators hastily retreated, fleeing the scene. Once the intruders were dispersed, Chen Yu turned his attention back to Ao Qing. He observed that a powerful aura of tribulation began to envelop Ao Qing, as if he had been marked by the heavenly tribulation, poised to be shattered by the impending lightning strike. Ao Qing suddenly raised his head, transforming into a colossal azure dragon that soared towards the clouds. The heavenly tribulation seemed incensed by Ao Qing's actions, unleashing a tremendous bolt of lightning aimed directly at him. Ao Qing emitted a fierce dragon's roar, his massive form launching into the air, dragon claws swiping at the descending lightning, resisting the first strike of the heavenly wrath. As the first bolt passed, even more formidable subsequent strikes followed. The second and third bolts of lightning descended in rapid succession, a dense net of lightning engulfing Ao Qing completely. Amidst the tempest of tribulation, Ao Qing struggled valiantly. His scales began to crack, blood seeping from his wounds, staining the surrounding air crimson. Chen Yu stood silently, his gaze locked intently on Ao Qing's struggle. He showed no intention of intervening, believing that if Ao Qing could not overcome this tribulation, his future would likely be bleak, relegated to the lower realms. The elders of the Mu family frowned deeply, their faces etched with worry as they watched Ao Qing endure the tribulation. They could scarcely fathom facing such a terrifying ordeal themselves, fearing they would be obliterated by the ferocious lightning after only a few strikes. As this thought crossed their minds, the elders gasped, their hearts increasingly heavy as they witnessed Ao Qing's plight. Gradually, the heavenly tribulation intensified. Ao Qing, already exhausted and gasping for breath, bore wounds all over his massive dragon form, not a single part of him left unscathed. At last, the ninth bolt of lightning, the final and most terrifying strike of the nine heavens tribulation, was imminent. Gazing upon the dreadful lightning, a flicker of despair crossed Ao Qing's eyes. He felt his body nearing its breaking point. He turned his gaze toward Chen Yu, his heart swirling with complex emotions and countless thoughts. This cannot be. I have yet to repay the life-saving grace bestowed upon me by Brother Yu. I shall not falter. I cannot falter. Ao Qing roared defiantly at the impending tribulation, then released the pinnacle of his power, amalgamating all his strength with the essence of his being above his head, charging towards the terrifying bolt of the nine heavens thunder tribulation. The tribulation, incensed by Ao Qing's audacity, erupted with a resounding roar, unleashing a cataclysmic bolt of thunder straight at him. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated through the heavens and earth as the lightning clashed with Ao Qing, generating a formidable shockwave that obliterated the surrounding peaks. Even the distant Chen Yu and the members of the Mu clan were nearly caught in the maelstrom. Chapter 22. Celestial Realm. Celestial Sacred Hall. Fortunately, Chen Yu had already shielded everyone from the oppressive force, allowing the Mu family to emerge unscathed. At last, as the radiant light gradually faded, Ao Qing erupted with a formidable and exhilarating aura, reminiscent of a sovereign of the world, his presence overwhelming. In this moment, he had successfully traversed the terrifying nine heavens thunder tribulation, propelling his cultivation to the ascension realm. As the dark clouds slowly dispersed, the sky transformed back into its vast azure expanse. After a brief respite, Ao Qing promptly approached Chen Yu. Brother Yu, I have succeeded. Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction and replied, Well done, you have not disappointed me. Hearing this, Ao Qing chuckled bashfully, scratching his head in modesty. Go and stabilize your cultivation. Once you are ready, we shall proceed to the celestial realm. Understood. Ao Qing respectfully clasped his fists towards Chen Yu and then vanished from sight. Approximately a month later, today marked the day when Chen Yu and the others prepared to ascend to the celestial realm. Under the watchful gaze of the Mu family, Chen Yu's cultivation instantaneously reached the pinnacle of ascension. The onlookers were left utterly astonished, exclaiming in admiration. Then with a mere thought, Chen Yu conjured a passageway in the sky. The surface of the passage appeared unremarkable, reminiscent of a tranquil water surface, shimmering with light, yet emanating a profoundly mysterious aura that beckoned one to explore further. Chen Yu turned to Ao Qing and Mu Chunxian, saying, "Let us embark." The two nodded immediately and followed closely behind Chen Yu as they soared into the portal. As Chen Yu and the others departed from the Cang Hai continent, two figures suddenly materialized in the void. He has finally departed. One figure gazed wistfully in the direction of Chen Yu's departure. "Song, why did you not unleash the heavenly tribulation to thwart him?" One figure looked quizzically at Song. Song, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao formed by the primordial power of the Cang Hai continent, stood alongside the figure from the nearby Qing Tian continent, known as Qing. Upon hearing Qing's words, Song's lips twitched. "Me? Stop him? What am I?" Song replied expressionlessly, "This individual is formidable." Formidable? Even celestial beings descending to the mortal realm have their cultivation suppressed by the laws. Could it be that you cannot contend with an ascendant? Song shook his head. "Indeed, I cannot. The last time he broke through the tribulation realm, I once summoned a heavenly calamity, but he shattered it with a single punch." Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he inquired, "Could he be from the celestial realm?" "Not at all. He bears no aura of the celestial realm, and I have reported this to the celestials. Yet they remain unaware of his origins." Qing fell into a deep silence, then hastily declared, "I must return. If another ancestor like him emerges in the Qing Tian continent, I shall have no peace." Before he finished speaking, Qing hurriedly vanished from the spot. Song's gaze remained fixed on the direction of Chen Yu's disappearance, murmuring, "Who exactly are you?" "Celestial realm. Celestial Sacred Hall. This palace is constructed of pure white jade, with glazed tiles adorning its roof. The entire sanctum radiates an aura of infinite majesty, with Han white jade pillars soaring toward the heavens, each intricately engraved with enigmatic runes that emit a gentle luminescence. Above in the hall, 6 thrones are arranged, each occupied by a figure emanating an intimidating presence. They're the sovereigns of the celestial realm, the formidable immortal emperors. Xianzhou, in this celestial realm, who dares to offend us?" One clad in a blue celestial robe, the Zishao immortal emperor, remarked with a hint of boredom. "You are aware of my capabilities. My divinations are never wrong. A significant figure is about to arrive in the celestial realm." Xianzhou, the immortal emperor, declared gravely to the assembly. Beside him, the stunningly beautiful and slightly mischievous Yao Guang immortal emperor chuckled, covering her mouth. "Xianzhou, are you not the one who claims to know everything under the heavens? Why then, are you frightened by an unknown individual today? I have employed a forbidden technique." "What?" The assembly gasped, eyes widening in disbelief as they gazed at Xianzhou. He solemnly nodded, then shook his head. "Yet even so, I remain unclear about his origins and intentions." The forbidden technique of Xianzhou uses the practitioner's lifespan of 10,000 years as the foundation, supplemented by 5 supreme immortal artifacts for divination. This technique is shunned by the heavenly Tao, and its practitioner will face a heavenly tribulation. Should the tribulation descend, even if Xianzhou does not perish, he would need to endure a millennium of recuperation. "Then how is it that you are unharmed?" Yao Guang asked, puzzled. "It is precisely because I am unharmed that it raises questions. The heavenly Tao did not impose a tribulation, which indicates that it seeks to uncover the origins of this individual. Based on this alone, do you not agree that he qualifies as a significant figure?" The assembly furrowed their brows, nodding in agreement. "However, we need not worry excessively. Although I am uncertain of his intentions, I do know that he poses no immediate threat to the celestial realm. As long as we do not provoke him, we shall be fine. Therefore, I advise you all to remain discreet for a while." The Zishao immortal emperor disdainfully rose. "No matter how powerful he may be, can he surpass us 6 immortal emperors? Even that old reprobate from the demon domain must weigh his options. I believe you are all being overly cautious." At that moment, a breathtaking woman clad in a blue-gold celestial robe seated in the central throne spoke. "Xianzhou makes a valid point. There are always those stronger than us in this world. It is merely that we have yet to encounter them. We should exercise caution, as I have a foreboding that the celestial realm may soon face unrest. With that, the Liumu immortal emperor rose and vanished from the celestial sacred hall. Chen Yu and his companions entered the celestial realm, landing atop a mountain peak in the Yaoguang immortal domain. As they touched down, they were immediately enveloped by an exceptionally rich aura of immortal essence, and with a single breath, they felt as if they had rejuvenated by several centuries. Ao Qing and Mu Chunxian curiously surveyed their surroundings, while Mu Qinchuan's power surged, propelling him directly from the refinement void stage to the integration stage. The system promptly briefed Chen Yu on the circumstances of the celestial realm. The celestial realm is vast and boundless, comprising 6 grand celestial domains, each presided over by a sovereign celestial emperor. The Liuli celestial domain, Liuli celestial emperor. The Xinglan celestial domain, Xinglan celestial emperor. The Zixiao celestial domain, Zixiao celestial emperor. The Xianzhou celestial domain, Xianzhou celestial emperor. The Yaoguang celestial domain, Yaoguang celestial emperor. And the Taishu celestial domain, Taishu celestial emperor. Each domain is immensely expansive, equivalent to hundreds of times the size of the Cang Hai continent. However, Chen Yu remains indifferent to these circumstances, fixated solely on one aspiration, the elixir of life. System, where can I find the elixir of life? Brother Yu, the elixir of life has yet to manifest. Its location cannot currently be detected. Chen Yu felt a twinge of disappointment, having hoped that his arrival would allow him to claim it directly. P.S. The celestial realm is stratified into various levels. Ascension realm, human celestial realm, true celestial realm, golden celestial realm, celestial king realm, celestial emperor realm, celestial sovereign realm, celestial lord realm, and celestial emperor realm. Chapter 23. Yaoxian City. Well then, let us linger in this celestial realm for a while. Thus, Ao Qing transformed into his true form, carrying Chen Yu and Mu Chunxian as they meandered through the vast expanse of the immortal world. However, due to Ao Qing's insufficient cultivation level in this boundless celestial domain, even in his true form, their flying speed remained rather sluggish. Time flowed swiftly, and it took the trio over a month of flight before they stumbled upon a city. This city was known as Yaoxian City, with towering walls that seemed to reach the heavens, majestic and imposing, as if forged from the very essence of the universe. As they stepped into the bustling city, they were greeted by a vibrant atmosphere, teeming with cultivators clad in peculiar attire. The streets were lined with an array of dazzling stalls, each displaying a plethora of treasures, and the vendors called out enthusiastically to passers-by. I wonder if one can spin spirit stones here, Chen Yu murmured softly. Brother Yu, are you dreaming in broad daylight? This is the immortal realm, where the currency of trade is the immortal crystal produced from the unique celestial veins of this world. Immortal crystals are categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional grades. At that moment, Chen Yu silently inquired, Master, do you possess any immortal crystals? A few thousand would suffice, whether it be 100 or 200. Earn it yourself. Come on, look around. I have 2 companions to support, Chen Yu retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. I can offer you a suggestion, an auction house, the quickest way to acquire wealth. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, he had a multitude of salvaged immortal artifacts in his storage ring that served no purpose and could be exchanged for currency. Without delay, Chen Yu, accompanied by Ao Qing and Mu Chunxian, began inquiring about the auction house in the city. Eventually, guided by a helpful local resident, they arrived at the Qing Tian auction house. As they entered, an elderly man approached them, clasping his hands in greeting. Welcome to the Qing Tian auction house, esteemed guests. How may this old man assist you today? The elder was initially taken aback by the trio's low cultivation levels, especially noting that one of them hadn't even reached the tribulation stage. However, he dismissed his surprise, as it was customary in business to welcome all. Moreover, he was particularly drawn to Chen Yu. Despite his mere peak ascension, Chen Yu exuded an extraordinary aura, reminiscent of an exalted being. Even the dragon beside him seemed to regard him as their leader, and everyone knew of the dragon clan's renowned pride. Thus, The elder was certain that Chen Yu's background must be extraordinary. Chen Yu addressed the elder. I possess several immortal artifacts. Might I auction them at your esteemed establishment? The elder beamed in response. Certainly. We are preparing for an auction in a few days. However, we must assess the value of your treasures. May I request you to present them for my appraisal? Chen Yu nodded and, with a mere thought, summoned 3 immortal artifacts from his storage ring. All of them were of medium grade. One was a defensive Baiyuan umbrella, another was the exceptionally sharp Daoming sword, and the last was a formation diagram. Upon seeing these items, the elder's eyes widened in astonishment. Ah, esteemed guests, oh no, it is the divine. The elder quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, Please, follow me. The 3 nodded and accompanied the elder to an elegant room on the top floor. Upon their arrival, the elder summoned a maid to prepare tea for them. And then he gazed at Chen Yu with eager anticipation. Once seated, Chen Yu pushed the celestial artifacts before the elder, who then began to scrutinize the 3 items with utmost seriousness. However, it did not take long for the elder to feel that his entire worldview was about to be distorted. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless medium-grade celestial artifacts, yet he had never witnessed such formidable ones. Although these 3 were merely medium-grade, their power rivaled even that of superior-grade artifacts, perhaps even exceeding them. Particularly remarkable was the formation diagram, the celestial prison array. When activated with celestial energy, it could create an enormous prison that allowed entry but forbade exit. Even a powerful being at the celestial sovereign level would find it nearly impossible to break free from this array in a short span of time. My young friend, may I inquire as to which master crafted these remarkable pieces? In all my years, I have yet to encounter such potent medium-grade artifacts. The elder asked, his voice filled with admiration. Is it not customary for your auction house to be concerned with such matters? Chen Yu replied nonchalantly, sipping his tea. Not at all. My dear boy, I am merely expressing my astonishment. The elder then privately estimated their worth, stating, the starting bid for this formation diagram will be 200,000 medium-grade celestial crystals, while the other 2 artifacts shall commence at 100,000 medium-grade celestial crystals each. Our auction house charges a commission of 5%. What say you? That is agreeable, Chen Yu replied with a nod. Upon hearing Chen Yu's swift acceptance, the elder could not help but chuckle. Haha, my young friend, you are quite forthright. May I ask your name? Chen Yu, he replied. The elder clasped his hands respectfully. I am He Shu, an elder of the He family. Might I inquire where you reside, so that I may arrange for someone to attend to you? We have just arrived in Yaoxian City and currently lack accommodations, Chen Yu responded. Understanding the situation, the elder suggested, if it pleases you, would you care to stay at my He family's residence for a few days? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yu nodded. That would be acceptable. I appreciate your hospitality. He Shu waved his hand dismissively. Not at all, not at all. He then led Chen Yu and his companions to the He family estate. Upon entering, Ao Qing and Mu Chenxian were awestruck by the opulence surrounding them. The grand and resplendent mansion was shrouded in mist, with each wisp seemingly infused with rich celestial energy. The main hall, veiled in clouds, appeared ethereal, with faint strains of celestial music wafting through the air, captivating all who heard it. What a wondrous paradise! Ao Qing exclaimed in admiration. Ah, my young friend, you jest. Our He family pales in comparison to the ancestral lands of your dragon clan. He Shu replied, though he could not suppress a proud smile as he stroked his beard. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Ao Qing rubbed his nose in response. He Shu escorted the 3 into the main hall, where a distinguished middle-aged man sat. This individual exuded an extraordinary aura, compelling all who beheld him to instinctively bow their heads in reverence. Master of the house, these are the guests I mentioned, He Shu said respectfully to the elder. He Hongfan nodded, then smiled at Chen Yu and the others, saying, Welcome to our He family as guests. I, He Hongfan, have had the pleasure of meeting you. Young friends, please, make yourselves at home. There's no need for formality. Chen Yu replied as he took a seat on a nearby chair and began to enjoy the delicacies on the table. He Hongfan, He Shu, Ao Qingmu Chenxian. Ha ha ha. The young friend's candor is truly refreshing. He Hongfan, rather than being put off by Chen Yu's lack of decorum, found himself even more intrigued by him. He then turned to Chen Yu and inquired, "May I ask where you hail from?" While continuing to eat, Chen Yu replied, "I am not from the realm of immortals, and as for my origins, it is not convenient for me to elaborate." Chapter 24. The Reverse Calamity, Celestial Lotus. He Hong Fan nodded, refraining from further inquiries. If the young friend was unwilling to disclose more, he would not press the matter. With 2 days remaining until the auction, the young friend could rest assured in his stay here. If there were any needs, he should not hesitate to express them. He then turned to He Shu, saying, "Elder, please escort them to their guest quarters and arrange for some maidservants to attend to them. Do not neglect our esteemed guests." Upon finishing, He Hong Fan discreetly raised an eyebrow at Chen Yu. Chen Yu replied, "No need for maidservants. We are not incapacitated." He then stood up, preparing to follow He Shu out of the grand hall. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. "Brother Yu, He Hong Fan possesses the Reverse Calamity, Celestial Lotus. In battles, if a cultivator expends excessive celestial energy, consuming the Reverse Calamity, Celestial Lotus can instantaneously restore them to peak condition without any side effects. Such a precious treasure is exceedingly rare, even in the entire celestial realm. However, the Reverse Calamity, Celestial Lotus holds another lesser-known function. It can effectively clear the meridians of those who have lost their cultivation, assisting them in re-establishing their practice. With a significantly accelerated pace, especially advantageous for those with robust physiques. Chen Yu promptly halted, turning to gaze at He Hong Fan. Noticing this, He Hong Fan inquired with curiosity, "Do you have further matters to discuss, young friend?" Chen Yu remained silent, quietly opening his ethereal eyes. After a moment of observation, a slight smile graced his lips as he spoke. "Master I wish to propose another transaction." Though puzzled, He Hong Fan asked, "What transaction does the young friend have in mind?" Returning to his previous position, Chen Yu stated calmly, "I can cure the hidden ailment within you and assist you in breaking through to the realm of Celestial Sovereign." At these words, He Hong Fan abruptly rose, his peak Celestial Emperor aura uncontrollably emanating. Ao Qing and Mu Chenxian were instantaneously swept away by He Hong Fan's imposing presence. He Shu swiftly pursued, shielding the two behind him, absorbing He Hong Fan's oppressive force. Ao Qing and Mu Chenxian exchanged terrified glances within the hall, their eyes betraying their concern. He Shu, sensing their trepidation, reassured them, "Fear not. The master will not harm our young friend, and besides, he possesses considerable abilities." Inside the hall, Chen Yu remained unfazed by He Hong Fan's overwhelming aura. He leisurely lifted a teacup and took a sip, as if nothing extraordinary had transpired around him. He Hong Fan was taken aback by Chen Yu's remarkable composure under his pressure. His heart stirred with intrigue. "Is what you say true? Do you truly possess the means to resolve the hidden ailment within me?" Long ago, He Hong Fan had ascended to the pinnacle of the Celestial Emperor realm 100,000 years prior. Confident in his newfound power, he had sought vengeance against his family's rivals immediately after his breakthrough. Ultimately, he annihilated the rival clan, yet suffered grievous injuries in return, leaving him with a lingering ailment. Reaching the Celestial Emperor realm does not easily result in injury. However, should one be injured, it is often severe, necessitating extensive time for recovery. Now, He Hong Fan, tormented by an insidious ailment, find his lifespan dwindling to less than 100,000 years. He understands that within this time frame, it is impossible for him to heal his affliction, let alone ascend to the realm of the immortal sovereign. Chen Yu gently sets down his teacup and calmly remarks, "Indeed, it is true. However, I have conditions." With urgency etched upon his face, He Hong Fan inquires, "What conditions?" "As long as you can cure my ailment, I shall agree to any terms." Chen Yu's gaze locks onto He Hong Fan's, stating resolutely, "I require the Reverse Calamity Immortal Lotus from you." A tremor courses through He Hong Fan's body, and his brow tightens involuntarily. He is taken aback to discover that Chen Yu is aware of his possession of such a treasure. The Reverse Calamity Immortal Lotus is invaluable. He Hong Fan had intended to reserve it as his ultimate safeguard for his family. "How did you come to know that the Reverse Calamity Immortal Lotus is in my possession?" He Hongfan's eyes bore into Chen Yu, as if seeking the truth from his expression. With a sly smile, Chen Yu responds, "How I know is of no concern to you. The He family holds no significance for me. You merely need to understand that I can cure your ailment." He Hongfan falls silent, furrowing his brow as he contemplates deeply. He cannot gamble with his family's fate, yet, if he were to ascend to the immortal sovereign realm, all obstacles would effortlessly dissolve. After a moment of hesitation, He Hongfan grits his teeth and ultimately resolves to trust Chen Yu. He looks at Chen Yu with unwavering determination and declares, "Very well. I pledge to give you the reverse calamity, immortal lotus." With that, He Hongfan waves his hand, and a radiant 99-petal lotus flower materializes silently before Chen Yu. Chen Yu cannot help but jest. "Are you not afraid I might take the reverse calamity, immortal lotus, and depart? Ha ha ha. I trust you, my young friend. With your abilities, you would not stoop to such deeds." He Hongfan is confident in his judgment, or else the He family would not have grown to its current stature. Chen Yu stores the lotus in his storage ring, forming hand seals as a mysterious luminescence emanates from his fingertips. He then instructs He Hongfan, "Open your mind." He Hongfan, taking heed, swiftly closes his eyes and fully opens his consciousness. The light, as if endowed with life, dances toward He Hongfan's forehead. As the light permeates, an extraordinary force spreads throughout He Hongfan's body, causing him to radiate a brilliant white glow. At that moment, He Hongfan's surprise is palpable. He can distinctly sense the long-standing blockages within him gradually clearing. He has lost track of how long it has been since his body felt this unburdened. Even more astonishingly, he perceives the faint stirrings of an impending breakthrough in his cultivation. After an hour of refinement, the aura emanating from He Hongfan intensifies. When the light finally dissipates, he abruptly opens his eyes, releasing an overwhelming presence. In the grand hall, aside from the chair beneath Chen Yu, every other object is swept away by the force of He Hongfan's eruption. He is transcended. At this moment, he has indeed ascended to the realm of the immortal sovereign. He Hongfan gazed at his hands, reflecting, "Is this the power of a celestial sovereign? Truly formidable." He then lifted his gaze to Chen Yu, saying, "The kindness of my young friend shall not be forgotten by the He family." Chen Yu waved his hand in response. "No need for such formality. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit." At that moment, He Mingshu and the others enter the hall. Ao Qing and Mu Chunxian approached Chen Yu with concern etched on their faces. "Brother Yu, are you all right?" Chen Yu waved his hand, confidently assuring them, "What could possibly be wrong? Rest assured, no one in this celestial realm can harm me." Meanwhile, He Mingshu, sensing the aura emanating from He Hongfan, was filled with excitement. "Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough to celestial sovereignty." Chapter 25. Heartbeat Ao Qing's cultivation method. He Hongfan laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha! All of this is thanks to Chen Xiaoyu. Inform everyone that from now on, Chen Xiaoyu shall be regarded as an esteemed guest of the He family. To see Chen Xiaoyu is akin to seeing me, understood?" "Yes." He Mingshu replied respectfully, his gaze towards Chen Yu gradually igniting with fervor. Chen Yu felt a chill run down his spine under the intensity of He Mingshu's unique gaze. "What are you staring at?" he remarked. "All right, now that the transaction is complete, I shall take my leave." He Hongfan quickly rose, clasping his hands in salute. "Very well. I shall not disturb you further. I also need to solidify my realm. We shall meet at the auction house in 2 days." Chen Yu nodded and followed He Mingshu, accompanied by Ao Qing and Mu Chenxian. Just as the four were about to step into the courtyard, a clear and melodious voice rang out from behind. "Grandpa Shu." The four turned simultaneously. Behind them stood a girl clad in a flowing azure dress, her face exquisite and captivating. "Zhao girl, it's you," He Mingshu said with a smile. Then he introduced her to Chen Yu and the others. "This is my family's young lady, He Shi Zhao." "Grandpa Shu, who are they?" He Shi Zhao inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Chen Yu and the others. "These three are esteemed guests of our He family." He Mingshu slowly introduced them to He Shi Zhao. Chen Yu merely nodded in acknowledgement. Ao Qing smiled brightly, baring her teeth at He Shi Zhao. "Hello." However, upon seeing He Shi Zhao, Mu Chenchuan's heart began to race uncontrollably. He shyly nodded at her, then immediately averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. He Zhao regarded Chen Yu and his companions with a puzzled expression. Esteemed guests? Can those at the Ascension realm truly be called esteemed guests? Surely, they are just the capricious scions of some family, flaunting their power? With this thought, He Zhao's expression turned placid. Oh, Grandpa Shu, I shall not disturb you any longer. With that, she departed. Chen Yu, however, watched He Zhao's retreating figure with an amused glint in his eyes, having discerned something amiss about her. Interesting. I never anticipated such a curse existed in the immortal realm. He Mingshu looked at the three with an awkward expression, saying, I sincerely apologize. This girl has been spoiled by us. I shall have a word with her later. Upon hearing this, Mu Chenxian grew anxious, insisting no. It's fine. We don't mind. The trio exchanged bewildered glances at Mu Chenxian. Chen Yu remarked, Oh dear. Ao Qing added, I mind. This is infuriating. He Mingshu mused. I suddenly feel a draft in my cotton-padded jacket. Mu Chenxian, noticing the strange looks from the three, felt a flush creep across his handsome face and sheepishly scratched his head. Ahem, let us be on our way. He Mingshu hurriedly changed the subject, leading the trio towards the guest rooms. The following day, Ao Qing rose early to practice in the courtyard. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, Ao Qing felt a surge of reverence for Chen Yu. Chen Yu's strength had once again surpassed his understanding. Truly formidable. Thus, Ao Qing was acutely aware that she must redouble her efforts. She could not afford to become a burden to Chen Yu, nor could she allow herself to be cast aside due to her own inadequacies. If Chen Yu were to discover Ao Qing's current thoughts, he would likely raise her salary. Wouldn't he? With this notion in mind, Ao Qing devoted herself wholeheartedly to her cultivation. As she commenced channeling her celestial energy, she suddenly sensed an unusually dense aura of spiritual essence surrounding her. Not daring to delay, she immediately began absorbing the spiritual energy to enhance her training. After approximately an hour, Ao Qing's cultivation, initially at the early stage of ascension, had remarkably surged to the pinnacle of ascension, startling even herself. With this realization, Ao Qing promptly sprang to her feet and hurried into Chen Yu's courtyard. Brother Yu, help! Chen Yu, reclining in the courtyard, squinted one eye towards the hastily approaching Ao Qing. What is it? Ao Qing halted beside Chen Yu and urgently inquired, Brother Yu, is there something wrong with my body? Chen Yu glanced at her and, with a hint of impatience, closed his eyes again, saying, Doesn't it seem fine? Are you just fooling around this early in the morning? But my cultivation has increased too rapidly, hasn't it? Chen Yu explained. This is due to the presence of a high-grade celestial vein buried beneath the He family estate, saturating the entire area with rich celestial energy, which is why your cultivation has escalated so quickly. Furthermore, your innate talent is commendable, so rapid advancement is quite normal. However, once you reach the human immortal realm, you will need to forsake your original techniques. Otherwise, further progress will be exceedingly difficult, and in severe cases, it may even result in a regression of your cultivation. Confused, Ao Qing asked, if I abandon my techniques, how will I continue to cultivate? Simply find a dragon clan's cultivation method, Chen Yu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing forced a smile. Brother Yu, I am new here. Where can I possibly find such a method? Do not worry. I will inquire with the He family to see if they have any available. If not, we can always procure one from the Dragon Realm, Chen Yu assured her. Ao Qing responded, Brother Yu, if they do not have it, then let it be. We need not offend anyone. Enough. Why has your courage diminished so much since arriving in the Celestial Realm? Focus on your cultivation. I will handle the matter of the cultivation method, Chen Yu urged. Ao Qing, still worried, cast a concerned glance at Chen Yu before gradually departing the courtyard. As soon as Ao Qing left, Chen Yu opened his eyes. System. Are there any cultivation techniques suitable for Ao Qing in the Celestial Realm? Beep. Scanning. Brother Yu, in the Demon Realm's dragon domain, there exists an ancient dragon whose bloodline is remarkably similar to Ao Qing's. The celestial scripture he created is most suitable for her. You could either seize it or borrow it. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction and then resumed his meditation. Last night, Chen Yu had ingested the reversal lotus, and now his cultivation speed was even swifter than during his time in the divine realm. Given sufficient time, he believed he would soon reclaim his peak, perhaps even surpassing his previous levels of power. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Chen Yu's mind once more. "Brother Yu, have you forgotten something?" "What is it?" "I have already finished my breakfast. Your physique has yet to be activated." At this moment, Mu Chanxian, much like Ao Qing, sat cross-legged in his secluded residence, engaged in cultivation. However, his progress was not as swift as Ao Qing's. He had only advanced to the mid-stage of the fusion realm. Due to the fact that his physique remained dormant, the surrounding celestial energy could not fully permeate his meridians, resulting in a sluggish cultivation pace. Nevertheless, Mu Qianxian remained oblivious to this limitation, perceiving his current rate of advancement as quite rapid. Chen Yu gradually entered Mu Qinshuan's residence. Upon hearing the sound, Mu Qianxian opened his eyes and, upon recognizing Chen Yu, immediately rose to his feet. "Brother Yu." Chen Yu acknowledged him with a nod and then spoke, "Please sit down. I am here to assist you in activating your chaos celestial body." Chapter 26. The terrifying chaotic celestial body. Upon hearing the news, Mu Qianxian immediately assumed a cross-legged position. Chen Yu approached Mu Qianxian, placing his fingers gently upon his forehead. With closed eyes, he earnestly attuned himself to his own constitution. Mu Shengxuan, feeling the gravity of the moment, followed suit and shut his eyes. In an instant, a terrifying and mysterious aura emanated from his entirety. As the rich, chaotic energy erupted forth from within him, the heavens began to darken, and the black clouds churned violently, seemingly intimidated by Mu Qinshuan's presence. As the chaotic energy intensified, a blinding gray light shot skyward from the crown of Mu Qianxian's head, piercing through the clouds. Wherever the light traversed, the very fabric of space appeared to distort. At that moment, far away in the Xianzhou immortal domain, the Xianzhou immortal emperor abruptly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward the direction of the Zishao immortal domain. He began to manipulate his celestial energy, calculating with his fingers, and after a brief moment, he halted, his expression filled with perplexity. How strange! What on earth is transpiring? Meanwhile, the members of the He family sensed the commotion and rushed to investigate, their eyes wide with astonishment. This is the manifestation of a constitution awakening. What kind of constitution could invoke such a celestial phenomenon? He Hongfan gazed at Mu Qianxian, his face a portrait of shock. Beside him, He Shizhao was equally astounded. "Father, why was there no such phenomenon when I awakened my constitution?" He Hongfan fixed his gaze intently on Mu Qianxian, replying to He Shizhao, "Your constitution is commendable, but in comparison to our young friend Mu." He shook his head in resignation. Upon hearing this, He Shizhao's eyes dimmed with a hint of despondency. She suddenly felt insignificantly small next to Mu Qianxian. Just yesterday, she had deemed the three of them as nothing but worthless scions. Yet today she found herself overshadowed by Mu Qinshuan's constitution. At this juncture, He Mingshu inquired, "Head of the family, what constitution has our young friend awakened?" He Hongfan shook his head, saying, "I am uncertain, but I suspect that even the Zishao immortal body of that immortal emperor pales in comparison to this." As the He family deliberated, the entirety of Yaoxian city was drawn to the commotion stirred by Mu Qianxian. "What has transpired? Look, it is in the direction of the He family. Could it be that a younger member of the He family has awakened a formidable constitution to invoke such a celestial phenomenon?" The cultivators within Yaoxian city buzzed with speculation, all pondering the nature of the event. Meanwhile, the city's lord squinted at the He family, contemplating whether they had produced another prodigy. It seems that the plans must be expedited. Gradually, the light receded back into Mu Qinshuan's being, and the sky began to revert to its normal state. Mu Qianxian slowly opened his eyes, revealing an unprecedented depth within them. He felt imbued with strength, as though he could command the very heavens and earth. Chen Yu patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Your constitution has been successfully activated. Henceforth, You must not slacken in your cultivation, lest you squander this gift. Mu Chunxian clenched his fists and nodded resolutely, saying, Brother Yu, I will certainly strive to cultivate. Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze toward the He family members. He Hongfan, noticing this, immediately stepped forward. Congratulations, young friend Mu, on awakening such a formidable constitution. Your future is undoubtedly boundless. Mu Chunxian responded with a fist salute, replying, Thank you for your kind words, esteemed elder. He then shifted his gaze to He Shijiao. At that moment, their eyes met briefly before quickly averting. What kind of constitution did young friend Mu awaken to provoke such a profound phenomenon between heaven and earth? Mu Chunxian glanced at Chen Yu and answered, The chaos immortal body. He Hongfan furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before shaking his head in resignation. It seems my knowledge is still too limited. Chen Yu interjected, This constitution is legendary. It is not surprising that you have not heard of it. At this moment, He Mingshu inquired, How does it compare to the Zixiao immortal body of the Zixiao immortal emperor? There is no comparison. Even a mere whisper from the chaos immortal body could shatter the Zixiao immortal body. The crowd fell silent. All right, enough of this. Everyone disperse. I need to return to my rest. Chen Yu stretched languidly and leisurely made his way back to his residence. Young friend Chen's personality is indeed unique, He Mingshu remarked, watching Chen Yu's retreating figure with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He Hongfan chuckled, saying, Well then, let us also return. Young friend Mu has just awakened his constitution and will surely need time to acclimate to his newfound power. We shall not disturb him. Standing nearby, He Shijiao cast a deep glance at Mu Chunxian before following He Hongfan away. The next day, at the Tianqing auction house, the venue is already bustling with eager attendees awaiting the commencement of the auction. Have you heard? The He family has 3 remarkable items for the finale. Why not take a guess at what they are? I wager it's the Immortal Emperor Pill. This is crucial for ascending to the Immortal Emperor rank. Indeed, I too suspect it is the Immortal Emperor Pill, but I reckon the other 2 items are mid-grade immortal artifacts. The crowd buzzed with excitement, creating a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, Chen Yu and his companions, under the guidance of He Mingshu, ascended to the Tianzi No. 1 private box on the 3rd floor. The private boxes at Tianqing Auction House are categorized into 3 levels: Heaven, Earth, and Man. Among them, the Earth and Man levels each contain 5 boxes, while the Heaven level boasts only 1, typically reserved for esteemed guests. Unless a particularly significant figure arrives, it is seldom open to the public. Even the Lord of Yaoxian City does not possess the privilege to enter. He Mingshu smiled at the trio, saying, Dear friends, I trust you find this private box to your satisfaction. The heaven-level box is lavishly decorated, with walls constructed from smooth jade that emanate a soft and enchanting glow. The central seating is crafted from purple sandalwood, not only exceptionally sturdy, but also exuding a unique and delightful fragrance. Within the private chamber, an intricate barrier was established, effectively shielding against the prying eyes of outside cultivators. Quite satisfactory, indeed. Chen Yu settled into his chair, casually reaching for the fruit on the table and indulging in it. Very well then, I shall descend to entertain the guests. You 3 may proceed as you wish. With that, He Mingshu departed from the chamber. Before long, a gentle chime resonated, interrupting the conversations of those present. A crimson glow suddenly illuminated the auction stage, revealing a captivating woman clad in a flowing, pale red gown. The Goddess of Smoke. What could be the item of auction that warranted her personal oversight? Goddess of Smoke, I adore you. I wish to bear your children. Esteemed friends, it has indeed been a while, she began, her voice a melodious and enchanting cadence. I am Lu Ruyan, the chief auctioneer of the Qingtian auction house. As her delicate tones filled the air, an almost imperceptible allure began to permeate the surroundings. Standing gracefully atop the platform, her gown billowed softly in the breeze, reminiscent of an ethereal fairy descending to earth. Chapter 27. The auction begins. Lu Ruoyan's lips curled into an enchanting smile, captivating all who beheld her. Her exquisite features were mesmerizing, with brows like distant mountains and eyes shimmering with autumn's allure. Chen Yu turned to Ao Qing and Mu Chunxian. unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth upon witnessing their dazed expressions. The two were utterly entranced, gazing at Lu Ruoyan on stage with an unmistakable intensity of affection, akin to the foolishness of Zhu Beiji. Awaken! Chen Yu's voice resonated like thunder, jolting Ao Qing and Mu Chunxian from their reverie. Both of them shuddered, their faces flushing with embarrassment. "Brother Yu, why were we just?" Mu Chunxian inquired softly. Chen Yu shot them a glance and explained, "That woman possesses a captivating charm. Your cultivation is insufficient, leaving your minds vulnerable to her allure." Upon hearing this, Ao Qing and Mu Chenxuan's eyes widened, and they swallowed hard. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan's gaze shifted towards the private box where Chen Yu sat. The He family had already briefed her on the circumstances concerning the three young men and had urged her to show utmost respect. This piqued her curiosity. It was indeed remarkable that these three could garner such concern from the formidable He family. She discreetly began to weave her charm towards the private box, a subtle and colorless enchantment that flowed silently in its approach. She was eager to discern the true abilities and identities of these three, wondering if they were truly as formidable as the He family had claimed. However, just as her charm was about to reach the box, it abruptly vanished without a trace. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan felt a chill run down her spine, and darkness enveloped her vision as a mysterious and overwhelming aura surged into her mind. Unbeknownst to her, as soon as Lu Ruoyan initiated her charm, Chen Yu, residing within the box, had already discerned her intentions. A flash of white light flickered in his deep-set eyes. In response to Lu Ruoyan's actions, Chen Yu resolved to teach her a lesson. Otherwise, she would remain oblivious to the reason for the bloom of the flower. Should there be a next time, I shall show no mercy." Chen Yu's voice was icy, an immense aura radiating around him, sweeping towards Lu Ruoyan. In that moment, he appeared as the sovereign of this realm, gazing down upon Lu Ruoyan with an imposing and merciless demeanor. Lu Ruoyan, struck by Chen Yu's terrifying presence, paled, beads of sweat forming on her forehead and quickly soaking her garments. Her eyes widened in terror as she beheld the formidable figure before her, shrouded in mystery. Overwhelmed with fear, she found herself unable to meet his gaze, her body trembling uncontrollably until her legs finally gave way and she collapsed to the ground. I will not dare again," Lu Ruoyan stammered in response to Chen Yu, her voice hoarse from overwhelming fear. It was utterly terrifying. This aura far surpassed even that of the clan leader. Eventually, Chen Yu's figure gradually faded from her mind, and she slowly regained clarity. Lu Ruoyan's gaze became somewhat vacant. After casting a fearful glance towards a VIP box, she averted her eyes. Once she regained her composure, she resumed her charming smile and addressed the audience below. In the backstage, He Hongfan noticed something amiss with Lu Ruoyan. Following her gaze towards the VIP box, he finally understood what had transpired and shook his head in resignation. "Dear friends, this time, our Tianqing auction house presents 10 exquisite items for bidding. I urge everyone to bid rationally. Once a transaction is made, it cannot be undone. Without further ado, we officially commence this auction," Lu Ruoyan said with a captivating smile, gracefully facing the audience. With a delicate wave of her fair hand, a display counter suddenly materialized before her. Lu Ruoyan stepped forward and gently lifted the red silk draping the counter, illuminating the entire venue. The first item for auction is the Star Essence Immortal Pendant. This pendant is the key to a cave left behind by a fallen golden immortal. Surely, you all understand the treasures that lie within the dwelling of a golden immortal, even without my elaboration? The crowd below gasped in astonishment. Did I hear that correctly? A golden immortal's dwelling. The treasures within such a place are countless. Surely, the He family has already claimed them all. Lu Ruoyan playfully covered her mouth and smiled. That esteemed friend is jesting. Our He family does not covet such a mere golden immortal dwelling. Her words rendered the audience silent. She was right. The He family was immensely wealthy. Even 100 golden immortal dwellings combined would not amount to half of their fortune. The starting bid is 2,000 middle-grade immortal crystals, with each subsequent bid not less than 500 middle-grade immortal crystals. As soon as Lu Ruoyan announced the price, the The crowd eagerly began to bid. 2,005, 3,000, 3,005. The price steadily climbed to 8,000 immortal crystals, with fierce competition ensued. At that moment, a voice emerged from the second VIP box. 10,000 middle-grade immortal crystals. It was a young master of the Xianyang sect. He had made his move. Then, a voice from the first VIP box rang out. 20,000. Instantly, the entire auction hall fell into a profound silence. 20,000 middle-grade immortal crystals for a golden immortal dwelling? How extravagantly bold. The young master of the Xianyang sect abruptly pulled aside the beaded curtain of his box and shouted towards the first VIP box. Who dares to oppose the Xianyang sect? A robust figure gradually emerged from the first VIP box. It was the scattered immortal Su Lin, the formidable individual who could slay a mighty immortal king even at the pinnacle of golden immortal cultivation. It was him. How could he possibly be here? Amidst the clamor of the crowd, the appearance of Su Lin evoked profound astonishment. At that moment, the countenance of the young master of the Xianyang sect was exceedingly grim. Clearly, he could not contend with Su Lin, as the Xianyang sect possessed only a single ancestor at the mid-stage of the immortal king realm. Moreover, the bodyguards by his side were merely at the initial stage of the golden immortal realm, utterly incapable of being Su Lin's adversaries. Is there a problem? Su Lin inquired calmly, his gaze fixed on the young master of the Xianyang sect. The young master, his face ashen with rage, huffed disdainfully and entered the private chamber without a backward glance. Turning to the gathered crowd, Su Lin clasped his hands and addressed them, esteemed friends. The master of this cave is an old acquaintance of mine. I kindly request your understanding. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly comprehended the situation. It was no wonder Su Lin had manifested here. Truly, he was a man of deep loyalty and righteousness, earning their admiration. Chapter 28. The Void Divine Beast. As the atmosphere in the hall gradually quieted, Lu Ruyan slowly spoke. 20,000 mid-grade immortal crystals for the first bid. 20,000 mid-grade immortal crystals for the second bid. 20,000 mid-grade immortal crystals for the third bid. With a decisive hammer strike, she confirmed the auction item's ownership. Congratulations to the esteemed friend for acquiring the Star Essence Immortal Pendant. The auction continued, where 3 mid-grade immortal artifacts were claimed by the box No. 2 at a staggering 100,000 mid-grade immortal crystals. Meanwhile, 3 other rare treasures were taken by boxes number 3, 4, and 5, each for approximately 60,000 immortal crystals. Next came the 7th item, a mysterious egg. Lu Ruyan elegantly waved her hand, and in an instant, a violet egg appeared before the audience. This egg was discovered by a peak immortal king in a celestial realm, surrounded by an aura of formidable terror. The powerful figure sustained serious injuries in the pursuit of this egg, now requiring a substantial amount of immortal crystals for treatment, leading to its auction at our Qing Tian auction house. To be candid, even our family head could not discern the species of this egg, yet we can ascertain that it harbors an immense reservoir of energy. Once it hatches, it shall undoubtedly provide formidable assistance. Lu Ruyan continued. The starting bid for this egg is 5,000 mid-grade immortal crystals, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 1,000. Such a worthless egg for 5,000 mid-grade immortal crystals? Truly excessive. Furthermore, there's no guarantee it will even hatch. It might already be a mere feathered egg. The audience murmured in disdain, none expressing any intention to bid. Lu Ruyan felt a pang of disappointment at this reception. At that moment, a voice emerged from box number 1. Since no one desires it, I shall offer 6,000 mid-grade immortal crystals to acquire it as a decorative piece. It was the voice of the city lord. No wonder the city lord would spend 6,000 mid-grade immortal crystals on an egg as mere ornamentation. Lu Ruyan felt a sense of relief upon hearing the city lord's bid. As long as it sells, that is what matters. 6,000 mid-grade immortal crystals for the first bid. 6,000 mid-grade immortal crystals for the second bid. 6,000 mid-grade immortal crystals for the third. Just as Lu Ruyan was about to bring down the hammer, a voice resonated from box number 1. 10,000 mid-grade immortal crystals. Lu Ruyan trembled at the recognition of the source. a flicker of trepidation crossing her eyes. It was him. The city lord frowned, unable to believe that someone would dare disregard his authority. Who? Who has placed a bid? It seems to originate from box number 1. Come now, box no. One has been vacant for several millennia. You must be mistaken. Lu Ruyin struggled to maintain her composure, then calmly declared, the esteemed guest from box no. One has placed a bid of 10,000 mid-grade immortal crystals. Is there anyone willing to raise the stakes? Upon her utterance, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. Could it truly be box number 1? With the official recognition, there could be no doubt. Who, pray tell, is this distinguished individual? Why had they not participated in the bidding earlier? The city lord's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed toward the number 1 box. He was acutely aware that the He family's auction house only entertained esteemed guests in that box. Throughout history, no more than 5 individuals had ever entered it, each of whom was at least a celestial sovereign. The sudden emergence of a noble guest made the city lord apprehensive. Would that eminent figure from box number 1 intervene in his actions today? At that moment, 2 mysterious figures beside the city lord noticed his expression and teased. Are you frightened, my lord? The city lord, upon hearing this, scoffed coldly, attempting to maintain his composure. Who is afraid? That prominent figure in box number 1 might simply be passing through to observe. My lord, do not worry, even if it is indeed a celestial sovereign. My brother and I fear not. You need only focus on resolving the matter with He Hong Fan. We shall take care of the rest. The city lord's expression softened, and he nodded in response. Just remember to uphold your promise to me. Of course. Meanwhile, within the number 1 box, Ouching inquired of Chen Yu. Do you know what that egg is? Chen Yu replied with a smile. Indeed, it is formidable. He had been astonished since Lu Ruyin revealed the egg. Never had he experienced such amazement since descending to the lower realm. In the boundless void, a race known as the Void Divine beasts thrived. These creatures possessed no cultivation. Instead, they traversed the void using the power of the formless, reigning supreme over the vast emptiness. Even at the peak of his powers, Chen Yu would not dare confront a fully grown Void Divine beast directly. Initially uncertain, he confirmed its identity only after employing his Void Divine Eye. Realizing it was indeed the egg of a Void Divine beast, imbued with royal bloodline power. Formidable? Just how formidable? You cannot contend with it either, can you? Ouching scratched his head in confusion. Chen Yu sighed. Let's not discuss that. Noticing the lack of further bids, Lu Ruyin hurriedly declared. Since no one else wishes to continue bidding, I congratulate the esteemed guest in box number 1 for acquiring this item. Her words flowed rapidly without pause, as if fearing someone would challenge Chen Yu. The item will be delivered to your box after the auction concludes. Please wait a moment. Lu Ruyin spoke gently toward box number 1. The crowd murmured, Goddess Ruyin, you have changed. Just then, Chen Yu's voice resonated from box number 1. Lu Ruyin breathed a sigh of relief and addressed the audience. Now, we shall present the grand finale item of our auction. Suddenly, a jade box materialized upon the counter. Lu Ruyin opened the jade box, revealing a 100 yuan umbrella that instantly captivated the attention of all present. Silence enveloped the room. From a number 2 box, the vice master of the Xianyang sect scoffed. A mid-grade celestial artifact dares to be the grand finale? Lu Ruyin smiled and said, esteemed friends, do not underestimate this mid-grade celestial artifact. The origins of this 100 yuan umbrella are shrouded in mystery, and no one knows which esteemed master crafted it. However, after testing at our auction house, we found that the power of this 100 yuan umbrella is entirely on par with that of a superior celestial artifact. Particularly in terms of defense, it can only be breached by formidable beings of the celestial emperor level. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, gazing at Lu Ruyin in disbelief. Even those in the private box labeled Earth could not help but rise, their eyes fixated on the 100 yuan umbrella on stage. The city lord furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, I must acquire this celestial artifact. Am I hearing correctly? Did you just say that a mid-grade celestial artifact surpasses a superior one? Lu Ruyin, may I inquire what the starting bid is in celestial crystals? Chapter 29. Fierce competition. With a smile gracing her lips, Lu Ruyin addressed the crowd. The starting bid for the Baiyuan umbrella is 100,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. with increments of no less than 5,000 spirit crystals. Upon hearing this, the young master of the Xinyang sect in Box 2 could hardly contain himself, exclaiming, 105,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. Not wanting to be outdone, Box 3 swiftly chimed in, 110,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. 120,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. 150,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. 200,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. At this juncture, the occupants of Box 4 could no longer restrain themselves, calling out 250,000, 300,000, 350,000. Gradually, the price escalated to a staggering 800,000 spirit crystals, driven by Box 4's fervent bidding. Observing the situation, the city lord sensed the opportune moment and boldly declared, I bid 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals. The crowd gasped, their eyes widening as they turned towards Box 1. The city lord had unleashed his might. Was it truly the case that the city lord could so effortlessly claim high-grade spirit crystals? Many among the spectators silently wished to ascend to his status. Yet, the occupants of Box 4 furrowed their brows at the sound of the city lord's voice. They hesitated, contemplating whether to proceed with their bids. Offending the city lord could lead to dire consequences, yet acquiring this artifact would elevate their status immensely. After a brief deliberation, they ultimately chose to withdraw, their pockets insufficiently lined for such an extravagant purchase. Seeing the absence of further bids, Lu Rian announced, 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals. Going once. 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals. Going twice. 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals. Going thrice. Congratulations to the esteemed guests of Box 1 for winning the Baiyuan umbrella. As her words echoed in the air, the crowd cast envious glances towards the city lord. The ninth item for auction, akin to the Baiyuan umbrella, was the Dao Ming sword, a mid-grade spirit artifact, primarily offensive in nature. Wielding it would render the task of beheading enemy generals amidst a sea of foes a trivial endeavor. The audience's eyes widened in astonishment, their perceptions once again challenged by Lu Ruyan's announcement. Meanwhile, the occupants of Box 4, who had initially felt disappointed, now saw renewed hope. Surely, the city lord had exhausted his funds by now. This Dao Ming sword, like the Baiyuan umbrella, commenced bidding at 100,000 mid-grade spirit crystals, with increments no lower than 5,000. No sooner had the words left her lips than the atmosphere was charged with renewed fervor as the bidding resumed. 120,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. 150,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. 200,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. At this moment, the occupants of Box 4 could no longer contain their eagerness, hastily declaring 300,000, 350,000, 400,000. Suddenly, the voice of the city lord resonated from Box 1 once more. 500,000. Upon hearing this, the individuals in Box 2 frowned deeply. Yet after a moment of resolute contemplation, one of them exclaimed, "Let us go all out." 550,000. Upon hearing the sound, the lord of the city erupted with the overwhelming aura of a peak immortal emperor, pressing forward towards the source of the noise. "My lord, do you intend to intimidate others with your might?" The individual in the second private box exerted all his strength to resist the pressure emanating from the city lord. Despite possessing only mid-level immortal emperor strength, he was willing to take risks to challenge the authority of the city lord for the sake of the Dao Ming sword. Meanwhile, the onlookers began to munch on the celestial fruits on the table, eagerly observing the unfolding spectacle. Do you think the city lord will seek retribution from the Yan family? Absolutely. Moreover, I suspect other families and sects will not relinquish the Dao Ming sword easily. They're likely to take the risk and vie with the city lord. If only I had the funds, I would certainly join the fray. With your cultivation at the human immortal realm, even dogs would urinate and walk away upon seeing you. As the city lord noticed the crowd's gaze fixed upon him, he refrained from exerting his might and temporarily spared the Yen family. After contemplating for a moment, he turned his attention to the two enigmatic figures clad in black robes beside him. "Lend me some celestial crystals." The mysterious individuals nodded with a smile. Well said. Well said. Although they felt a pang of reluctance, they reasoned that if their plan succeeded, the wealth of any family would ultimately become their own. Having obtained the celestial crystals, the city lord then called out to Lu Ruyan, 100,000 high-grade celestial crystals. Upon hearing this, everyone present, including those in the second private box, was left astounded. Isn't the city lord excessively wealthy? Is it any wonder that officials are often rich? No, I must strive to elevate my cultivation. I too want to become an official. At this moment, Lu Ruyan interjected 100,000 high-grade celestial crystals for the first time. 100,000 high-grade celestial crystals for the second time. 100,000 high-grade celestial crystals for the third time. Congratulations to the guests in the first private box for successfully bidding on the Daoming sword once again. The city lord, witnessing this, felt a sense of relief and his spirits lifted. The crowd began to anticipate the final auction item. What do you think the last item is? The first two items were mid-grade celestial artifacts. I guess this one will be the same. I doubt it. The last item must be something even more extraordinary. Lu Ruyan, without hesitation, waved her hand. A formation diagram radiating a grayish glow appeared before the audience. Is this a formation diagram? I thought it was some unparalleled celestial artifact. What a disappointment. Refund. Refund. Lu Ruyan cast a speechless glance at those calling for a refund. Come on, this is the final auction. Why are you asking for a refund? What are you thinking? She then proceeded to introduce the item. This auction item is called the Prison of Immortals Formation. By harnessing celestial spiritual energy to activate this formation, a massive prison can be formed, one that permits entry but prohibits exit. Even an immortal sovereign would find it impossible to break free in a short time. The final auction item, the Prison of Immortals Formation, starts at a price of 200,000 mid-grade celestial crystals, with each subsequent bid not less than 10,000 mid-grade celestial crystals. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent once more. They seemed to have grown accustomed to Lu Ruyan's ability to redefine their understanding, yet lamented that these celestial treasures were beyond their reach. Meanwhile, a glimmer of excitement began to shine in the city lord's eyes. Should the Prison of Immortals be established, even the esteemed guests of the premier private room shall find it impossible to thwart my ambitions. I am resolute in securing this prize. With this thought, the city lord once again turned his gaze towards the two enigmatic figures. The mysterious individuals remained silent. Meanwhile, the occupants of the other private rooms began to stir with anticipation. They had already missed too many opportunities. The second private room, without hesitation, proclaimed 250,000, 300,000, 500,000. The bids escalated rapidly, reaching an astonishing 1,500,000 immortal crystals. The city lord, now agitated, turned to the mysterious figures and implored, "Lend me more." The enigmatic individual, with a resigned expression, replied, "My lord, we have already exhausted all our immortal crystals in your service. We truly cannot provide any further assistance." Upon hearing this, the city lord's brows furrowed tightly in concern. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his hand, and from his storage ring, a jade pendant suddenly soared into the air. Chapter 30. The enrollment token of Fusu Academy. Upon beholding the jade pendant, the mysterious figure gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, This is the enrollment token of Fusu Academy." The city lord, unfazed by the stranger's astonishment, turned to Lu Ruyan on the stage and inquired, "Miss Ruyan, might I exchange this enrollment token for the Prisoner of Immortals array?" Initially taken aback by his words, Lu Ruyan was evidently struck by the significance of the token in the city lord's possession. However, she quickly regained her composure, her gaze fixated on the D-class private box as she fell into deep contemplation. The founder of Fusu Academy was a formidable immortal sovereign, and the esteemed Fusu sovereign had reached the terrifying pinnacle of the immortal sovereign realm, just a step away from ascending to the immortal emperor level. He was renowned as the foremost figure beneath the immortal emperor. Those who emerged from Fusu Academy invariably became titans within the immortal realm. More importantly, Fusu Academy only issued an enrollment token every few thousand years, rendering them exceedingly rare. Those eligible to obtain such a token were either extraordinary prodigies or individuals blessed with immense fortune. There were even rumors that even the exalted immortal emperors would show deference when meeting the Fusu sovereign. Lu Ruyin was acutely aware of the token's worth. Yet she also knew that possessing it did not guarantee admission to Fusu Academy, as the institution upheld stringent criteria for its enrollees. Candidates must not exceed a millennium in age and must possess a cultivation level no lower than the true immortal realm, alongside stringent requirements pertaining to character. The enrollment token held no value for the city lord, whose offspring were of mediocre talent. Otherwise, he would not be foolish enough to use such a token for an exchange. As Lu Ruyin grappled with her dilemma, a voice that filled her with trepidation echoed in her mind. Agree to his terms. Yes. Her countenance paled slightly as she bowed gently towards the D-class box. Then, she turned her enchanting gaze towards the D-class box and spoke, her lips parting softly. Our auction house has decided to consent to the exchange with the enrollment token of Fusu Academy. I wonder if any of the esteemed friends present wish to offer a higher bid? As time elapsed, the auction hall fell into an eerie silence, with not a single soul daring to voice an objection. Witnessing this, Lu Ruyin smiled faintly, her small hammer descending gently. With a resounding thud, she proclaimed, "Congratulations to the distinguished guest in the D-class box for successfully acquiring the prisoner of Immortal's array." The city lord, who had been tense within the box, finally felt the weight lift from his heart. He exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over him as he glanced at the two mysterious figures beside him. "When shall we commence our operation?" The city lord's voice was tinged with excitement and anticipation. With the prisoner of Immortal's array and 2 mid-grade immortal artifacts in his possession, he felt confident in his ability to conquer the He family and become the true sovereign of Yaoxian City. The pressure the He family exerted upon him was immense. Whenever outsiders mentioned Yaoxian City, the first name that came to mind was the He family. Seldom did anyone acknowledge him, the city lord. This time, he vowed that the He family would pay the price. In the eyes of the two mysterious figures, a flicker of excitement was evident. "Rest assured, Lord City Master, with our heavenly evil alliance by your side, the illustrious history of the He family shall surely meet its demise today. However, you must fulfill the promises made to us." Upon hearing this, the city master felt a pang of regret. Yet he responded, "Fear not. As soon as I ascend as the sovereign of Yaoxian City, I will take not a single coin from the He family's fortune." Excellent. The two members of the Heavenly Evil Alliance nodded in satisfaction at the city master's reply. Meanwhile, within the private room marked with the celestial insignia, A.O. Ching inquired, "Brother Yu, what purpose does the enrollment token serve? Is it for attending a private academy?" Chen Yu and Mu Chanxian exchanged exasperated glances. The Fusu Immortal Academy is renowned and powerful within the celestial realm. I intend for Chunxian to attend. Upon hearing this, Mu Chunxian grew anxious, rising to exclaim, "Brother Yu, I refuse to go. I want to stay with you. Do not rush. Allow me to explain. Once you enter the Fusu Immortal Academy, not only will your cultivation progress rapidly, but you will also establish a foothold within the celestial realm. However, if you accompany me, your cultivation will stagnate, and you will wander as we do." Chen Yu patiently elucidated to Mu Chenxian. "But, Brother Yu, I do not care about cultivation." Mu Chenxuan's words were abruptly cut off by Chen Yu. "Do you not care for your sister? Your cultivation level is far too low. Your sole task is to elevate it, for only then can you aid me." Chen Yu's words pierced through Mu Chenxuan's heart like a needle. "Indeed, my cultivation is insufficient to assist you." Mu Chenxian lowered his head, a glimmer of despondency and reluctance flickering in his eyes. Seeing the expression on Mu Chenxuan's face, Chen Yu realized he had succeeded in persuading him. "In a few days, I will send you for enrollment. By then, A.O. Qing and I will also need to leave the celestial realm. Focus on your training." Taking a deep breath, Mu Chenxian raised his head and resolutely declared, "All right, I will strive to cultivate diligently." Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction just as a knock echoed from outside the door. "Enter." As the door swung open, Lu Ruyin timidly stepped inside. "P predecessor, I have come to deliver the auction items." Her tone was laced with anxiety, fear, and a hint of curiosity. "Chen Yu, Observing Lu Ruyan's lowered head, teased, I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. Lu Ruyan promptly knelt and replied, Predecessor, I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive my transgressions. Chen Yu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Why do you kneel so readily, as if I were a villain? He cleared his throat. Stand up, do not be nervous. I possess a gentle temperament. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan felt a slight alleviation of her tension. She then rose, slowly lifting her gaze. The moment she beheld Chen Yu, she was momentarily transfixed. So handsome. Recovering from her surprise, Lu Ruyan quickly lowered her head, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Suddenly, an image of Chen Yu from her consciousness resurfaced in her mind. So impressive. Chen Yu failed to detect the anomaly in Lu Ruyan's demeanor and inquired, Where's my egg? The egg. Oh, here it is. Lu Ruyan, her cheeks flushed, retrieved the void divine beast egg from her storage ring. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the egg floated gracefully from Lu Ruyan's grasp, drawn towards Chen Yu as if by an invisible force. The egg trembled violently, as if it sensed the aura emanating from Chen Yu. What is happening? Lu Ruyan asked, her curiosity piqued. This little creature has confounded even the master of the house, yet it reacts so intensely in front of a senior. In that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Chen Yu's eyes as he plunged directly into the core of the void divine beast egg. Chapter 31. Encirclement in pursuit of wealthy, ethereal divine beast seemed to sense the overwhelming aura, gradually trembling in its entirety. Subsequently, its quivering egg-like form began to cease its oscillation, instantly falling into a tranquil silence, devoid of any further movement. At that moment, He Hongfan and He Mingshu entered from outside. Patriarch. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ruoyan slightly bowed before He Hongfan in a gesture of respect. He Hongfan, taken aback, regarded Lu Ruoyan with curiosity and inquired, Xiaoyan, when did you become so mannerly? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan's cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of shyness washing over her as she rubbed her nose. Why is this old man exposing my true self? He Hongfan turned his gaze to Chen Yu, clasping his hands in a gesture of greeting, and smiled, I apologize for any offense caused, Xiao Yu. Xiaoyan is my wife's younger sister, so please forgive her if she has overstepped. Lu Ruoyan, upon realizing, felt a surge of embarrassment as she understood that her antics before the auction had not escaped He Hongfan's notice. The thought burned her face, and she felt deeply ashamed. However, what intrigued her even more was the unexpected courtesy her brother-in-law was extending to the young man before her. Chen Yu casually waved his hand, responding nonchalantly, No harm done. Then, He Hongfan produced a storage ring and an enrollment token for the Fusu Academy, handing them to Chen Yu. This ring contains all the celestial crystals from your 3 artifacts that were auctioned. Our auction house will not charge any fees. Additionally, here is the enrollment token for Fusu Academy. Please accept them both. He Hongfan sensed that Chen Yu might require the celestial crystals. Thus, he calculated the formation diagram at the price of a top-grade celestial artifact to present to Chen Yu. Receiving the items, Chen Yu briefly glanced at the storage ring and then jested, Aren't you afraid of incurring a loss? Ha ha ha, what is this? If you require it, I would gladly gift this auction house to you. He Hongfan responded with hearty laughter. Chen Yu did not refuse, accepting the items with a clear conscience. After all, his breakthrough to Celestial Sovereign not only safeguarded his life, but also preserved his vast estate. Subsequently, He Hongfan turned to Chen Yu and inquired, Are you planning to join Fusu Academy? Chen Yu shook his head, replying, I intend to send Chen Xian. He Hongfan nodded, then addressed Mu Chen Xian, coincidentally. My daughter is also at Fusu Academy. Should you require any assistance during your visit, feel free to consult her. Mu Chen Xian, surprised by this revelation, nonetheless clasped his fists and replied, I understand. Thank you, senior. He Hongfan smiled and nodded at Mu Chen Xian, his eyes filled with satisfaction, seemingly quite pleased with his son-in-law. At that moment, a maid rushed in from outside, exclaiming, Patriarch, it's terrible. He Hongfan furrowed his brow and asked, What is it? Why the haste? The maid quickly responded, Patriarch, the city lord has surrounded our auction house with his men. He Hongfan narrowed his eyes, muttering, He could no longer restrain himself. Turning to Chen Yu, He Hongfan clasped his fist and said, "Xiao Yu, please wait a moment while I attend to this matter." Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. "Xiao Yan, ensure that you attend to the three young friends with utmost care. Do not be negligent." After delivering his instructions, He Hongfan turned and departed from the Tianzi private room. At the entrance of the Qingtian auction house, the city lord stood with arms crossed, his expression grave, quietly awaiting He Hongfan's arrival. Surrounding celestial beings discreetly concealed themselves in the void, observing intently. Why do you suppose the city lord has encircled the Qingtian auction house? I surmise that the city lord fears the He family, as they currently bask in great prominence. The city lord's reputation in Yaoxian City is waning compared to that of the He family. Thus, he aims to eradicate them swiftly. That makes sense. Who do you believe is stronger, the city lord or the head of the He family? I believe the city lord possesses greater power. It is said that the head of the He family sustained severe injuries thousands of years ago and now bears lingering ailments. That explains it. No wonder the city lord dares to mobilize such forces. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the Qingtian auction house. It was none other than He Hongfan. With such fanfare, one wonders what transgressions the He family has committed. The city lord scoffed and said, "He family head, our city lord's mansion has received confidential reports indicating that your family is colluding with beings from the demon realm, trafficking a substantial number of female immortals to the demon domain. We now require to seal and search your auction house. Do you have any objections?" He Hongfan responded with a cold smile. "What audacity the city lord displays, attempting to seal my family's auction house without just cause. Pray tell, what gives you such confidence?" The city lord, no longer feigning, revealed a mysterious smile towards He Hongfan and then raised his hand, summoning two figures from the void. "Who might you be?" He Hongfan discerned that both individuals were at the late stage of the celestial emperor realm. However, he was curious. While the city lord was at the pinnacle of the celestial emperor realm, how did he possess the ability to command two late-stage celestial emperors to serve his interests? At that moment, the mysterious figure dramatically unveiled his black robe, revealing his true visage. The observers hidden in the void immediately recognized the identities of the two individuals. They were the Yin-Yang twins of the Tiansha Alliance. It is indeed them. The city lord has actually summoned them. It is rumored that the Yin-Yang twins once injured a celestial sovereign. If that is true, the He family is destined for defeat today. He Hongfan could not help but furrow his brow and remarked, "It seems my family has had no prior dealings with the Tiansha Alliance." The sinister figure, with a malevolent grin, retorted, "Indeed, there have been no prior interactions. But your He family is simply too prosperous. It has piqued the interest of our Tiansha Alliance." Upon hearing this, He Hongfan immediately understood. It was all for wealth. The Tiansha Alliance was notoriously infamous in the celestial realm. While not wholly malevolent, they often engaged in family extermination for profit. "City Lord, when did you descend to such depths as to serve the Tiansha Alliance?" The city lord remained unfazed, showing no signs of anger at He Hongfan's words. He was acutely aware that countless celestial beings surrounded him, and if he were to succumb to rage and embarrassment at this moment, not only would he become a source of ridicule, but he might also jeopardize his position as city lord. At that instant, Yang Sha bellowed, "We of the Heavenly Fiends Alliance can no longer tolerate the actions of the He family, who have colluded with the demon realm to sell our female, celestial beings to curry favor with the demon race. Thus, we have approached the city lord, hoping for justice on behalf of our kind, and to ensure that the He family pays for their transgressions." The surrounding celestial beings remained silent, evidently unconvinced by Yang Sha's claims. Yet they could not dare to voice their dissent, for that would surely lead them to ruin. He Hongfan let out a cold laugh and said, "City Lord, do you truly believe that your few allies can bring down my He family?" The city lord furrowed his brow and, narrowing his eyes, replied, "Head of the He family, please reveal the individuals who stand behind you." Chapter 32. The death of the city lord He Hongfan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the news, perplexed as he inquired, "The person behind this? What does it mean? Surely, you do not believe I am unaware of those present in the Tianhao private room of your auction house today?" It was then That He Hong Fan comprehended the gravity of the situation, and with a derisive laugh, he remarked, "Is there truly a need for assistance to deal with you insignificant ants?" The city lord's expression immediately darkened. "What audacity, since you refuse to cooperate. Do not blame me for being impolite." As soon as the words left his lips, the city lord extended his hand, grasping at the void before him, summoning the Ming sword into his grasp. In an instant, he leaped into the air, a terrifying aura of peak immortal emperor emanating from him. Sky-piercing slash. The city lord raised his sword, unleashing a razor-sharp sword chi aimed directly at He Hong Fan. Just as the sword chi was about to reach him, it was abruptly swept away by an overwhelming pressure. What? The city lord stared in disbelief at the scene before him, sensing the dreadfully powerful aura radiating from He Hong Fan. This was undoubtedly not the presence of an immortal emperor. You have broken through to immortal sovereign." Upon uttering these words, the surrounding immortals widened their eyes in astonishment, their faces filled with shock. The head of the He family has ascended to immortal sovereign. Heavens! The city lord is in for a significant loss this time. The balance of power in Yaoxian City is about to shift. It seems even the city lord's position may be in jeopardy. The city lord gazed intently at He Hong Fan. His expression is grim, as if he had swallowed a bitter pill. The yin-yang twin evil behind him appeared no less troubled than the city lord. "Is fear now gripping you?" He Hong Fan mocked, observing the city lord and the yin-yang twin evil with disdain. "Oomph. Even if you have reached immortal sovereign, what of it?" Without hesitation, the city lord produced the array diagram he had acquired at the auction house and immediately channeled his immortal energy. Suddenly, the sky condensed into a massive prison, emanating a chilling aura that seemed to envelop the entire void, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The city lord then raised both hands, swiftly forming seals to activate the prison array, directing it towards He Hong Fan. In the blink of an eye, the prison array ensnared He Hong Fan within its confines. Furrowing his brow, He Hong Fan surveyed his surroundings, feeling the potent energy radiating from the prison array. A bittersweet smile crept upon his face as he muttered, "Have I fallen victim to Chen Xiaoyou's schemes?" Yet, He Hong Fan felt no trepidation. While he recognized the prison array's formidable nature, his own strength was not to be underestimated. Suddenly, He Hong Fan raised his right hand, revealing a superior-grade immortal artifact, the Dustfall diagram, before him. He channeled his inner immortal spiritual energy into the Dustfall diagram, releasing a terrifying pressure that surged towards the prison array, seemingly intent on forcibly breaking through the formation. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, the city lord exerted his immortal energy to sustain the prison array. He then bellowed at the yin-yang twin evil behind him. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and take action." Upon hearing the city lord's furious shout, the yin-yang twin evil jolted back to reality, promptly summoning their own immortal artifacts to launch a relentless assault on He Hong Fan. He Hong Fan smirked disdainfully, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, an imperceptible aura instantaneously obliterated the dual assaults of yin and yang, dissipating them into the void. Upon witnessing this, the yin and yang duo exchanged glances, their bodies gradually emanating a radiant glow. This was the fusion technique they had created together. Reverse yin and yang. Transform the universe. Merge. Their celestial arts intertwined flawlessly, unleashing an aura surpassing that of a celestial king, hurtling towards He Hong Fan. He Hong Fan promptly retrieved a defensive celestial artifact from his storage ring, straining to withstand their onslaught. Observers around them could not help but exclaim in admiration. The yin and yang duo truly lived up to their reputation. Such power! If a celestial sovereign were to underestimate it, they might face utter annihilation. He Hong Fan resisted the attacks of yin and yang, and then unleashed his celestial sovereign might without reservation. The prison celestial array trembled under the immense pressure exerted by He Hong Fan, as if on the verge of collapse. The city lord, suffering a backlash from the formation, spat out a mouthful of blood. Noticing this, He Hong Fan immediately raised his great sword, delivering an unprecedented strike towards the prison celestial array. The shattering celestial slash The sword energy surged rapidly towards the array, erupting into a blinding radiance just as it was about to make contact. The colossal prison celestial array collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending clouds of dust swirling and disintegrating into fragments before the eyes of the crowd. The city lord was violently thrown back by the sword energy unleashed by He Hong Fan, collapsing to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth. The yin and yang duo fared no better, being blasted away by the terrifying sword energy, shattering through dozens of buildings. How could this be? The city lord's face turned pale, collapsing to the ground while clutching his chest, gazing at He Hong Fan in disbelief. He Hong Fan emerged slowly from the dust, looking down upon the city lord. "My lord, it is time to depart." His voice was chilling, infused with a murderous intent that sent shivers down spines. The city lord, filled with resentment, glared at He Hong Fan and bellowed, Why? I am the city lord, the sovereign of Yaoxian City. Why are you able to transcend the celestial sovereign realm?" He Hong Fan replied coolly, "Simply because the He family acts with a clear conscience." With that, a flash of sword light sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning. The city lord's head was instantly severed, soaring high into the air and tracing a tragic arc before crashing heavily onto the cold ground, blood splattering everywhere. He Hong Fan then fixed his sharp gaze upon the yin and yang duo. They frowned slightly, clearly taken aback by the turn of events. At that moment, Yin Sha's hand glimmered, revealing a mysterious jade tablet. Before anyone could react, Yin Sha shattered the tablet without hesitation, causing a passageway to slowly materialize beside the two. "Head of the He family, we shall return." Upon seeing their intent to flee, He Hong Fan swiftly raised his sword, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy towards the yin and yang duo. However, despite He Hong Fan's rapid response, he was ultimately a moment too late to intercept them. At the moment when the sword energy was about to approach the dual specters of yin and yang, the two figures swayed and, like phantoms, slipped into the passage, vanishing from the sight of the crowd in the blink of an eye. Observing this, He Hong Fan found himself at a loss, compelled to sheath his sword and disappear from the spot. The onlookers exchanged glances, all astonished by He Hong Fan's display of power. How terrifying! Is this the strength of an immortal master? Who in the current Yaoxian city could possibly rival the He family? No, I must return and caution that rebellious child. They must never offend the He family again. Thus, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed, fading into the void. Meanwhile, at the Qing Tian auction house, He Hong Fan, with a beaming smile, addressed the young friend, "I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long due to some unforeseen matters." His demeanor was a stark contrast to the authoritative figure he had just portrayed. "Not at all," Chen Yu replied dismissively, waving his hand. "May I inquire about your plans moving forward? Perhaps you would consider staying with my He family for a while longer?" Chapter 33. Departure. Chen Yu shook his head in response, saying, "No need. I intend to escort Chen Xian to Fusu Immortal Mansion." He Hong Fan immediately replied, "Then let Xiao Zhao accompany you. She can guide your way." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yu slightly nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the He residence, He Shi Zhao had been waiting in the reception room for quite some time. Dressed in a delicate pink gown, she sat gracefully on a chair, exuding elegance and poise. "Xiao Zhao, please convey my regards to your teachers at Fusu Immortal Mansion. Also, Mu Xiaoyu is preparing to enroll there as well. Be sure to get along with him and take good care of him. Do not throw childish tantrums." He Hong Fan admonished He Shi Zhao incessantly, causing her a slight headache. When she learned that Mu Chanxian was also planning to attend Fusu Immortal Mansion, she felt a surge of surprise, followed by a flicker of anticipation. "I will not be any less than you." After a brief rest, the group gathered at the entrance of the He residence. Before them descended a magnificent celestial beast, the feathered Lin Immortal Peng, with resplendent wings and an imposing stature. This celestial creature had attained the pinnacle of true immortal cultivation and was renowned for its swift flight throughout the immortal realm. However, the feathered Lin Immortal Peng was not a creature that could be easily tamed. It was due to He Hong Fan's past act of rescuing it and its young from peril that the creature harbored deep gratitude towards the He family, willingly aligning itself with them and becoming part of their household. The He family, in turn, did not neglect it, constructing a dwelling specifically for the feathered Lin immortal Peng to ensure its comfort. Once everyone was settled on the back of the feathered Lin immortal Peng, He Shizhao exclaimed, "Ah, Lin Jie, let us depart." "Certainly, miss." The feathered Lin immortal Peng unfurled its colossal wings, propelled itself with a powerful leap, and soared into the heavens in an instant. Above the clouds, He Shizhao sat quietly in a corner, seemingly lost in thought, gazing at the surrounding scenery in a daze. Mu Chanxian, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of concern, sensing a hint of solitude in her posture. He turned to Chen Yu and Ao Qing beside him. Chen Yu was comfortably reclined on the soft, luxurious fur of the feathered Lin immortal Peng, eyes closed and a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Ao Qing sat cross-legged, eyes gently shut, wholly absorbed in her cultivation practice. After observing them for a moment, Mu Chanxian slowly rose and approached He Shizhao. "What are you thinking about?" he inquired, standing behind her in confusion. He Shizhao turned her head to glance at Mu Chanxian before returning her gaze to the horizon. "Oh, nothing much. Just that it has been a long time since I left home, and I am a bit unaccustomed to it." Mu Chanxian took a seat beside He Shizhao and asked, "How long have you been at Fusu Immortal Mansion?" Nearly 50 years, I suppose." Understanding dawned upon Mu Chanxian as he nodded, remarking, "No wonder your cultivation is so advanced." He Shizhao possessed remarkable talent, having joined Fusu Immortal Mansion at a young age, and her cultivation had now reached the mid-stage of Golden Immortal. Among the younger generation of the Celestial Realm, he could be regarded as a prodigy of the highest order. At this moment, He Shizhao turned to Mu Chanxian and inquired, "With such an excellent constitution, why is your cultivation level so?" He Shizhao spoke with great tact, not wishing to wound Mu Chenxuan's feelings. Mu Chanxian, displaying a nonchalant demeanor, simply replied with a smile, "I am not a native of the Celestial Realm. I hail from the lower realms. To be precise, I have only been in the Celestial Realm for about a month." He Shizhao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed intently at Mu Chenxian. It dawned on her why Mu Chanxian and his companions had such low cultivation levels. She understood that the lower realms were impoverished in spiritual energy, and those who managed to ascend to the level of immortality were undoubtedly gifted individuals. Then, with a face full of curiosity, He Shizhao asked, "But your current cultivation has not yet reached the level of ascension. How did you manage to ascend to the Celestial Realm?" Mu Chanxian discreetly glanced at Chen Yu before slowly responding, "It was largely thanks to Brother Yu." He recounted the circumstances of the lower realm, including his sister, to He Shizhao without reservation. He Shizhao listened quietly to Mu Chanxian's narrative. Upon hearing that he had risked everything to follow Chen Yu to the Celestial Realm for the sake of his sister, her heart suddenly tightened with concern. It was well known that even the children of the Celestial Realm possessed cultivation levels beyond the void refinement stage. One could only imagine the dire straits Mu Chanxian would face in the Celestial Realm without Chen Yu's support. Upon learning that Chen Yu did not intend to allow Mu Chanxian to accompany him any longer, He Shizhao's gaze softened with compassion as she looked at Mu Chanxian. If Chen Yu truly left, Mu Chanxian would be utterly alone in the Celestial Realm. After arriving at the Fusu Immortal Mansion, He Shizhao confidently assured Mu Chanxian, "If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." She patted her chest with a self-assured expression. A hint of tenderness appeared on Mu Chenxuan's face as he smiled and replied, "All right, absolutely." In that moment, the two became thoroughly acquainted. He Shizhao, as if a dam had burst, began to introduce Mu Chanxian to everything about the Celestial Realm. Mu Chenxuan listened attentively, occasional te cinq her, which caused He Shizhao to pout and shoot him a playful glare, her expression adorably fierce. Behind them, Chen Yu opened his eyes, observing their jovial interaction, and felt a twinge of complexity in his heart. He slowly turned his gaze to his storage ring, murmuring, "Little girl, just wait a moment." Approximately half a month later, the Yulin Immortal Phoenix carried the four of them into the Xinglan Immortal Domain. By this time, Mu Chanxian's cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of ascension, merely a step away from attaining the human immortal stage. As for Ao Qing, after reaching the early human immortal stage, he ceased further cultivation. As Chen Yu had mentioned, upon entering the human immortal stage, he felt a sense of oppression. Continuing to cultivate would not only be futile, but could also lead to backlash due to the inadequacy of his techniques in absorbing celestial energy. After another couple of days, the group finally arrived at the Fusu Immortal Mansion. The entire mansion was immensely grand, resembling a colossal entity suspended between heaven and earth. A profound aura of ethereal spirit enveloped the surroundings, creating an enchanting ambience reminiscent of a terrestrial paradise. The majestic white jade archway stood proudly at the entrance of the immortal abode, and inscribed upon its crossbeam in robust characters were the four powerful words Fusu Immortal Mansion, exuding an endless charm and artistic conception that captivated all who beheld it. Such a spectacle. A.O. Qing and Mu Chunxian gazed at the immortal residence, utterly spellbound. "Let us enter," He Shi Zhao exclaimed, tugging at Mu Chenxuan's arm, beckoning Chen Yu and the others to follow. "Halt! This is the Fusu Immortal Mansion. Trespassers are forbidden entry." A voice commanded. The group turned to see a mysterious elder hovering in the void, gazing intently at them. Chapter 34. The immortal emperor is not. The elder was clad in a faded gray robe, its fabric appearing remarkably unadorned, even bearing several patches. However, despite his seemingly unremarkable appearance, Chen Yu immediately discerned that this elder was, in fact, a formidable being of the immortal Lord realm. He Shi Zhao smiled and waved towards the void, exclaiming, "Grandfather Zhong, it's me." "Ah, is that you, Xiao Zhao? You've returned." Zhong Wuliang responded with a warm smile as he gazed at He Shi Zhao. "Indeed, Grandfather Zhong." Upon Zhong Wuliang's arrival before the gathering, He Shi Zhao proceeded to introduce Chen Yu and his companions. Upon learning that Mu Chunxian wished to join the Fusu Immortal Mansion, Zhong Wuliang scrutinized Mu Chunxian closely. The moment he laid eyes upon him, he was taken aback. Although Mu Chunxian's cultivation was rather low, his constitution was unprecedented, and the aura emanating from him was extraordinarily formidable. Zhong Wuliang averted his gaze, suppressing his astonishment before slowly articulating, "Xiao Zhao, you are aware of the rules of the Fusu Immortal Mansion. One must attain true immortal status to be admitted." He Shi Zhao hurriedly replied, "Grandfather Zhong, Mu Chunxian hails from the lower realms. When he ascended, his cultivation was merely at the refining void stage, and now, within less than 2 months, he has already reached the ascending pinnacle." Hearing this, Zhong Wuliang furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he turned his attention back to Mu Chunxian and stated, "In that case, I shall make an exception. If you can complete the assessment, I shall permit your enrollment." Mu Chunxian stepped forward, clasping his fists in respect. "Senior, I understand and am willing to undergo the assessment." Zhong Wuliang nodded and instructed, "Very well, follow me." As he spoke, his gaze lingered momentarily on Chen Yu before swiftly shifting away, leading the group into the Fusu Immortal Mansion. Zhong Wuliang guided them into the enrollment hall, where 4 figures were already standing, 2 men and 2 women. Having been informed in advance of Mu Chunxian's intention to enroll, the 4 instructors awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Zhong Wuliang at the entrance, the instructors quickly approached and respectfully bowed to him. "Zhong Lao." Zhong Wuliang acknowledged them with a nod and gestured towards Mu Chunxian, saying, "This young friend intends to enroll in the Fusu Immortal Mansion. Please assess him." These 4 were the instructors of the Fusu Immortal Mansion: Master Lin Xiaohua, Master Su Feng, Master Yin Shu, and Master Nangong Yao Shui, all of whom were peak cultivators of the immortal sovereign realm. "Greetings, esteemed instructors." He Shi Zhao respectfully saluted the 4. They responded with smiles and nods before shifting their gaze to Mu Chunxian. Upon discerning Mu Chunxian's cultivation level, the 4 exchanged puzzled glances directed at Zhong Wuliang. Seeing Zhong Wuliang's nod, Lin Xiaohua addressed Mu Chunxian, "Come with me." Lin Xiaohua led Mu Chunxian to an open area. Subsequently, Nangong Yao Shui stepped forward, forming hand seals, as a grand array passage gradually materialized in the space before them. The formation is known as the Celestial Illusion Realm, a creation of our esteemed Master Fusu. Upon entering, one will inevitably experience the myriad emotions of life: joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Should you fail to emerge from the celestial illusion realm, your life may be in peril. Have you made up your mind? Nangong Miaoshu inquired of Mu Chenxian. Mu Chenxian cast a glance at Chen Yu, then stepped forward resolutely, responding, I am willing to accept the trial. Nangong Miaoshu nodded and said, Enter then. Mu Chenxian cupped his fists in salute to the others, then turned and strode into the celestial illusion array. Yin Shu smiled at Lin Xiaohua and the others, asking, How long do you think this young lad will take to pass the assessment? Su Feng pondered for a moment before stating, I guess, half a month. That soon? Yin Shu and the others looked at Su Feng in astonishment. It is well known that the assessments at the Fususu Immortal Manor are notoriously stringent. Although few students come to take the assessment, those who enter the celestial illusion realm are undeniably prodigies among countless others. Most take over 2 months to succeed, with some requiring as long as 6 months or even a year. Even Ishijiao took nearly 3 months to pass the trial of the celestial illusion realm. Su Feng explained slowly, Though Mu Chenxian's cultivation is low, I sense his extraordinary physique. Moreover, let us not forget, he is personally brought here by Elder Zhong. The others nodded in realization. Meanwhile, Zhong Wuyang was observing Chen Yu intently. How strange, I cannot see through this junior. He approached Chen Yu with a smile, saying, Young friend, what are your impressions of our Fususu Immortal Manor? Chen Yu glanced at Zhong Wuyang and replied slowly, It's average. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wuyang's mouth twitched involuntarily. Do not be deceived by our few numbers. Anyone who can join the Fususu Immortal Manor is a rare genius of the immortal realm. So, young friend, would you like to join us? If you desire, I can arrange your admission immediately. Chen Yu looked at Zhong Wuyang with curiosity and asked, Didn't Yu just say that the Fususu Immortal Manor requires an assessment? Why would I be admitted directly? Zhong Wuyang cleared his throat awkwardly and replied earnestly, Indeed. But I can make an exception. After speaking, he raised an eyebrow at Chen Yu, as if to say, Aren't I impressive? Chen Yu responded indifferently, not interested. Zhong Wuyang, unfazed, smiled at Chen Yu and said, Is there something troubling you? Rest assured, once you join the Fususu Immortal Manor, we will handle all your troubles. Chen Yu rubbed his forehead in exasperation and replied, My troubles are not something you can resolve. Zhong Wuyang, feeling a bit irked, retorted, In this immortal realm, apart from the immortal emperor, who would dare offend our Fususu Immortal Manor? The immortal emperor means nothing, Chen Yu replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wuyang abandoned his attempts to recruit Chen Yu. We indeed do not accept those with such peculiar thinking. How long do you think Mu Chenxian will take to pass the celestial illusion array? A while, Chen Yu replied. Zhong Wuyang, it seems you are quite ill. Young friend, your humor is indeed remarkable. Since the establishment of the Fusu Immortal Manor, no one has ever traversed the illusory immortal realm in a single day, nor even within half a month. Zhong Wuyang perceived Chen Yu's words as mere youthful banter and paid them little heed, instead patiently elucidating the formidable nature of the illusory immortal array to him. Yet, Chen Yu was not speaking without basis. The illusory immortal realm tests one's courage, intellect, perseverance, and resolve. Mu Chenchuan's possession of the chaotic immortal body is not a mere stroke of luck. Furthermore, Chen Yu held unwavering confidence in Mu Chenxian. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to accompany him to the immortal realm, leaving behind his sister. After all, they had known each other for less than an hour at that time. Chapter 35. Master Fusu. Suddenly, the celestial illusion array before them began to tremble violently, as if the very fabric of space were on the brink of collapse. Accompanied by a flash of light, the illusion array gradually dissipated before the eyes of the onlookers. In the center of the open space stood Mu Chenxian, bewildered and gazing around with a perplexed expression. Has it begun? The four mentors stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them, exclaiming in disbelief, What? What is happening? Why has the celestial illusion array vanished? Is it broken? Even Zhong Wuyang was taken aback by Mu Chenchuan's display, instinctively plucking a hair from his chin in shock. The celestial illusion array had shattered on its own. What kind of prodigy could remain unaffected by such a phenomenon? Zhong Wuyang could not help but exclaim in awe. My goodness, an unparalleled genius. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly conveyed this matter to Master Fusu. At that moment, he felt a surge of relief for not having dismissed Mu Chunxian. Losing such a divine talent would surely lead to lifelong regret. Before long, a deep, resonant tremor echoed from the void nearby. Suddenly, a fissure appeared, and an elderly man clad in a greenish-blue robe stepped forth. His gaunt face and piercing eyes exuded an otherworldly aura that commanded instant reverence from those present. Upon seeing him, the crowd respectfully bowed. "We pay our respects to the lord of the manor." Master Fusu nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze toward Mu Chunxian. In that instant, Mu Chunxian felt an icy chill envelop him, as if he were completely exposed under Master Fusu's scrutinizing gaze, with no secrets left to conceal. Upon discerning Mu Chinchuan's constitution, Master Fusu's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "The chaotic celestial body is indeed the legendary chaotic celestial body." His gaze toward Mu Chunxian resembled that of someone beholding a rare treasure, filled with both admiration and pity. Feeling the intensity of the moment, Mu Chunxian instinctively covered himself and awkwardly remarked, "Elder, I'm straight." Master Fusu's expression immediately darkened as he retorted, "What kind of talk is that?" "I am too." Then, with a smile, Master Fusu inquired, "Young friend, do you have a mentor?" Mu Chunxian glanced over at Chen Yu. Following his gaze, Master Fusu assumed he was referring to Zhong Wuyang, standing beside Chen Yu. "Old Zhong, have you taken this young friend under your wing?" Master Fusu's face grew stern as he cracked his knuckles, appearing ready for a confrontation. This sight startled Zhong Wuyang, who hastily pointed at Chen Yu, exclaiming, "No, no, no. The young friend is not looking at me, but at him. What a joke. Who could withstand a punch from such an old fellow?" Master Fusu suddenly paused as he regarded Chen Yu. He could not see through Chen Yu, despite his low cultivation. Master Fusu did not believe Chen Yu was as simple as he appeared. The aura radiating from Chen Yu instilled a sense of unease within him. Fusu, the celestial master, squinted and inquired, "May I ask from whence this esteemed friend hails?" Upon hearing these words, the surrounding crowd was taken aback. Their gazes fixated on Chen Yu. "Esteemed friend? Am I mistaken? The master actually addressed this young man as such?" "Indeed, I heard it too. The master truly referred to him as an esteemed friend." Chen Yu responded nonchalantly, "You are not yet worthy to know." Fusu sneered, then remarked, "It appears that you are not of the celestial realm. I shall test your mettle." With that, Fusu unleashed the overwhelming aura of a peak celestial master, causing the very fabric of the void to tremble under his might. Zhong Wuyang, recognizing Fusu's combative nature flaring up, swiftly gestured for Shi Zhao and the others to depart. Meanwhile, the four mentors hurriedly followed suit, fearing they would be caught in the fray. Chen Yu smiled lightly, his ethereal eyes opening with a quiet resolve as he stepped forth, manifesting above the void. At that moment, he radiated an aura of supremacy, exuding a formidable presence that seemed to promise the annihilation of the vast celestial domain with but a thought. Not far off, Fusu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Chen Yu. He realized that, at least in terms of aura, he had already been bested. Yet, rather than succumbing to fear, a fierce determination ignited within him. "If my aura cannot match yours, let us see whose fists are mightier." With that, Fusu vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Chen Yu in the blink of an eye. He swiftly lifted his right leg, unleashing a powerful force aimed directly at Chen Yu. However, Chen Yu remained unflustered, exuding calmness. He extended his right hand with composure, effortlessly blocking Fusu's assault. "Hiss! So tough?" Fusu gasped, the impact akin to striking an iron wall. He promptly executed a retreating spell, withdrawing 1,000 miles away, nursing his leg while staring incredulously at Chen Yu, his expression a tapestry of astonishment. A wicked smile began to form on Chen Yu's face. With a slight upward curl of his lips, he remarked, "Now it is my turn, is it not?" Before Fusu could articulate his trepidation, Chen Yu silently maneuvered behind him. With a resounding crash, Fusu was sent crashing to the ground by a single punch from Chen Yu, creating an immense pit in the earth, sending dust soaring into the air. with Fusu's form deeply embedded within it. The surrounding lush forest could not withstand such a violent shockwave. Being uprooted and flung hundreds of miles away by the tempest Su had conjured. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhong Wuliang's jaw nearly dropped to the ground in disbelief. Alas, it is fortunate that I have not provoked this calamity. As Zhong Wuliang beheld the disheveled state of Master Su, he could not help but revel in a sense of schadenfreude. That punch! Delightful! The four mentors regarded Zhong Wuliang with sympathetic glances, fully aware that whenever Master Su sought a sparring partner, it invariably meant misfortune for Zhong Wuliang. As for why Master Su did not approach them, their cultivation levels were far too low to withstand even a single blow from him, whereas Zhong Wuliang could at least endure a few strikes. Old Zhong, want to heal in a hand? Lin Xiaohua inquired, perplexed. Zhong Wuliang fell into silence, only to erupt in indignation. You fool! Why would I go up there when the Manor Lord can't even handle him? To add to the chaos? Meanwhile, Shi Zhao stood utterly astonished, unable to restrain herself. She turned to Mu Chenxian and asked, Is you good truly that formidable? Chapter 36. The heavenly Tao of the immortal realm. Mu Chenxian appeared to have grown accustomed to the situation, nodding in response. Even now, I remain oblivious to Brother Yu's limits. He once claimed that no one in this immortal realm could harm him. Shi Zhao fell silent in an instant. While it sounded rather boastful, it did seem to hold a kernel of truth. Cough! Ahem! The immortal Lord Fusu clumsily extricated himself from the pit. Though he had suffered no significant injuries, he was nonetheless a disheveled sight. So what now? Shall we continue our duel? Chen Yu remarked with a half-smile, observing the immortal Lord Fusu. Instantly, a look of ingratiation washed over Fusu's face as he replied, No, no, no. I concede, my friend possesses remarkable skills. Once Fusu regained his composure, he concentrated briefly and employed a cleansing spell to tidy himself up. Then, he turned to Chen Yu, puzzled, and inquired, If you possess such talents, why send young Mu to the Fusu immortal manor? Chen Yu replied nonchalantly, He is not my disciple, and my skills are not suited for him. Moreover, I shall soon depart from the immortal realm to visit the demon realm. Having him accompany me would only obscure his cultivation potential. Fusu nodded in understanding and then asked, Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the demon realm? If it is inconvenient to share, I shall not press. Chen Yu smiled and responded, I have a companion from the dragon clan, and I intend to seek out a suitable dragon cultivation technique for him. Ah, I see. Please proceed without concern. I shall ensure young Mu is diligently instructed and that his talents are not squandered. Fusu then added with a serious tone, Do exercise caution in the dragon realm. The ancient dragons possess formidable power. Even the 6 great emperors of our immortal realm can only achieve parity when united. Under normal circumstances, I would indeed seek out a cultivation technique from him, Chen Yu acknowledged. Fusu interjected, my friend. Chen Yu raised a hand, interrupting Fusu's attempt at counsel, and reassured him, Fear not, no one in the immortal realm can rival me. If you doubt, you may inquire with him. With that, Chen Yu smiled and gestured toward the sky. Fusu, puzzled, followed Chen Yu's gaze upward, yet he stared for a long moment without discerning anything unusual in the heavens. What is happening above? Chen Yu's voice resonated like thunder throughout the clouds as he calmly stated, How long do you wish to observe me? In that instant, a vague and ethereal figure emerged in the sky. This figure represented the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm, Xian. Even before Chen Yu activated the void divine eye, Xian had sensed his presence and had been silently observing from the boundless void. Now, Xian was astonished, never having anticipated that Chen Yu could discover his presence. With a furrowed brow, Xian stepped forward, appearing a mere distance away from Chen Yu and Fusu. The aura emanating from Xian was both terrifying and oddly comforting to Fusu. Thus, he turned to Chen Yu, bewildered, and asked, Who is he? Chen Yu regarded Xian and replied with a serene demeanor, The heavenly Tao of the immortal realm. Fusu's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Xian before him. After a moment, Lord Fusang regained his composure and respectfully bowed to the celestial being before him. This was his first encounter with the Tao of heaven, and it was only natural that he felt a sense of astonishment. Even the Celestial Emperor had never laid eyes on the visage of the Tao. Yet today, he was granted such a rare privilege. The celestial being raised a hand gently, halting Lord Fusong's gesture. There was no need for excessive formalities. The voice of the celestial was ethereal and gentle, leaving it impossible to discern whether they were male or female. The celestial then turned their gaze towards Chen Yu and inquired, "May I ask what brings you to the celestial realm?" Chen Yu, without reservation, replied, "I seek a heavenly treasure to save a life." "What sort of heavenly treasure do you require?" "The elixir of life." The celestial furrowed their brow and responded, "As far as I know, the elixir of life last appeared 30 million years ago. You may need to wait for some time." Chen Yu nonchalantly stated, "That is of no concern. I am patient." "For where do you hail?" "For Blue Star." The celestial pondered for a moment, casting a deep glance at Chen Yu before shifting their gaze towards Mu Chenxian. Ultimately, after nodding at Chen Yu, they vanished from sight. At that moment, Lord Fusong was drenched in sweat. The aura emanating from the celestial being and Chen Yu was overwhelmingly potent, making him feel like an ant observing two sovereigns of the world converse. He believed that even the celestial emperor would have to bow in deference, standing by to serve the two. Once the celestial departed, Chen Yu turned to Lord Fusong and said, "Let us return." Lord Fusong nodded, somewhat apprehensively. Chen Yu couldn't help but tease, "Why so tense?" Lord Fusong awkwardly scratched his head. "I'm not tense at all. There's no need to be nervous. I'm merely an ordinary individual among the masses." Upon hearing this, Lord Fusong's mouth twitched. "Ordinary person? Is that what you call ordinary?" The two returned to the academy. Upon seeing them, Zhong Wuliang immediately approached and asked, "Master, are you all right?" Lord Fusong waved his hand and replied with a smile, "I'm fine. It's rare for you, old man, to show concern for me." Zhong Wuliang chuckled. "If you were to come to harm, who would pay our wages?" Upon hearing this, Lord Fusong's expression fell. "You." Chen Yu walked over to Mu Chenxian, looking at him kindly as he said, "From now on, you shall follow Fusong and cultivate under him. He will teach you well. Go, pay your respects." Mu Chenxian nodded and then knelt before Lord Fusong, performing a ritual of 3 bows and 9 kowtows. "Get up. From this moment forth, you shall be my direct disciple." To think that in my lifetime, I would receive such an exceptionally talented disciple, truly a stroke of fortune. Throughout his life, Lord Fusong had taken many disciples, but he had never taken a direct disciple. He was an ardent martial artist, dedicating his entire existence to cultivation, and thus lacked the energy to personally instruct a direct disciple. He rarely even taught the students who entered the Fusong celestial manor. He Zhao gazed upon this scene with immense joy, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. He was no longer alone. He not only had the esteemed Fusu Immortal Palace, but also me. Soon, within the span of 3 days, the news of Fusu Immortal Master taking in disciples spread swiftly throughout the immortal realm. The inhabitants of this realm were utterly astonished. Even the exalted 6 immortal emperors were taken aback. Each of the 6 emperors prepared gifts and dispatched envoys to present them to the Fusu Immortal Palace, emphasizing that the couriers should personally deliver them into the hands of the disciples of the Fusu Immortal Master. They were curious to discover what kind of prodigy could compel the haughty Fusu Immortal Master to take disciples personally. Countless premier factions within the immortal realm followed suit, sending their clan elders with gifts to pay their respects. However, they did not seek personal delivery to Mu Chenxian. They merely hoped that Mu Chenxian would remember the gifts their families had bestowed. Chapter 37. The Senior Brother and the Dragon Egg Hatching Originally. Master Fu Su intended to dismiss all those who came to present gifts, but was thwarted by Chen Yu. What a jest! Who would refuse a free gift that requires no return? Only a fool would do so, Fu Su declared. "I'm not a fool." Upon Chen Yu's consent to accept the gifts, Mu Chenxian's wealth surged overnight from nothingness to a fortune rivaling nations. 10 days passed, and, at last, the Fusu Immortal Mansion enjoyed a period of tranquility. However, many students from other immortal mansions returned to Fusu. Their curiosity piqued about their senior brother. "What do you think our senior brother is like?" One queried. "I bet he is extraordinarily gifted, a person of great stature. Perhaps he has even transcended to the immortal king realm. Suddenly, a gasp rippled through the crowd. Look, is that Sister He? The onlookers turned to the distant square, where two figures stood, He Shi Zhao and Mu Qianxian. It truly is Sister He. She has returned. Yet, who is the man beside her? Why have I never seen him before? Sister, he is accompanied by a man. Good heavens! The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment at He Shi Zhao, the famed ice mountain goddess of the Fu Su immortal mansion. Many male immortals had mustered the courage to approach her, only to be met with her frigid gaze. Some even speculated that, like Master Fu Su, she harbored no romantic inclinations, fixated solely on her cultivation. Shall we go and take a look? One could no longer contain their curiosity and proposed to the group. Nods of agreement followed, and in an instant, they vanished from their spot, reappearing in the center of the square. Sister He, you have returned. He Shi Zhao turned to see her fellow disciples regarding her with expressions brimming with curiosity. Greetings, brothers. She replied calmly, inclining her head. Sister He, may I inquire who this is? One of them asked, eyeing Mu Qianxian with intrigue. Mu Qianxian, he is the new disciple of the mansion master. At this revelation, silence enveloped the gathering. They struggled to fathom how the mansion master would accept a disciple who had yet to reach the human immortal realm. Yet, they refrained from voicing their doubts, understanding that the mansion master would not take on a disciple without genuine ability. After all, the master was no fool. Salutations, senior brother. They all bowed respectfully to Mu Qianxian. Taken aback by the sudden title, Mu Qianxian promptly returned the gesture and inquired, but I have only just entered the Fu Su immortal mansion. Why do you call me senior brother? One of them chuckled and explained, because you are the master's disciple. You hold the highest rank among us. If we do not call you senior brother, whom shall we address as such? He Shi Zhao, upon hearing this, finally grasped the situation and cheerfully saluted Mu Qianxian. Greetings, senior brother. Mu Qianxian could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Why did this not happen sooner? Does He Shimi know the senior brother? He Shi Zhao nodded and replied, the senior brother is a distinguished guest of our He family. I brought him to the Fu Su immortal mansion. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. Senior brother, we have no formalities at Fu Su immortal mansion. Feel free to reach out to us whenever you need. Mu Qianxian politely addressed the crowd, saying, I understand. Thank you all. After some idle chatter, everyone gradually dispersed. Isn't our Fu Su immortal mansion quite unique? He Shi Zhao remarked with a smile, observing Mu Qianxian's bewilderment. Mu Qianxian nodded, smiling wryly indeed. I am still unaccustomed to being called senior brother. Then senior brother, do take good care of your junior sister. He Shi Zhao giggled, covering her mouth. Mu Qianxian looked at He Shi Zhao helplessly. Please, spare me your teasing. At that moment, Chen Yu was reclining in the side hall arranged by the Fu Su immortal lord. Ao Qing was practicing swordplay at the entrance of the side hall. Suddenly, Chen Yu recalled that he had a void divine beast egg stored in his storage ring, and with a thought, the egg slowly materialized in his hand. How should I make it hatch? At that moment, an image of a hen hatching chicks surfaced in his mind. He couldn't help but glance at Ao Qing. An impish thought suddenly crossed his mind. Ao Qing, deeply absorbed in his practice, felt a shiver run down his spine, his hair standing on end as he cautiously scanned the surroundings. Turning his gaze towards Chen Yu, he noticed Chen Yu staring intently at him, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Ao Qing Cao Qiu's the inquired, You, brother Yu, why do you look at me like that? Chen Yu's lips curled into a faint smile as he languidly spoke. Ao Qing. Oh, little Ching Ching King. This string of endearing nicknames startled Ao Qing, leaving him with a sense of foreboding. Brother Yu, I am straight. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's handsome face darkened instantly, and he retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Come here. Ao Qing instinctively covered his backside, warily approaching Chen Yu. Chen Yu extended his hand, gently pushing the void divine beast egg towards Ao Qing, and stated, Ao Qing, I entrust the task of hatching the void divine beast egg to you. What? Ao Qing stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Chen Yu. Brother Yu, I am a male dragon, not a female dragon. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively, reassuring him. It's fine, you can learn. There is always a first time for everything. I believe in you. Moi with that, Chen Yu closed his eyes, using his celestial power to block out all external perceptions, and promptly drifted into slumber. Ao Qing was left dumbfounded by Chen Yu's words, feeling as if his worldview had been turned upside down. Me? A male dragon hatching an egg? What on earth is this? Sometimes, he truly wished to rebel. With a sigh of resignation, Ao Qing stored the void divine beast egg away, casting a helpless glance at Chen Yu. Well, I suppose I'll have to find a female dragon in the dragon realm for assistance later. Days passed in this manner. Chen Yu, accompanied by Ao Qing, sought out Mu Chenxian. At that moment, Mu Chenxian was seated in a spacious cultivation chamber alongside He Shi Zhao, engrossed in their training. The chamber was vast, capable of accommodating thousands, and the ethereal energy within was exceptionally rich, owing to the presence of numerous superior celestial veins buried beneath. Under the guidance of the immortal master Fu Su, Mu Chenxian had successfully advanced to the human immortal realm and was on the verge of another breakthrough to the mid-stage. Chen Yu, Mu Chenxian, and He Shi Zhao immediately opened their eyes upon hearing the call. Brother Yu. The two promptly rose and made their way towards Chen Yu. Indeed, you are both nearing the mid-stage of human immortal, Chen Yu remarked, observing Mu Chenxian, then turning his gaze to He Shi Zhao. With a playful tone, he teased, You two seem inseparable in your training. By the time I return, will you be ready to hold your wedding ceremony? Chapter 38. The curse upon the utterance of those words, He Shi Zhao's face blushed crimson, as if blood might seep from her skin. She found it difficult to meet Chen Yu's gaze, instead stealing a glance at Mu Chenxian. The latter, equally embarrassed, scratched his face, momentarily taken aback. Brother Yu, are you and Senior Ao Qing about to depart? Chen Yu nodded and replied, Indeed, Ao Qing's celestial techniques cannot be delayed any longer. Otherwise, it would jeopardize his cultivation. A hint of reluctance flickered in Mu Chenxuan's eyes. After days of companionship, he had come to regard Chen Yu as family. Although Chen Yu might soon become his brother-in-law, he genuinely held him in high esteem. Brother Yu, may I see my sister one last time? With a thought, Chen Yu summoned a crystal coffin that gently materialized before the group. He Shi Zhao gazed curiously at the stunning woman within, all reflected in her eyes. How beautiful! However, when He Shi Zhao noticed the emptiness in Mu Qingning's dantian, sympathy welled up within her. Mu Chenxuan's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Mu Qingning's face, his eyes brimming with sorrow and longing. Little Ning, brother is now in the celestial realm, but I cannot be by your side. He spoke many heartfelt words to Mu Qingning, his eyes filled with yearning. He Shi Zhao's heart ached as she watched Mu Chenxian, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. It was evident to her that he cherished his sister deeply, igniting a sense of envy for Mu Qingning. After a considerable interval, Chen Yu finally returned Mu Qingning to the storage ring. Next, he produced a communication jade pendant and handed it to Mu Chenxian. If you need anything, contact me anytime. There is a fragment of my spiritual essence within the pendant. If danger arises, shatter it immediately. Mu Chenxian accepted it, nodding earnestly. I understand, brother Yu. Please take care on your journey with Senior Ao Qing. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, Do not concern yourself with me. Focus on your cultivation. With that, Chen Yu turned his attention to He Shi Zhao. He lifted his hand and placed his finger gently on her forehead. Open your mind. Although perplexed, He Shi Zhao closed her eyes and relaxed her spirit. Chen Yu's finger began to emit a soft glow that penetrated her forehead. Moments later, He Shi Zhao felt an unprecedented lightness in her body, her mind becoming remarkably clearer. What is happening? Chen Yu slowly explained. Someone has cast a curse upon you. Although it is not lethal, prolonged exposure will not only torment you, but also transform you into a puppet, subject to the whims of others. He Shi Zhao furrowed her brow, unsettled by his words. Mu Chenxian, his face etched with concern, inquired, Brother Yu, is there a way to identify the perpetrator? Chen Yu turned to He Shi Zhao and asked, This curse has lingered on you for roughly 20 years. Reflect on it. Did you offend anyone 2 decades ago? At his words, He Shi Zhao's body jolted. Her thoughts instantly transported her back to 20 years prior, when she was diligently training in the cultivation chamber. Suddenly, a female disciple from the celestial manor charged at her, sword in hand, as if driven mad. The female student had bloodshot eyes, her face contorted, and emitted a strange, eerie howl. Shi Zhao was taken aback by this sudden assault, but she quickly regained her composure, grasped her sword, and retaliated. In no time, she subdued her assailant and handed her over to the law enforcement hall. The incident even caught the attention of Zhong Wuliang, who, after a thorough investigation, unraveled the circumstances behind it. It turned out that the female student was consumed by jealousy, envious of Shi Zhao's exquisite beauty, which attracted numerous male students daily. In contrast, this student was unattractive, relying on her celestial powers to maintain a semblance of beauty. However, she could never quell the jealousy simmering within her, which ultimately led to a catastrophic error in her cultivation, causing her to fall into madness. The dark nature hidden deep within her erupted, and she charged at Shi Zhao with the intent to obliterate her beauty. Ultimately, due to her flawed character, she was expelled from the Fusu Immortal Palace. Before leaving, she cast a venomous glare at Shi Zhao and uttered a chilling threat. "You'd better wait for me. I will have my revenge. I will make you wish for death." Shi Zhao, unfazed by the threat, assumed the darkness still lingered within her and even attempted to counsel her. Yet, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Chen Yu detected the change in Shi Zhao and inquired, "It seems you have figured out who it is. Do you need assistance?" Ao Qing and Mu Chenxian simultaneously turned their gazes towards Shi Zhao. She nodded and replied, "Thank you, brother Yu. I believe I can handle this on my own." She continued, "Just take good care of this lad. If he causes you any displeasure, feel free to teach him a lesson." Upon hearing this, a blush crept back onto Shi Zhao's cheeks. "I will." At that moment, Fusu, the immortal master, approached the four. "What brings you all together?" Chen Yu responded, "Ao Qing and I are preparing to depart." Fusu then realized they were bidding farewell. "In that case, allow me to escort you to the border. I have an old friend there." Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There's no need. The round trip will consume considerable time, and I don't want to hinder Chen Chuan's cultivation. Please take good care of him. Rest assured, he is my only disciple, and I will care for him even better than you do," Fusu replied, somewhat defensively. Chen Yu shook his head in resignation, then bid farewell once more before departing Fusu Immortal Palace with Ao Qing. Mu Chenxian gazed longingly at the retreating figures of Chen Yu and Ao Qing, feeling an overwhelming urge to chase after them. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, knowing he must enhance his strength swiftly to aid Chen Yu. Unlike Ao Qing, whose cultivation was comparable to his own, Mu Chenxian possessed formidable physical strength akin to the pinnacle of true immortals, along with millennia of cultivation experience. Once he found a suitable technique, advancing his power would be as effortless as drinking water. Although he possessed considerable talent, he had only lived for 60 years and remained a burden beside Chen Yu. "Brother Yu, how do you plan to reach the demon realm?" Chen Yu responded quietly, "How to go? We shall ride a dragon, of course." The system was utterly unprepared for Chen Yu's reply. "Brother Yu, do you intend to exhaust Ao Qing? To enter the demon realm, one must traverse the interdimensional passage, which is located at the border of the immortal realm. The border is exceedingly distant from the starry immortal domain. Even if Ao Qing were to fly for 1,000 years, he would not reach it." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu abruptly halted, scratching his head in contemplation. Had he known, he would have had Fusu accompany him. Regret washed over him as he realized the distance to Fusu's immortal abode was considerable. Returning now would surely be a loss of face. Chapter 39, City of Immortals and Demons. Essence of Celestial Voidstone, do you still possess a teleportation array? Of course I do. But why would I provide it to you? Don't you wish to see me wander the streets in destitution? I implore you. Chen Yu pleaded with a tone steeped in pitiful desperation as he addressed the system. Restrain yourself. Do not act recklessly. Oh dear Sai, this household will not remain intact without me. Upon uttering these words, the surrounding void quivered violently, as though on the brink of shattering. Observing this, Ao Qing instinctively positioned himself before Chen Yu, his expression brimming with vigilance as he surveyed the surroundings. Chen Yu raised his hand and playfully struck Ao Qing on the head. "Step aside. You need not protect me. This is a teleportation array." "Oh!" Ao Qing winced, cradling his head, casting a look of grievance towards Chen Yu. Moments later, a colossal teleportation array gradually materialized in the void, adorned with intricate and potent runes, each inscribed with boundless mysteries. "Let us proceed. We shall enter." As the two stepped into the teleportation array, a blinding light enveloped them, and the runes began to whirl rapidly, ultimately dissolving into ethereal dust. 3 days passed, and Chen Yu and Ao Qing reappeared at the border of the immortal realm, in the city of immortals and demons. This city was vast beyond measure and did not belong to the celestial domain. It had been jointly established and managed by a formidable being from the immortal realm and his wife, a powerful entity from the demon realm. Both wielded immense strength, standing at the pinnacle of the celestial master realm. They had once fought alongside each other against an emerging demon emperor without faltering. Within the city resided countless beings from both the human and demon races, coexisting peacefully without enmity, with intermarriages even occurring frequently. Chen Yu and Ao Qing strolled leisurely towards the heart of the city. However, as they stepped into the city of immortals and demons, Ao Qing suddenly appeared to be ensnared by some unseen force. The celestial energy around him silently dissipated, leaving him devoid of all cultivation. Ao Qing, taken aback, anxiously turned to Chen Yu and inquired, "Brother Yu, what is happening? Where has my power gone?" "Do not panic," Chen Yu replied calmly. "There exists a formation here that shields celestial energy. Even a celestial sovereign would instantly lose their power upon entering. Rest assured, your abilities will return once you leave this city." As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, a fissure unexpectedly materialized in the void before them, emanating an intense gravitational pull, as if it sought to engulf them. Noticing this, Chen Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, and he turned to Ao Qing. "It seems someone wishes to meet us. There is no need to resist. Let's go and greet them." Ao Qing nodded in agreement and followed Chen Yu into the rift. In the next moment, they opened their eyes to find themselves in a magnificent palace. Contrary to their expectations, the palace was not adorned with opulence, nor did it exude an air of authority. Rather, it was suffused with a warm and inviting ambience. As they gazed upwards, they beheld a man and a woman seated regally atop the palace. The man exuded a commanding presence, his visage strikingly handsome, while the woman possessed a graceful figure and an exquisite countenance. At this moment, both were fixated on Chen Yu, as if attempting to peer through his exterior to uncover the secrets of his heart. Their identities and origins remained a mystery, as did their purpose for visiting the city of immortals and demons. It became evident that ever since Chen Yu and Ao Qing had set foot in the city, they had caught the attention of these two. What astonished them was that Chen Yu's cultivation remained unaffected by the grand formation surrounding the city. Such an occurrence had never been witnessed since the establishment of the Barrier of Heaven. Consequently, they resolved to bring Chen Yu forward for a thorough inquiry. However, Chen Yu refrained from hastily responding to their inquiries, for he was once again inundated by the voice of the system in his mind. "Brother Yu, he possesses celestial void stone essence." The essence was renowned for its ability to dispel impurities from a cultivator's soul, augment physical strength, and foster a greater affinity for the absorption of celestial energy, thereby aiding in the enhancement of cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yu inquired, "Are you the lords of this city?" The two exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Was it not their turn to question him? Ultimately, the man nodded and replied, "Indeed. I am Lu Bufan, and this is my wife, Fox Spirit." Taking the initiative, Chen Yu approached a nearby chair and seated himself, stating, "I am Chen Yu, and this is Ao Qing. We intend to venture into the demon realm." Lu Bufan, after pondering for a moment and confirming he had never heard of this name before, asked, "May I inquire from which faction you hail?" "We do not belong to the realm of immortals. If we must specify, we have just arrived from the Fusu Immortal Manor." Upon hearing this, Lu Bufon's eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, "You are a disciple of the old Fusu?" Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling the old friend the Fusu Immortal had mentioned, leading to an epiphany. Not quite. He cannot be considered my master. Although puzzled, Lu Bufan retrieved a communication token from his storage ring and infused it with a trace of celestial energy. The token slowly emitted a green light, and soon a figure materialized before him. "Oh Lu, what brings you here?" "I'm currently busy instructing my precious disciple." Lu Bufan rolled his eyes in exasperation and gestured towards Chen Yu, asking, "Is this young man one of your disciples from the Fusu Immortal Manor?" Upon hearing this, the Fusu Immortal turned in confusion, and when he beheld Chen Yu's half-smiling expression, he stood frozen in place. Goodness gracious! The Fusu Immortal's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. "Are you the Chen Yu I know? Did you not just leave 3 or 4 days ago? How could you arrive at the border so swiftly? Do you not see who I am?" After a moment's reflection, the Fusu Immortal nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, if brother you could converse with the Tao of Heaven, what could be so surprising about this minor matter?" Consequently, the Fusu Immortal promptly began to introduce Chen Yu to Lu Bufan. "Ah, I see." Lu Bufan nodded in understanding, yet still perplexed, he inquired, "Did you say you were instructing a disciple? Have you taken on a disciple?" The Immortal Master Fusu slightly raised his chin and proudly declared, "Indeed, I've taken on a disciple. Do you know the nature of my apprentice?" Before Lu Bufan could speculate, the Immortal Master, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly exclaimed, "A chaos immortal body." Upon hearing this, Lu Bufan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "Is it truly the legendary chaos immortal body?" "Precisely." The Immortal Master Fusu stood tall with his hands on his hips, his face radiating with pride. Below, Chen Yu watched this scene in silence, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. He inwardly lamented, "I somewhat regret having entrusted Chen Xian to him." Meanwhile, Lu Bufan was so astonished that he found himself at a loss for words. Even the fox spirit beside him mirrored his incredulous expression. Both were thoroughly astonished by the Immortal Master Fusu. Chapter 40. Would you be my husband? Lu Bufan could not help but cast a glance at Chen Yu, seemingly seeking confirmation of the authenticity of the matter. Although he had never witnessed the chaos immortal body with his own eyes, he had gleaned knowledge of its history from the records of his ancestors. It was said that eons ago, a formidable chaos immortal body had emerged in the celestial realm. The individual who possessed this chaos immortal body had once confronted the previous 4 celestial emperors with the strength of a newly ascended celestial sovereign. Ultimately, he obliterated the 4 celestial emperors with sheer chaos power. This audacious act incited the wrath of the heavenly Tao, leading to the descent of the celestial edict of annihilation. The might of this calamity was such that it could have obliterated the former 4 celestial domains. In the end, the one with the chaos immortal body was vanquished by the heavenly tribulation, lost to the boundless void, with even his soul unable to escape, utterly dissipating into nothingness. Some even speculated that had his cultivation reached the level of celestial emperor, he might have been capable of usurping the heavenly Tao itself. Noticing Lu Bufan's gaze upon him, Chen Yu helplessly nodded, covering his face in embarrassment. How humiliating! After much hesitation, Lu Bufan finally exclaimed, "Old Fusu, you truly have good fortune." Hearing this, the expression on Fusu, the celestial sovereign, became even more self-satisfied. "Old Lu, you ought to learn from me. In the future, let my disciple look after you." Upon hearing this, Lu Bufan's expression turned grave, and he replied, "Old Fusu, I may be facing some trouble soon." Fusu furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it?" Lu Bufan elaborated, "Do you remember the Beast Emperor of the Black Tiger clan? The one you and your spouse previously repelled?" Lu Bufan nodded gravely, affirming, "Indeed, it is said that the Black Tiger clan has recently given rise to another Beast Emperor, and that emperor will soon bring the newly appointed Beast Emperor here." As Fusu prepared to take action towards the borders, he suddenly halted upon seeing Chen Yu. With a cheerful demeanor, Fusu approached Chen Yu and playfully pleaded, "Brother Yu, could you lend me a hand?" Chen Yu felt a shiver run down his spine and promptly kicked Fusu away, exclaiming, "Get lost, how disgusting." Turning to Lu Bufan, Chen Yu stated, "I can assist you in dealing with those 2 Black Tiger Beast Emperors, but I require the immortal void stone marrow from you." Lu Bufan was momentarily taken aback, and then glanced at Fu Su. Fu Su solemnly nodded and assured, "With brother you here. Even the heavenly Tao would not dare to act against you. Have no fear." Though skeptical, Lu Bufan ultimately decided to trust his old friend. Despite his usual erratic behavior, he would not jest with matters of grave importance. With this thought, Lu Bufan summoned a glimmering, dreamlike, immortal void stone marrow from his ring. "I initially intended this for my daughter, but since you require it, take it." Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction, accepting the immortal void stone marrow with a wave of his hand, stating, "This transaction will not disappoint you." Lu Bufan could not help but smile wryly, replying, "Let's hope so." At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman suddenly dashed into the hall, clad in an exquisite celestial robe. Her movements resembled that of a fairy descending from the heavens. A beauty mark at the corner of her eye evoked an irresistible sense of pity. "Father, mother," she exclaimed, hurrying into the grand hall, only to slow her pace upon noticing the guests. "What's the rush, my dear? Can't you display a touch of grace?" The fox spirit lamented, addressing the young woman. Lu Bufan smiled and said, "This is my daughter, Lu Xiaoling." "Xiaoling, greet your uncle." "Chen Yu, am I that old?" Upon catching sight of Chen Yu's handsome visage, Lu Xiaoling's eyes instantly sparkled. She slowly approached him and sweetly remarked, "You are truly handsome. Would you be my husband?" "Chen Yu." "Ao Qing." Fu Su, fox spirit. Lu Bufan, gritting his teeth and darkening his expression, admonished Xiaoling, "No nonsense." Lu Xiaoling pouted slightly, feeling a tad wronged as she replied, "Oh." Reluctantly, she walked back towards Lu Bufan and the others. Yet after just a few steps, she abruptly halted, unwilling to concede, and turned around to say, "How about reconsidering? I am easy to take care of." The immortal Fu Su chuckled mischievously, "Brother Yu, if you find someone suitable, just marry her." Chen Yu shot a glare at Fu Su, then cleared his throat and replied, "Ahem, no need for that, young lady. I am older than your father." Lu Xiaoling, gazing at Chen Yu's handsome features, dashing demeanor, and youthful vigor, was convinced he was of her own age. Thus, she skeptically pouted, "I don't believe you." Lu Bufan, exasperated, rubbed his temples, and with a hint of apology, said to Chen Yu, "My daughter is young and naive. I hope you will not take offense." Chen Yu, feigning calmness, waved his hand dismissively and quickly changed the subject. "No worries. However, I am curious as to why you have set up a barrier against immortals in the immortal demon city." Upon hearing this, Lu Bufan sighed heavily and began to explain, "This is the very reason for my enmity with the Black Tiger Demon Emperor. It turned out that the immortal demon city had originally been a place where neither humans nor demons imposed restrictions on one another's cultivation, fostering harmonious coexistence. Yet, ever since the Black Tiger clan arrived, everything changed. The once flourishing city had descended into chaos. Leveraging their emperor's support, the Black Tiger clan wreaked havoc, committing atrocities and abducting women, displaying utter disdain for Lu Bufan. Worse still, they captured those of lower cultivation, forcing them into servitude, treating them as lesser beings, devoid of humanity. In a fit of rage, Lu Bufan decimated the entire Black Tiger clan within the immortal demon city, inciting the wrath of the demon emperor. However, neither Lu Bufan nor the fox spirit were to be trifled with. They promptly united to declare war against the demon emperor. The demon emperor was merely at the initial stage of the immortal emperor realm, still yet to fully harness the powers of an immortal emperor. In the end, he was slightly outmatched and was driven back to the demon realm by the couple, Lu Bufan and his wife. It was then that Lu Bufan and Fox Spirit resolved that no cultivators would be permitted to reside within this city. They envisioned a realm where humans and demons coexisted in equality and mutual prosperity. Thus, they devoted several millennia to the creation of the Grand Celestial Barrier, which they established in the immortal demon city. Upon hearing Lu Bufan's words, Chen Yu regarded the duo with newfound respect. You two possess remarkable audacity. However, the strength of the immortal sovereign should not dare to disregard even an immortal emperor. Lu Bufan and Fox Spirit exchanged glances before responding to Chen Yu. If those who ascend to the rank of immortal emperor are so brazen, unreasonable, and arrogant, then they are unworthy of holding such a lofty position. Chapter 41. The oncoming crisis. Chen Yu nodded, choosing to say little. In his past, he was not a person of lofty stature. He often mingled with those beneath him. Yet, in the end, he was met with a merciless betrayal. Is there a vacant room in the residence? Chen Yu inquired of Lu Bufan. Before Lu Bufan could respond, Lu Shaoling eagerly exclaimed, "Yes, I'll take you there." She hurriedly rushed to Chen Yu and the other two, her eyes sparkling with delight. Lu Bufan shook his head in resignation and said, "Very well, Shaoling, please escort our esteemed guest to the guest rooms, and do refrain from any mischief." I know. Lu Shaoling waved her hand dismissively at Lu Bufan before leading Chen Yu and the others away from the grand hall. That girl, Huling smiled reassuringly, saying, "I believe Chen Yu is not a bad person. There is no need to worry. Indeed, old Lu, if Gu truly becomes your son-in-law, you may have been blessed in your past life." Lu Bufan looked at the immortal Master Fusu in confusion and asked, "Is Chen Yu truly that formidable?" The immortal Master Fusu replied with a melancholic expression, "Let us put it this way, when I fought him, he was no mere opponent." Lu Bufan was taken aback. Pressing further, "Who exactly is he?" "I cannot say for certain. Even the heavenly Tao is unaware, and I can perceive that it harbors trepidation towards him." Lu Bufan and Huling's eyes widened in disbelief, their faces reflecting their astonishment. After all, it was the heavenly Tao, the supreme existence, the true ruler of the celestial realm. With the affirmation from immortal Master Fusu, Lu Bufan and Huling cast aside their concerns regarding the impending crisis, even beginning to feel a twinge of sympathy for the Black Tiger clan, who had finally produced 2 demon emperors only to face imminent demise. Meanwhile, Lu Shaoling had led Chen Yu and the others to a tranquil and elegant courtyard containing 3 separate rooms. "Here we are. How is the environment?" "If you're not satisfied." Chen Yu looked at Lu Shaoling with curiosity and asked, "What if I'm not satisfied?" Lu Shaoling lowered her head slightly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she replied, "If you're not satisfied, you can come to my room. The ambience there is far superior." She then shyly lifted her gaze, casting a bashful glance at Chen Yu. Chen Yu, taken aback, rubbed his forehead and chuckled wryly. "You young lady, why are you so unreserved?" Lu Shaoling immediately raised her chin defiantly, declaring, "When encountering someone you fancy, one must be proactive. Otherwise, what if he slips away? Who told you that? A storybook." Chen Yu. Meanwhile, Ao Qing struggled to stifle a laugh, finding it amusing to witness Chen Yu in such a predicament for the first time. Chen Yu shot a fierce glare at Ao Qing before turning to Lu Shaoling and saying, "I am quite satisfied here. You may leave now." "Very well," Lu Shaoling replied, her face a picture of disappointment as she exited the room. As she reached the doorway, Lu Shaoling paused once more, turning to say, "I want to lock the door tonight." Before her words could fully resonate, she swiftly slipped away, vanishing into the guest room. Noticing Ao Qing still in a daze, Chen Yu kicked him with a hint of annoyance. "What are you staring at? Go tidy up the place." Ao Qing, wincing in pain, rubbed his leg and jested while cleaning, "Brother Yu, that girl is rather amusing. Are you truly not moved?" Chen Yu shot him a glare, warning, "If you utter another word, I'll render you incapable." Ao Qing promptly fell silent and obediently resumed his task. After a while, Chen Yu's mood grew increasingly agitated. It was one thing for the enigmatic feline from the demon realm not to show up, but Lu Shaoling seemed to appear at his courtyard with alarming frequency, often visiting 7 or 8 times a day, each time with a different excuse. Whenever Lu Shaoling arrived, Ao Qing would hastily exit the courtyard, anxious not to disturb Chen Yu's affairs. Yet, Chen Yu was far from swayed by Lu Shaoling's charm. His heart belonged elsewhere. And as a spirited youth from the 21st century, he could hardly accept the notion of polygamy. Thus, he resolved that when Lu Shaoling next visited, he must clarify his stance. On this day, Lu Shaoling rushed into Chen Yu's courtyard, eagerly brandishing a sweet osmanthus cake she had just purchased from the market. "Brother Yu, look what I bought." With a beaming face, she presented the cake before him. "I must tell you, this osmanthus cake is absolutely delightful." She promptly offered a piece toward his mouth, exclaiming here, Chen Yu remained unmoved, gazing at her quietly before gently pushing the cake away and saying, "I don't enjoy it." Lu Shaoling, believing him, replied with a hint of disappointment. All right. Then what do you like? I'll buy it for you next time. As Chen Yu opened his mouth to respond, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled violently. This unexpected quake caught everyone in the fairy demon city off guard, leaving them unsteady on their feet. Almost instantly, the once clear sky was engulfed by swirling dark clouds. A palpable sense of oppression descended upon the entire city, evoking feelings of fear and unease. Lu Bufan and Fox Spirit appeared at Chen Yu's side, their expressions grave as they gazed towards the sky, filled with vigilance and concern. Lu Shaoling noticed her parents' arrival and, sensing their unease, inquired anxiously, "What? Father, mother, what is happening?" Without addressing her question, Lu Bufan and Fox Spirit, with solemn faces, instructed, "Shaoling, you must return to your room." Although uncertain of the situation, the seriousness etched on her parents' faces conveyed the gravity of the matter. She nodded obediently, casting a lingering glance at Chen Yu before departing the courtyard. "Brother Yu, please ensure your safety." Once Lu Bufan confirmed that Lu Shaoling had returned to her room, he turned his attention back to Chen Yu. "Brother Yu, have they arrived?" Chen Yu's countenance remained tranquil as he responded with an air of indifference. "I have arrived." At that moment, an earth-shattering roar echoed through the void, declaring, "Lu Bufan, prepare to endure the wrath of this emperor." Accompanied by this furious proclamation, the very fabric of space quivered, instilling a profound sense of dread within all present. Lu Bufan furrowed his brow, gravely noting, "He has grown even stronger than before." Suddenly, a resounding crack pierced the air, as if an invisible hand had torn asunder the void, revealing a staggering rift that left onlookers entranced. Surrounding the fissure, chaotic energies surged and roared tumultuously, as if a cataclysmic force were poised to erupt. Under the tense gaze of the onlookers, two enigmatic figures gradually emerged from within the rift. Chapter 42. The young ones Chen Yu and his companions stepped into the void, staring intently at the two demon emperors before them. Lu Bufan looked down from his elevated position and addressed the Black Tiger Demon Emperor, saying, "Humph, Black Tiger Demon Emperor, has the lesson for back then not sufficed? You dare to rampage in my immortal demon city once more?" The Black Tiger Demon Emperor scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "Had it not been for my recent breakthrough to the immortal Emperor realm, still unsteady in my cultivation, how could I have allowed you, an insignificant ant, to bully me? Now my power surpasses what it once was. With a newly ascended immortal emperor from my clan at my side, even the lowly immortal emperor would have to think twice. Prepare to face your doom. And as for the ants in this city who dare defy our commands, I shall make your lives a living hell." Beside the Black Tiger, the newly ascended Demon Emperor sneered at Chen Yu and his companions, saying, "Black Tiger, why waste words on these three ants? Just seize them directly. No need for that." The Black Tiger replied, "Leave Lu Bufan and his companion to me. This time, I shall ensure they have no place to be buried. As for the insignificant human next to them, perhaps he is their offspring, so I shall leave him to you for amusement." The newly ascended Demon Emperor licked his lips, grinning wickedly. "Excellent. I haven't savored the flesh of an immortal in quite some time." Lu Bufan, vigilant, turned to Chen Yu and asked, "Brother Yu, can you hold off that newly ascended Demon Emperor? We'll handle the Black Tiger." Chen Yu shook his head in response. "No need for that. You two withdraw and protect the immortal demon city." Chen Yu did not wish to waste time. The longer they lingered in the immortal demon city, the more detrimental it would be to A.O. Qing's cultivation. He needed to act swiftly. Lu Bufan felt a twinge of concern for Chen Yu. Understanding the might of the immortal emperor realm and the ferocity of the Black Tiger Demon Emperor. "Do not worry, they are merely two felines." Lu Bufan and Fox Spirit exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting unease before they exited the void, returning to the immortal demon city. Seeing this, the Black Tiger Demon Emperor mocked. "Lu Bufan, what is this? Afraid? Now you know to flee?" The newly ascended Demon Emperor cast a wicked grin at Chen Yu, saying, "Little one, your worthless parents have run away. Why do you not follow suit? Are you too frightened to move?" "Ha ha!" Unfazed by the taunts of the two Demon Emperors, Chen Yu regarded them with indifference. "What fools you are," he thought, shaking his head in resignation. "Who are you cursing?" The two Demon Emperors glared furiously at Chen Yu. I curse whoever deserves it, Chen Yu replied, spreading his hands innocently, gazing at them with feigned innocence. How dare a mere human ant show disrespect to me? It seems I have been too long without taking action. With that, the Black Tiger Demon Emperor's demonic energy surged as he raised his hand to strike at Chen Yu, his sharp claws slicing through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. This formidable attack sent tremors through the very fabric of space, as if it could tear the void apart. Chen Yu remained calm, with a gentle wave of his hand. He effortlessly sent the Black Tiger Demon Emperor's strike flying away. The massive figure of the demon quivered in response. Then, an unusual glimmer flashed in Chen Yu's eyes, as if he could see through all things in the world. In that fleeting moment when the light flashed, the Black Tiger Demon Emperor suddenly felt himself enveloped by a terrifying and formidable force. He attempted to struggle, only to discover that his body was utterly immobilized, ensnared within the void. What? This is impossible. How could a mere mortal in the human immortal realm possess such power? The Black Tiger Demon Emperor could not help but let out a terrified roar, his expression fraught with disbelief. How could he possibly comprehend that he, a demon emperor at the immortal emperor level, was trapped by a mere human in the early stages of the human immortal realm? Chen Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, "There are many things you are yet unaware of." Though his voice was soft, it carried the weight of myth. Suddenly, Chen Yu took a step forward, and in an instant, he vanished from his original location, reappearing behind the Black Tiger Demon Emperor in the blink of an eye. So swift, the Black Tiger Demon Emperor's eyes widened, sensing a chilling discomfort behind him. He struggled desperately, attempting to break free from Chen Yu's grasp. Yet all his efforts proved futile. With a resounding crash, it was as if the heavens and earth trembled in response. The colossal figure of the Black Tiger Demon Emperor plummeted to the ground like a fallen meteor, forcefully struck down by Chen Yu. The earth instantly caved in, forming a massive pit, thousands of times larger than the one created by the fall of the Fusu Immortal Lord. The newly ascended Demon Emperor was left utterly dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Who exactly is the Immortal Emperor here? The Black Tiger Demon Emperor bellowed at the newly ascended Demon Emperor. Fool! What are you dawdling for? Hearing the Black Tiger Demon Emperor's voice snapped the newly ascended Demon Emperor back to reality. Seizing the opportunity while Chen Yu remained unaware, he swiftly grasped at the void, summoning a fearsome and razor-sharp scythe that materialized in his hand. This scythe, exuding an eerie aura, was the pinnacle of his artifacts. The infernal, devouring scythe. Prepare to meet your end. The newly ascended Demon Emperor raised the infernal devouring scythe high, a formidable aura coalescing at its blade's edge. Void-splitting scythe strike. He swung with all his might, unleashing a deep black crescent-shaped blade of light towards Chen Yu. The speed was astonishing, tearing through the void like fabric as it passed. Upon contact with Chen Yu's body, the blade erupted in a brilliant flash of light. The very heavens and earth seemed to shudder under the impact of this radiance. No, in that moment, Lu Xiaoling, present in the room, witnessed the scene through the window, her body trembling violently, instinctively covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes welling with tears, filled with terror and despair. Simultaneously, Lu Bufan and Fox Spirit in the city gazed gravely in Chen Yu's direction. A flicker of worry and urgency danced in Lu Bufan's eyes as his fists clenched unconsciously, his knuckles whitening from the strain. In an instant, the entire city was shrouded in an atmosphere of tension and oppression. It hit. Let us see if you survive this time. No matter how strong you are, ultimately, our skills surpass yours. The eyes of the two demon emperors gleamed with a sense of triumph, as if they were already preparing to host a celebratory feast, confidently gazing in Chen Yu's direction. Is that so? A familiar voice gradually resonated amidst the radiance. Upon hearing it, the two demon emperors trembled, their expressions instantly freezing. As the light slowly dissipated, Chen Yu's figure emerged before the crowd, unscathed. No, impossible. Even a mid-stage celestial emperor would be gravely injured by my strike. How could you possibly remain unscathed? The newly ascended Demon Emperor shouted at Chen Yu in frustration. Celestial Emperor? What is that but a trifle? A smirk curled at the corner of Chen Yu's mouth as he regarded the newly ascended Demon Emperor as one would regard an insignificant insect. I shall no longer indulge you. Chapter 43. The Divine Idol and the Glimpse into the Divine Realm. As soon as the words fell, Chen Yu swiftly formed seals with both hands, causing the heavens and the earth to surge wildly. A terrifying divine power began to coalesce around him. In an instant, an aura of dread emanated from Chen Yu, a force so formidable it seemed capable of tearing apart the celestial realm, distorting the very fabric of space around him. Then, a colossal golden idol gradually materialized behind Chen Yu, its visage strikingly resembling his own. The idol's lifelike countenance exuded an air of authority, with eyes that appeared to contain an endless sea of stars, deep and enigmatic. The overwhelming presence it radiated was nothing short of terrifying, as if a deity governing the cosmos had descended upon this celestial realm. Upon witnessing the idol, the two demon emperors' expressions drastically shifted, fear spreading uncontrollably within their hearts. What is this entity? Such divine magic exists in this world? The two demon emperors could not help but voice their terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. In their hearts, they had already comprehended the truth. They could never hope to match Chen Yu. The Black Tiger Demon Emperor bowed his head in contemplation, then resolutely turned to the newly minted Demon Emperor and declared, "Even so, we cannot sit idle." The new Demon Emperor, instantly inspired by the Black Tiger's determination, nodded firmly and replied, "Agreed. We shall confront him. I refuse to believe he can withstand both of us." With that, the new Demon Emperor raised his scythe, drawing forth a torrent of demonic energy towards it. The Black Tiger Demon Emperor brandished his exquisite celestial weapon, the Tiger Howl Celestial Blade. At that moment, both of them launched themselves towards Chen Yu with great fervor. Seeing this, Chen Yu let out a cold laugh. With a mere thought, the towering idol behind him stepped forward, causing the ground to fracture, an overwhelming pressure descending upon the two demon emperors. They immediately spat blood, violently repelled thousands of miles by the immense force. Next, Chen Yu raised the idol's divine hand, striking towards the two demon emperors. As the hand descended, the sky was obscured, and the earth was cast into vast shadows. My apologies. A dead friend cannot save a living one. The Black Tiger Demon Emperor concentrated his demonic power and fiercely struck at the divine hand, then turned to forcibly tear through the void, escaping through a rift. The new Demon Emperor finally reacted, but his body was uncontrollably drawn towards the giant hand of the idol. "You, Black Tiger, I will haunt you as a ghost." In the blink of an eye, a thunderous explosion erupted as the new Demon Emperor made contact with the idol's colossal hand, disintegrating into ash. Hearing the new Demon Emperor's voice, the Black Tiger Demon Emperor's lips curled into a smirk. "Do not blame me. I had no choice but to act in order to survive." Meanwhile, Chen Yu observed the fleeing Black Tiger Demon Emperor with a mocking expression, showing no inclination to pursue. The Black Tiger Demon Emperor flew through the void like a hound without a master, desperately seeking escape. After a considerable while, feeling he had safely departed from the city of Xianyao, he confidently opened a fissure and stepped through. Raising his head with joy, he was met by the mocking gaze of Chen Yu, which rendered him momentarily speechless. I thought I'd already left? What is happening?" The Black Tiger Demon Emperor stared at Chen Yu in sheer terror, his body trembling as he inquired. "From the moment you two appeared, I sealed the void to prevent your escape," Chen Yu replied, a smirk gracing his lips as he regarded the Black Tiger Demon Emperor with amusement. Upon hearing this, despair and unwillingness washed over the Black Tiger Demon Emperor. Suddenly, he erupted into a frenzied laugh, demonic energy swirling violently around him as his body began to swell, warping the surrounding void with its immense power. "Ha ha! If that is the case, let's die together." "Not good." "He is about to self-destruct. Quickly form the array," Lu Bufan exclaimed, his eyes wide with urgency, urging the fox spirit to activate the protective formation for the city. just as they were about to initiate the array. The subsequent scene left them utterly dumbfounded. Chen Yu commanded the statue to raise its colossal hand, striking down upon the Black Tiger Demon Emperor's head. The motion appeared slow, yet was imbued with boundless strength. Boom! The Black Tiger Demon Emperor was instantly reduced to a pulpy mass, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Lu Bufan and the fox spirit stood frozen in place, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. Is it even possible? Turning to the statue, Chen Yu was astonished to see it nodding at him, a glimmer of nostalgia for an old friend evident in its eyes. A slight smile formed on Chen Yu's lips as he nodded back in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, the statue began to dissipate, transforming into a beam of light that entered Chen Yu's forehead. With a yawn and a languid stretch, Chen Yu remarked, "At last, the task is complete." Suddenly, a frown creased his brow. An unsettling feeling had washed over him for a fleeting moment. His expression turned grave as he gazed at the sky, realizing the source of his discomfort. It was a probing presence from the divine realm. "Brother Yu, I have shielded you from the intrusion. Fortunately, the one who probed is of low cultivation, otherwise it would have been disastrous. Brother Yu, please refrain from using divine techniques too frequently. With this incident, those from the divine realm will surely intensify their search for your whereabouts." Indeed, Chen Yu furrowed his brow, casting one last deep glance at the sky before retracting his gaze. Lu Bufan and the fox spirit appeared at his side, gazing at him with a hint of reverence. "Brother Yu, thank you for today's assistance. Should you ever require my help, do not hesitate to ask. If I refuse, I would be your grandson." Chen Yu looked at Lu Bufan in bewilderment. Why has this lad suddenly decided to be my grandson? It was merely a trifling matter. This was but a transaction between us. Upon their return to the city, Lu Xiaoling hurriedly rushed over. Her eyes tinged with red as she anxiously examined Chen Yu from head to toe, seemingly checking for any wounds. "Brother Yu, are you all right?" she inquired. Noticing Lu Bufan's unfriendly gaze, Chen Yu swiftly swatted Lu Xiaoling's hand away. I'm perfectly fine." Relieved by his response, Lu Xiaoling exhaled deeply, then, with a touch of grievance, exclaimed, "You scare me to death. I thought you had perished. In this celestial realm, no one possesses the ability to take my life. So rest assured," Chen Yu declared with confidence, his chest puffed out as if radiating a brilliant light, instantly captivated by the aura surrounding him. Lu Xiaoling gazed at Chen Yu, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "How impressive! How majestic! I absolutely adore you," she exclaimed, extending her arms in preparation to embrace the source of that radiant glow. Chen Yu's lips twitched slightly, seeing Lu Xiaoling poised to leap into his arms. He swiftly evaded her approach, vanishing from spot. Chapter 44. Departure in an instant. The atmosphere fell into an utter silence. Lu Bufan helplessly rubbed his temples and then addressed the fox spirit, saying, "It's all your fault." Upon hearing this, the fox spirit raised her hand and playfully tugged at Lu Bufan's ear, retorting fiercely, "My fault? It's always you who can't help but scold and hit me. Why you blame me? Ouch, ouch. I was wrong," Lu Bufan exclaimed, covering his ear in pain as he hurriedly pleaded for mercy. "Daddy, Mommy, why does Brother Yu always avoid me?" Lu Xiaoling pouted, looking at the two with a face full of grievance. The fox spirit, hearing this, released Lu Bufan and patiently said to Lu Xiaoling, "Little Ling, relationships take time to nurture. We mustn't rush." "But didn't Daddy say that a man chasing a woman is like crossing a mountain, while a woman chasing a man is like passing through gauze? Why does it seem harder than crossing a mountain?" The fox spirit turned to Lu Bufan, her gaze sharp as if to say, "Look at how you've taught your daughter." Embarrassed, Lu Bufan rubbed his nose and quickly explained, "Little Ling, what Daddy said is just from stories. Those tales are fictional. We mustn't conflate them with reality." But I really like him." Lu Xiaoling lowered her head in disappointment, her eyes slightly reddened, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her dress, her body trembling lightly. The fox spirit, feeling a pang of sympathy, embraced Lu Xiaoling tenderly, gently stroking her hair and softly comforting her. "Little Ling, liking someone doesn't necessarily mean you must pursue them. We can first try to engage with him, understand his interests, and once we know him well, we can determine if he truly suits you. Do you understand? Lu Shaoling nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, a servant rushed in, breathless. Master, Madam, Miss, young Master Chen has already left the immortal demon city. He asked me to inform you that he is heading to the demon realm. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Shaoling felt as if the sky was collapsing around her. Her body trembled uncontrollably, nearly losing her balance. Without a moment's thought, she spun around and dashed towards Chen Yu's residence. Lu Bufan and the fox spirit exchanged sighs and followed closely behind. As they entered the residence, Lu Shaoling began searching for Chen Yu, yet she could not catch a glimpse of him anywhere. Eventually, her body froze, as if all her strength had been drained. Her eyes became hollow and lifeless, and she fell to the ground in despair. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, each one a testament to her sorrow. Lu Bufan and the fox spirit felt their hearts wrench at the sight. Lu Bufan lifted his foot to comfort his daughter, but the fox spirit stopped him. Let her cry for a while, otherwise she will only feel worse. Before long, a beam of light suddenly shot forth from the courtyard. Lu Shaoling quickly stood up, looking up to see the light slowly drifting towards her. As it approached, the light gradually dissipated, revealing a scene before her. In the scene, a serene and exquisite woman lies quietly within a crystal coffin, while a handsome man tenderly caresses her cheek, his eyes filled with sorrow. Lu Shaoling immediately recognizes the man as Chen Yu, yet she is left curious regarding the identity of the woman. After a while, she becomes entranced by the image, and as it gradually fades, she comes to a realization. The image that Chen Yu had deliberately left behind was meant to convey that he has already found someone dear to him. She is truly beautiful. At that moment, Chen Yu and Ao Qing are en route to the cross-border passage between the celestial realm and the demon realm. Brother Yu, you are truly heartless, killing not just the body, but the spirit. Ao Qing gazes at Chen Yu with a troubled expression. Chen Yu nonchalantly digs at his ear and replies, a solitary being for tens of thousands of years, understand nothing. This is what we call decisive action. I cannot allow that girl to waste her time on me. Brother Yu, it seems you have been single even longer, Chen Yu retorts, silence. Ao Qing, undeterred, counters, yet many female dragons on the Cang Hai continent admire me. If it were not for my cultivation, I would already have a multitude of dragon offspring. Who hasn't experienced that? Back in the divine realm, if I desired, I could simply beckon and countless goddesses would come rushing to my side. But you are still single, Ao Qing points out. Chen Yu snaps, be quiet. Before long, they arrive at the cross-border passage between the celestial and demon realms. This passage lies at the edge of the celestial realm, guarded by numerous soldiers, including several formidable celestial emperors. Just as Chen Yu and Ao Qing prepare to enter the passage, two soldiers immediately block their path. Stop! Where is your cross-border permit? Chen Yu and Ao Qing exchange glances, both unaware of the necessity for such a permit. Ao Qing respectfully inquires, may I ask where one can obtain a cross-border permit? The soldier glances at Ao Qing and replies, aren't you of the Dragon Clan? How could you not know how to acquire a cross-border permit to enter the celestial realm? I may be of the Dragon Clan, yet I do not hail from the demon realm's dragons. If possible, I kindly request your assistance. The soldier furrows his brow but does not pry further, merely pointing toward a nearby camp and saying, do you see that camp? You can obtain a cross-border permit there. Ao Qing glances in the direction indicated by the soldier and nods, saying, I understand, thank you. They then proceed toward the camp to obtain a cross-border permit. It is you. They look up to see a rotund figure clad in white armor glaring angrily at them from a high platform. The intensity of his gaze suggests a desire to harm Chen Yu and Ao Qing. Unable to resist, they exchange bewildered glances. Is he your enemy? Chen Yu asks Ao Qing, perplexed. Surely not. I have never met him. Ao Qing scratches his head in confusion and then looks at the man, asking, who are you? What? Have you forgotten me so soon? Listen well. My surname is Lung. Once again, Chen Yu and Ao Qing find themselves exchanging incredulous looks. He inquired about his surname. Lung. I don't know, brother Yu. Could it be that there's something wrong with him? After speaking, Ao Qing pointed to his own temple. Chen Yu nodded in firm agreement. signifying his concurrence with Ao Qing's perspective. Upon hearing this, Lung Wuji's forehead bulged with veins. He forcefully slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet and bellowing. "You wretches! You have slain my son, and now you fail to recognize me?" In an instant, Ao Qing realized the truth and exclaimed to Chen Yu, "Brother Yu, I just recalled. He is the father of Lung Lingchen." Chen Yu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. "Lung Lingchen, oh, is he not the eunuch?" Lung Wuji. With a cold smirk, Lung Wuji continued, "I had initially pondered how to deal with you, but it appears you have unwittingly walked into my trap. Truly, fortune favors me. You shall all pay for the death of my son." Chapter 45. Personal Vendetta. As the meal continued, Lung Wujing shouted towards the door, "Come quickly. There are troublemakers." Instantly, numerous powerful warriors nearby unleashed their formidable aura, pressing down on Chen Yu and his companion. "Bold rascals, surrender at once. Witness the might of my great dragon." Chen Yu, without a glance, merely raised his hand and waved gently to his side. In an instant, the multitude of warriors were sent flying like kites severed from their strings. What is the meaning of this? He clearly seeks personal revenge. Why are you all acting without discernment? Ao Qing bellowed at the surrounding warriors. The soldiers, however, paid no heed to Ao Qing's words, declaring, "Regardless of the circumstances, if you dare to cause trouble here again, you shall meet your doom." A faint smile played on Lung Wujing's lips, his gaze towards Chen Yu and his companion reminiscent of one surveying the dead. It was evident that he understood the consequences of causing a ruckus in this place, and regardless of whether Chen Yu and his companion had indeed stirred trouble, his mere accusation would ensure their peril. Chen Yu, feeling helpless, rubbed his temples. He had no desire to indiscriminately slay the innocent, yet the situation was truly exhausting. At that moment, the commotion stirred the attention of a general from the neighboring camp, a being of the immortal emperor realm. "What has transpired?" The general's voice resonated with authority, prompting Lung Wujing to step forward immediately. "General Huangfu, it is these two who are causing a disturbance." Upon hearing this, General Huangfu furrowed his brows, casting a scrutinizing glance at Chen Yu and his companion. When he clearly discerned Chen Yu's visage, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Elder," Chen Yu, perplexed, inquired, "do you recognize me?" Straightening his posture, Huangfu replied, "I am a disciple of Fusu Immortal Manor, currently serving in the Tianyuan Immortal Dynasty. Elder Zhong had once shared your likeness with me, hence I recognized you at first sight." Realization dawned upon Chen Yu, and he nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Lung Wujing felt as if the sky had collapsed, his jaw nearly hitting the ground as he gazed incredulously at Chen Yu. At that moment, his mind was a tempest of emotions, screaming in fury. Is he not from the lower realm? How could he possibly be connected to Fusu Immortal Manor? Noticing the peculiar atmosphere, Huangfu glanced between Lung Wujing and Chen Yu, perplexed. "Might I inquire why the elder?" Ao Qing promptly elucidated the events that had transpired. As Huangfu listened, his countenance darkened further, and his gaze towards Lung Wujing turned icy. Surrounding immortals also glared at Lung Wujing in indignation, outraged that he had used them as pawns. What audacity! A mere immortal king permits his son to run amok in the lower realms, bringing suffering to countless lives. The immortal emperor had decreed that those who venture to the lower realms must temporarily seal their memories. Do you not regard the immortal emperor in the slightest? You have distorted the truth for your own selfish desires, nearly leading us to a grave mistake. You truly are something, Huangfu said through gritted teeth, his face dark with fury. Upon hearing this, Lung Wujing immediately fell to his knees, pleading, "General Huangfu, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. My son is now deceased. Please spare me." Huangfu Xian turned his gaze towards Chen Yu and inquired, "What does the elder wish to do with him?" Chen Yu replied nonchalantly, "Let it be according to your customs." This decision not only spared Huangfu Xian any discomfort, but also served to enhance his reputation, allowing the soldiers to perceive him as a person of integrity. "Good. Someone, here." The soldiers responded loudly, their eyes fixed in fury upon Lung Wuji. Deprive Lung Wuji of his cultivation and spiritual roots, and take him back to the celestial dynasty for judgment. Yes. Upon hearing this, Lung Wuji's eyes went blank as he collapsed to the ground. It was over. Soon, Lung Wuji was dragged away by the soldiers, awaiting only the punishment and death that the celestial dynasty would bestow upon him. Huang Fuxian turned to Chen Yu and said, "Elder, rest assured. Lung Wuji will have only one path upon returning to the celestial dynasty, death." Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It matters not. Can you arrange a cross-border decree for us?" Huang Fuxian nodded earnestly. "Of course, please follow me." He then personally facilitated the issuance of 2 cross-border decrees for the 2 of them and led them towards the cross-border passage. Once Chen Yu and his companion stepped into the passage, Huang Fuxian let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, old Zhong informed me in advance. Otherwise, had I offended the elder, I would not have known how I might meet my demise. After the 2 entered the cross-border passage, the decrees floated gently before them, gradually transforming into a protective barrier enveloping them. "Brother Yu, what is this?" Ao Qing inquired curiously, touching the barrier. "This is merely a shield formed from a wisp of celestial energy. The cross-border decree bears an inscription of a celestial formation, designed to isolate us from the chaotic void currents, preventing us from being scattered or attacked by unknown entities." Ao Qing nodded in understanding, but then asked, "What are these unknown entities?" "Creatures that reside within the void. Although most are rather feeble, if their influence causes you to lose your way, you may find yourself eternally trapped in the void, unless you attain the realm of a celestial lord or higher, which would allow you to tear through space at will." "Ah, I see." Suddenly, Ao Qing's storage ring began to tremble violently, and the void divine beast egg burst forth from it. "Huh!" The egg soared into the void, emanating a powerful aura and voraciously consuming the energy of the void. "Brother Yu, what is happening with this egg?" Ao Qing asked, puzzled as he looked at Chen Yu. Chen Yu furrowed his brow in confusion, closely observing the unusual behavior of the void divine beast egg. "System, what is happening with the egg?" he silently queried. "Brother Yu, the void divine beast egg is currently feeding." "Does the egg need to eat?" "Of course. The void divine beast egg is not a mere chicken egg. However, after this feeding, the void divine beast will soon emerge. It would be best to find a warm place to incubate it." Chen Yu nodded in comprehension and turned to Ao Qing, saying, "The void divine beast is about to be born. Remember to incubate it well." Ao Qing could not help but twitch the corners of her mouth, saying, "Brother Yu, why not go to the dragon domain and find a female dragon to hatch? Female dragons tend to be warmer, if you catch my drift." Chen Yu suddenly enlightened, nodding as he replied, "Indeed, why would I seek you, a rough fellow, when I could find a female dragon?" Ao Qing gazed at Chen Yu with a hint of sorrow, asserting, "Brother Yu, I am not a rough fellow." Yes, I understand. Not rough at all," Chen Yu replied. Ao Qing remarked, "Why does that sound rather strange?" Before long, the egg of the void divine beast ceased absorbing the power of the void. Once the absorption was complete, the egg visibly transformed. The originally pitch-black shell gradually emanated a purplish glow, ultimately changing to a deep violet hue. Chapter 46. The Demon Realm, Dragon Ancestor before them. The void divine beast egg seemed to possess a semblance of sentience, gleefully floating towards Chen Yu and Ao Qing. As it reached Chen Yu, it suddenly nudged its egg head against his cheek, then flitted over to Ao Qing to do the same. Ao Qing promptly raised his hand in enthusiastic response to the creature. "Brother Yu, it appears to regard you as its mother, and Ao Qing as its father," Chen Yu remarked, exasperated as he rubbed his temples. Indeed, he had come to the same realization. "Let us put it away." Ao Qing nodded and addressed the void divine beast egg, saying, "Little one, just wait a bit. I'll find you a mother dragon to hatch you, so be patient." The egg bounced joyfully, seemingly in agreement with Ao Qing's words, before burrowing into his storage ring. "Let us proceed. Stay close to me. We shall head directly to the dragon domain." Upon hearing this, Ao Qing dared not relax in the slightest and remained closely beside Chen Yu. Demon Realm, Dragon Domain, True Dragon Valley. This place is a sacred site for the dragon clan's cultivation, where the younger generation inherits the will and legacy of their ancestors. Countless powerful dragons guard the valley, At that moment, without warning, a rift tore open in the void above True Dragon Valley. The various strong beings within the valley sensed the disturbance and immediately became alert, hastening towards the void. From the passage emerged two figures, unhurriedly walking out. These two were none other than Chen Yu and Ao Qing. Curiously surveying their surroundings, Ao Qing asked, "Brother Yu, is this truly the demon realm? Why do I feel that the ethereal essence here is even more profound than that of the celestial realm?" Chen Yu silently circulated his celestial power. Upon careful examination, he discerned the reason. The ethereal essence here could also be termed as demonic essence, which differed slightly from that of the celestial realm. The celestial essence is characterized by its density, serving to calm the mind and assist in cultivating one's state of being, while the demonic essence is notably richer, more suited to the aggressive and combative nature of the demon race. As a member of the demon clan, you are thus more sensitive to demonic essence and will find it easier to absorb. Ao Qing nodded in understanding. "I see. I almost mistook this place for the celestial realm." Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the void. "Who dares to trespass upon my dragon clan's forbidden grounds?" Accompanied by this furious shout, the figures of numerous dragon clan experts appeared in the void, gazing sternly at Chen Yu and Ao Qing. The leading celestial master of the dragon clan narrowed his eyes upon seeing Ao Qing. "You of the dragon clan, how can you be so ignorant of the rules? Why have you brought a human to our forbidden domain?" Ao Qing, bewildered, glanced at the dragon clan and then at Chen Yu, responding, "Hey, hold on a moment. I am not one of your demon realm dragon clan members." The leader frowned and inquired, "Are there other dragon clans in this world? From whence do you come?" "I hail from the lower realms." At this revelation, the faces of the surrounding dragon clan experts were filled with astonishment. The lower realms? Could it be that there exists a branch of our dragon clan down there? How could it be so? How could my noble dragon lineage descend to the mortal realm? At that moment, the entire True Dragon Valley began to tremble violently, as if the very earth were on the brink of shattering. The previously raucous scene fell into utter silence, and the expressions of all dragon clan members turned grave. This aura. It is the dragon ancestor. What has transpired to summon the dragon ancestor in person? Suddenly, a colossal azure dragon emerged in the sky, its magnificent form overwhelming to behold. Its imposing presence shrouded the entire expanse of the heavens, emanating a terrifying aura that compelled all to lower their heads in reverence. "We pay homage to the dragon ancestor." The multitude of dragon warriors knelt in unison, their voices resonating through the clouds. Ao Qing found himself swallowing hard as he gazed upon the azure dragon, which dwarfed his own form by an unimaginable magnitude. Yet, he sensed a peculiar familiarity emanating from this dragon, leaving him somewhat bewildered. The dragon ancestor disregarded the assembled dragon folk and fixed his piercing gaze upon Ao Qing. "Yes, indeed, you are my descendant. Such purity in your bloodline." The voice of the dragon ancestor trembled with excitement. Upon hearing these words, Ao Qing was momentarily rendered speechless. What? The dragon ancestor's form shimmered and gradually transformed into a robust middle-aged man. He then exuberantly approached Ao Qing and enveloped him in an embrace. "Ha ha ha! I have awaited countless ages for the arrival of my descendant." Ao Qing, in a state of utter confusion, grappled with the notion of having unexpectedly acquired an ancestor. He hastily pushed the dragon ancestor away and sought refuge behind Chen Yu, exclaiming, "Hey, old man, you must have mistaken me for someone else." "Absolutely not. You are my grandson." The dragon ancestor regarded Ao Qing with affectionate eyes. Sensing something amiss, Ao Qing quickly retorted, "You're the grandson. Your entire family are grandsons." The dragon ancestor displayed no sign of anger. Instead, he perceived his grandson's audacity as a commendable trait. "Indeed, you are my descendant, brimming with character." Observing the dragon ancestor's rather lecherous expression, Ao Qing could not help but discreetly murmur to Chen Yu, "Brother Yu, is this old man all right?" Chen Yu, having discerned the blood relation between Ao Qing and the venerable dragon, smirked and replied, "Ao Qing, do you remember why we are here? To seek the celestial arts that suit me? Indeed, since this old dragon celestial techniques are so fitting for you, Why not simply be his grandson? Ao Qing's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief, his eyes widening in shock. Brother Yu, we cannot abandon our principles. Chen Yu shrugged, exasperated. You wouldn't be at a loss. And we can't possibly leave empty-handed, can we? At that moment, Ao Qing's expression mirrored one who had just consumed something exceedingly bitter. He was a dragon. A proud dragon. How could he stoop so low for mere celestial arts? Without hesitation, he knelt before the dragon ancestor, clinging to his leg, and wept profusely. Grandfather. Oh, grandfather. I have missed you dearly. Ao Qing's audacious antics left even Chen Yu dumbfounded. Even the dragon ancestor and the countless powerful members of the dragon clan around him were left utterly astonished. The dragon ancestor, a man of considerable experience, immediately crouched down and embraced Ao Qing, exclaiming, "My dear grandson, I have missed you dearly." At that moment, the dragon ancestor's heart swelled with excitement as he thought, "My beloved grandson has called me grandfather." Chen Yu, unable to bear the sight any longer, covered his face in disbelief. Subsequently, Chen Yu decided to reveal the truth and spoke slowly. "Ao Qing, he is indeed your elder. The resemblance in your bloodlines is striking." "What?" Ao Qing exclaimed in surprise, gazing up at the dragon ancestor. The dragon ancestor, with a warm smile, replied, "This young friend speaks the truth. Your bloodline is remarkably pure. At last, the lineage of the Azure Dragon will not perish." He then looked down at Ao Qing and inquired, "Has your father returned with you?" Chapter 47. "I truly come from the divine realm." Ao Qing shook his head in confusion and replied, "I have never seen my father since my birth." A flicker of sorrow passed through the dragon ancestor's eyes as he said, "My child, you have suffered due to my actions. If only I had not banished Xing'er from the dragon clan all those years ago." Xing'er was indeed Ao Qing's father. Countless ages ago, the dragon ancestor had urged Xing'er to wed the holy maiden of the dragon clan, but the impetuous young man resolutely refused. He found her character too domineering and held no affection for such traits. Even more astonishingly, shortly thereafter, the dragon ancestor discovered that Xing'er had fallen for a humble commoner dragon maiden. It is vital for the dragon clan to preserve their bloodline, and should Xing'er marry a commoner, the offspring would undoubtedly possess a diluted lineage. This act could be perceived as severing the inheritance of the Azure Dragon bloodline. Consequently, the relationship between them soured irreparably, leading the dragon ancestor to expel Xing'er from the clan in a fit of rage. Bereft of the dragon clan as protection, Xing'er became the target of relentless pursuit by countless powerful demons. Cornered and facing doom, he forcibly tapped into his primordial power to fracture the void, escaping to the Cang Hai continent with the commoner dragon maiden. Upon learning of these events, the dragon ancestor was filled with regret. After annihilating the clans of many demons who had pursued Xing'er, he began a long search for him. Unfortunately, after countless years, he still could not find his son. The dragon ancestor gazed deeply into Ao Qing's eyes, as if he were seeing his son Xing'er, filled with longing and remorse. He was his only son, and also the most gifted scion of the younger generation of the dragon clan. "Child, what is your name?" "Ao Qing," came Ao Qing's composed response. The dragon ancestor silently repeated the name in his heart, then laughed heartily. "Excellent. A splendid name. Ao Qing, Azure Dragon, ha. His laughter resonated through the heavens, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Countless powerful members of the dragon clan could not withstand the pressure and hastily fled. The dragon ancestor then turned his gaze toward Chen Yu and inquired, "Might this young friend also be from the lower realm?" The dragon ancestor instantly recognized Chen Yu's exceptional nature, yet he remained unconcerned as long as there was no malice. "I am not from the lower realm." "From the celestial realm?" "No." The dragon ancestor's profound gaze bore into Chen Yu, as if attempting to pierce through his exterior to uncover his innermost thoughts. After a brief moment, he appeared to have a revelation and asked, "Could it be that you hail from the divine realm?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's brow furrowed tightly, and his expression grew grave. He lowered his voice and responded solemnly, "You are aware of the existence of the divine realm?" The dragon ancestor, astonished by the answer, regarded Chen Yu with wide eyes and quickly clarified, "To be honest, I do not know what the divine realm is." However, during my meditations, the words divine realm inexplicably surface in my mind, which compelled me to inquire just now. Chen Yu slightly narrowed his eyes, quietly employing the void divine eye to scrutinize the dragon ancestor. Before long, he discerned the underlying reason and softly remarked, "Indeed, I hail from the divine realm." Although the dragon ancestor had begun to suspect Chen Yu's origins, hearing the admission firsthand filled him with astonishment. Chen Yu continued, "Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the immortal emperor. Should you wish to transcend to a higher realm, a journey to the divine realm is imperative." The dragon ancestor felt a jolt of shock at these words, gazing incredulously at Chen Yu. He had not disclosed his breakthrough to anyone, not even to those of the same cultivation level, who would be unable to perceive his true strength. Yet, merely through a casual glance, Chen Yu had unveiled the depths of his cultivation. Realizing this, the dragon ancestor swallowed hard and said, "Your skills are truly remarkable. Might I inquire if you know how one might journey to the divine realm?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yu silently inquired within, "Master, do you possess the knowledge?" "Ding. Of course I do. One requires a divine envoy to facilitate their passage to the divine realm. Moreover, even if one has attained the pinnacle of the immortal emperor, luck alone may not suffice to draw the attention of a divine envoy, unless one possesses extraordinary talent and fortune." Chen Yu nodded in understanding and then asked, "Does the dragon ancestor meet these criteria?" "Affirmative." Turning to the dragon ancestor, Chen Yu stated, "To journey to the divine realm, a divine envoy's assistance is necessary. Yet for you at present, it is still premature." "Ah, I see. Thank you for your guidance, young friend." The dragon ancestor expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. Subsequently, he led Chen Yu and Ao Qing towards the ancestral grounds. In less than a day, Ao Qing's identity spread throughout the dragon domain, leaving the dragon clan in a state of utter astonishment. Some restless individuals even stationed themselves outside the ancestral grounds daily, yearning for a glimpse of the dragon ancestor's grandson. Within the ancestral grounds, the dragon ancestor slowly raised his hands, a torrent of demonic energy swirling around him, transforming into streams of resplendent light that surged towards Ao Qing's brow. "My dear grandson, this is the Azure Dragon technique, a celestial art I personally devised. Henceforth, you shall cultivate this." Ao Qing felt an overwhelming force surge within his mind, prompting him to sit cross-legged and harness his demonic power to absorb the Azure Dragon technique. In no time, he had completely assimilated its teachings. "Remarkable!" Ao Qing exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. "Ha ha! Indeed, how else could I be your grandfather?" The dragon ancestor proudly placed his hands on his hips, lifting his chin with immense pride. "Devote yourself to comprehension. Once you fully grasp it, your strength will undoubtedly soar. The True Dragon Valley is our clan's sacred training ground, rich with the legacies of formidable Dragon Clan warriors. Go there to immerse yourself in cultivation, and you shall achieve great results with minimal effort. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me." "Understood." After Ao Qing departed, the dragon ancestor turned his gaze to Chen Yu, smiling as he said, "Young friend, do you play chess? Perhaps you could indulge this old man in a couple of games?" Chen Yu nodded gently and said, "Indeed." Subsequently, the dragon ancestor led Chen Yu to a courtyard within the ancestral grounds. The mist rolled like delicate silk, entwining amongst the jagged boulders and towering ancient trees. The dragon-shaped mountains, obscured in the glow of the dawn, radiated an aura of serene tranquility. As Chen Yu surveyed his surroundings, he nodded and remarked, "This place is imbued with a serene charm, truly an exquisite locale for quiet cultivation." "Ha ha! Young friend, your praise is delightful." The dragon ancestor chuckled softly, then placed a piece on the board where the black and white stones interwove, resembling a silent contest. "You appear quite youthful, yet possess such a composed demeanor. It is indeed a rarity." Chen Yu's expression remained calm as he picked up a white stone, contemplating for a moment before placing it in a corner of the board. "It is merely a matter of survival in this world." He spoke in an unassuming tone, yet the dragon ancestor astutely sensed that the seemingly tranquil words concealed a complexity beyond measure. Chapter 48. Ao Qing meets Long Li. The young Ao Qing possesses a straightforward and candid disposition, reminiscent of my own youthful days. It is indeed an honor for him to forge a friendship with you. Chen Yu slightly curved his lips, choosing not to elaborate further. Who could have anticipated that the esteemed grandson of the dragon ancestor would face such indignities in the mortal realm? Should the dragon ancestor become aware of this affront, he would undoubtedly rush to the heavenly Yuan immortal dynasty to exact vengeance without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, Ao Qing was on his way to the True Dragon Valley. As he stepped into the valley, a graceful figure swiftly flitted past him. Yet, Ao Qing remained oblivious, continuing onward with his gaze fixed on the depths of the valley. However, upon catching sight of Ao Qing, the figure abruptly halted. "Wait!" A melodious voice rang out from behind him. Ao Qing paused, bewildered, and turned around. There stood a stunning young woman clad in a blue and white gauze garment, her form enchanting and her beauty unparalleled. She regarded him with her lively, expressive eyes, surveying him from head to toe. Before Ao Qing could inquire, the woman spoke first. "Who are you? How is it that I have never seen you before?" Confused, Ao Qing retorted, "And who might you be?" With a gentle smile revealing two charming dimples, the woman introduced herself. "I am Long Li. Surely, you have heard of me?" A hint of astonishment laced her tone. "No, why would I know you?" Ao Qing replied, perplexed. Long Li's surprise deepened as she blinked, her eyes filled with skepticism. "I am the holy maiden of the Dragon Clan. You dare say you do not recognize me? Could it be you're not one of us?" As she spoke, she scrutinized Ao Qing closely, searching for any clues. I suppose I am part of the Dragon Clan now." "Oh, never mind that. Tell me, have you seen the grandson of the dragon ancestor?" Long Li's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Ao Qing. Ao Qing was taken aback and asked, "What do you want to see him for?" "Curiosity. The entire dragon domain is abuzz with speculation about what the dragon ancestor's grandson looks like. Are you not curious as well?" Long Li inquired, her eyes wide with eagerness. Ao Qing shook his head, stating, "What is there to be curious about? Aren't we all members of the Dragon Clan? You appear to be a novice just stepping into the world. What do you mean by that? He is the grandson of the dragon ancestor. Every action he takes will reflect upon the legacy of the dragon ancestor. What if he turns out to be a rogue with malicious intent? Wouldn't that tarnish the reputation of our clan? And heaven forbid, what if he is a lecher? Wouldn't our women be at risk?" Long Li elaborated passionately on her speculations. Ao Qing could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, finally interjecting, "You rest assured, the grandson of the dragon ancestor will not be as you imagine." Long Li tilted her head, puzzled. "How can you be so certain?" Ao Qing contemplated for a moment before responding. "Consider this. How could the esteemed dragon ancestor possibly have a grandson of ill character? You are overthinking it. Indeed, your reasoning holds merit." Long Li nodded in disbelief. "Perhaps the dragon ancestor's grandson is a paragon of virtue, upright, courteous, and imbued with a strong sense of justice." Upon finishing her statement, Ao Qing placed his hands on his hips, raising his chin with a hint of pride. "Impossible." Long Li shook her head vigorously, as if trying to dispel the very notion. "Why is that? As far as I know, such men exist only in tales. If the dragon ancestor's grandson truly were such a person, I would marry him," Long Li retorted defiantly. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing's face flushed crimson, his eyes unable to meet Long Li's gaze. His flustered hands fumbled, and he stammered, "Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Without another word, Ao Qing swiftly harnessed his demonic energy and fled the scene. "Hey, why are you running so fast? You haven't even told me your name," Long Li exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot before she too departed. Ao Qing dashed away until he was certain that Long Li had not pursued him. Then he finally halted, breathless. His cheeks remained aflame, and the echo of Long Li's words reverberated in his mind. If the dragon ancestor's grandson truly were such a person, I would marry him. His heart raced uncontrollably, and he took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. What is happening to me? Although I am indeed that kind of person, I would never marry her. Ao Qing slapped his face firmly, attempting to awaken himself. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to the horizon. Before him stood a statue, monumental and majestic, towering in the center of the square. The statue soared into the clouds, its imposing figure astonishing, radiating an aura of authority that commanded respect and reverence. Azao, King Apruashid. He was astonished to discover that this statue was none other than his grandfather, the dragon ancestor. Well, I'll be. I had no idea this old man could be so grand. Ao Qing marveled. He then noticed a number of Dragon Clan warriors meditating beneath the statue, their presence adding to the air of reverence. The surrounding demonic energy surged in abundance, far denser than that found outside. Prompted by the sight, Ao Qing mimicked the others, settling into a meditative posture beneath the statue and channeling his demonic energy for cultivation. As he commenced the celestial technique imparted by the dragon ancestor, the demonic energy around him surged towards him like a wild stallion breaking free. The commotion startled all the dragons in the vicinity. They quickly roused from their meditative states, casting astonished glances towards Ao Qing's location. What is happening? Which young dragon is causing such a stir? Why is all the demonic energy rushing towards him? How can we continue our cultivation now? Among them, one Dragon Clan warrior recognized Ao Qing's visage, his eyes widening in shock, a look of sheer disbelief on his face. It's him. A nearby Dragon Clan expert inquired with curiosity. Do you know him? This individual is none other than the grandson of the dragon ancestor. Upon hearing this revelation, those present could not help but rise to their feet. Truly, he is the grandson of the dragon ancestor. Even the way he channels his demonic energy is remarkably distinctive. He is also quite handsome, clearly reminiscent of the dragon ancestor. Among them, a peak celestial emperor immediately sensed something amiss and urgently remarked, "Everyone, please refrain from your cultivation for the time being. The grandson of the dragon ancestor has just begun to practice the celestial techniques passed down from his forebear. Let's not disturb him." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded solemnly in agreement. Moreover, some powerful beings concealed themselves within the void, silently safeguarding Ao Qing. They all understood the significance of the initial stages of cultivation. Ao Qing not only needed to deepen his comprehension of the celestial techniques, but also had to adeptly cultivate his demonic energy to master these techniques. Chapter 49. The Realm of Golden Immortals. Should Ao Qing be interrupted during his cultivation, the repercussions could be dire. A minor disruption might lead to a complete loss of understanding of the celestial arts, while a more severe consequence could see him consumed by obsession, spiraling into madness. Moments later, Ao Qing gradually ceased his practice. At this juncture, he had successfully transcended to the true immortal realm. The onlookers were left in awe of Ao Qing's rapid advancement. Truly, he is the grandson of the dragon ancestor. In less than half an hour, he has ascended from a mortal immortal to a true immortal. I have a premonition that the grandson of the dragon ancestor is destined to become a second dragon ancestor. I wonder if the beings of the demon domain will dare to provoke us then. Our dragon domain prefers peace and does not vie for power. Yet those from the demon domain continue to overstep their bounds. If it weren't for the dragon ancestor's good-natured temperament, they would have been crushed long ago. Ao Qing slowly opened his eyes, gazing around with a look of bewilderment. You, all the grandson of the dragon ancestor, has awakened. Ao Qing, I can't shake the feeling that they are mocking me, yet I possess no proof. He hastily declared, My name is Ao Qing. You may simply call me Ao Qing. Ao Qing, what a splendid name. I am Long Zhan. I am Long Yu. I am Long Yi. The crowd eagerly introduced themselves to Ao Qing, who, in turn, responded courteously with a bow. They were astonished to discover that the grandson of the dragon ancestor bore no air of superiority. They had prepared a plethora of flattery to win Ao Qing's favor, but it now seemed unnecessary. After engaging in light conversation with the crowd for a while, Ao Qing made a hasty exit. Their enthusiasm was overwhelming. Initially, Ao Qing had been apprehensive about fitting into this unfamiliar dragon clan, but it appeared he had overthought the matter. The atmosphere among this dragon clan was even more welcoming than that of the lower realms. The dragons there were quite resistant to outsiders, even if they belonged to the same lineage. Once again, news of Ao Qing's achievements spread throughout the dragon domain. Some individuals even captured his likeness on the memory stone and disseminated it widely. By now, nearly all the leaders of the dragon domain were well acquainted with Ao Qing's appearance and name. Naturally, this news reached the ever-curious eyes of the dragon clan Saintus. At this moment, Longli was meandering through the marketplace, a freshly acquired osmanthus pastry in hand. She noticed a group of people gathered nearby, pointing and whispering among themselves. Unable to quell her curiosity, she approached the crowd while savoring her pastry. "What are you all doing?" Upon hearing her voice, the crowd turned and chuckled. "Saintus, are you out shopping again? We heard that the grandson of the dragon ancestor has gone to the Azure Dragon Valley to cultivate. Moreover, someone has captured his likeness on the memory stone, and we are currently examining it." Long Li's eyes widened in excitement as she exclaimed, "Let me see. Let me see." One among them handed the memory stone to Long Li, stating, "The grandson of the dragon ancestor is named Ao Qing. What a powerful and handsome name. Ao Qing. Indeed, a remarkable name." Long Li murmured softly, before channeling her demonic energy into the memory stone. A flash of azure light illuminated the stone, gradually revealing a familiar figure. Long Li's expression grew increasingly grim, to the point that the osmanthus cake in her hand was crushed. Saintus, are you all right?" A nearby individual inquired cautiously. In a fit of rage, Long Li turned and shouted loudly towards the direction of Qinglong Valley, "Ao Qing, you dare to deceive me." At that moment, Ao Qing was seated cross-legged in the ancestral land, listening to the teachings of the dragon ancestor, while Chen Yu lay nearby, dozing in a lounge chair. The dragon ancestor's voice, akin to that of a teacher lecturing in school, was profoundly hypnotic. "Achoo!" Ao Qing sneezed, raising a hand to rub his nose. "Who thinks of me?" The dragon ancestor and Chen Yu exchanged disdainful glances at Ao Qing. "My dear grandson, pay attention to the teachings and do not let your mind wander." The dragon ancestor could not help but admonish. Oh, as time flowed steadily, Ao Qing's cultivation had remarkably ascended to the golden immortal stage. In less than a month, he had advanced from the human immortal realm to the golden immortal stage. Such a pace of cultivation was indeed astonishing. Initially, the dragon ancestor had harbored concerns that Ao Qing's rapid breakthrough might lead to an unstable foundation in a superficial realm. However, Chen Yu had refuted this notion. When Ao Qing was in the lower realms, his physical strength was comparable to that of a true immortal, and now, with the enhancement of his cultivation, his physical prowess would only increase. Achieving the golden immortal realm was entirely feasible, but beyond that, a focus on physical cultivation would become imperative. The dragon ancestor nodded in disbelief, agreeing with Chen Yu's perspective. Subsequently, he procured a tome on body refinement from the dragon clan and presented it to Ao Qing. From then on, Ao Qing would have to rely on his own efforts in cultivation. "My dear grandson, first, stabilize your realm. In a few days, visit the Dragon Treasure Pavilion to select a suitable celestial artifact." Curiously, Ao Qing inquired, "What is the Dragon Treasure Pavilion?" The Dragon Treasure Pavilion is where the Dragon Clan stores celestial artifacts. Within, countless powerful artifacts collected by the Dragon Clan's ancestors from various realms are housed, including those that belonged to them in life and are now preserved for the next generation of inheritors. As long as a young member reaches the golden immortal stage, they may choose an artifact from the pavilion. Remember, do not be greedy. It suffices to select one that suits you. Ao Qing nodded obediently and replied, "I understand." 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. As Ao Qing emerged from the ancestral land, he was intercepted by Long Li. "Got you. I've been waiting for several days. Finally, I caught up with you." Long Li glared fiercely at Ao Qing. "Waiting for what?" Ao Qing asked, bewildered. "You are the grandson of the dragon ancestor, yet you deceived me into believing you were not. Why did you trick me, you scoundrel?" Long Li exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with indignation as she pointed an accusatory finger at Ao Qing. "You have unjustly accused me. I never claimed I wasn't the grandson of the dragon ancestor." Ao Qing replied, "Feigning innocence, emboding a victims de menor." Long Li paused momentarily, then stamped her foot. "Well, you never said you were either." You made me utterly embarrassed. Ao Qing responded earnestly. That was merely a precaution against strangers. What if you were a villain? Surely, I cannot readily divulge my origins to a stranger, can I? Upon hearing this, Long Li tilted her head in contemplation. It seems that is indeed the case. However, in but a fleeting moment, the lively glint in her eyes shifted, a mischievous spark flickering across her gaze. No, regardless of the circumstances, you must provide me with an explanation today. You owe me a recompense. Ao Qing's face displayed evident discomfort, and with a pained expression, he inquired then, how am I to compensate you? Long Li, hands on her hips, blurted out without a moment's thought. Accompany me to Long Yuan Lake for a day. Ao Qing's countenance twitched involuntarily as he remarked, You seem to have come prepared, haven't you? Upon realizing she had been discovered, Long Li's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. So, will you go or not? Ao Qing's face was a portrait of inner turmoil as he hesitantly responded. Would another day be acceptable? Chapter 50. Long Bashan and the Qinglong soared upon hearing this. Long Li furrowed her brows and inquired, Where are you planning to go? I intend to visit Longbao Pavilion to select a celestial artifact, replied Ao Qing. Long Li casually glanced at Ao Qing, but upon noticing his cultivation level, her eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief washing over her features. You. How have you reached the golden immortal realm? The last time I saw you, you were merely at the human immortal stage. Ao Qing lifted his chin slightly, a hint of pride in his voice as he declared, Because I am a genius. Long Li shot him an exasperated glance. Then, with a reassuring pat on her chest, she proclaimed, I am quite familiar with Longbao Pavilion. I will take you there. Thus, Ao Qing followed Long Li to Longbao Pavilion. Saintus, Ao Qing, the guardian stationed at the entrance of Longbao Pavilion, greeted them with a respectful nod. Ao Qing awkwardly raised his hand in acknowledgement. Long Li scanned the pavilion with curiosity and asked, Is Grandfather Qi in? Yes, the Grand Elder has just returned. I see. Thank you. With that, Long Li seized Ao Qing's arm and dashed toward the hall of Longbao Pavilion. The guards, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but widen their eyes in surprise. Goodness, this is quite the scoop. Long Li burst into Longbao Pavilion, calling out, Grandfather Qi, I have arrived. At that moment, Long Qi, seated in the hall, slowly lifted his head upon hearing her voice. A tender smile crept onto his face at the sight of Long Li, though he couldn't help but chide her gently. This girl, how many times have I told you? A young lady should comport herself with grace, rather than making such a ruckus all the time. Long Qi was the current Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, a pinnacle existence at the immortal lord level. In his youth, he and Ao Qing were heralded as the unparalleled duo of their generation within the Dragon Clan. Though not blood brothers, their bond was closer than that of kin. As Long Qi followed Long Li's gaze toward Ao Qing, his expression darkened to that of Cole. Such audacity from this young dragon. Narrowing his eyes, he gritted his teeth and asked, May I inquire as to the identity of this young friend? Having just returned from the demon domain, Long Qi was unaware of Ao Qing's circumstances. Feeling the sharpness of Long Qi's gaze, Ao Qing could not help but swallow hard. Instinctively inching closer to Long Li, Brother Yu, Grandfather, I am doomed. Help me. Long Li promptly introduced him, Grandfather Qi, this is Ao Qing, the grandson of the dragon ancestor. Oh, so it is, what, the grandson of the dragon ancestor? Long Qi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood up, staring incredulously at Ao Qing. You are Ao Qing's son? Under Long Qi's predatory gaze, Ao Qing instinctively covered his rear, stammering, I suppose so. Brother Yu, Grandfather, I fear I shall lose my innocence. Save me. Only then did Long Qi seriously scrutinize Ao Qing. He resembles him. Remarkably so. Even the blood of the Qinglong runs strong within him. Eagerly, Long Qi pressed on. Is Ao Qing back as well? Where is he now? Ao Qing shook her head in response, saying, I have never encountered him since my birth. She promptly recounted her experiences in the lower realm to Long Qi. The gaze of Long Qi upon Ao Qing softened considerably. Even Long Li could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. Child, you have endured much over the years. Do not blame Long Zhu. He acted in a moment of impulse. Ouching smiled and shook her head. Rest assured, Elder, I will not hold him accountable. And I understand the significance of the dragon clan's bloodline inheritance. Longxi regarded Ouching with newfound respect, saying with warmth, Child, you possess great understanding. Lonely hastily interjected, Grandfather Qi. Ouching is here to select celestial artifacts. Longxi nodded and replied with a smile, I see. Then follow me. He led the two towards the back mountain of the Dragon Treasure Pavilion. Are we not here to select celestial artifacts? Where are we going? Ouching inquired in confusion. It is well known that our Dragon Clan-esque treasure pavilion houses countless formidable celestial artifacts. Yet few are aware that our truly powerful artifacts are stored in the back mountain. Longxi proclaimed with pride, adjusting his posture and stroking his beard. Ouching then realized the gravity of the situation and nodded in understanding, muttering to herself, Isn't this behavior akin to that of the sixth brother? Before long, the trio arrived at the foot of Dragon Treasure Mountain. The mountain loomed majestically into the clouds, shrouded in mist, seemingly endless, imparting an air of mystery. Longxi produced an ancient, unadorned token from his robe, inscribed with peculiar runes that subtly exuded an aura of antiquity. He then infused a wisp of demonic energy into the token. In an instant, the token appeared to come alive, trembling slightly before radiating a dazzling light and slowly ascending towards Dragon Treasure Mountain. Longxi turned to Ouching and Lonely, saying, Let us proceed. Stay close to me. The two nodded eagerly, not daring to lag behind, as they followed Longxi closely. Upon stepping into Dragon Treasure Mountain, they were immediately enveloped by a myriad of powerful auras. These energies were exceedingly fierce, making Ouching and Lonely feel somewhat breathless. The source of these auras lay deep within the mountain, emanating from exquisite celestial artifacts. Were it not for Longxi shielding them from the overwhelming pressure, they would likely struggle to even approach the valley. Here we are, Ouching. Close your eyes and truly sense the call of the artifacts. Ouching complied without hesitation, closing her eyes. As she concentrated, dozens of powerful celestial artifacts swiftly flew towards her, gradually coming to a stop before her. Longxi and Lonely exchanged astonished glances. Child, how many artifacts did you attract back then? Les ding. Longxi sighed with admiration for Ouching. You truly are his daughter. However, Ouching had yet to open her eyes. She felt a familiar aura deep within, beckoning her. Ouching furrowed his brow, earnestly attuning to the source of the aura. Before long, a formidable presence surged forth, propelling dozens of exquisite celestial instruments away from Ouching. Subsequently, a celestial sword gradually materialized before him. Longxi, astonished by the spectacle, exclaimed, Is this the Qinglong sword? Lonely, puzzled, inquired, Grandpa Qi, is this sword truly powerful? Powerful is an understatement. This celestial artifact possesses immeasurable strength. It is rumored that the sword was forged from the essence of a Qinglong adept who transcended the realm of celestial emperors, making it a being beyond that of an extraordinary celestial instrument. No exceptional celestial artifact can withstand a single strike from the Qinglong sword. Moreover, Longxi cast a profound glance at Ouching and remarked, the previous master of this sword was none other than Ouching's father, Ouching. He then pondered aloud. I recall that Ouching took the Qinglong sword with him when he departed. Could it be that I am mistaken? Chapter 51. Ouching's parents. Ouching opened his eyes, gazing with curiosity at the Qinglong sword before him. He had heard the words spoken by Longxi moments ago. As he looked at the celestial weapon once wielded by his father, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. Gradually, Ouching extended his right hand towards the hilt of the sword. The instant his fingers made contact, a brilliant emerald light illuminated the entire valley. In that very moment, the sword Ouching had previously been using unexpectedly soared from the void, merging seamlessly with the Qinglong sword. What is happening? Ouching pondered, his eyes wide in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. Just as the three were struck with astonishment, the Qinglong sword emitted a deep, resonant hum. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared on the blade, gently drifting towards Ouching and merging with his forehead. A sharp pain surged through his head, and an array of vivid images flooded his mind. Among these images, Two figures, one male and one female, were desperately fleeing. Trailing closely behind them were countless shadowy figures, pursuing them relentlessly like phantoms. Ouching's eyes widened as he scrutinized the fleeing pair, a wave of astonishment washing over him. He realized that the male figure bore a striking resemblance to himself. Undoubtedly, this man was his long-lost father, Ouching, and the woman beside him must be his mother. Ouching regarded them with a hint of tenderness in his gaze. He then turned his attention to the multitude of dark figures behind them, exuding an ominous aura. Ouching's heart sank as he comprehended the identity of these shadows. They were the Demon Clan. How dare the Demon Clan pursue his parents? Fury ignited within him, and he longed to charge forth and eradicate the demons. Just as Ouching seethed with rage, the Demon Clan launched a fierce assault against Ouching and his wife. In the face of such peril, Ouching stood resolutely in front of his beloved, unafraid. At the moment the demon's attack was about to connect with them, the vision abruptly faded. In the next instant, Ouching's figure materialized before Ouching. His visage was strikingly handsome, yet marked by the weariness of life as trials. His eyes brimming with love and sorrow. My dragon son, when you witnessed this moment, you must have already obtained the Qinglong sword in the dragon domain, allowing us to rest easy. Ouching began softly, his voice gentle yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. Once, your mother and I ventured to the lower realms, where we discovered that a branch of the dragon clan existed. I had once believed we could live there without a care, but fate had other plans. The lower realms were suddenly besieged by the demon clan. Ultimately, we repelled the demons, but our identities were irrevocably exposed. At last, the demon clan dispatched more formidable beings to hunt us down, intent on enslaving us. We fought valiantly to protect you, infusing your essence with a trace of the Azure Dragon Sword's origin, transforming it into your life-bonded spirit sword. Ultimately, I employed a secret technique to return the Azure Dragon Sword to the Dragon Realm, where it would await your arrival. Meanwhile, we were captured by the demons and taken to the demon world. My child, do not blame me or your mother. Our hearts have never strayed from you. As these words faded, Aohang's voice gradually transformed into specks of light, dissipating into the air, leaving Ouching standing dazed, tears blurring her vision. Ouching? Ouching? What troubles you? Why are you in tears? Lonely asked, concern etched on her face. Ouching, regaining her composure, raised her arm to wipe away her tears and replied, It's nothing. Longqi furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, simply stating, Since we have acquired the celestial artifact, let us depart from here. The two nodded in agreement and followed Longqi out of Longbao Mountain. Throughout the journey, Ouching appeared burdened with thoughts, and though Lonely inquired about her troubles, Ouching remained reticent. Lonely, having regarded Ouching as a true friend, felt a pang of sorrow seeing her in such distress. After Ouching bid farewell to Longqi and Lonely, she meandered toward the ancestral grounds, her mind adrift, uncertain of her next steps. She yearned to rescue her parents. Yet even they were no match for the demons. Her intervention would only lead to her demise. In the midst of her turmoil, the image of Chen Yu suddenly surfaced in her mind. Yes, brother, you must have a solution. Without hesitation, she soared toward the courtyard of the ancestral grounds. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was engrossed in a game of chess with Longzhu. Ever since losing to Chen Yu in their first match, Longzhu had been relentless, demanding Chen Yu's company for daily games, determined to secure victory. Chen Yu, somewhat exasperated by Longzhu's antics, found himself weary of the game. This old dragon was both incompetent and overly playful. He had contemplated letting Longzhu win to deter his incessant requests, but was met with a stern admonition. You must respect your elders. Ouching rushed into the courtyard, calling out, Brother Yu, Brother Yu. Upon hearing her voice, Chen Yu's eyes brightened. The savior has arrived. I'm right here, he exclaimed, rising to his feet. Longzhu, frustrated, muttered under his breath as he glanced disapprovingly at Ouching. Why do you come now? Just as I was about to win? If you were my granddaughter, I would have given you a good thrashing. Ouching rushed to Chen Yu and knelt before him. Chen Yu's joyful expression swiftly turned to concern, while Longzhu stared, utterly flabbergasted, his face darkening with disapproval. "You unworthy grandson. I've never seen you kneel before me. Yet you kneel before an outsider." Chen Yu, feeling Long Zu's piercing gaze, awkwardly rubbed his nose. He then waved his hand, and Ouching felt a gentle force lifting her up. "What is the rush? One might think your father has passed away." The dragon ancestor cast a sidelong glance at Ao Qing, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Ao Qing, her cheeks flushed, looked at her grandfather, and quickly exclaimed, "Grandfather, look." With a flicker of thought, the Qinglong sword swiftly tore through the void, gradually materializing before the three of them. The dragon ancestor immediately rose to his feet, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "The Qinglong sword? Was it not in Ao Xing's possession? How is it?" Chen Yu squinted at the Qinglong sword and remarked, "I never expected there to be another semi-divine artifact in this world." Ao Qing promptly recounted the events that had transpired at Longbao Mountain in their entirety. The dragon ancestor's previously calm demeanor darkened dramatically upon hearing Ao Qing's narration. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted violently from his body. The surrounding space could scarcely withstand the terrifying pressure he unleashed, resulting in a thunderous crash as it shattered instantaneously. Even the boundless void trembled in response. Simultaneously, the entire dragon domain shook violently under the weight of this overwhelming force. What has transpired? Has an external enemy invaded? Why such a tumultuous uproar? This aura feels so familiar. It's the dragon ancestor. Who could have offended him? Chapter 52. Hostage. The inhabitants of the dragon domain were engulfed in terror. Their gazes fixed upon the direction of the ancestral land, their hearts brimming with reverence and unease. At that moment, Long Qi, situated within the Dragon Treasure Pavilion, sensed the formidable aura that permeated the air. The once nebulous answers in his heart crystallized into certainty. Something catastrophic had befallen Ao Xing. Long Qi, anxious, murmured towards the ancestral land. "Ao Xing, you must not perish. In the ancestral land, the demon clan, if anything happens to my son, I shall raise your demonic realm to the ground," roared the dragon ancestor, his heart ablaze with fury. At that instant, he yearned to storm the demon clan and eradicate every last one of them. Yet, he found himself powerless, lacking even the most rudimentary knowledge of the demon clan, not even aware of the location of their realm. The only encounter with the demon realm occurred eons ago when the demon clan invaded the immortal realm through a mysterious cross-dimensional teleportation array. At that time, the immortal emperor sought the aid of the major demon emperors, including the dragon ancestor himself. It was the first instance in history where the immortal and demon realms coexisted peacefully, uniting to repel the demon clan. Since then, no demon had been seen in either the immortal or demon realms. Upon learning of the situation, Chen Yu silently pondered, "Commander, what are the demon clan's intentions?" Ding. Analyzing. "Brother Yu, the demon clan is poised to invade the immortal realm shortly. They have taken Ao Xing hostage to threaten the dragon ancestor, preventing anyone from the dragon domain from aiding the immortal realm. What is the current status of Ao Xing and his wife?" "They're safe for now, merely confined in a courtyard, though their powers have been sealed." Chen Yu nodded in relief. He then turned to Ao Qing, reassuring her, "Rest assured, your parents are safe." Upon hearing this, the dragon ancestor and Ao Qing felt a wave of relief wash over them, gazing at Chen Yu in astonishment. "How do you know this, young friend?" Chen Yu smiled gently, replying, "How I know is of no concern. The demon clan is preparing to invade the immortal realm. Their intention is to use the two as leverage against you, preventing you from assisting the immortal realm." The dragon ancestor snorted disdainfully, exclaiming, "These wretched pests! After all these years, they still covet the immortal realm. I cannot fathom their true intentions." Chen Yu calmly elucidated, "Their singular objective is the primal force of the immortal realm. Should the immortal realm lose all its primal energy, it will collapse entirely, vanishing from existence. The demon clan, having devoured this primal energy, would see their powers surge dramatically, their ambitions extending far beyond the immortal realm." Seeing the gravity of the situation, Ao Qing urgently inquired, "Brother Yu, what should we do now?" The dragon ancestor, too, turned his gaze towards Chen Yu, both viewing him as their anchor in this tumultuous time. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yu replied, "Let us observe the developments. The power of the demon clan is formidable. Our priority must be to enhance our strength." Ao Qing nodded earnestly, declaring, "Very well. I shall commence my cultivation at once." Chen Yu cast a silent glance at Ao Qing and remarked, "There is no need to rush. I suggest you venture out to gain some experience in battle." He then turned to Long Ancestor and inquired, "Are there any suitable places in the Dragon Realm for the youth to hone their skills?" Without a moment's hesitation, Long Ancestor replied, "Dragon Abyss Lake." Ao Qing furrowed her brow in contemplation upon hearing this. After a brief moment, understanding dawned upon her. Dragon Abyss Lake was indeed the place where Longli had invited her for a visit. Nestled at the edge of the Dragon Realm, Dragon Abyss Lake lay adjacent to the 10,000 Great Mountains, which belonged to the Demon Domain. This area was home to numerous formidable demon clans, some of which would audaciously disregard the regulations of the Dragon Realm to establish dominance over Dragon Abyss Lake. Consequently, the clan occasionally issued hunting missions for the younger generation to train in that perilous locale. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. It is indeed a commendable location. But if we were to slay these demon clans, wouldn't the demon realm seek to retaliate against you? Long Ancestor scoffed with a disdainful smirk. Those ignorant youngsters may be oblivious to the might of our dragon clan, but the older generations are well aware. Even if they were granted tenfold courage, they would not dare provoke us. If I so wished, the demon realm would have long been renamed the dragon realm. His tone was remarkably calm, yet an aura of terrifying power emanated from him, instilling a sense of reverence in those present. "Fear not, my dear grandson. Should any trouble arise, I shall bear the consequences. Our dragon clan has lain in silence for far too long. It is time for those foolish beings to witness the true strength of our lineage." Ao Qing gazed at her grandfather with a newfound respect. "All right, I understand." With that, she turned and strode out of the courtyard. As Ao Qing exited the ancestral grounds, a figure suddenly appeared before her. "Ao Qing, are you all right?" It was Longli. Although she held the esteemed title of Saintess, her high status did not grant her the liberty to enter or exit the ancestral grounds without Long Ancestor's permission. Thus, since Ao Qing's return, Longli had been anxiously waiting at the entrance for her. "What are you still doing here?" "Ao Qing Gaskich Puzlet. I was worried about you. You returned to the ancestral grounds without a word, leaving me in the dark. Do you not consider me a friend?" Longli pouted, as if deeply aggrieved. Feeling somewhat remorseful, Ao Qing scratched her head and apologized. "I'm sorry, I was a bit hasty earlier." "What exactly happened?" Longli inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "It concerns my parents. They're facing some difficulties, which is why I was so anxious." "What will you do now?" Longli's beautiful face was now etched with worry. "I have already spoken to my grandfather. The urgent matter is to enhance my strength, so I plan to train at Dragon Abyss Lake." A glimmer of surprise flashed in Longli's eyes as she excitedly looked at Ao Qing. "What a coincidence! Let's go together." Ao Qing gently shook her head and said solemnly, "No, I previously thought that Longyuan Lake was merely a scenic spot, but I just heard from my grandfather that it is fraught with danger. If you accompany me, I fear I may not be able to protect you." Longli rolled her beautiful eyes at Ao Qing and retorted, "Humph. Who is protecting whom?" As her words faded, a formidable aura began to emanate from Longli. Upon witnessing this, Ao Qing's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Peak of the Celestial King." He could hardly fathom that the seemingly delicate little girl before him was actually a formidable being at the pinnacle of celestial power. "Observing ao King esse astonishmente." Longli felt a surge of satisfaction and raised her head with pride. "Did you think I became this saintess for nothing? Now, we can surely go together, right?" Momentarily at a loss for words, Ao Qing could only nod in reluctant agreement. Chapter 53. Longyuan Lake, let us proceed. We must first obtain the task tokens. Lonely urged Ao Qing with eager anticipation. Ao Qing, perplexed, inquired, "Task tokens? Can't we go directly?" Lonely, casting a resigned glance at Ao Qing, elucidated, "Without the task tokens, The guardians of the Longyuan Lake teleportation array will not permit us entry. Moreover, Longyuan Lake is vast. Without the guidance of the tokens, how shall we ascertain our objectives? Besides, upon completing the task, I can earn some coin. I've been rather impoverished lately. A twitch of A.O. Qing's lips betrayed his amusement as he remarked, "You sought me out for Longyuan Lake precisely because you're low on funds, aren't you? Oh, come on." Lonely chuckled, seizing A.O. Qing's arm and dashing towards the task hall. Upon entering the task hall, the pair was met with the scrutinizing gazes of numerous dragonkin. "Look, is that the grandson of the dragon ancestor beside the saintess?" "Indeed, but how is the saintess in the company of the dragon ancestor's grandson? Could it be that they—" "No, saintess, my goddess, you must not forsake us." A cacophony ensued as the crowd buzzed with speculation about A.O. Qing and Lonely. The two, however, pretended not to hear and strode purposefully into the hall. "Elder, we have come to receive the tasks for Longyuan Lake," Lonely addressed the elder on the platform. The elder slowly raised his head, smiling. "Ah, the saintess is in need of funds again?" Lonely's cheeks flushed slightly at this remark, and she shyly rubbed her nose. "Oh, it is not that I am short on coin. I simply cannot abide the demon clans flaunting their power in our dragon domain. Money is but a fleeting cloud to me," she declared with a dignified posture. The elder, squinting with amusement, replied, Indeed, the saintess speaks with great righteousness." He then turned his gaze to A.O. Qing and asked, "A.O. Qing, do you also seek a task for Longyuan Lake?" A.O. Qing nodded affirmatively, yes. With a grand gesture, the elder summoned two task tokens that floated gracefully before them. One task involved a serpent demon of mid-celestial king level, while the other concerned a wolf demon of early golden immortal level. The tasks were relatively close in location, making it convenient for them to assist one another. The two extended their hands to grasp the tokens, responding in unison, "Thank you, Elder." After securing their tasks, the duo made their way towards the teleportation array. Meanwhile, in the ancestral courtyard, Chen Yu had somehow acquired a fishing rod and sat serenely by the pond's edge, resembling a carefree recluse, patiently awaiting a bite. Beside him, the dragon ancestor wore a pained expression, fixating intently on the bucket at Chen Yu's feet, which contained 4 or 5 shimmering fish wriggling in vibrant hues. "My young friend, isn't this enough? I have painstakingly nurtured those celestial melody koi, and in such a short span, you are on the verge of depleting my precious stock." The celestial melody koi is renowned as a treasure of the immortal realm, celebrated for its rarity. A single bite of its flesh can spare one from 10,000 years of arduous cultivation, and the koi itself bears offspring only once every millennium. However, Chen Yu, seemingly indifferent, remarked, "Look at you, the esteemed lord of the dragon domain, fretting over a few insignificant fish. Is that befitting of your stature? It's not the same. I have nurtured these fish for nearly 200,000 years, and I have only managed to raise a handful." Chen Yu lamented over his treasured catch. Before the dragon ancestor could respond, Chen Yu's fishing rod suddenly trembled. With a swift tug, another vividly colored celestial koi was pulled from the water. The dragon ancestor's face, already pained from his earlier sentiments, contorted further in agony. "All right, enough fishing. Let us eat." The dragon ancestor sighed in resignation, helplessly watching as Chen Yu expertly prepared the koi. Soon, the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. As the fish neared readiness, Chen Yu eagerly took a bite. Delicious indeed. Meanwhile, the dragon ancestor gazed longingly at Chen Yu devouring the meat, unable to suppress a swallow. Young friend, might I have a piece?" Chen Yu, with a playful smirk, replied, "Weren't you just lamenting over the loss? Why the sudden craving?" The dragon ancestor coughed awkwardly, explaining, "It's just that the fragrance is too enticing. Please, do not jest with an old man." With a resigned smile, Chen Yu waved his hand, sending a portion of the grilled fish floating towards the dragon ancestor. "Taste this. It's a celestial koi you've nurtured for 200,000 years." The dragon ancestor caught the fish with care, took a cautious bite, and instantly widened his eyes. This flavor, truly exquisite. The two then began to indulge in the fish, finishing every morsel in no time. Afterward, the dragon ancestor, still savoring the taste, licked his lips and glanced towards the pond. seemingly resolute. He turned to Chen Yu and proposed, "How about?" Moments later, the alluring scent of grilled fish filled the air once more. Once satisfied, Chen Yu returned to his abode to commence his cultivation. Meanwhile, Ao Qing and Long Li had just entered Longyuan Lake. A dense mist enveloped the area, swirling gently above the surface of the lake like a delicate veil, shrouding the entire expanse in an ethereal haze. The surrounding mountains rose and fell dramatically, their peaks piercing the clouds, while steep cliffs loomed precariously, as if ready to collapse at any moment. Ao Qing, with wide eyes, surveyed the scene before him, momentarily entranced. Long Li, observing Ao Qing's astonishment, couldn't help but smile playfully, saying, "What do you think? Isn't the environment delightful?" Ao Qing snapped back to reality, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it is splendid." The two then set forth towards the mountains, following the guidance of their task markers in search of the beast. As they walked along the mountain path, the tranquility enveloped them, their footsteps the only sound in the stillness. Night fell, and yet they had not encountered any trace of the demon clan. Long Li glanced at the darkening sky and suggested, "It's quite dark now. Shall we find a cave to spend the night?" Ao Qing nodded in assent, yes. Before long, the two found a somewhat narrow cave that could barely accommodate them both. Upon entering, Long Li retrieved a luminous pearl from her storage pouch. Its gentle radiance instantly dispelled the darkness within the cave. The walls glimmered with a damp sheen, and a faint scent of earth lingered in the air. Inside the cave, an eerie silence enveloped them, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The two sat face to face on the ground, neither daring to speak, and an odd tension settled in the atmosphere. Eventually, Long Li, unable to contain her restless spirit, broke the silence. "Ao Qing, why are you so quiet?" Ao Qing, momentarily taken aback, responded, "Huh? What is the matter?" Long Li pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Humph, this is so dull. Utterly bored. If you're bored, then meditate and cultivate your skills," she continued. "When I was trapped in a deep abyss, it was through meditation and cultivation that I managed to endure." Chapter 54. Overnight, upon hearing this, Long Li's eyes widened with curiosity as she eagerly inquired, "Ah, you have such an experience? Please recount it to me." Ao Qing, without reservation, recounted the harrowing tale of being pursued by Lung Lingchun in the lower realm. As she listened to Ao Qing's narrative, Long Li trembled with anger, wishing fervently to flay and skin Lung Lingchun alive. "And what became of Lung Lingchun? Is he still in the immortal realm? If so, I shall seek vengeance for you at once." With that, Long Li sprang to her feet, appearing poised for immediate action. Ao Qing hastily grasped Long Li's hand, urgently saying, "Brother Yu has avenged me. It was I who brought his end." Upon hearing this, Long Li's ire gradually subsided. When she regained her composure, she noticed that Ao Qing was still holding her hand. Long Li froze, her fair cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Your hand," Long Li murmured softly to Ao Qing, her face aglow. "Oh." Ao Qing quickly realized and released her hand, awkwardly rubbing his palms together and breaking into a sheepish smile. Small and cool. Blushing, Long Li sat back down and, with a hint of confusion, asked, "Who is Brother Yu?" "He is my benefactor. He saved me and has cared for me throughout this journey. It is entirely due to him that I arrived in the Dragon Domain. Originally, Brother Yu intended to bring me here to seek suitable cultivation methods, but unexpectedly, we stumbled upon my grandfather." Long Li, intrigued, pressed further, "Is he formidable?" Ao Qing nodded fervently, "Extremely formidable. To this day, I have yet to discern the limits of Brother Yu's power." As Ao Qing silently recalled the tragic fates of the two demon emperors, a shiver ran through him. Listening to Ao Qing, Long Li couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Chen Yu's strength. The Dragon Clan holds great reverence for the powerful. They're a race that speaks through might, where the strong dictate the terms. Then you must treat Brother Yu well. You cannot wrong him. Indeed, I aspire to elevate my strength swiftly, so as not to hold Brother Yu back. Ao Qing gazed steadfastly at Long Li, his expression imbued with sincerity. Seeing Ao Qing's earnestness, Long Li's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy, her face breaking into a sweet smile. Subsequently, Longli shared tales from her childhood, and in turn, she urged Ao Qing to recount his youthful experiences. Before long, however, as Ao Qing continued his storytelling, Longli succumbed to drowsiness, drifting off into a peaceful slumber, leaving a trace of a sweet smile upon her lips. Ao Qing leaned against the wall, quietly observing the young girl before him, myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. The following morning, Ao Qing gradually opened his eyes. As he attempted to rise, he felt a weight upon his leg, as if something were pressing down heavily. He quickly glanced down and was met with the sight of Long Li's petite figure, snugly wrapped around his thigh in deep slumber. A bead of crystalline drool glistened at the corner of her mouth, and her body swayed gently in rhythm with her breathing, punctuated by the occasional soft hum escaping her lips. Ao Qing cast a helpless glance at Longli before shifting his gaze towards the entrance of the cave. Sunlight streamed into the cavern, casting a tapestry of dappled light that illuminated the entire space. Cautiously, Ao Qing attempted to move his legs, hoping to extricate them from Longli's embrace without rousing her. However, Longli let out a soft, delicate whimper, her arms instinctively tightening around his legs. A sharp pressure surged through Ao Qing, distorting his expression into one of agony as his legs began to tingle with a maddening sensation that quickly spread along his nerves. This involuntary sound of distress jolted Longli from her slumber. As she languidly opened her enchanting eyes, Longli propped herself up on Ao Qing's legs. Still somewhat dazed from her recent awakening, she failed to notice anything amiss. Instead, she felt a coolness at the corner of her mouth and instinctively raised her arm to wipe away the drool. Turning her head towards Ao Qing, their gazes locked momentarily. In a sleepy, soft voice, she mumbled good morning. Moments later, Longli's eyes widened in shock, her expression akin to someone struck by lightning. She stared incredulously at Ao Qing before quickly glancing down at her current position. To her astonishment, she found herself seated on Ao Qing's legs, with a considerable patch of drool staining his trousers. In an instant, her face flushed a brilliant crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Ao Qing, too, felt a rush of heat to his cheeks, his hands hanging awkwardly in the air, uncertain whether to move. Finally, he could not help but ask, could you get off? My legs are starting to feel numb. Longli, regaining her composure, promptly sprang to her feet, lowering her head in embarrassment, unable to meet Ao Qing's gaze. Ao Qing, suppressing the tingling sensation in his legs, leaned against the wall and slowly rose. Are you all right? Longli inquired with concern as she rushed to support him. I'm fine, really, Ao Qing replied, waving his hand dismissively as he channeled his demonic energy to dispel the numbness. The atmosphere grew slightly tense. Longli cleared her throat to shatter the silence. Let us hurry and leave, so we can return sooner. Ao Qing nodded in agreement, and together they exited the cave, continuing their journey through the mountainous terrain. In the ancestral lands, Chen Yu found himself facing a bottleneck, not in terms of his cultivation, but rather with his void divine eyes. Lacking divine power, despite his relentless efforts to hone this ability, he sensed no signs of progress. This realization stirred a wave of frustration within him, a feeling he had not experienced in quite some time. Even during his time in the divine realm, despite the betrayal of a treacherous ally, his composure remained unshaken, merely tinged with annoyance. Yet now, as she gazed upon Mu Qingning, lying serenely within the crystal coffin, Chen Yu let out a melancholic sigh. Alas, ultimately, I have succumbed to a woman's influence. He then inquired, System, what should I do? Brother Yu, you are troubled. Such matters cannot be rushed. Chen Yu sat quietly on the chair, his mind a tempest, his heart perpetually restless. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he sprang to his feet and looked towards the void. System, tell me, would it be feasible for me to cultivate in the void? Brother Yu, please do not act rashly. Cultivating in the void poses grave risks. Should you be attacked by the entities of the void, you may very well lose your way. Chapter 55. The Void World, listening to the system's words. Chen Yu remained unfazed and replied, But I have no other choice, do I? Brother Yu, do not worry. you are still here. If something goes awry, just give me a heads up beforehand. If fortune favors us and no one interrupts, wouldn't that be highly efficient? Brother Yu, I know you well. If you reach a crucial moment in your cultivation, even with prior notice, you would not leave. A faint smile graced Chen Yu's lips as he reassured, rest assured. I'm mindful. With a single thought, the previously tranquil space before him was suddenly torn apart as if by an invisible hand, shattering into countless tiny fragments that scattered like shards of glass. Amidst this disintegrating space, a bottomless rift slowly emerged, emanating an aura that sent chills down one's spine. Exceedingly terrifying, with unwavering resolve, Chen Yu lifted his leg and stepped into the rift. This void was worlds apart from the one encountered in the interdimensional teleportation array. The void power within that teleportation array was exceptionally thin, whereas the void he now entered was the authentic vast world of emptiness. Here, the void power was incredibly dense, richer than the spiritual energy found in the immortal realm or the demon realm, nearly coalescing into a tangible form. Surrounding him was an impenetrable darkness, where not even a finger could be seen, devoid of any light. Moreover, an ear-splitting roar resonated in his ears at intervals, akin to 1,000 thunders clashing. A cataclysmic upheaval. In such a dire environment, even a most steadfast mind would likely tremble in fear. Yet, Chen Yu remained undaunted, calmly harnessing the void power as he ventured deeper into the abyss. For Brother Yu, you cannot proceed any further. The void power ahead is excessively dense. Should you continue, you will be consumed. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu gradually halted his steps, sensing the anomaly of the void power ahead. Very well. The current void power suffices for my cultivation. System, safeguard me. With that, Chen Yu immediately settled into a meditative posture, his body rising gently. The void god, I within him suddenly radiated a brilliant light, as though it aimed to illuminate this void world. The surrounding void power surged towards him like a tidal wave, wildly rushing into his being. Gradually, Chen Yu immersed himself in his cultivation. Meanwhile, outside the void dragon ancestor, with a heart full of youthful exuberance, entered Chen Yu's abode carrying a jug of wine. Young friend, look what I have brought. Dragon ancestor cast his gaze upon the lounge chair, where Chen Yu usually reclined, only to be astonished to find it unoccupied. Goodness, has the sun risen unusually today? He then approached Chen Yu's door and knocked. Young friend, are you home? After a moment of silence without a response, Dragon ancestor pushed the door open and stepped inside. How strange. Where could he have gone today? Dragon ancestor pondered, scanning the surroundings but finding no trace of Chen Yu. Could something have happened? Longzhu murmured, furrowing his brow. After a brief moment, he dismissed his own thoughts, shaking his head and saying, No, my young friend possesses formidable strength. Nothing could possibly be amiss. He then raised his cup of wine, a broad smile adorning his face, and remarked, What a pity that such exquisite wine can only be enjoyed by me. With that, he sipped his drink while humming a cheerful tune, departing from Chen Yu's residence. At Longyuan Lake, Lonely and Ao Qing were wholly engrossed in their pursuit of a target. Wait, Lonely suddenly called out to Ao Qing, her brow furrowed, her eyes betraying a sense of vigilance. Do you smell something peculiar? She quietly inquired, glancing at Ao Qing. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing inhaled deeply, and indeed, a faint stench of decay wafted through the air, elusive yet present. This odor, it is a foul scent, likely not far ahead. Let's investigate, Ao Qing suggested, looking towards Lonely. She nodded firmly and stepped ahead of Ao Qing. The two moved cautiously toward a dense thicket, lowering their bodies to scrutinize the area ahead. Before them, a gathering of crows was feasting upon a corpse. Lonely's gaze fixed upon the body, and an intense fury ignited within her, her eyes betraying a palpable bloodlust. For that lifeless form belonged to a member of the dragon clan. Lonely extended her consciousness, confirming that the vicinity was clear of others, before sprinting towards the corpse. Ao Qing immediately followed suit. It's him. Ao Qing inquired, puzzled. Do you recognize him? Lonely struggled to suppress her rising anger and replied, Not quite an acquaintance. I'd seen him once before at Jinlong Valley. He was one of the rare talents among the younger generation of the Dragon Clan. She crouched down, intently examining the body. There are 4 distinct gashes. Ao Qing pointed to the wounds on the corpse's left arm. Even his dragon pearl is missing, Lonely remarked with a furrowed brow. What purpose does a dragon pearl serve? Ao Qing Yaskich perplexed. Although he possessed a dragon pearl himself, its significance eluded him. Lonely gradually elucidated. The dragon pearl is of utmost importance to our clan. Once lost, one's cultivation dissipates, and even lifespan suffers greatly. Moreover, for others, it holds tremendous value. It can be used in alchemy, and consuming it can enhance one's cultivation and significantly bolster physical strength. Ao Qing's brow knitted in concern. So, someone has been coveting our clan for quite some time. Before Lonely could respond, suddenly, a dark claw-like wind surged towards the two. Be careful. Lonely hastily pushed Ao Qing aside and swiftly drew her celestial artifact to fend off the attack. Who goes there? Lonely shouted, her voice laced with caution. Ha ha ha. I intended to catch a dragon, but unexpectedly, I have hooked two. A massive figure with a grotesque visage slowly emerged before them. Lonely immediately discerned the true identity of this individual, a bear demon. Moreover, this bear demon possessed considerable strength, standing at the pinnacle of the immortal king realm. Much like Lonely himself, unfazed, Lonely calmly remarked, Are you not aware that this is the territory of my dragon clan? The bear demon scoffed dismissively and replied, I am aware, but what of it? Your dragon clan may have immortal emperors, yet our bear clan possesses them as well. Why would you assume we would fear your dragon clan? My dragon clan bears no enmity towards you. I fail to understand why you would harm my dragon kin. Upon hearing this, the bear demon's gaze turned covetous as it looked at Long Li's face. Of course, it is for the dragon pearls within your bodies. Those pearls are something I find exceedingly desirable. However, rest assured, considering your striking appearance, I shall delay my extraction just a bit longer, allowing myself a moment of indulgence first. Chapter 56. Bear Demon. From this moment forth, I shall protect you. Indeed, I have yet to experience the taste of a mother dragon. With that, the bear demon extended its tongue, licking its lips with a face full of desire as it gazed at Long Li. Upon hearing this, Long Li's fury ignited, her anger surging like a tempest. You are courting death. As her words fell, the dragon's spirit immortal sword in her hand was swiftly drawn, its blade glowing fiercely as it hurtled towards the bear demon with ferocity. The sword sliced through the void, emitting a piercing whistle, as if the very fabric of space were to be torn asunder by the might of its blade. The bear demon let out a low, thunderous roar, akin to the growl of an ancient beast. Its robust arms shot up, bracing itself to withstand Long Li's strike with sheer physical might. With a resounding clang, a powerful shockwave erupted from the point of impact, sending the sand and stones on the ground swirling into the air. What? A vicious gash was instantly carved into the bear demon's arm by Long Li's fierce sword strike. In shock, the bear demon pushed Long Li away and retreated several steps, its eyes wide with disbelief as it exclaimed, How could you possess such immense strength? Long Li replied with a cold smirk, Humph. A frog in a well, you cannot fathom the might of my dragon lineage. You dared to trespass upon my clan's territory and harm my kin. Today you shall pay with your life. As she spoke, an iridescent blue light enveloped her, and a massive dragon's phantom flickered into existence behind her. The bear demon immediately sensed a formidable pressure bearing down upon it. This innate bloodline suppression instilled a fleeting thought of retreat within the bear demon. However, known for its combative nature, it would not withdraw so easily. Little girl, you possess some skill, but to think you can slay me is quite naive. With a deafening roar, the bear demon unleashed a surge of black mist, its already colossal form swelling dramatically. In the blink of an eye, the bear demon towered dozens of feet high. At this moment, it had fully revealed its true form. Its fur hardened like steel needles, each shimmering with a cold, eerie light. Its enormous paws resembled small mountains, capable of whipping up fierce gales with a mere swipe. Next, it slammed its massive paws into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently as several colossal stone pillars erupted from the ground, hurtling towards Long Li with alarming speed. "Watch out!" Ao Qing shouted in alarm. In this moment, Ao Qing felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, helplessly watching Long Li battle without being able to assist. Unbeknownst to him, the Azure Dragon Sword in his possession possessed the power to easily vanquish the bear demon. He simply had yet to realize it. He felt his cultivation was too weak, and if he recklessly intervened, it would only serve to distract Long Li. Meanwhile, Long Li remained composed, skillfully wielding the dragon spirit immortal sword to weave an impenetrable net of blades around herself. Observing this, the bear demon lunged forward, swinging its massive paw toward the sword net. When the paw collided with the net, a thunderous boom resonated, the sheer force causing the sword net to show signs of cracking. Long Li's heart sank, her beautiful eyes knitting in concern. Indeed, the bear demon's attack power was astonishing. Yet she did not exhibit any panic. Instead, she seized the opportunity during the bear demon's assault to execute the dragon clan's agility with a single hand gesture. In an instant, her slender figure appeared like a specter behind the bear demon, her celestial sword poised for a strike. The bear demon, however, reacted with remarkable swiftness, abruptly turning to block Long Li's attack with its other paw. With a resounding clang, the celestial sword met the bear's sturdy paw, sending sparks flying. The bear demon, in pain, let out a furious roar that echoed through the skies, causing the surrounding leaves to tremble. It unleashed its full might, forcefully sending Long Li staggering back several paces. Quick to regain her footing, Long Li firmly rooted herself to the ground. Then, she raised the dragon spirit sword, channeling a continuous flow of demonic energy into the blade. Spirit dragon, dance with the sword, sever the clouds over the vast sea. With a delicate yet commanding cry, she swung the celestial sword downwards. In that moment, it seemed as if the very heavens had shifted in hue. A formidable sword chi, akin to tearing through the fabric of reality, surged towards the bear demon with astonishing speed. The bear demon widened its eyes, fixated on the approaching sword chi. It distinctly sensed the threat to its life, a wave of fear and despair washing over it. "Wait, It attempted to plead for mercy, but it was far too late. At that moment, evasion was no longer an option. The sword light, swift as a flash, ruthlessly pierced through the bear demon's massive form. A torrent of crimson blood erupted from its body. The bear demon, its eyes filled with disbelief, saw its upper half propelled away, tracing a tragic arc through the air. With a thunderous crash, it fell heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust that lingered for a long time. Its defiant eyes remained wide open, seemingly unable to accept the grim reality of its demise. Upon witnessing this, Ao Qing rushed forward, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Long Li, whose frosty visage had been transformed upon seeing Ao Qing, melted into a breathtaking smile. She playfully replied, "Of course I'm fine. I am a dignified saintess. How could I be so easily harmed?" After a thorough assessment of her condition, Ao Qing finally sighed in relief. Then, lowering his gaze, he spoke with a hint of regret. "I'm sorry I couldn't assist you." Long Li blinked in surprise before gently prodding Ao Qing's head with her delicate hand, feigning irritation as she chided. "What nonsense are you spouting, you blockhead? That bear demon was of the immortal king realm. Of course, it was my duty to handle it." She continued, "And why should you feel guilty? You have only been in the demon realm for a few days. Yet you have ascended from the human immortal realm to the golden immortal realm. Such talent and cultivation is enviable even to me. Before long, you will surpass me, and I shall rely on you for protection." With a mischievous wink, Long Li playfully batted her eyes at Ao Qing. Hearing her words, Ao Qing couldn't help but smile. "All right, from now on, I will protect you." Following Long Li, she approached the lifeless form of the Dragon Clan member and solemnly declared, "I have avenged your grievances. I shall escort you home. Rest in peace." With that, Long Li carefully stored the body within her storage ring. "Let us continue our search for the wolf and serpent demons." Ao Qing acquiesced with a nod, and the two of them resumed their quest around the Dragon Abyss Lake, consulting their mission tokens. Once they had distanced themselves, a shadow quietly materialized beside the corpse of the bear demon. What a pitiful display. Unable to deal with a mere girl. It appears I must intervene personally. The figure emanated a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Had Longley been present, she would have instantly recognized the formidable strength of this being, an immortal emperor. Suddenly, the enigmatic figure extended a hand, its long fingers curling slightly, and a powerful pulling force surged from the palm. This force, akin to a black hole, swiftly consumed the bear demon's body, leaving behind nothing but a stark, white skeleton lying desolately on the ground, an image of utter despair and horror. Chapter 57. Fierce battle with the Ghost Clan warriors. Approximately a month had passed. During this time, the two had vanquished numerous demon creatures at Longyuan Lake, yet they had not succeeded in locating their intended target. Ouching, do you not sense something amiss? Lonely inquired, furrowing her brow as she regarded Ouching with uncertainty. What is it? Ouching replied, perplexed. Under normal circumstances, we would rapidly identify the demon clan through our task tokens, but now, after so many days of searching, we have yet to catch a glimpse of even a single demon presence. I suspect that the snake and wolf demons may have departed from Longyuan Lake, or perhaps... What do you mean? Or perhaps someone has disseminated false information to lure us into a trap. Ouching's expression darkened as he absorbed Lonely's deductions, clearly recognizing the unsettling nature of their predicament. What shall we do now? Shall we return? After a moment of contemplation, Lonely nodded. It seems we have no choice. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from the void above them. Ha ha! Thinking of leaving now? It is too late. Amidst a cacophony of laughter, a figure cloaked in black slowly emerged from the emptiness. It was the very same figure they had encountered 3 days prior. Lonely and Ouching instinctively regarded the apparition with caution. Who are you? Why you block our path? With that, Lonely tightened her grip on her sword, whispering to Ouching, be careful. This individual is a peak celestial emperor. Upon hearing this, Ouching's countenance turned grave as he instinctively clenched his Qinglong sword tighter. Ha 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 ha. In light of your impending demise, I shall enlighten you. With a sweeping gesture, the figure's black robe dissipated, revealing his true visage before the two. You are from the Ghost Clan, Lonely exclaimed, her expression grave. I am Guishur, hailing from the Ghost Realm. Lonely softly informed Ouching millions of years ago. The Ghost Realm launched a massive invasion upon our dragon domain, slaughtering countless dragon warriors. Ultimately, our dragon ancestor personally intervened, confronting 3 mid-level celestial emperors of the Ghost Clan, and vanquished them all. Incensed, the Ghost Realm dispatched another peak celestial emperor, yet the dragon ancestor triumphed once more, slaying the invaders until not a single ghost remained. Thus, the enmity between our two clans has endured for millions of years. Ouching's brow furrowed even more tightly upon hearing this. Lonely turned to Ouching, a hint of softness in her eyes. Ouching, I will hold him off. You must flee. Ouching vehemently shook his head, responding, no, I will never abandon you. Guishur, however, merely chuckled coldly. Two little brats, do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? With that, Guishur formed seals with his hands, and a thick aura of malevolence enveloped the air, as countless vengeful spirits surged forth from the earth, clawing and gnashing their teeth as they charged towards Lonely and Ouching. Be careful, Lonely exclaimed, swiftly brandishing her dragon spirit sword, unleashing waves of sword energy that dispersed the encroaching spirits. Ouching tightly grasped the Qinglong sword, feeling the chaotic surge of demonic energy within him, as the sword emitted a series of resounding dragon roars. With determination, Ouching raised the Qinglong sword and charged towards Guishur. A flicker of surprise crossed Gishi's eyes as he instantly vanished from sight. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the Qinglong sword, he regarded Ouching with a mixture of caution and avarice, exclaiming, what a formidable celestial artifact. It seems I have stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. I shall seize you first. With that, Gishi's expression darkened as he raised his arm, unleashing a colossal and ominous handprint directed at Ouching. Startled, Ouching felt an immense pressure surging towards him. In that moment, Lonely swiftly positioned the Longling celestial sword before Ouching, attempting to shield him from the impending impact. However, despite Lonely's peak celestial king prowess, He appeared feeble compared to Gishi's peak celestial emperor strength. In an instant, Lonely was unable to withstand Gishi's onslaught, hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, and spewing a mouthful of crimson blood. Lonely, witnessing this, Ouching's eyes blazed with fury, his countenance darkening to the point of resembling a stormy sky, as he fixed his gaze on the distant Guisha, wishing fervently to rend him to pieces. Meanwhile, Guisha regarded Ouching with a mocking expression. "Oh, are you angry?" he taunted, a smirk gracing his lips, as if he held complete dominion over the situation. Ouching tightened his grip on the Qinglong sword, feeling a chill emanate from the hilt. The demonic energy within him surged wildly, exuding an intangible yet immensely powerful presence. He then concentrated this energy into the Qinglong sword, causing it to erupt with an aura that struck fear into the hearts of all who beheld it. This aura surged forth like a tempest, distorting the surrounding air under its overwhelming pressure. "You shall perish." Qinglong soars to the heavens. Sword cleaves the firmament. The Qinglong sword transformed into a colossal azure dragon, ascending skyward. This dragon was none other than the legendary embodiment of the Qinglong, transcending the realm of celestial emperors. Its razor-sharp claws glimmered with a chilling light, its scales as hard as steel, radiating a terrifying aura. The Qinglong reared its head towards the sky and charged at Guisha with cataclysmic force. Gishi's expression turned grave in an instant. He dared not be negligent, swiftly forming seals with his hands. As he did so, a pitch-black radiance manifested before him, rapidly coalescing into an immense black shield. In the blink of an eye, the Qinglong collided fiercely with the black shield, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The surrounding space quaked violently under the pressure. "What? How is this possible?" Guisha stared in horror at the shield that continued to crack before him, disbelief flooding his heart. Ultimately, the shield could no longer withstand the terrible pressure from the Qinglong, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in every direction. The body of the Ghost Slayer lay completely exposed before the colossal azure dragon. In that moment, he realized that evasion was futile. He could only watch helplessly as the dragon opened its gaping maw and lunged toward him. In an instant, two figures collided with tremendous force, unleashing an extraordinarily intense radiance. Ao Qing, utterly exhausted, collapsed to the ground, having channeled all his demonic power into the azure dragon's sword. Without such a concentration of energy, the sword could not have executed a technique of such divine magnitude. As the brilliance gradually faded, it revealed the lifeless form of the Ghost Slayer sprawled on the ground, irrevocably deceased. Not a single piece of flesh upon his body remained unscathed, a testament to the overwhelming might of that strike. Even a celestial sovereign might not withstand such a cataclysmic blow. Chapter 58. The Void Divine Beast Egg to the rescue. Long Li, clutching her wound, hurried towards Ao Qing. "Ao Qing, are you all right?" Ao Qing, with a pale complexion, waved his hand in response. "I am fine. It's merely that my demonic energy has been depleted. I just need a moment to recuperate." Without hesitation, Long Li retrieved a high-grade energy recovery pill from her storage ring and offered it to Ao Qing. "Here is the energy recovery pill. Quickly take it. It will aid in restoring your demonic power." Upon hearing this, Ao Qing opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. Before long, the pallor of his face began to fade, and his breath stabilized significantly. "Thank you," he said gratefully. Long Li smiled and shook her head. "Let us return to the Dragon Realm. We must promptly report today's events to the elders. Otherwise, we cannot fathom how many of our kin may fall victim to such treachery." With a grave expression, Ao Qing nodded in agreement, attempting to rise. But his weakened body caused him to stumble. Swiftly, Long Li supported him, her concern evident. "You are still in a weakened state. Allow me to carry you." Ao Qing was about to decline, but Long Li had already half-squatted down. "Hurry up, don't dawdle." Resigned, Ao Qing shook his head and then climbed onto Long Li's delicate back. She lifted him effortlessly, employing the agility of her dragon lineage, and sped towards the perimeter of Long Yuan Lake. The following morning, upon their return to the Dragon Realm, the two parted ways. Ao Qing headed directly toward the ancestral grounds. At that moment, Long Zhu was basking in the sun, dozing in the courtyard. As Ao Qing ran, he called out, "Brother Yu! Brother Yu!" Long Zhu, hearing this, responded with exasperation, "My dear grandson, could you not call me grandfather first? Go out and try again." "Oh!" Ao Qing obediently retraced his steps and then shouted, "Grandfather! Grandfather!" Long Zhu nodded in satisfaction and replied, "Grandfather is here. What troubles my dear grandson? Grandfather, where is brother Yu?" Long Zhu, with a furrowed brow, shot a glance at Ao Qing and said, "I do not know. I haven't seen him in several days." He continued, "If there is something troubling you, speak to grandfather. Surely, there is nothing in this demon realm that I cannot resolve." Ao Qing promptly recounted his and Long Li's encounter with the Ghost Clan. Upon hearing this, Long Zhu's expression darkened. "It seems the lesson we imparted millions of years ago was too lenient. They dare to invade my dragon realm and nearly claim my grandson's life. Very well, very well." In an instant, an invisible pressure filled the air, as if the very fabric of space were about to shatter. "Dear grandson, wait here. Grandfather shall seek vengeance for you." With that, Long Zhu focused his thoughts, and a rift in the void appeared before him without warning. "Grandfather, I isn't it too perilous to go alone? Perhaps you should summon brother Yu?" Ao Qing asked, his face etched with concern. Long Zhu dismissively waved his hand and replied, "Nonsense. What is there to fear from a horde of restless spirits? This time, I shall make the Ghost Clan pay a dreadful price." With that, Long Zhu strode into the rift, vanishing from the dragon realm. "Grandfather, be careful." Ao Qing was suddenly engulfed by a sense of panic, uncertain of what course of action to take. After a moment of contemplation, she hurriedly made her way to Chen Yu's villa. "Brother Yu." Upon entering, Ao Qing began to search for Chen Yu both inside and outside, but after an extensive search, she was unable to locate him. Consequently, she resolved to remain in the villa, waiting for his return. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was at a critical juncture in his cultivation, enveloped by a formidable force of void energy, as if he were on the verge of being devoured by it. The void energy in the void realm appeared to have been nearly depleted by Chen Yu, rendering it exceptionally sparse. At that moment, a large swarm of mysterious beings suddenly appeared in the distance. These entities, known as the Void Devourers, were grotesque in appearance, featuring 6 eyes, each larger than their heads, and their bodies seemed to flicker in and out of visibility, suffused with a potent void energy. Upon spotting Chen Yu, the 6 eyes of the Void Devourers glinted with a blood-red hue, as if they had encountered prey they had long coveted. Yet, they refrained from acting impulsively, opting instead to cautiously roar at Chen Yu. After a prolonged standoff without any response from Chen Yu, one of the Void Devourers raised a hand, coalescing void energy into a luminous orb and hurled it towards him. Just as the orb was about to reach Chen Yu, a beam of light suddenly shot forth from his brow, gradually forming an invisible shield that enveloped him, effectively deflecting the assault. The Void Devourers, upon witnessing this, became increasingly vigilant, their roars intensifying. The stalemate continued for some time until the leader of the Void Devourers, growing impatient, gestured with a sweep of its hand, and the horde surged toward Chen Yu. The shield surrounding him grew ever more resilient, struggling to withstand the onslaught of the Void Devourers. However, it was an insurmountable challenge, and the shield's radiance began to wane, revealing faint fissures. "Brother Yu, how are you holding up? I can barely maintain this." Meanwhile, Chen Yu had long since shielded his perception, wholly engrossed in his cultivation of the godly Eye of the Void. Even if the system were to shout at the top of its lungs, he would remain oblivious. Just as the shield was on the brink of collapse, and the system was in a state of acute distress, a violet beam of light shot through the air like a meteor, hurtling directly towards the Void Devourers. This radiant light was none other than the egg of the Void Divine Beast. From the moment Ao Qing entered Chen Yu's villa, the egg had sensed the void energy within. It was particularly attuned to such energy. Any events occurring in the void realm that Chen Yu had opened were within its keen perception. Thus, in the past few days, it had been intently observing Chen Yu, silently guarding him. Should any peril befall him, It would immediately exit the storage ring and plunge into the void realm to aid its mother, Chen Yu. Harnessing its immense power, the egg of the void divine beast repelled a significant portion of the void devourers as if they were mere autumn leaves caught in a gust. The retreating void devourers emitted wretched cries of despair, tumbling and fleeing through the void, their forms gradually becoming indistinct amidst the swirling chaos, until they vanished from sight. As the majority of the void devourers were repelled, the void beast egg began to slowly channel the power of the void surrounding it. Radiant dark purple light surged forth from the surface of the egg, weaving and merging into an extraordinarily solid barrier. This barrier gradually moved closer to Chen Yu, enclosing him securely within. At that moment, yet another swarm of void devourers emerged. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the void beast egg, a wave of dread washed over them. This aura resembled an ancient curse, causing their very souls to tremble, and even their legs quaked with fear. Such is the oppressive might of the royal lineage within the void. This pressure is innate, a suppression rooted in their bloodline, rendering these weaker races utterly incapable of raising their heads in its presence. Chapter 59. Emergence. The void devourers, inherently a feeble race, persist in the shadowy corners of the void, relying on their ability to consume weaker beings to sustain their existence. They are predominantly driven by a primal instinct for survival, retreating at the mere sight of a slightly stronger entity, rendering them no match for the void divine beasts. A juvenile void divine beast could effortlessly annihilate a multitude of them with a mere sneeze. However, contrary to expectations, the void devourers remain undeterred. Faced with a freshly hatched void divine beast, they would undoubtedly flee without a second thought. Yet the egg before them is merely that, an egg. To their ravenous eyes, the void divine beast egg appears as a sumptuous morsel, exuding an irresistible aroma. Their eyes rekindle with a blood-red glimmer, brimming with avarice and madness. They sense that if they could consume the void divine beast egg, they would ascend to become the sovereigns of the void. In that moment, they would wield unparalleled power, ruling over this realm and compelling all beings to submit to their will. In an instant, countless void devourers, as if summoned by an unseen command, converge upon the void divine beast egg, surrounding it in a dense throng. Their bodies writhe as they emit deep, menacing growls, leveraging their numerical superiority to intimidate the egg. Just as they prepare to surge forward, a mysterious radiance suddenly envelopes the surface of the egg, illuminating the entire void with its brilliance. A formidable aura érupte forte, sending the foremost void devourers careening backward. The remaining devourers are momentarily paralyzed by this unforeseen phenomenon, yet their greed compels them to remain. Deep within the egg, a low growl reverberates, as if warning these intruders against their insidious intentions. The growl intensifies, causing the void to tremble violently. As the surrounding void energy surges toward the egg, it is attempting to forcibly hatch. The system's voice is devoid of emotion, akin to a cold machine, yet it betrays a hint of concern. Should the void divine beast egg force its emergence, its essence would undoubtedly suffer grievous harm. Consequently, its cultivation would progress at an agonizingly slow pace. More critically, its noble bloodline would be compromised. The royal bloodline is the most esteemed lineage among the void divine beasts. If tainted, it could regress to a princely bloodline or, in the worst case, to a common lineage. One particularly audacious void devourer, unable to suppress its insatiable greed and desire, seizes the fleeting opportunity amidst the tumult of void energy and lunges towards the void divine beast egg. Its sharp claws slice through the void, leaving trails of black phantoms, as if intent on tearing the egg asunder. Just as the void devourer nears the egg, before long, a fissure gradually appeared on the shell of the void divine beast egg, and suddenly a delicate yet powerful hand burst forth from the shell. This tiny hand, as pink as if it were emerging from water, was imbued with boundless strength. It then reached out forcefully towards the void devouring specter. In the next moment, the void devouring specter was obliterated instantaneously, its form exploding like a firework, scattering into countless tiny fragments that swiftly turned to ash and vanished without a trace. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding void-devouring specters were immediately thrown into a state of panic, hastily retreating from the void divine beast. The void divine beast then slowly raised its small hand, methodically peeling away the remnants of its shell piece by piece. Soon, it had completely emerged from the egg, its diminutive and rosy form fully visible to all. However, this was merely a facade. Its body gradually expanded, each increase in size accompanied by tremors in the void itself. Its limbs were robust and stalwart, crowned with a pair of enormous purple-black horns, its eyes a deep crimson, and its body adorned with purple-black scales radiating a chilling pressure, as if the sovereign of the world had descended upon this void. The void-devouring specter, terrified, turned pale, its legs buckling as it fell to the ground, burying its head in an act of abject submission, trembling violently as if to plead for mercy. Observing this, the void divine beast emitted a cold sneer, its gaze filled with disdain and contempt, as if considering the multitude of void-devouring specters before it to be nothing more than insignificant ants. It then slowly raised its legs and stomped heavily into the void. With that stomp, the entire realm trembled, and a colossal force surged forth like a tidal wave towards the void-devouring specters. The moment they encountered this power, their bodies erupted with a piercing shriek. They disintegrated into fragments, scattering throughout the void, and in the blink of an eye, were reduced to ashes, leaving behind a silent emptiness. After vanquishing the void-devouring specters, the void divine beast appeared to be utterly drained, its once mighty form diminishing gradually, softening as it descended rapidly from the void. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot forth from Chen Yu's brow, gently catching the void divine beast, which then transformed into fragments, nourishing its body. Yet the void divine beast did not rest. Instead, it strained to approach Chen Yu cautiously, its gaze vigilant, ensuring that no being would disturb him. 3 days later, at the entrance of the ancestral land, the guards, wearied, looked upon the pitiful figure of Long Li. Holy Maiden, please do not trouble us further. Without the dragon ancestor's permission, you truly cannot enter the ancestral land. Since Long Li and Ao Qing returned to the dragon realm, they had not seen each other again. On the very first day, Long Li had taken to waiting at the entrance of the ancestral land. But after 3 consecutive days without a glimpse of Ao Qing, her concern grew. Thus, she began pleading with the guards to allow her entry. However, without the dragon ancestor's consent, the guards dared not grant her request, regardless of her status as a holy maiden. Great Lord, I implore you, allow me to enter, Long Li pleaded, playfully coaxing the guards. However, the 2 sentinels remained impervious to her charms, resolutely denying her request. Holy Maiden, we are merely gatekeepers. Without the dragon ancestor's permission, we cannot dare to grant you entry. Just this once, the esteemed dragon ancestor would not hold it against me. I merely wish to see Ao Qing and shall return immediately. I swear. With that, Long Li raised her hand to make a gesture of oath. Even if you were to swear thrice, we cannot permit you to enter. We cannot bear the consequences of the dragon ancestor's wrath. Chapter 60. The return. Upon hearing the news, Long Li lowered her head in disappointment. After a moment, a spark of determination ignited within her, and she raised her head, channeling her demonic energy to call out loudly, Ao Qing. Her voice reverberated through the ancestral land like a gentle echo. The guards, upon hearing this, immediately fell into a state of alarm, hastily advising her, "Oh dear, Saintess, if you disturb the dragon ancestor, it would be a grave disrespect." Yet, Long Li paid them no mind, continuing to summon Ao Qing with all her might. Meanwhile, Ao Qing, who was meditating in the Chen Yu's villa, heard the sound and immediately opened his eyes. Am I imagining things? Is that Long Li calling for me? Just then, a clearer call reached his ears. Ao Qing. Without hesitation, Ao Qing sprang to his feet and dashed towards the ancestral land. Long Li, what are you doing here, calling out instead of entering? He questioned, a look of confusion etched on his face. Upon seeing Ao Qing, Long Li's expression brightened as she waved at him. I can't get in. Otherwise, I would have done so already. She pouted, casting a sulky glare at the two guards beside her. Ao Qing, upon hearing this, turned his gaze towards the guards in confusion. They immediately clasped their fists in respect, explaining, "It is the dragon ancestors' decree that no one may enter the ancestral land, not even the saintess." Realization dawned on Ao Qing, and he nodded, saying, "From now on, let her in. If my grandfather inquires, just say it was my allowance." With Ao Qing's assurance, the guards finally relaxed, nodding in agreement before lowering the barrier to clear the way. "Oomph." Longley playfully made a face at the two guards, striding into the ancestral land with an air of triumph, resembling a child reveling in victory. The guards shook their heads in resignation. The saintess still retained her childish temper. "Ao Qing, what have you been up to these past few days? Why have you been staying in the ancestral land?" Longley asked with curiosity. "I informed my grandfather about our encounter with the Ghost Clan at Lonyuan Lake, and in his anger, he rushed off to confront them. I was worried for his safety, so I sought help from Yugo, but I couldn't locate him, which is why I've been waiting here in his villa." Ao Qing replied, his eyes filled with concern, equally divided between his grandfather and Chen Yu. Longley furrowed her brows upon hearing this, offering comfort to Ao Qing. "Do not worry. The dragon ancestor is immensely powerful and will be fine." "Ah, I hope so," he sighed. Then, Longley produced a sugar figurine, presenting it to Ao Qing. The confection was meticulously crafted, resembling Ao Qing to an impressive degree. "Here, I had a sugar craftsman make this for you," she said, surprised. Ao Qing gazed at the sugar figure before smiling and accepting it. "Thank you." Then, Ao Qing suggested, "How about I show you around the ancestral land?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Longley's eyes as she exclaimed, "Really? Is that possible?" This was her first visit to the ancestral land, and with her vivacious and inquisitive nature, she had long been enamored by its allure. Anyone who had visited the ancestral land would boast about it in the dragon domain, and even the elders within their clan were no exception. "Certainly, feel free to look around. I believe that aside from the dense aura of demons, this place holds nothing particularly special," Ao Qing remarked with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Longley couldn't help but twitch her lips. The demonic energy here is even more concentrated than in the true Dragon Valley, and there are countless blessed lands and celestial caves crafted from divine artifacts. How can you claim there is nothing remarkable? At that moment, it seemed as if the void world was struck by an immense force, quivering violently. The void beast immediately alerted, raising its head and scanning its surroundings. Upon sensing that familiar aura, its gaze swiftly turned towards Chen Yu. Its previously cold visage broke into an exuberant smile, the corners of its mouth stretching to its ears. Suddenly, a powerful and mysterious energy radiated from Chen Yu, emanating from his ethereal divine form. This energy, centered around Chen Yu, spread wildly in all directions. As it radiated, the very essence of the void world seemed to be drawn towards him, swirling around frantically, as if celebrating his presence. Then, Chen Yu's eyes burst open, a brilliant white light emanating from within, illuminating the entire void world. His ethereal divine eyes had reached the pinnacle of their potential. Even his cultivation had surpassed the realm of immortality, stepping into the legendary divine realm. Chen Yu rose slowly, standing tall like a pine, exuding an overwhelming aura. In that moment, he resembled the sovereign of the world, surveying the entirety of the void realm. His gaze conveyed a sense of authority and confidence, as if all creation lay within his grasp. The entire void world trembled beneath his presence, as if paying homage to Chen Yu. The void beast, brimming with excitement, flew towards him and dove into his embrace. "What is this?" Chen Yu instinctively kicked the void beast away. It was sent flying thousands of miles, its cheeks slightly swollen and flushed. The void beast, feeling wronged, covered its face and gazed at Chen Yu with a look of sorrow, resembling a wife abandoned by her husband. When Chen Yu regained his senses, realization dawned upon him. "Oh, it's you, little creature." He then gestured with his hand, and the void beast seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, slowly making its way back to him. Chen Yu extended his hands, lifting the void beast and curiously examining it. To his surprise, The ferocious void beast of legend appeared rather adorable in its youth. His gaze then shifted downward, falling upon a certain pillar of the heavens. Ah, it's a male. The void beast's face flushed crimson as it struggled desperately, before abruptly leaping into Chen Yu's embrace. Nuzzling contentedly against his chest, Chen Yu lifted the void beast, his expression one of disdain. Don't smear your drool on me. He then silently pondered, system. How'd the void beast end up here? The system promptly recounted the events of the past few days in detail. Chen Yu gazed at the little creature in his hands. I didn't expect you to have saved my life. Thank you. Upon hearing this, the void divine beast proudly lifted its small head, embodying an eagerness for praise. Let us depart. It is time to venture forth. With that, Chen Yu concentrated his thoughts, vanishing instantaneously from the realm of emptiness, only to reappear above the ancestral land. At that moment, Ao Qing was leisurely wandering around the ancestral grounds with Long Li. Suddenly, Ao Qing sensed Chen Yu's aura and immediately turned her gaze toward his abode. Brother Yu has returned, she exclaimed, swiftly making her way toward his residence. Hey, wait for me. Long Li hurriedly followed in pursuit. Upon arriving at the dwelling, Ao Qing beheld Chen Yu reclining on a sun lounger, cradling a pet in his arms. Brother Yu, Ao Qing called out, her voice brimming with excitement and joy. Chapter 61. The Alliance of Demons and Spirits. Chen Yu opened one eye and cast a casual glance at Ao Qing, then asked nonchalantly, What is the matter? Long Li, filled with curiosity, scrutinized Chen Yu, having heard much about him from Ao Qing and now finally encountering him in person. Upon noticing the little girl before him, Chen Yu's gaze towards Ao Qing brimmed with admiration. Who would have thought this fellow had a knack for charming the ladies, and a little girl at that? The void divine beast, upon spotting Ao Qing, immediately lunged towards him. Startled, Ao Qing quickly caught the beast. When did you get a dog? You go. How come I never noticed? He queried, bewildered. At this remark, the void divine beast wore a comically disgruntled expression, barking in protest. If it weren't for the fact that you were my father's offspring, I would have knocked you out with a single blow. Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh, then explained, This is the void divine beast. It has already come into the world. Hearing this, Ao Qing's eyes widened in astonishment as he hurriedly checked his storage ring, only to discover that the void divine beast egg was missing. When did it escape? How'd I not notice at all? Being a void divine beast. If you could sense it, it would be a disgrace to its reputation, Chen Yu replied. Long Li's eyes immediately widened in delight upon seeing the void divine beast. How adorable, she exclaimed, swiftly snatching the beast from Ao Qing's grasp and cradling it in her arms, petting it affectionately. The void divine beast, having sensed Ao Qing's aura on Long Li, held no apprehension towards her and reveled in the affection from its new caretaker. Once Ao Qing regained his composure, he promptly introduced, Yuge, this is Long Li, the saintess of the Dragon Clan. Long Li beamed at Chen Yu, greeting him, Hello, Yuge. Chen Yu returned the smile and nodded, then inquired, Where is your grandfather? Why isn't he at the ancestral grounds? Having just returned from the Void Realm, Chen Yu intended to seek out Long Zhu for some sparring practice. However, when he extended his spiritual sense to probe the ancestral grounds, he found no trace of Long Zhu. All right, I almost forgot, Ao Qing exclaimed, slapping his forehead, then promptly recounted everything that transpired at Long Yuan Lake to Chen Yu. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yu silently pondered, Tongzi, what has happened to Long Zhu? Beep. Scanning in progress. Yuge, this is a conspiracy orchestrated by the Abyss Lion Demon Emperor and the Ghost Emperor against Long Zhu, aiming to lure him into the Ghost Realm for an ambush. However, they did not anticipate that Long Zhu has already reached the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor level. Currently, both sides are at a stalemate. Yet both the Demon Emperor and Ghost Emperor are also at the peak of Immortal Emperor and have reserves. Long Zhu is undoubtedly in grave danger. Chen Yu immediately rose to his feet, and with a thought, a void passage appeared silently before him. Seeing this, Ao Qing hastily asked, Yuge, where are you going? To rescue your grandfather. He is ambushed by the Demon Emperor and Ghost Emperor. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing exclaimed, I want to go too. Long Li, witnessing the unfolding urgency, quickly chimed in on a go as well. Chen Yu did not refuse. With his formidable strength, he could effortlessly protect the two individuals. Let us proceed. Upon hearing Chen Yu's consent, a glimmer of surprise flashed in their eyes, and they hurriedly followed him. In the ghost realm, at the mountain of 10,000 skulls, the ghost emperor looked at the resisting dragon ancestor with a sinister smile. Old dragon, you should surrender. Even if you ascend to the pinnacle of the immortal emperor level, it will make no difference. You are destined to perish this time. The abyss lion demon emperor observed the dragon ancestor with a sense of satisfaction. For many years, he had lived in the shadow of the dragon ancestor. Decades ago, the two had clashed with the dragon ancestor at the mid-stage of the immortal emperor level, effortlessly defeating the abyss lion demon emperor, who was at the late stage. In a matter of rounds. Consequently, many in the demon domain mocked the abyss lion demon emperor, deeming him merely a figure of appearance without substance. And some even claimed that he would not stand a chance against the dragon ancestor, even if he reached the pinnacle of the immortal emperor level. Moreover, there were comparisons drawn between him and the long-secluded Xiong Yuan Peng emperor, with many asserting that the abyss lion demon emperor was unworthy to carry his shoes. Thus, the abyss lion demon emperor harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the dragon ancestor, vowing to avenge his humiliation. After the abyss lion demon emperor achieved the pinnacle of the immortal emperor level, he initially planned to confront the dragon realm directly, but soon reconsidered. Having spent so much time attaining his current level, he surmised that the dragon ancestor would surely have advanced to the late stage of the immortal emperor level. Recalling his previous defeat at the hands of the dragon ancestor, he doubted his ability to triumph, even at his new level. Consequently, he sought the assistance of the ghost emperor. They struck a deal. The glory of slaying the dragon ancestor would belong to the abyss lion demon emperor, while the dragon realm, including all its kin, would fall under the dominion of the ghost clan. Subsequently, they learned that the dragon ancestor had a grandson, leading them to lay an ambush at Longyuan Lake, intending to slay Ao Qing to lure the dragon ancestor into the ghost realm for revenge. They prepared formations in anticipation of the dragon ancestor's arrival, only to be thwarted when their assassin, Gui Shi, was unexpectedly slain by a true immortal. Ultimately, through a series of unforeseen events, the dragon ancestor fell into their trap and stormed into the ghost realm. It was evident how significant Ao Qing was in the dragon ancestor's heart. Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? You lost to me even when your cultivation surpassed mine. What makes you think you can succeed now? The dragon ancestor regarded the abyss lion demon emperor and the ghost emperor with derision, showing no regard for them whatsoever. Upon hearing the dragon ancestor's words, the expressions of the abyss lion demon emperor and the ghost emperor darkened immediately. The ghost emperor snorted coldly, swiftly forming hand seals, causing countless dark, vengeful spirits to surge forth from the ghostly formation, clawing and shrieking as they lunged at the dragon ancestor, their wails echoing throughout the mountain of 10,000 skulls. Qing Xiao Wei Long Chong, the dragon ancestor bellowed, as a magnificent azure spear, resonating with a powerful dragon's roar, tore through the void and swiftly found its way into his grasp. The Qing Xiao Wei Long Chong was a top-tier immortal artifact, its body a deep azure adorned with intricate dragon patterns that flowed seamlessly, as if the dragons danced along the shaft, ethereal and mysterious like clouds in the azure sky. A formidable aura of malevolence surged violently towards the tip of the spear as the dragon ancestor leaned back, propelling the Qing Xiao Weilong spear forth, shattering the formation. The dragon ancestor gradually raised the Qing Xiao Weilong spear. A suffocatingly potent aura of malevolence surged like tumultuous waves towards the spear's tip. This malevolent energy resembled a roaring dragon, its claws and fangs poised as it spiraled around the spearhead, emitting deafening roars. Its presence caused the surrounding space to tremble, as if this realm could scarcely withstand the impact of such power. The dragon ancestor then took a deep breath, arching backward with sudden ferocity, his body akin to a taut bowstring, brimming with latent force. In that fleeting moment, a colossal spectral dragon gradually materialized from the Qing Xiao Weilong spear in his grasp, shooting forth like a bolt of lightning. carrying with it an inexhaustible might directly towards the ghost formation. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the Qingxiao Weilong spear collided fiercely with the ghost formation like a shooting star. Chapter 62. The Crisis of the Dragon Ancestor. In an instant, a brilliant radiance erupted, and countless vengeful spirits were reduced to ashes upon contact with this light. The ghostly formation was swiftly shattered by the formidable force of the Qingxiao Weilong spear, sending powerful energy ripples outward, lifting the skeletal remains on Wanshou Mountain into the air, swirling amidst the chaos. The faces of the infernal lion demon emperor and the ghost emperor shifted dramatically, astonished that the dragon ancestor could unleash such a potent strike even within the ghostly array. Old dragon, you remain as loathsome as ever. The infernal lion demon emperor gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with resentment and fury. But today, you shall find no escape. With that, the demonic energy around him surged wildly, gradually revealing a layer of dark golden scales upon his body. These scales, akin to armor, were tightly interlinked and emanated a chilling brilliance. The infernal lion demon emperor's form expanded exponentially, transforming into a colossal lion-shaped beast. His fearsome fangs gleamed like sharpened blades, each as thick as an arm, radiating an eerie glow. The ghost emperor, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly formed hand seals once more. The previously shattered, ghostly formation began to reconstitute at an astonishing speed. The dissipated, vengeful spirits gradually coalesced, their visages even more ferocious and malevolent than before. As the ghost emperor chanted incantations, black fissures suddenly appeared within the ghostly array, from which numerous desiccated arms erupted, reaching toward the dragon ancestor with relentless intent. Grasping the Qingxiao Weilong spear, the dragon ancestor surveyed the infernal lion demon emperor and the ghost emperor, scoffing disdainfully, with your feeble might. Do you truly believe you can slay me? With a firm step, he unleashed the overwhelming aura of an apex celestial emperor, causing the surrounding space to collapse into myriad fragments. The dragon ancestor surged forth like a bolt of azure lightning towards the infernal lion demon emperor. As he neared, he deftly shook the spear, conjuring countless spear shadows that rained down upon the infernal lion demon emperor like a torrential downpour. The infernal lion demon emperor unleashed a furious roar, swinging his massive paw to counter the dragon ancestor's onslaught. The clash of claw against spear resonated with a metallic clang, sending sparks flying. The sheer force of the impact distorted the surrounding space, creating deep ravines in the ground and air. Simultaneously, the ghost emperor manipulated the arms within the ghostly formation, ensnaring the dragon ancestor. Those desiccated limbs wrapped tightly around him, striving to constrain his movements. A chilling sensation coursed through the dragon ancestor as the coldness of the arms began to invade his body. Yet, he did not falter. His demonic energy erupted fiercely, forming a formidable shield that shattered the encroaching limbs in an instant. The ghost emperor and the infernal lion demon emperor exchanged a knowing glance, nodding in silent agreement. The ghost emperor then clasped his hands together, chanting fervently as his body began to levitate slowly. An overwhelming aura of ghostly energy coalesced around him, forming a massive black vortex. Within its center, a terrifying visage of a ghostly head emerged, radiating a malevolent aura. Its blood-red eyes glimmered ominously as it opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The abyssal lion demon emperor let out a long, resonant howl towards the heavens, as dark golden scales from its body began to shed, transforming into glimmering golden blades that whirled around it at astonishing speed. These blades exuded a chilling aura, slicing through the surrounding space with a hissing sound. In an instant, the demon emperor darted into the midst of these golden blades, merging with them to form a colossal golden meat grinder, advancing relentlessly towards the dragon ancestor. The dragon ancestor furrowed his brow, sensing an unprecedented peril emanating from the duo. With no time to spare, he stepped forward, his form gradually enlarging as a gargantuan azure dragon materialized in the air, soaring gracefully. This was the true form of the dragon ancestor. He raised his gaze skyward and roared, directing his fierce eyes at the Ghost Emperor and the Abyssal Lion Demon Emperor. "Old dragon, let us settle this today," the Abyssal Lion Demon Emperor bellowed at the dragon ancestor. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Abyssal Lion Demon Emperor and the Ghost Emperor charged towards the dragon ancestor like wild beasts. A glimmer of resolve flashed in the dragon ancestor's eyes. He understood that the two were prepared to risk everything, yet he was no feeble opponent. Suddenly, the dragon ancestor's massive form erupted with a brilliant azure-green light. He concentrated his demonic energy throughout his veins and, with a thunderous roar, surged towards his adversaries. The clash of their formidable powers produced a cataclysmic explosion, unleashing an unparalleled energy storm. The entire Mount Wansho trembled violently in the wake of this tempest, with peaks collapsing and the earth rending asunder, creating immense fissures. Moments later, the dragon ancestor was hurled away like a kite severed from its string, blood spewing from his mouth and staining his garments crimson. The Ghost Emperor and the Abyssal Lion Demon Emperor fared poorly as well, though their condition was significantly better than that of the dragon ancestor. Just when they believed the dragon ancestor was doomed, a radiant white light streaked across the sky, swiftly appearing behind him to catch him securely. "Old dragon, after a few days apart, you appear as frail as a worm," Chen Yu remarked with a knowing smile towards the dragon ancestor. Having resigned himself to his fate, the dragon ancestor turned in surprise at the sound of Chen Yu's voice. "Young friend, what brings you here?" Before Chen Yu could respond, Ao Qing, standing behind him, spoke up with concern. "Grandfather, I have come as well." Upon hearing this, the dragon ancestor glanced over to see Ao Qing and Long Li standing behind Chen Yu, both gazing at him with expressions of guilt. The dragon ancestor erupted in a fierce roar. "Nonsense! This is not a place for you. Young friend, you must escort them back. I will hold them off." With that, he attempted to rise, only to collapse once more against Chen Yu due to his grievous injuries. "I say, old dragon, if you cannot manage, do not push yourself," Chen Yu replied, turning to Ao Qing and Long Li. "Come, assist him." Upon hearing this, the two rushed forward to help steady the dragon ancestor from Chen Yu's embrace. "You, young friend." The dragon ancestor furrowed his brow, worry etched across his face as he looked at Chen Yu. "Old dragon, pay attention and learn well." Chen Yu's lips curled into a slight, cold smile. His gaze was icy cold, fixed intently upon the Ghost Emperor and the Hell Lion Demon Emperor in the distance, as if in his eyes they were already but lifeless husks. Then, with a swift step, Chen Yu vanished from his original position, only to reappear before the Ghost Emperor and the Hell Lion Demon Emperor. Upon witnessing this, both were taken aback, their faces instantly betraying a look of wariness as they fixated on Chen Yu, not daring to relax for a moment. "Who are you?" the Ghost Emperor inquired first, his voice deep and authoritative, imbued with a palpable sense of vigilance. The two were astonished to discover that, despite employing all their methods to probe Chen Yu's cultivation, they were met with utter futility. It was well understood that, given their prowess, even if the opponent wielded a formidable celestial treasure to obscure their depth, they would still be able to discern its nuances effortlessly. Yet now, facing Chen Yu, they found themselves utterly incapable of uncovering his true nature, indicating that his cultivation was at least superior to their own. Chapter 63. Subjugation. Yet, how could such a thing be possible? Their cultivation had long reached the pinnacle of this world. How could there be beings with higher prowess than the two of them? With this thought, the expressions of the Ghost Emperor and the Infernal Lion Demon Emperor grew increasingly grave. They exchanged glances, each discerning disbelief and profound trepidation in the other's eyes. "I offer you a chance. Submit to me, or face the annihilation of your souls, becoming mere puppets." Chen Yu spoke with an air of indifference. After all, they were mere ants at the peak of the immortal Emperor realm. He was reluctant to squander such free labor. Instantly, the faces of the Ghost Emperor and the Infernal Lion Demon Emperor darkened. They were immortal emperors, each possessing their own sense of pride. For countless years, none had dared to speak to them in such a manner. If you wish for us to submit, let us see if you possess the capability," the Ghost Emperor declared, as the ghostly energy around him surged violently, the heads within the black vortex becoming increasingly frenzied, attempting to engulf Chen Yu. Meanwhile, the infernal lion demon emperor channeled all his demonic power into a golden blade, the speeds of this golden meat grinder reaching their zenith, emitting a piercing shriek as it charged towards Chen Yu with lethal intent. In an instant, the power radiating from the Ghost Emperor and the infernal lion demon emperor caused the very heavens to change color. Yet, Chen Yu merely regarded their flamboyant assaults with calm composure. Then, a flash of white light sparkled in Chen Yu's eyes as his aura suddenly surged, emanating an indescribable and formidable pressure. That pressure was akin to the collapse of an ancient divine mountain, causing the very summit beneath the Ghost Emperor and the infernal lion demon emperor to begin to crack. Gradually, Chen Yu extended a finger, whereupon a strand of ethereal energy quietly coalesced at its tip. This ethereal essence appeared gentle, yet seemed capable of tearing apart the very fabric of existence. The surrounding space, upon contact, shattered like a broken mirror, layers peeling away. That strand of ethereal energy instantaneously transformed into mysterious runes, suspended in the void. Following this, the runes erupted with immense force, shooting forth powerful beams of light that surged towards the two adversaries. Wherever the beams passed, the surrounding space disintegrated in an instant. The Ghost Emperor's black vortex was crushed in moments, the tumultuous ghostly energy vanishing without a trace. The infernal lion demon emperor's golden blade, upon making contact with the chaotic beams of light, melted away as if ice meeting a furnace. Both the Ghost Emperor and the infernal lion demon emperor widened their eyes in disbelief, terror gripping their hearts. Under the onslaught of that terrifying ethereal beam, they found themselves utterly incapable of resistance. This formidable beam was like an indomitable divine sword, piercing through their very forms in an instant. Ao Qing and Long Li supported Long Zhu as the three stood rooted to the spot, rendered speechless by the shocking scene before them. "My heavens, Brother Yu is truly incredible," Long Li exclaimed, unable to suppress her awe, a glimmer of admiration sparkling in her eyes. Ao Qing quickly regained his composure, lifting his chin proudly at Long Li's words. "Of course, my brother, Yu has always been this remarkable." Long Zhu's eyes were filled with astonishment and reverence. He swallowed hard, murmuring to himself, "Is this the power of the divine realm?" At this moment, the Ghost Emperor and the Hell Lion Demon Emperor had succumbed entirely to despair. Their eyes filled with terror as they helplessly witnessed their bodies disintegrating into countless particles that dissipated into the air, just as their forms were on the brink of annihilation. Curiosity regarding Chen Yu's next move began to stir within them. Chen Yu, with a sudden shift in his heart, altered the incantation in his hands. The previously forceful beam of void energy abruptly slowed, as if imbued with life, and began to reassemble the shattered bodies of the Ghost Emperor and the Hell Lion Demon Emperor. The two, bewildered, gazed at Chen Yu with expressions of confusion. Chen Yu approached them slowly, his gaze icy and unyielding. "Will you now submit to me?" His voice was chilling, echoing as if it emerged from the depths of the underworld, carrying an irresistible authority. The Ghost Emperor and the Hell Lion Demon Emperor exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with reluctance. Yet, they understood that failure to submit at this juncture would lead to their utter destruction. After a moment of hesitation, they bowed their proud heads, their bodies gradually relaxing as they knelt before him. "We are willing to submit." Their voices were laced with resignation and humiliation, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of acquiescence. Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction, extending his hand as a beam of light shot forth from his fingertips, transforming into two runes that burrowed into the foreheads of the Ghost Emperor and the Hell Lion Demon Emperor. A mysterious symbol flickered into existence between their brows, establishing an enigmatic connection that resonated with the depths of their souls. "From this moment forth, you shall be my servants. Should you entertain any treachery, this soul-binding symbol will instantly shatter your spirits, leaving you with no path to reincarnation," Chen Yu stated coldly, his gaze fixed upon them. "Yes, master," the Ghost Emperor and the Hell Lion Demon Emperor replied, a chill running through them, quelling any thoughts of rebellion. From now on, You may call me Brother Yu. Turning, Chen Yu directed his attention to Long Zhu and the others. Long Zhu, supported by Ao Qing and Long Li, made his way toward Chen Yu and his companions. The events of the day had profoundly altered Long Zhu's worldview. Who could have imagined that the once mighty rulers of the demon and ghost realms could be subdued so effortlessly? My young friend, you are indeed a person of extraordinary prowess. Chen Yu smiled faintly, a glimmer of pride illuminating his eyes. Basic operations, do not question. Ao Qing blinked in confusion and inquired, Brother Yu, what does basic operations mean? Ah, why should a child concern themselves with such matters? Long Zhu remarked, shifting his gaze toward the Ghost Emperor and the Hell Lion Demon Emperor. As they sensed Long Zhu's scrutinizing gaze, the two exchanged a defiant yet somewhat sheepish huff. Averting their eyes, "Oh, old lion, what was the necessity of this charade? You went to great lengths to deceive me, only to lose yourself in the bargain," Long Zhu said, his expression a mix of amusement and incredulity as he regarded the Hell Lion Demon Emperor. Spare me your sarcasm. Were it not for Brother Yu, you would surely be dead today. The Demon Lion Emperor, filled with defiance, spoke out. Upon hearing his words, the dragon ancestor stroked his beard and let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Indeed, you make a valid point. However, witnessing Brother Yu's extraordinary abilities today is worth it. He then turned to the Ghost Emperor and remarked, Old Ghost, I understand that the Demon Lion Emperor despises me due to his wounded pride. But I cannot fathom that your ghostly realm is so destitute as to resort to encroaching upon others' territories for survival. The Ghost Emperor sighed deeply, expressing his melancholy. This turmoil is all the doing of the Demon Clan. The assembly, upon hearing his words, cast puzzled glances at the Ghost Emperor, their brows furrowed in concern. 1,000,000 years ago, a demon envoy came to our clan, proclaiming that we, the ghostly race, must submit to the Demon Clan. Yet how could we willingly accept such enslavement? Chapter 64. The concerns of the heavenly path, I engaged in fierce combat alongside the formidable warriors of my ghost clan against the demon envoys, ultimately driving them back at a grievous cost. Before departing, the demon envoy ominously proclaimed that the demon emperor would personally descend upon the ghost realm, foretelling a time when our realm would be plunged into despair. If merely a handful of demon envoys posed such a challenge, one can only imagine the havoc that the enigmatic demon emperor could wreak. In our desperation, my ghost clan was compelled to seek alternatives, and thus I turned my gaze towards the dragon domain, known for its abundant resources and favorable living conditions. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing clenched his fists in fury, shouting, Once again, it is this wretched pack of beasts. Long Li placed a comforting hand on Ao Qing's arm, her expression laced with concern. Meanwhile, Long Zhu wore a grim expression, grinding his teeth as he said, My son and daughter-in-law are still in the clutches of the Demon Clan. It appears we share a common adversary. At that moment, Chen Yu spoke up. One can understand the old ghostess actions. Those who ascend to become demon emperors possess power that transcends the realm of immortals. Even 5 peak immortal emperors would struggle to defeat a single demon emperor. The others gazed at Chen Yu with anxious expressions. Brother Yu, might you have a strategy to confront the demon emperor? The ghost emperor inquired urgently. Chen Yu scoffed dismissively. If it were a demon god, I might regard it with some respect. However, a mere demon emperor can be effortlessly vanquished. What is a demon god? The infernal lion demon emperor asked in confusion. The demon god is the supreme ruler of the demon clan. Long Zhu then inquired, after breaking through to the peak of the immortal emperor realm, have you ever inexplicably encountered the term divine realm in your mind during cultivation? The ghost emperor and the infernal lion demon emperor exchanged puzzled glances before shaking their heads in response. Long Zhu furrowed his brow in confusion, casting a questioning glance at Chen Yu. Chen Yu clarified, not all peak immortal emperor warriors experience such sensations. Old dragon, your talents and fortunes are exceptional, which is why you feel the pull of the divine realm. In simpler terms, your potential transcends the realm of immortals and lies above the immortal emperor tier. While Old Ghost and Old Lion have indeed reached the peak of the immortal emperor realm, their fates are somewhat lacking. Long zu nodet in Realisation, while the Ghost Emperor and the Infernal Lion Demon Emperor remain bewildered. What are you all talking about? I don't understand a word. The Infernal Lion Demon Emperor exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Upon seeing this, Longzhu promptly elucidated the matters concerning the divine realm to the Ghost Emperor and Infernal Lion Demon Emperor. Upon hearing this, the two could not help but express their astonishment. So, there exists a realm even higher than the immortal realm. Does this mean we are forever estranged from the divine realm? With that, the Infernal Lion Demon Emperor lowered his head in disappointment, while a flicker of regret crossed the Ghost Emperor's eyes. Longzhu chuckled as he placed his arms around their shoulders, saying, "What is there for you two to lament? After all, Brother Yu is here." Upon hearing this, they immediately turned their hopeful gazes towards Chen Yu. Inwardly, Chen Yu pondered, is there a way to enhance one's fortune? Sovereign? Although destiny is often seen as an inherent trait, there exists another method. Plunder. Plunder? How so? In this world, many nefarious individuals roam freely. By eliminating them, one can seize their destiny. However, it is imperative to negotiate with the heavenly principles of this realm to channel that fortune unto oneself, or else it will be reclaimed by the heavens. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu gradually shifted his gaze towards the heavens. In the boundless void above, three indistinct figures were covertly observing him. One of these figures was familiar to Chen Yu. It was the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm. The other two ethereal presences belonged to the Tao of the demon realm and the Tao of the ghost realm, respectively. The immortal, noticing Chen Yu's gaze, silently nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he reciprocated the gesture. He then withdrew his gaze and turned to the Ghost Emperor and the Prison Lion Demon Emperor, inquiring, "What are your plans now?" The two exchanged glances and, shaking their heads, replied, "We await your guidance, Brother Yu. Then let us return to the ancestral land of the Dragon Domain, where you may conveniently discuss matters regarding the impending war with the Demon Clan." Chen Yu responded slowly. "Agreed," they replied in unison. Chen Yu raised his hand and gently waved it, causing a portal to the void to materialize before them. The group promptly stepped forward, swiftly vanishing from their location. "Did the immortal sense our presence?" the demon inquired curiously. The immortal nodded in affirmation. "Who exactly is he?" The ghost could not help but ask. "I am uncertain. I once inquired about his origins, and he claimed to come from Blue Star." Upon hearing this, the demon and the ghost began to ponder, yet ultimately found no information regarding Blue Star. They shook their heads, saying, "We have not heard of it." "Neither have I. I suspected he might be deceiving me. But judging by his demeanor, he seems truthful. Perhaps our knowledge is simply too limited," the immortal remarked. Turning to the ghost, he asked, "Has there been any movement from the demon realm recently?" The ghost tightened his grip and, with a resigned shake of his head, replied, "Not at this moment." "Sigh. Do you believe we can join forces to repel the demon clan?" the demon asked, worry etched across his face. The immortal immediately shook his head, stating, "As you know, we are bound by the constraints of the rules and cannot take action. Moreover, as far as I am aware, there are several demon emperors whose powers have long surpassed that of the immortal realm. We are likely no match for them. Are we then to remain passive and await our own consumption by the demon clan?" The ghost retorted defiantly. "It seems that only the legendary gods could contend with the demon realm. But how can we seek their assistance? The last divine envoy arrived eons ago." The demon expressed his concerns. The immortal and the ghost shared a resigned glance. Then the immortal spoke, "Let us make a journey to the Dragon Domain." The demon and the ghost asked in confusion, "What purpose does this serve?" The figure we encountered earlier was likely hinting that I should visit the Dragon Domain. I believe he possesses the means to assist us in addressing the matters concerning the demon clan. The demon and the ghost paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well." Shortly thereafter, the three of them silently vanished into the boundless void. The three celestial beings reappeared in the Dragon Domain. At that moment, Chen Yu was reclining in his courtyard, playfully interacting with the ethereal divine beast. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and gazed into the infinite void, sensing the arrival of the three celestial beings. With a swift movement, Chen Yu, along with the ethereal divine beast, disappeared from the courtyard. "Old friends, it has been a while," Chen Yu remarked with a faint smile. "You are quite perceptive." Xian chuckled helplessly and replied, "Though I am not a living being, I do possess a modicum of intelligence. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" The demon and the ghost exchanged glances, unable to contain their curiosity. Is Xian implying that we are foolish? Chapter 65. The creation of deities. With a sweeping gesture, Chen Yu summoned 4 clouds that gracefully drifted towards the assembly, settling beneath them. "Please have a seat." Once everyone was seated, Chen Yu spoke. "I presume these 2 are the embodiments of the heavenly Tao from the demon realm and the ghost realm?" The entities nodded, with the demon slowly articulating, "We are manifestations of primordial power, granted life by the laws of heaven and earth." Chen Yu nodded in understanding and continued. "I wish to discuss the matter of the destinies of the Ghost Emperor and the Infernal Lion Demon Emperor." The trio furrowed their brows in confusion and inquired, "Destinies? Might we request you to elaborate?" "Those they will slay in the future. Do not seize their fortunes. Rather, bestow them directly upon these 2, Chen Yu explained. The 3 exchanged glances, their faces betraying their unease. Eventually, the immortal could not contain himself and stated, "Friend, this request poses a dilemma for us. According to our rules, we must collect fortunes to nurture talents in those favored by destiny. If we cease to gather them, our realm's progress will be significantly hindered, and our combat capabilities will diminish." Chen Yu raised a hand to interrupt the immortal, clarifying, "Rest assured, they will only target the malevolent, and thus will not accumulate too much fortune. Moreover, nurturing a child of destiny is not an endeavor that can be completed overnight. Do you truly believe the demon clan will grant you ample time?" His words rendered the 3 heavenly Tao silent. They were acutely aware of their urgent need for elite combatants to oppose the demon clan, yet the time required to cultivate such prowess was exceedingly lengthy, and the demons would not afford them such luxury. Then, the demon inquired, "What purpose do you intend to achieve with these fortunes?" Chen Yu replied nonchalantly, "To create deities." The revelation left the 3 heavenly Tao wide-eyed in astonishment, staring incredulously at Chen Yu. Create deities? Are you certain you jest not?" Chen Yu responded with a smile. "What is there to be surprised about? It is merely the realm of gods." The immortal gazed intently at Chen Yu and queried, "Are you not from the divine realm?" Chen Yu smiled softly, stroking the head of the ethereal beast beside him. "Indeed, I hail from the divine realm." The trio was rendered speechless, utterly astounded that the very deities they yearned for were in their midst. This was beyond comprehension. "Since you are from the divine realm, why have you descended upon the Cang Hai continent? And your cultivation level is?" The immortal questioned, gazing at Chen Yu with curiosity. "If you are a deity, why descend to the lower realms? To seek trivialities?" Chen Yu shook his head and sighed. "This is a personal matter, one I am not at liberty to disclose. Moreover, the demon realm is not as simple as you might presume. Even for those from the divine realm, it poses significant challenges. With your current capabilities, you stand no chance against the demon clan. You have no alternative." The 3 heavenly Tao exchanged wry smiles, each reflecting the other's sense of helplessness and despair. "Do you possess a solution to counter the invasion of the demon realm?" The immortal inquired, his voice laced with uncertainty. Chen Yu elucidated, "My solution is to create deities. Although I could directly intervene to shield you from the invasion of the demon realm, should my identity be uncovered by its denizens, the demon god would likely take matters into his own hands. While I might escape, you would not. Therefore, the grievances between you and the demon realm must be resolved by yourselves." The celestial pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth and declaring, "Very well. We accept. Fellow Taoist, we hope you will not deceive us. According to the laws, the heavenly Tao strictly prohibits the unauthorized appropriation of the power of fortune. If detected, the violator shall face severe retribution from the force of the laws. The consequences could range from the heavenly Tao being replaced and vanishing from the world, to the complete destruction of this realm. This illustrates the perilous nature of the decision made by the 3 heavenly Tao. The beings of the 3 realms are akin to their children. They are resolute in their choice to protect them, regardless of the risks involved. Subsequently, The three stood in unison, bowing deeply to Chen Yu, representing countless beings from the celestial, demon, and ghost realms, expressing their gratitude. Chen Yu, with a gentle gesture, smiled and said, "No need for formalities. I may very well require your assistance in the future." The celestial responded with a hearty laugh, "Feel free to seek us. We shall spare no effort." Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, the celestial spoke again, "Fellow Taoist, I have sensed that the life celestial do is nearing its emergence, being a manifestation of the essence of the celestial realm. He is acutely aware of all that transpires or is about to transpire there." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu straightened up and eagerly inquired, "Do you know where the life celestial do will appear?" The celestial shook his head, replying, "I am uncertain, but rest assured, the emergence of the life celestial do will undoubtedly trigger a profound cosmic phenomenon." The celestial then gazed at Chen Yu with a hint of concern. "At that time, countless celestial beings will flock to contend for it. I only hope you will minimize the bloodshed, for after all." Chen Yu dismissively waved his hand, saying, "Worry not. Do you take me for that sort of person?" After a leisurely chat with the three heavenly Daos, Chen Yu departed from the boundless void. "Celestial, do you truly find him trustworthy? Why do I sense he might be exaggerating? After all, he speaks of God-making." The ghost expressed his concerns while watching the celestial. The demon, too, turned his gaze toward the celestial upon hearing this. The celestial nodded resolutely, responding, "Trustworthy? Why? The last time I encountered him, his cultivation was merely at the human celestial level, yet now I can no longer fathom his realm. Thus, it is highly plausible that he has transcended the human celestial stage, reaching that legendary divine realm." The demon and ghost frowned at this revelation. They had indeed assessed Chen Yu's cultivation earlier, and, as the celestial stated, they could discern no depth to it. Initially, they paid it little mind, but after the celestial's sudden assertion, they were taken aback. To ascend from human celestial to divine in such a short span is truly unfathomable. Let us proceed as he suggests. We have little choice, for the pressure from the demon realm is overwhelming. The demon and ghost nodded in agreement, exchanging glances that conveyed their shared resignation. Meanwhile, Chen Yu returned to the dragon domain and stepped into the ancestral courtyard. When Chen Yu spotted the three individuals in the courtyard, he was instantly taken aback. There sat Long Zhu, nestled between the ghost emperor and the prison lion demon emperor, his robust arms draped around both of them. The trio's faces were flushed, their gazes hazy, and the wine jars on the ground were nearly stacked like a mountain. Goodness, how much wine must they have consumed? Chen Yu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. They didn't even wait for me. With a determined stride, Chen Yu approached the trio. "Old dragon, I must tell you, you truly are a scoundrel." The prison lion demon emperor, with his arm draped around Long Zhu's neck, began to berate him. "Huh? What the hell did I do?" Long Zhu tilted his head back, defiantly gazing at the prison lion demon emperor. "Just listen to me. Listen, hick. Listen what I have to say." Chapter 66. The essence of nihility. Why did you have to take me down so swiftly last time? Could you not have? Allow me a few exchanges? The words tumbled from the lips of the infernal lion demon emperor, who lamented, "You know how those unruly folk in the demon realm look down upon me. I am perpetually ensnared in their gossip. Do you understand that feeling?" As he spoke, the infernal lion demon emperor furiously raised a wine jar and gulped down a generous mouthful. "Cut it. You care too much about face. All right, I admit my fault. Cool me. Drink." The dragon ancestor rose, clinking his wine jar against that of the infernal lion demon emperor before taking a hearty swig. Old dragon, you still drink too little. You mustn't indulge the old lion too much. Come, drink." The ghost emperor, swaying precariously, stood up and handed his wine jar to the dragon ancestor. "Have I not drunk enough? Those 2 heaps. Huh? Have we consumed so much already?" The dragon ancestor pointed at a nearby pile of wine jars, bewildered. Chen Yu arrived behind the three and halted, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation upon hearing the dragon ancestor's words. "Have you not yet drunk enough to see double? You still love to boast as ever." The infernal lion demon emperor, in a haze, pointed weakly at the dragon ancestor. only to turn and behold Chen Yu's figure. Instantly alert, the infernal lion demon emperor rose respectfully and exclaimed, "You, Brother Yu, what nonsense is this about Brother Yu and Brother Foam? Is it going to rain?" The dragon ancestor inquired, gazing quizzically at the sky. The infernal lion demon emperor. The ghost emperor. Why the silence? Noticing the lack of response, the dragon ancestor turned, puzzled. Upon spotting Chen Yu, he was so startled that the wine jar slipped from his grip. You, Brother Yu, what brings you here?" Chen Yu deftly caught the wine jar mid-air, then regarded the dragon ancestor with a half-smile, teasing. "What? Am I not welcome?" "Of course not. We just visited your courtyard looking for you," the dragon ancestor replied, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic grin. Chen Yu placed the wine jar on the table and chose a cleaner spot to sit down. "I just met with the Heavenly Tao." "Oh, the Heavenly Tao?" The dragon ancestor nodded absent-mindedly. Moments later, the dragon ancestor's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? The Heavenly Tao?" The infernal lion demon emperor and the ghost emperor stared at Chen Yu in shock. The ghost emperor swiftly regained composure and inquired curiously, "Brother Yu, is the Heavenly Tao also a living being?" Chen Yu nodded, then shook his head, responding, "Sort of, although they lack flesh and blood. They are not much different from living beings." "What did the Heavenly Tao say to you, Brother Yu?" the dragon ancestor asked, furrowing his brow in confusion. Chen Yu took a sip from the wine jar and replied, "It concerns matters of the demon realm. The Heavenly Tao is even more troubled than you." The three exchanged bewildered glances before the ghost emperor excitedly asked, "Brother Yu, did the Heavenly Tao seek your assistance?" "Yes, but I shall not intervene." Upon hearing this, the three immediately fell despondently silent, their faces etched with worry as they gazed at Chen Yu. "Although I cannot take action myself, you're able to do so. I have made an arrangement with the Heavenly Path, permitting the three of you to step into the divine realm and confront the demon realm." Instantly, the trio looked at Chen Yu with expressions of astonished delight, as if the clouds had parted after a rainstorm. "Brother Yu, does this mean that both I and the old ghost can become divine beings?" exclaimed the prison lion demon emperor, his face alight with joy. At that moment, he began to envision himself delivering blows to the dragon ancestor and kicking the demon emperor once he entered the divine realm. However, he asked, "But, Brother Yu, how shall we ascend to the divine realm?" The ghost emperor was skeptical, believing that the path to divinity would not be so simple, and the costs might be substantial. "You and the old lion still lack a measure of fortune," Chen Yu explained. "I have conferred with the Heavenly Path. For the time being, you two should seek out and eliminate those who commit heinous acts. The fortune they possess will directly enhance your own. Although the fortune from those individuals may be small, the sheer quantity will add up. Do not hold back on the kills." Hearing that it did not concern him, the dragon ancestor quickly interjected, "What about me, Brother Yu?" Chen Yu slowly raised his hand and then snapped his fingers. With a sharp crack, an unremarkable beam of light shot forth from his fingertips, soaring into the void like a shooting star. This seemingly ordinary glow was infused with a powerful and mysterious essence of the void. Before long, the beam seemed to come alive, bursting forth with terrifying void energy, gradually coming to a halt before the dragon ancestor. This void energy retains the essence of divine power, but you're not yet ready to fully absorb it. The void energy above can effectively suppress the divine power, allowing you to absorb it more readily. Take it back and refine it well. Once you have done so, return to me for more." Upon hearing this, the dragon ancestor eagerly extended his hands, carefully receiving the void energy, his movements reminiscent of welcoming a newlywed bride. The ghost emperor raised a wine jar and addressed Chen Yu, "Brother Yu, thank you." The prison lion demon emperor and the dragon ancestor, seeing this, immediately mimicked his gesture, expressing their gratitude as well. Chen Yu smiled gently, raising his wine jar to clink it with theirs across the air. Thus, a human, a ghost, a lion, and a dragon shared a moment of camaraderie, engaged in laughter and conversation, devoid of any resentment or barriers, creating an exceptionally harmonious atmosphere. In the days that followed, the dragon ancestor hurriedly entered seclusion, while the ghost emperor and the prison lion demon emperor bid farewell to Chen Yu, transforming into ordinary celestial beings to hone their skills across various realms. Meanwhile, Chen Yu enjoyed a rare period of leisure. One day, the celestial realm suddenly trembled, and a potent life force erupted from a mountain in the cloud ridge. Chen Yu's eyes snapped open, and he murmured to himself, "At last, it has emerged." He immediately took a step forward and vanished from the dragon domain. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, a stir of excitement spread. What has occurred? Has a powerful secret realm manifested? The source is in the cloud ridge, such a rich life force. Surely, it must be a treasure of heaven and earth. Who wishes to team up with me? We shall share the spoils equally. Count me in. 110,086. The Celestial Sacred Hall. What do you believe has transpired at Cloud Ridge Mountain? Inquired the curious Yao Guang, Celestial Emperor, casting a glance towards the assembly. The Lioli Celestial Emperor maintained a stoic expression, as though already aware of the revelations emerging from Cloud Ridge Mountain. The other three Celestial Emperors, however, shook their heads in confusion, subsequently directing their attention to the Xianzhou Celestial Emperor. With eyes closed, the Xianzhou Celestial Emperor formed a series of intricate hand seals to conduct his divination. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. The essence of life. Upon uttering these words, all but the Lioli Celestial Emperor widened their eyes in astonishment. Are you certain? The essence of life is a legendary treasure said to possess the power to resurrect the dead. The Zixiao Celestial Emperor queried anxiously. Chapter 67. The emergence of the life elixir, even in the face of fatal injury, when life seems on the brink of extinction. A single drop of the life elixir can instantly halt the deterioration of one's condition and even facilitate the rebirth of dying organs. This treasure holds immense significance even for the Celestial Emperors. Xianzhou, the Celestial Emperor, nodded gravely, then bowed his head in contemplation. Yao Guang, another Celestial Emperor, noticed Xianzhou's unusual demeanor and inquired with curiosity, "Xianzhou, why do you appear so discontented with the emergence of the life elixir?" Upon hearing this, the joy on everyone's faces began to fade, and they exchanged perplexed glances at Xianzhou. Do you recall the influential figure I mentioned before? This matter may very well bear his mark. Xianzhou furrowed his brow tightly, wearing a sorrowful expression as he regarded the crowd. Zixiao, the Celestial Emperor, scoffed and then looked at Xianzhou with a hint of disdain, saying, "Xianzhou, you seem to have grown increasingly timid. What nonsense about an influential figure. Days have passed without any significant upheaval in the celestial realm. It appears you have merely become more fearful of death. You, who were granted the title of Celestial Emperor, lack any semblance of fortitude. It is truly disgraceful." As Zixiao continued to speak, his disdain for Xianzhou deepened, as if sharing the same space with him was a source of embarrassment. "You." Xianzhou glared at Zixiao, his face flushed with anger. "What? Do you wish to fight? Pathetic." Zixiao stood with an air of contempt, gazing down at Xianzhou. Yao Guang, unable to tolerate the exchange any longer, interjected. "Zixiao, your words are excessive. Xianzhou is merely concerned for our safety. What danger could arise? Our cultivation has already reached the late stages of the Celestial Emperor realm, while he remains in the early stages, merely a waste. Over the years, aside from Lu Li and Xing Lan, who had already transcended the pinnacle of the Celestial Emperor realm, the rest had ascended to the late stages. Yet, Xianzhou remained an exception. His expertise in divining celestial secrets came at the cost of his lifespan and essence, resulting in slow progress in his cultivation, and in severe cases, even regression. How can you speak so? Who among us achieved breakthrough without Xianzhou's guidance? Without him, would you possess your current level of cultivation? The several celestial emperors had relied heavily on Xianzhou's divinations to uncover the celestial materials and treasures necessary for their ascension, subsequently using the high-grade elixirs crafted by Tai Su to succeed. Even without him, my innate talent is sufficient for me to break through to the late stages of the Celestial Emperor realm. Zixiao retorted defiantly, casting a challenging gaze at Yao Guang and Xianzhou. "You." Yao Guang's face flushed with indignation at Zixiao's shamelessness. "Enough." Lu Li's voice rang out, crisp and authoritative, instantly quelling the discordant atmosphere. Zishao cast a fearful glance at Lu Li, scoffed, and returned to his seat, his expression brimming with dissatisfaction. I have stated before that the human race shall not permit internal strife. Let today's events conclude here, and there shall be no next time. Do you understand? Upon finishing his words, the glazed immortal emperor cast a gaze towards the purple sky immortal emperor, his eyes revealing a hint of warning. Sensing the intensity of the glazed immortal emperor's stare, the purple sky immortal emperor could not help but gulp and promptly nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I understand." The starry wave immortal emperor shook his head in resignation and then addressed the glazed immortal emperor, saying, "I believe it is time for us to compete as well. Don't you think?" The glazed immortal emperor remained silent, merely nodding in agreement with the starry wave immortal emperor's statement. After all, such extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth were undeniably enticing. Who could resist their allure? Furthermore, she felt that the Xianzhou immortal emperor was somewhat exaggerating. Was this not merely a way to bolster others' resolve while undermining one's own prestige? Regardless, she was also a peak immortal emperor, a sovereign of the immortal realm, and could not afford to be overly timid. Let us proceed. The others nodded in unison before vanishing from the immortal sacred hall. The cloud ridge immortal mountain loomed majestically, resembling a celestial paradise. The mountain was originally enveloped in tranquility, a profound silence that seemed to suspend time itself. Wisps of mist floated like delicate veils around the peaks, adding an air of mystery to this rare wonder. However, all of this serenity was shattered by the emergence of the life immortal dew. Its arrival unleashed a brilliant radiance that pierced through the layers of mist, driving away the surrounding clouds. In an instant, the previously shrouded areas of the mountain were illuminated, revealing the resplendent glow emanating from the life immortal dew. At that moment, the foot of the mountain was already teeming with people, each immortal drawn to the commotion surrounding the life immortal dew. "Look, over there." One astute immortal immediately spotted the source of the life immortal dew. "One incredible treasure. Just inhaling its essence makes me feel rejuvenated." An elderly figure closed his eyes, savoring the sensations enveloping him. A young cultivator, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "Let's ascend quickly." The crowd nodded enthusiastically, their eyes brimming with exhilaration as they quickened their pace to follow him. However, one seasoned array master sensed something amiss and hurriedly attempted to halt the throng. Yet, he was ultimately too late in his warning. A group of individuals had already stepped boldly into the cloud ridge immortal mountain, and in that instant, a blinding light erupted from within, dazzling and disorienting all who beheld it. The brilliance appeared abruptly and vanished just as swiftly. When the light faded, it revealed that the once vibrant group had been drained of their vitality, instantly transforming into withered husks, lifelessly sprawled upon the ground. The onlookers were left wide-eyed in shock. Some were paralyzed with fear, rooted to the spot, for they had nearly ventured into the cloud ridge immortal mountain themselves. Others began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Treasures of heaven and earth may be claimed, but one must possess life to enjoy them. Meanwhile, several powerful figures began to extend their consciousness to observe the cloud ridge immortal mountain. Ultimately, the experienced array master solemnly declared, "There is a formation concealed here. But what purpose does this formation serve? Could it be that someone has long coveted the treasures of heaven and earth, and has entered the cloud ridge immortal mountain before us?" A young cultivator could not help but inquire. This question stirred the vigilance of everyone present. If that were the case, those inside would surely incite the wrath of the masses. Such greedy individuals would undoubtedly face divine retribution. No, it cannot be. This formation is a protective array, a naturally occurring phenomenon designed to safeguard the treasures within. An experienced immortal could not help but stroke his beard and lament. It has been ages since the celestial realm has seen such extraordinary treasures, and to think there's a natural array guarding them. What on earth lies within? Chapter 68. Breaking the formation as Chen Yu arrived. The void began to tremble without warning, and then, as if torn asunder, a fissure slowly emerged. From within the rift, 6 figures gradually stepped forth. They were none other than the 6 illustrious emperors of the immortal realm. Behold, it is the immortal emperors. Upon hearing the exclamation, the crowd turned in unison, bowing deeply in respect to the six figures. We pay our respects to the immortal emperors. The five emperors displayed no expressions, merely nodding faintly at the assembled multitude. Meanwhile, the Zixiao emperor stood with arms crossed, reveling in the adulation bestowed by the crowd. Rise! The Zixiao emperor spoke with a proud demeanor. As you command. The crowd gradually stood, and the atmosphere was immediately filled with animated discussions. What do you think lies atop Yunling Immortal Mountain? It has even drawn the attention of the elusive immortal emperors. Is this truly the immortal emperor? It is my first encounter with a living emperor. Indeed, they exude an imposing aura. Now that the immortal emperors have graced us with their presence, it seems the treasures of heaven and earth are beyond our reach. At this moment, an experienced array master stepped forward respectfully and remarked, Immortal emperors, it appears there is a natural formation safeguarding the treasures of heaven and earth within. A group of individuals recklessly charged in moments ago and were instantly devoured by the formation. Oh, the Yaoguang emperor furrowed his brow, casting his gaze toward the nearby corpses. Xinglan, you are adept with formations. Do you know what kind of formation this is? The Liuli emperor inquired of the Xinglan emperor, summoning his divine perception. The Xinglan emperor meticulously examined the seemingly tranquil Yunling Immortal Mountain. After a brief moment, he enlightened the assembly, saying, I see now. This formation is not naturally occurring, but rather a self-protective array of the life immortal dew. Once someone steps within its confines, their vitality is stripped away by the formation, making it exceedingly difficult for even the mightiest immortal emperors to escape. The vitality lost will be nourished back into the life immortal dew. Upon hearing this, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. So, since it is not man-made, their deaths are indeed tragic. Truly, the immortal emperors are remarkable, discerning the origins of the formation with a mere glance. Is it any wonder he is an immortal emperor? Noticing that the attention had shifted entirely to the Xinglan emperor, the Zixiao emperor felt a twinge of displeasure. He stepped forward, positioning himself before the crowd, and raised his hand, where flickers of lightning began to dance ominously, indicating his intent to dismantle the formation through force. Wait! Just as the Zixiao emperor was about to strike, the Xinglan emperor called out with a frown, halting him. The Zixiao emperor paused, turning to the Xinglan emperor with a look of confusion, and inquired, What is it? The Xinglan emperor replied gravely, This formation cannot be destroyed by brute force. If it shatters, the life immortal dew will vanish as well. Upon hearing this, the Zixiao emperor's expression shifted, realizing he had nearly made a grave mistake. The Xinglan emperor hastily advanced, his hands slowly spreading apart as a blue-white radiance began to emanate from his palms. As he moved, a formation gradually emerged atop the mountain. This formation emanated a captivating blue and white hue, intricately inscribed with complex runes that quivered as if imbued with life. A potent surge of energy radiated from it, causing the formation to expand outward at an astonishing pace, enveloping the entire Yunling Immortal Mountain in the blink of an eye. The starry wave Immortal Emperor glanced back and remarked, I require time to dismantle the formation. The five immortal emperors nodded in agreement and subsequently seated themselves in a meditative posture, forming a protective barrier around the starry wave Immortal Emperor. Time flowed slowly. The purple cloud Immortal Emperor wore an anxious expression, brimming with impatience. Among the gathered crowd, some sat cross-legged in meditation, others congregated together, sipping wine and engaging in friendly games, while a few, having not slept for days due to their obsession with the treasures of Yunling Immortal Mountain, succumbed to slumber upon the ground. At last, the formation erupted with a blinding radiance, akin to a sharp blade that pierced through the thick clouds, causing the entire Yunling Immortal Mountain to tremble violently in the light. Beads of sweat dotted the forehead of the starry wave Immortal Emperor, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he desperately maintained the formation's incantation. With the blossoming of the light, the encompassing blue and white formation began to twist and dissipate, releasing a rich, almost tangible essence of life that surged forth, enveloped in a spectrum of colors. "It's a success," erupted a chorus of astonished gasps from the crowd. Those in meditation sprang to their feet. The wine drinkers cast aside their cups, and even those who had been peacefully sleeping were jolted awake by the jubilant cheers. All eyes fixated upon the Yunling Immortal Mountain. The purple cloud Immortal Emperor could no longer contain himself. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of purple lightning and raced towards the mountain. "Purple cloud, you fool!" The glazed glass Immortal Emperor furrowed his brow, wishing to intervene. But it was too late. Exchanging glances with the other Immortal Emperors, they followed suit. Upon entering the mountain, a dense aura of life greeted them, invigorating their spirits. At the center of the mountain lay a vast jade pool, its surface shimmering with a gentle glow, cradling the coveted life elixir. Surrounding the jade pool, various rare celestial herbs and spiritual plants flourished wildly, swaying gently in the breeze. The purple cloud Immortal Emperor was the first to reach the edge of the jade pool, poised to grasp the life elixir when, suddenly, an invisible barrier materialized silently before him, instantaneously repelling his hand. "Who dares?" The purple cloud Immortal Emperor surveyed his surroundings warily. At that moment, the 5 Immortal Emperors arrived in quick succession, bewildered as they scanned the area. From the void, a figure emerged, exuding a faint, ethereal presence. With each step, the fabric of space rippled, as if disturbed by a stone cast into a tranquil lake. This figure was none other than Chen Yu. "Who are you? Such audacity to impede my presence." The purple cloud Immortal Emperor seethed, but Chen Yu disregarded him entirely, fixating his gaze intently upon the life elixir, not sparing a glance at the purple cloud Immortal Emperor. Enraged, the purple cloud Immortal Emperor bellowed, "An insect? How dare you ignore me?" Upon concluding his words, the Celestial Emperor of Zixiao unleashed a formidable aura characteristic of a late-stage Celestial Emperor, directing it towards Chen Yu. With a calm glance at the Celestial Emperor, Chen Yu raised his hand and gently waved it, causing the overwhelming presence of the Celestial Emperor to vanish without a trace. "What? How is this possible?" The Celestial Emperor of Zixiao was momentarily taken aback by this spectacle. Simultaneously, the other 5 Celestial Emperors furrowed their brows in unison, equally astounded. "I refuse to believe this." A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Celestial Emperor of Zixiao as he roared in fury, his voice reverberating through the air like thunder. Accompanying his furious bellow, a resplendent and exquisite celestial artifact materialized in his hand like a bolt of lightning. "Zixiao, do not act impulsively." The Celestial Emperor of Xinglan, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of urgency and called out loudly to Zixiao. Chapter 69. The 4 Celestial Emperors versus Chen Yu yet. The Celestial Emperor Zixiao completely disregarded the call of the Celestial Emperor Xinglan and charged straight towards Chen Yu. In an instant, he appeared behind Chen Yu, raising his supreme celestial weapon high and striking down fiercely. The force of this blow was astonishing, creating a gust of wind that caused the surrounding space to distort slightly. Chen Yu sensed the intense killing intent from the Celestial Emperor Zixiao, and a faint smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, a gesture of disdain. He leisurely lifted his left hand, resolutely bracing against the attack of the Celestial Emperor Zixiao. A sharp clang resonated as the supreme weapon collided violently with Chen Yu's left hand, producing a deafening sound. However, what was even more astonishing was that the supreme weapon in the hands of Celestial Emperor Zixiao was unable to withstand the impact and shattered into 2 pieces upon contact with Chen Yu. How could this be possible? The Celestial Emperor Zixiao stared in disbelief at his once prized weapon. Suddenly, Chen Yu pivoted and, with lightning speed, unleashed a punch towards the Celestial Emperor Zixiao. This seemingly ordinary punch contained an unimaginable force, as if it could rend the very fabric of space. The Celestial Emperor Zixiao had no time to react and could only watch helplessly as the punch hurtled towards him like a shooting star. With a resounding bang, the Celestial Emperor Zixiao was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, uncontrollably soaring thousands of miles away, vanishing from the sight of all present in an instant. The 5 celestial emperors were struck with astonishment at this sight. The celestial emperor Xinglan immediately urged the other 4, "Let us join forces." However, only 3 of the celestial emperors nodded solemnly, and in a flash, they vanished from their original spot alongside the celestial emperor Xinglan. Meanwhile, the remaining celestial emperor Xianzhou, frozen in place, trembled in fear, exclaiming, "It's him. Yes, it must be him. He is that great figure." The 4 celestial emperors reappeared, each wielding their supreme weapons, surrounding Chen Yu tightly. The celestial emperors had also heard the words of celestial emperor Xianzhou, becoming increasingly vigilant as they regarded Chen Yu with a hint of trepidation in their eyes. The celestial emperor Liuli, standing closest to Chen Yu, maintained a relatively calm demeanor and inquired in a grave tone, "Who exactly are you, sir? What is your purpose in the celestial realm?" "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I desire the life celestial due," Chen Yu replied nonchalantly. At this moment, the previously silent celestial emperor Taishu gazed at Chen Yu and slowly remarked, "The life celestial due is a legendary treasure. Do you truly intend to claim it for yourself with but a single statement?" The life celestial due held immense significance for the celestial emperor Taishu. He was one who valued alchemy above all else, and ever since learning at the celestial Saint Palace of the emergence of this treasure, he had concocted countless methods in his mind to refine the life celestial due into pill form. Thus, regardless of Chen Yu's formidable strength, he was prepared to risk his life to seize this prize from the jaws of defeat. Chen Yu let out a scornful laugh, surveying the celestial emperors before his gaze settled upon celestial emperor Xianzhou. "Ah, will you not join us?" Upon hearing the news, the Xianzhou immortal emperor felt a sudden jolt, instinctively retreating 2 steps. You all carry on? I have clothes to collect at home. I shall take my leave." With that, the Xianzhou immortal emperor vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. It was evident that he was genuinely frightened. Perhaps the 5 immortal emperors, after listening to his account, recognized Chen Yu's formidable strength, but only Xianzhou truly understood that Chen Yu's power far exceeded his own description. As a diviner, he could acutely sense the immense pressure Chen Yu exerted upon him. If Chen Yu were to be likened to an endless abyss, then he himself was merely a speck of dust, insignificant within that chasm. The immortal emperors watched as the Xianzhou immortal emperor scurried away faster than a rabbit, their lips twitching in amusement. They decided to disregard him for now and confront him later. The Liuli immortal emperor shook her head in exasperation, pinching the bridge of her nose, utterly speechless at Xianzhou's behavior. Then, her gaze shifted to Chen Yu, her eyes sharpening with determination. "Since we all desire the life immortal due, let us settle this with action." Her voice rang clear and resolute, revealing an unwavering resolve. No sooner had she finished speaking than the Liuli immortal emperor sprang into action, her form flickering like a specter as she swiftly approached Chen Yu's side. Her movements were swift and agile, devoid of any hesitation. Without a moment's pause, she raised her long, fair leg, delivering a kick towards Chen Yu with lightning speed, as if aiming to shatter him entirely. However, in the face of such a fierce assault from the Liuli immortal emperor, Chen Yu remained remarkably composed. He slowly lifted his arm, firmly blocking her kick, then pivoted smoothly, using her momentum to send her staggering back. The other immortal emperors swiftly reacted, channeling their celestial powers, advancing towards Chen Yu with the ferocity of hungry wolves. Chen Yu flexed his wrists and rotated his neck, his gaze towards the assembled immortal emperors brimming with excitement. The last encounter with the Ghost Emperor and the Prison Lion Demon Emperor had left him craving a proper challenge. "Come forth," he proclaimed, stepping forward to stand directly before the Xinglan immortal emperor. "You shall be the first." As he spoke, a glimmer of light flickered in his void-like eyes. "What?" The Xinglan immortal emperor's pupils constricted in disbelief as he stared at Chen Yu. He felt an invisible yet overwhelmingly powerful force locking onto his very soul. In an instant, he found himself enveloped in an endless void, where all fluctuations of celestial energy and spatial essence dissipated, leaving only Chen Yu's oppressive gaze. akin to two blades piercing deep into his spirit. At that moment, as the Xinglan immortal emperor stood stunned by Chen Yu's imposing presence, Chen Yu's right hand formed a fist, enveloped in strands of ethereal energy, radiating the might of creation itself, as he hurled it towards the Xinglan immortal emperor. This punch seemed to embody the primordial force of the universe at its inception. Where it passed, the fabric of space appeared to be mercilessly kneaded by an invisible giant hand, emitting a sound that could make one's teeth ache. In this critical moment, the celestial emperor Xinglan forcefully steadied his mind, his hands swiftly forming seals as celestial energy surged wildly around him, coalescing into a protective shield forged from the power of the stars. Yet, the instant Chen Yu's fist collided with the shield, the starlit barrier shattered as if it were mere paper. The tremendous impact sent the celestial emperor soaring, his body akin to a fallen star, crashing violently into a nearby celestial mountain. Following a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, a massive crater was formed in the mountain, enveloped in dust and debris, leaving his fate uncertain. Chapter 70. Collusion with the demon race. Chen Yu turned his gaze towards the Taishu immortal emperor and the Yaoguang immortal emperor, who were rushing towards him. He slowly raised his left hand, and at that moment, the space around him seemed to pause. Suddenly, a snow-white, mysterious emblem materialized in the void before him. This emblem emanated a chilling aura, and the power contained within it rapidly coalesced. With a sharp sound, this force shot forth like a laser towards the Taishu immortal emperor and the Yaoguang immortal emperor, tearing the void as it passed, creating black fissures that suggested the very world trembled before its might. Not good. The expressions of the Yaoguang immortal emperor and the Taishu immortal emperor changed drastically, clearly unprepared for Chen Yu's terrifying power. Without a moment's hesitation, they raised their supreme immortal artifacts, fervently channeling their internal immortal energy to bolster the weapons in a desperate attempt to withstand Chen Yu's assault. However, their efforts proved futile. The supreme immortal artifacts shattered like paper upon contact with the force, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered through the air. The two were struck by the force, sent flying backward, blood spewing from their mouths. Fortunately, Chen Yu had shown mercy. Otherwise, their injuries would have been far more grievous, perhaps even fatal. Observing this, the Lioli immortal emperor's eyes flashed with anger. She immediately raised her hands, and countless ice-blue runes flew from her fingertips, coalescing before her into a massive ice dragon. The ice dragon roared furiously, exuding an endless chill, and lunged towards Chen Yu with its gaping maw. In its wake, the air crystallized into ice, shattering the trees and flowers below. Unperturbed, Chen Yu raised his left hand, and an invisible barrier formed instantaneously. The ice dragon collided violently with the barrier, creating a harsh grinding sound. Though the barrier quivered under the immense impact, the ice dragon could not advance an inch further. A mysterious smile played upon Chen Yu's lips as he raised his right hand, aiming at the colossal form of the ice dragon, and made a heart gesture. With a sound reminiscent of a snap, the ice dragon's body gradually dissipated from tail to head, transforming into raindrops that fell upon the continent. The Lioli immortal emperor furrowed her brow, but before she could react, Chen Yu appeared before her, delivering a powerful kick to her chest. She hastily raised her arms in defense, but the force of Chen Yu's kick exceeded her expectations, numbing her limbs and sending her hurtling backwards. Yet, Chen Yu had no intention of sparing the Lioli immortal emperor. As a peak immortal emperor, she was undoubtedly resilient. He swiftly pursued her, delivering another punch that drove her into the ground, creating a massive crater and sending dust soaring into the air. Moments later, the Lioli immortal emperor emerged from the pit, clutching her wounds. Her hair was disheveled, her appearance was a mess, and her exquisite face was marred by dirt, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Chen Yu gazed at the glazed immortal emperor with a mocking expression and inquired, "Are we still fighting?" The glazed immortal emperor let out a cold snort and reluctantly replied, "You have won." At that moment, the other three immortal emperors, nursing their injuries, dragged themselves to the side of the glazed immortal emperor. "Are you all right?" he asked with concern. The three shook their heads in unison, responding, "We're fine." The glazed immortal emperor nodded in relief and then turned to Chen Yu, uneasily asking, "What do you intend to do with us?" Chen Yu shook his head, not sparing them a glance, and stated, "I have no interest in you. I came solely for the life immortal dew." With that, he walked directly towards the life immortal dew. The four immortal emperors exchanged glances, unable to suppress their thoughts. Why does it feel as though he wouldn't even accept it if it were given freely? As Chen Yu concentrated, a gentle light began to emerge from his storage ring. As the light solidified, a crystal-clear jade bottle gradually appeared before everyone. This jade bottle was pristine and immaculate, known also as the dew condensing bottle, a supreme artifact that would be fiercely contested even in the divine realm. Its function was extraordinarily miraculous. Once the life immortal dew was placed inside, the bottle would seemingly possess a life of its own, continuously producing life immortal dew, providing an infinite supply for its master. Due to its unadorned exterior and lack of any formidable aura, the four immortal emperors failed to discern the true value of the dew condensing bottle. Mistaking it for an ordinary container, Chen Yu extended 2 fingers and began to chant incantations. As his spell resonated, a faint white glow emanated from the bottle's opening, revealing a white-black hole slowly materializing there. This black hole resembled an endless abyss, exuding an immense gravitational pull. Gradually, the life immortal dew was drawn forth, coalescing into a gentle stream that flowed from the bottle's mouth. Just as Chen Yu finished filling the bottle with the life immortal dew, the void behind him trembled violently, and the space shattered instantaneously. The Zixiao immortal emperor forcefully tore through the void, unleashing a potent aura surpassing that of a late-stage immortal emperor. Wielding a formidable weapon aimed at Chen Yu's back, the weapon radiated an ominous energy, a supreme demonic artifact. "You fool! Stop!" The glazed immortal emperor urgently shouted at the Zixiao immortal emperor. Chen Yu's expression darkened. He wished to avoid bloodshed, yet it seemed everyone was intent on seeking their own demise. Ultimately, the demonic artifact struck Chen Yu's back, generating a powerful shockwave. A small wound, soon to heal, marred his back, while the artifact shattered into countless fragments, scattering through the air. "How is this possible? How could you remain unscathed?" The Zixiao immortal emperor stared in disbelief at this scene. This was a demonic artifact, a supreme demonic artifact, far more potent than a supreme immortal weapon. How could he possibly emerge unharmed? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Chen Yu's eyes as he slowly turned his gaze to the Zixiao immortal emperor. "You dare to conspire with the demon race." Upon uttering these words, the 4 celestial emperors stood frozen in disbelief, their gazes towards the Zixiao celestial emperor brimming with incredulity. What did he just say?" "Zixiao is enticing the demon race," the Yaowang celestial emperor muttered in a daze, realizing his secret had been unveiled. The Zixiao celestial emperor hastily discarded the hilt of his blade, desperately attempting to explain. What are you insinuating? How dare you slander me?" Chen Yu raised his hand, grasping Zixiao celestial emperor's neck from a distance, gradually lifting him into the air. My friend, surely you have misunderstood? Although Zixiao's character may be lacking, he would never conspire with the demon race," the Lioli celestial emperor exclaimed, glancing anxiously at Chen Yu. Chapter 71. Communication. Token. Chen Yu raised his hand and gently waved towards the exquisite magical artifact. The shattered fragments of the artifact, as if drawn by an unseen force, slowly floated towards him, ultimately coming to rest before him. To the demon race, exquisite magical artifacts are unparalleled treasures. They would never allow them to be exposed lightly. Even those of high status within the demon realm might not have access to such artifacts. Moreover, I sensed a faint yet distinctive aura from the demon realm in the overwhelming presence that this young man had just exuded. Although this aura was subtle, it was remarkably unique, leading me to deduce that he was undoubtedly intertwined with a certain demon emperor from the demon realm. This suggests that the young man's affiliations with the demon race are far more complex than mere collusion. His standing among the demons is likely quite elevated. Chen Yu quietly regarded the purple cloud celestial emperor, gradually elucidating the situation to the assembled crowd. His words resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring profound contemplation among the celestial emperors present. They exchanged glances, their faces betraying disbelief. At that moment, the previously silent starry wave, celestial emperor, suddenly spoke. Purple cloud. Given the circumstances, do you not feel compelled to offer an explanation? In response to starry wave, celestial emperor's inquiry, purple cloud, celestial emperor erupted into laughter. His mirth growing louder and increasingly maniacal, sending chills down spines. Ha ha ha. He abruptly lifted his head, locking eyes with starry wave, celestial emperor, unabashedly declaring, "Since you have uncovered my truth, I shall no longer conceal it. I have grown weary of you all. Indeed, I am of the demon race. My father is the supreme demon emperor of the demon realm." The assembly fell into stunned silence as they absorbed his admission, gazing at purple cloud celestial emperor in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the celestial emperor they had coexisted with for countless years was, in fact, a spy from the demon realm. Purple cloud. Why? Starry wave celestial emperor maintained a calm facade, yet his heart was tumultuous, struggling to accept the unfolding reality. With a sinister smile, purple cloud celestial emperor addressed the crowd. Naturally, it is to conquer the celestial realm. It is your honor to be subjugated by my demon race. Starry wave celestial emperor's fists clenched, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, celestial energy swirling around him, clearly boiling with rage. Purple cloud, after all these years in the celestial realm, have I not treated you well? He sought to awaken any vestige of goodness within purple cloud celestial emperor, hoping to coax him back into the celestial realm, free from his demonic identity. Ha ha! The laughter of purple cloud celestial emperor rang out, infused with arrogance, as demonic energy surged around him, transforming his once ethereal demeanor into a grotesque visage. Did you truly believe I was one of you in the celestial realm? You lowly beings are unworthy to stand alongside me. Starry wave celestial emperor's pupils constricted, his fury erupting like a volcano, only to be swiftly overshadowed by profound disappointment and sorrow. The expressions of the others turned pale as they recalled their past interactions with purple cloud celestial emperor, feeling a wave of nausea wash over them. Chen Yu observed coldly, regarding purple cloud celestial emperor with the gaze of one witnessing folly, still oblivious to his precarious predicament. The celestial emperor of Zixiao regarded Chen Yu with a condescending gaze and slowly remarked, "Insect, I advise you to release me immediately. When my father arrives in the celestial realm, I may intercede on your behalf and spare your life." Chen Yu found himself at a loss for words, and a laugh of incredulity escaped him. Do you not yet comprehend your current predicament? The celestial emperor of Zixiao was momentarily taken aback, then disdainfully retorted, "Do you dare to kill me? Are you not aware of the nature of my father, the demon emperor? His power has long since transcended the pinnacle of celestial emperors. Should he wish to obliterate you, a mere thought would suffice to shatter your very soul." With a mocking glint in his eyes, Chen Yu responded, "But your father is not present at the moment, is he? Even if I were to slay you, he would remain oblivious." The celestial emperor of Zixiao scoffed lightly, then retrieved a communication token from his storage ring. "Do you know that if I were to shatter this token, my father would instantly materialize in the celestial realm?" Upon hearing this, the other celestial emperors furrowed their brows in concern. They were not afraid of death, but rather terrified of the potential calamity that could befall the celestial realm. "Oh, is that so? Then why not give it a try?" Chen Yu replied, a smile dancing on his lips as he regarded the celestial emperor of Zixiao. A surge of intense unease welled within the celestial emperor. Yet he swiftly cast aside the sensation, thinking to himself that Chen Yu must be feigning fear and posturing in bravado. "Very well, since you yearn for death, I shall oblige." The celestial emperor of Zixiao erupted into a maniacal laugh, his tone laced with contempt and disdain for Chen Yu. The token in his grip seemed poised to be shattered at any moment. "No!" The celestial empress Liuli's expression changed dramatically as she urgently called out, attempting to halt the Celestial Emperor's actions. However, it was already too late. The token was crushed in an instant, transforming into countless shards. These fragments, as if imbued with life, began to float upward, emanating a dense aura of demonic energy that swept across the entire space, as if intent on rending the void asunder. The Celestial Emperors, witnessing this, wore grave expressions, remaining vigilant as they observed the shards above, ready to act at a moment's notice. Yet, just as everyone was tense, a dramatic scene unfolded. The fragments floating in midair suddenly appeared to lose their vitality, the demonic energy dissipating in an instant as they plummeted rapidly to the ground. The onlookers tilted their heads in confusion at this spectacle. Meanwhile, the Celestial Emperor of Zixiao was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape in shock, nearly dropping his jaw to the earth. What was happening? He quickly turned his gaze to Chen Yu, trembling as he pointed at him. It was you who meddled. Chen Yu burst into laughter, genuinely amused, as if he had not encountered such entertainment in ages. From the moment I discerned your demonic identity, I sealed this space. Even the Demon Emperor himself could not escape it, let alone a trivial communication token. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, the other Celestial Emperors exhaled in relief, gradually withdrawing their defensive stances. The Celestial Emperor of Zixiao gazed at Chen Yu with trepidation, stammering, What do you intend to do? Chen Yu did not respond to the Celestial Emperor's inquiry. Instead, he turned his attention to the 4 other Celestial Emperors, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired, How do you believe he should be dealt with? He sought to discern whether these Celestial Emperors would plead for Zixiao out of fear of the Demon Emperor. Should they choose to do so, then these 4 Celestial Emperors would be drawing near to their own demise. The Lioli Celestial Emperor answered without hesitation, stating, Collusion with the demon realm warrants the death penalty. Her voice was chillingly devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Upon hearing this, the Celestial Emperor of Zixiao's countenance turned ashen, and he fearfully opened his mouth to plead for mercy, exclaiming, No. Chapter 72. The Death of the Purple Sky Immortal Emperor. However, before the Purple Sky Immortal Emperor could finish his words, a resounding crack echoed through the air. An invisible hand violently twisted his head, extinguishing his life in an instant. Chen Yu released his grip, and the lifeless body of the Purple Sky Immortal Emperor fell limply to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. His face contorted in sheer terror, his eyes bulging wide. The scene of his death was utterly horrific. After dealing with the Purple Sky Immortal Emperor, Chen Yu turned his gaze towards the other Immortal Emperors and said calmly, I suggest you return and investigate. He has been an undercover agent in the immortal realm for many years, and he undoubtedly has numerous confidants in the demon realm. Furthermore, it won't be long before the demon realm invades the immortal realm again, if they coordinate their efforts. Take heed, he added. The 4 immortal emperors respectfully clasped their fists in gratitude. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively and remarked, It is of no concern. I am also of the human race. I cannot simply stand by and watch the demon race bully us. I shall take my leave. If you need to reach me, you may find me in the ancestral land of the dragon domain. With that, before the immortal emperors could respond, Chen Yu vanished from sight, leaving them exchanging bewildered glances. The starry sky immortal emperor sighed deeply, his face etched with melancholy. Who would have thought that the purple sky was indeed a member of the demon race? The radiant light immortal emperor, indignant, shook his fist and declared, He was never a good person. His death is a blessing. I only regret not being able to slay him myself. At that moment, the void immortal emperor suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, Oh no. The 3 immortal emperors beside him were startled by his sudden outburst. What is it? Why the alarm? The radiant light immortal emperor asked, puzzled. I forgot to borrow some life elixir from him. What a pity. The void immortal emperor slapped his thigh in dismay, casting a regretful glance at the direction where Chen Yu had disappeared. How could you even think of that? You must be out of your mind. The radiant light immortal emperor shivered at the recollection of the brutal scene from earlier. The starry sky immortal emperor shook his head helplessly and said, Well, he mentioned he was in the dragon domain, so we could just go borrow from him later. Then, with a hint of curiosity, he added, but I'm intrigued as to why he is in the dragon domain and what his relationship is with that old dragon. After pondering for a moment, the glazed glass immortal emperor remarked, "This individual is remarkably strong. Even the dragon ancestor would not be his match. Yet, there has been no news of a change in the leadership of the dragon domain. Thus, it is evident that he does not harbor ill intentions. At least for now, he is an ally to us. Sister Lioli, what should we do?" The radiant light, immortal emperor asked gravely, pointing towards the lifeless body of the purple sky immortal emperor not far away. "If word gets out that he met with foul play, the demon emperor will surely descend upon the immortal realm." Following the direction of the radiant light immortal emperor's finger, the glazed glass immortal emperor contemplated for a moment before turning to the void immortal emperor and said, "Void, let us incinerate him." The supreme celestial emperor, a master alchemist, possesses an extraordinary mastery over flames, complemented by the sixth-ranked Liao Lu celestial fire, capable of incinerating the corporeal form and soul of a late-stage celestial emperor entirely. He nodded thoughtfully, then gradually raised his hands, allowing celestial energy to flow around him. With his movements, the corpse of the Zixiao celestial emperor was engulfed in a fierce golden blaze, the flames ferocious and swiftly enveloping the body entirely. In mere moments, the remains of the Zixiao celestial emperor were reduced to ashes by the Liao Lu celestial fire. Let us proceed. It is imperative to swiftly uncover the spies of the demon clan, or else the celestial realm shall know no peace, spoke the Linglong celestial emperor, her expression laden with concern. The three celestial emperors nodded solemnly in agreement. Subsequently, the four vanished from their location, leaving only a layer of dust scattered by gentle breeze, gradually drifting towards various corners of the celestial realm. Chen Yu did not depart directly from the celestial realm, but instead soared towards the direction of the Xinglan celestial domain. At the Fusu celestial manor, Xian, what occupies your thoughts? He Shizhao inquired, her gaze filled with concern for Mu Chunxian, who sat silently on the stone steps before her. 3 years had passed, and He Shizhao had long since forged an unbreakable bond of friendship with Mu Chunxian, their relationship teetering on the edge of something deeper yet unfulfilled. Awakened by her voice, Mu Chunxian turned, forcing a smile as he replied, "I was not thinking of anything. What's wrong?" He Shizhao pouted, playfully chiding, "Liar. Whenever you have something on your mind, you sit here lost in thought, yet you claim there's nothing." With a sigh, Mu Chunxian cast his gaze towards the Yunling celestial mountain. "The life celestial dew has emerged. Brother, you must be contending for it now. I have heard that all the celestial emperors are gathered there. I fear for Brother Yu's safety, yet Master is currently in a closed-door meditation. I truly do not know what to do." He Shizhao grasped Mu Chenxuan's hand reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. Brother Yu is immensely powerful and will be fine." At that moment, the space behind them rippled unexpectedly, followed by a familiar voice. "Are you two secretly in love behind my back?" Startled, they both turned to see Chen Yu, their eyes widening in surprise as they exclaimed, "Brother Yu!" Mu Chenxian leaped from his spot and hurried towards Chen Yu, embracing him tightly. "You rascal, you've done well. You've gained some weight, and your cultivation has reached the Celestial King level. It seems that old Fusu has treated you well." Chen Yu remarked with satisfaction as he regarded Mu Chenxian. With his eyes glistening, Mu Chenxian felt a rush of emotions. Although they had been apart for just over 3 years, his thoughts had constantly lingered on Chen Yu and Ao Qing. "Why shed tears, you man?" Chen Yu said, bemused, as he lifted his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of Mu Chenxuan's eye. I'm not crying. It's just that some sand got in my eyes." Mu Chenxian quickly turned away, rubbing his reddened eyes. Then, turning back to Chen Yu with concern etched on his face, he asked, "Brother Yu, are you all right? With the life celestial dew emerging, you must be going to contend for it, right? That is only natural. It has already been obtained." Upon hearing this, Mu Chunxian gradually eased his anxious heart. "I am relieved to know you are well." He Shizhao, with a hint of grievance in her tone, complained to Chen Yu, "Brother Yu, you have no idea. Ever since you and Brother Ao left, Xian has been burdened with worries every day, and sometimes he even ignores me." Chen Yu, speechless, cast a sidelong glance at Mu Chunxian and remarked, "You little rascal. Why are you being so melancholic like a grown man? Brother Yu, what does emo mean? It refers to a feeling of sadness. Upon hearing this, Mu Chanxian bashfully lifted his hand to rub his nose. By the way, Brother Yu, where is Ao Qing? Chen Yu shook his head in response. He is in the dragon domain and did not return with me. Chapter 73. The soul-nourishing jade. Chen Yu surveyed his surroundings before inquiring, by the way, where has Fu Su gone? He seems absent from the celestial abode. Mu Chanxian shook his head in response, saying, Master has been in seclusion for nearly a year, and there has been no sign of him. With a flicker of his spirit, Chen Yu enveloped the entirety of Fu Su's celestial estate. Under the sweep of his formidable consciousness, every nook and cranny of the abode was laid bare. Soon, he discerned Fu Su, the celestial master, seated on the high platform of the back mountain. Yet, as Chen Yu beheld Fu Su's condition, a frown creased his brow. There, Fu Su sat cross-legged atop the dais, his form shrouded in a thick aura of deathly energy. This is dire. Chen Yu's brow furrowed deeply, and he vanished from his position without delay. Mu Chanxian and He Shizhao exchanged glances, bewilderment etched upon their faces as they perceived the urgency in Chen Yu's demeanor. Chen Yu reappeared before Fu Su. Instantly, he detected the source of Fu Su's malaise. A jade pendant hung from Fu Su's waist, suffused with a dense, malevolent energy. This dark essence surged violently into Fu Su, consuming his life force. Should Fu Su lose all vitality, the dark energy would seize control of his body, propelling him to transcend to the realm of the Celestial Emperor. Yet his form would be irrevocably reduced to a hollow shell, a mere puppet of the demon realm. Chen Yu raised his hand and snatched the pendant from Fu Su's waist, interrupting its insidious encroachment. He then produced a drop of life essence and flicked it into Fu Su's being. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped Fu Su, his previously waning life force surging back with vigor, and the oppressive, deathly energy began to dissipate. Before long, Fu Su stirred from his stupor. What? What has happened to me? He murmured. You are on the brink of death, Chen Yu retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Brother Yu, what are you doing here? Fu Su asked, bewildered. Chen Yu held up the jade pendant. Addressing Fu Su, you were attempting to ascend to the realm of the Celestial Emperor. But this pendant has been voraciously siphoning your life force, seeking to dominate your body. Had I arrived 2 days later, you would have surely perished. The thought sent a chill through Chen Yu. Had he truly delayed, Mu Chanxian and He Shizhao might have met their demise at Fu Su's hands. While Mu Chanxian had the pendant for communication, his trust in Fu Su might have led to his untimely end before he even had the chance to reach out. Fu Su's countenance was filled with disbelief as he processed Chen Yu's words. Why would this pendant consume my life force? It served me well before, aiding my cultivation and enhancing my abilities. There lies malevolent energy within the pendant. Feel it for yourself. With that, Chen Yu tossed the pendant toward Fu Su. Fu Su swiftly caught it, meticulously attuning to the energy emanating from a jade. Moments later, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Fu Su's eyes, and he crushed the pendant in his grip. This cursed thing! I nearly fell into the clutches of the demon race. The immortal master Fu Su gazed grimly at the shattered jade pendant on the ground, his heart filled with trepidation. Where did you acquire this jade pendant? After a moment of silence, he replied, This pendant is crafted from soul-nurturing jade, a gift from the purple celestial emperor. He claimed to have found it in a secret realm, but as an emperor of the celestial realm, it holds no value for him anymore. Hence he fashioned it into this pendant for me. This cannot stand. I must inform the purple celestial emperor. If he were to bestow this tainted pendant upon another, the consequences would be dire. With that, Fu Su prepared to rise and seek out the purple celestial emperor in the purple celestial domain. There's no need for that. He's already gone. Chen Yu interjected hastily, halting Fu Su's departure. Fu Su froze in place, confusion etched across his face. Why? He is dead. Fu Su was taken aback. Brother Yu, is it appropriate to speak thus of the celestial emperor? He cautioned gently. He truly is dead. I snapped his neck, Chen Yu stated flatly. Fu Su studied Chen Yu's expression, sensing no jest in his words, and cautiously inquired, Brother Yu, Why did you kill him? He was of the demon race, conspiring with them to harm humanity, revealing his murderous intent towards me, attempting to seize my life essence, and ambushing me. Tell me, which of these transgressions did not warrant his demise? Chen Yu replied nonchalantly. He was of the demon race. Fusu found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by disbelief. He had no doubt in Chen Yu's account, for such a figure was one that even the heavenly Tao regarded with caution. There was no reason for him to deceive someone of Fusu's stature. Yet, to think that a sovereign of the celestial realm was indeed of the demon race was utterly astonishing. As this realization dawned upon him, a fierce killing intent surged within Fusu's gaze. As an emperor, a being above countless others to think, he then turned his attention to Chen Yu. Concern etched on his features. Brother Yu, having slain the purple celestial emperor, what of the other celestial emperors? Have they taken any action against you? What could they do? I dealt with them as well, Chen Yu replied with a casual air, as if it were merely a trivial matter. Fusu's lips twitched involuntarily. He had a profound understanding of Chen Yu's ferocity. At that moment, he felt a tinge of sympathy for the other celestial emperors. Stabilize your realm and prepare for a breakthrough. You still have unabsorbed life essence within you, sufficient for you to ascend to the celestial emperor level, Fusu remarked, realizing the abundance of energy still residing within him. He then turned his astonished gaze upon Chen Yu. Brother Yu, how did you come to possess so much life essence? Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. It's of no concern. I have plenty more. Focus on your cultivation. I shall guard you from the outside. With that, Chen Yu departed the back mountain. Fusu watched Chen Yu's retreating figure, his heart swelling with gratitude, and his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He found it hard to believe Chen Yu's claims. Such rare treasures were not something one could possess in abundance. He never anticipated the profound significance he held in Chen Yu's heart, to the extent that he readily entrusted him with the life elixir without a moment's hesitation. Contemplating this, Master Fu Su's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. He silently vowed not to disappoint Chen Yu's expectations, committing himself to diligent cultivation so that he could one day assist Chen Yu. Taking a deep breath, Master Fu Su settled into a cross-legged position and began to slowly refine the life elixir with focused energy. Chen Yu returned to the side of Mu Chunxian and found a comfortable spot to lie down. Observing this, Mu Chunxian hurriedly inquired, Brother Yu, what happened? Chen Yu, with his eyes closed, waved his hand dismissively and replied, Nothing to worry about. It has all been resolved. Now, we simply await the outcome. Chapter 74. The tribulation of the immortal emperor, He Shizhao, tilted her head in confusion and inquired, Wait? Wait for what? Wait for Fu Su to break through to the immortal emperor, Chen Yu replied nonchalantly. The two were momentarily stunned, then joyfully exclaimed, Master, the Lord, is about to break through to the immortal emperor. What's wrong? Don't you two know? Chen Yu cast a glance at Mu Chunxian and He Shizhao, only to see them shaking their heads in unison, their little heads bobbing like a pair of rattles. Master only told me he was going into seclusion. He never mentioned breaking through to the immortal emperor realm. Perhaps the Lord wishes to surprise us? Hearing this, Chen Yu could only shake his head in resignation. That old rascal. Immediately, Mu Chunxian dashed out of Fu Su's immortal manor and returned with 3 reclining chairs and a table. The 3 of them comfortably reclined in their chairs, sipping immortal wine and munching on sunflower seeds. However, feeling quite mischievous, Mu Chunxian and He Shizhao began to pester Chen Yu, urging him to recount his experiences with A.O. Qing over the past few years. With no other choice, Chen Yu slowly shared the events of the past years, including A.O. Qing's return to her ancestral roots and his own acceptance of 2 peak immortal emperors as his subordinates. Yet, he refrained from mentioning matters concerning the demon realm, for Mu Chunxian and He Shizhao were still too inexperienced. Knowing too much might prove detrimental. As they listened, Mu Chunxian and He Shizhao's eyes widened in astonishment, their gazes toward Chen Yu filled with admiration. Who would have thought that A.O. Qing was from the dragon clan of the demon realm? This was utterly astonishing. Brother, you had actually taken two peak immortal emperors as his younger brothers. How impressive! As time passed, a powerful aura far exceeding that of the immortal sovereign began to emanate from the back mountain. This formidable presence was none other than Fu Su, the immortal sovereign. He had nearly grasped the threshold of the immortal emperor realm, with only one final push remaining. Gradually, the aura intensified, and his cultivation continued to rise until it brushed against that threshold. "Break for me!" With a furious roar, Fu Su unleashed the full force of his aura. Chen Yu, sensing the shift in energy, suddenly opened his eyes wide, a smile of gratification gracing his lips. He had broken through. Mu Chanxian and He Shizhao, upon hearing the news, leaped excitedly from their chairs, their eyes glimmering with enthusiasm. "Wonderful!" Seeing their exuberance, Chen Yu remarked leisurely, "Don't get too ahead of yourselves. It's not over yet." "Why not?" The two looked at him in confusion. To break through to the immortal emperor realm, one must endure the immortal emperor tribulation. Only after Fu Su survives the tribulation can he truly become an immortal emperor. Upon hearing this, the two nodded in realization, returning to their seats while silently praying for Fu Su to overcome the heavenly tribulation. "Brother Yu, do you think Master can withstand the tribulation?" Mu Chenxian asked curiously. "He can," was Chen Yu's succinct reply. Though it was merely a single word, it granted Mu Chenxian and He Shizhao a profound sense of reassurance. At this moment, the rear mountain was suddenly illuminated with a brilliant radiance, a colossal beam of light soaring into the heavens, while the surrounding space disintegrated in an instant. The skies above the Fusu immortal mansion darkened ominously without warning, as swirling black clouds gathered, and streaks of purple lightning danced menacingly within them, emitting a chilling roar. Mu Chanxian and He Shizhao clenched their fists tightly, their eyes fixed intently on the direction of the rear mountain. This violent commotion drew the attention and scrutiny of countless powerful beings in the vicinity. Even the 5 great immortal emperors, situated tens of thousands of miles away, seemed to sense something amiss, their gazes converging upon the location of the Fusu immortal mansion. "Did you feel that?" The Taishu immortal emperor inquired of the other immortal emperors. The Xianzhou immortal emperor silently calculated for a moment before smiling and stating, "It is Fusu undergoing the immortal emperor tribulation. It seems our immortal realm is about to witness the emergence of a new peak power. It is a pity for Zixiao. Otherwise, he would have been one of the 7 immortal emperors," the Xinglan immortal emperor lamented. "Humph, I find no sorrow in that whatsoever. Zixiao deserved his fate." "Fusu's character far surpasses that of Zixiao," retorted the Yaoguang immortal emperor defiantly. Meanwhile, the Liuli immortal emperor remained silent, her expression calm as still water. Yet, within her heart, she felt immense joy at the prospect of Fusu ascending to the realm of immortal emperor. As the immortal emperors observed Fusu's tribulation from across the realms, a thunderous boom erupted. The first bolt of lightning, resembling a dragon, struck down fiercely upon the mountain where Fusu stood. In an instant, radiant light flashed like an explosion, the high platform crumbling under such terrifying force, shattering into countless pieces, debris and dust flying in all directions. Fusu's figure appeared hazy amid the swirling dust. Following closely, the second and third bolts of lightning descended in rapid succession. The entire rear mountain became enveloped in the brilliance of this lightning, as the once lush forest and flora were instantaneously reduced to barren ground, transformed into a desolate wasteland. Though Fusu's expression was not as strained as one might imagine, it was far from easy. Veins bulged on his forehead, sweat streamed down his cheeks, and his lips turned pale. He valiantly resisted the numbing effects of the tribulation lightning, persistently channeling his inner immortal power, swiftly forming a robust shield around himself to deflect the onslaught. Each bolt of lightning that struck left deep scars upon that unyielding shield, which gradually dimmed in luminosity. As time passed, the power of the heavenly tribulation intensified. The roiling black clouds seemed to grow enraged, becoming even more violent and fierce, as if they aimed to consume the entire world. Yet, Fusu showed no signs of retreat. He roared amidst the flashes of light, continually pushing his limits. At last, the final bolt of the heavenly tribulation, the true immortal Emperor Tribulation, was imminent. A powerful and unsettling rumble resonated through the sky. Within the tribulation clouds, the originally purple lightning began to transform into gold, weaving through the black clouds as if preparing to unleash a cataclysmic final strike upon the world. The celestial sovereign Fu Su gazed resolutely at the heavens, and in an instant, he rose to his feet, channeling all of his celestial energy back within. Subsequently, he vanished into the sky, evidently preparing to confront the celestial emperor's tribulation with his physical prowess. This spectacle left all observers utterly astonished. Even the distant celestial emperors were taken aback by Fu Su's audacity. What could Fu Su be contemplating? Tai Su widened his eyes in disbelief as he witnessed the scene unfold. Starry Wave, the celestial emperor, furrowed his brow in contemplation, speculating that Fu Su intended to transcend to the realm of the celestial emperor through sheer physical strength. This seems exceedingly perilous. Yao Guang, the celestial emperor, clenched her fists, anxiously watching Fu Su's actions. Such a thing has never been heard of. May he succeed. Meanwhile, Xianzhou, the celestial emperor, silently performed calculations, attempting to divine the heavens, yet found himself enveloped in uncertainty. Chapter 75. The immortal Emperor Fusu, however. The secrets of heaven have been obscured by the celestial order. Even the Xianzhou immortal emperor, employing arcane techniques, could not ascertain whether the immortal Emperor Fusu could succeed. The previously tranquil countenance of the Lioli immortal emperor now bore a trace of concern. Brother Yu, is this truly how the immortal emperor intends to transcend? Mu Chenxian inquired, pointing at the immortal master Fusu in bewilderment. Chen Yu's lips curled into a faint smile, his surprise evident at Fusu's audacious actions. Fusu planned to confront the heavenly tribulation with his physical form, utilizing the power of his corporeal body to ascend to the realm of a mortal emperor. A bold endeavor indeed. Mu Chenxian and He Shizhao felt a wave of unease wash over them. Brother Yu, will our master be all right? Mu Chenxuan's gaze remained fixed on the immortal master Fusu above, his heart heavy with anxiety. We can only await his fate. Fear not, he should prevail. If not, I shall intervene, Chen Yu reassured, willing to assist Fusu even in the event of failure, particularly for Mu Chenxuan's sake. However, such a misfortune would likely impose limitations on Fusu's future, significantly diminishing his fortune and profoundly affecting his state of mind. While ascending to the pinnacle of a mortal emperor might still be achievable, entering the divine realm would become unattainable. At this moment, immortal master Fusu cast aside all risks, staring fearlessly at the impending tribulation above. His gaze was resolute, seemingly dismissing the heavenly wrath. The tribulation, sensing the disdain with which it was regarded, began to roar and surge violently. The deafening sound echoed through the cosmos, causing the entire realm of immortals to tremble in fear. In an instant, a colossal bolt of golden lightning, imbued with cataclysmic force, descended like an enraged ancient beast from the depths of the ominous clouds. Immortal Master Fusu tilted his head back and howled to the heavens, his vital essence billowing like smoke as his muscular physique radiated a brilliant golden light, boldly confronting the bolt of tribulation. Boom! It was as if an invisible titan had struck down upon the world, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that radiated outward from Fusu. Onlookers in the distance felt an overwhelming force rushing towards them, with many weaker immortals being thrown thousands of miles away, spitting blood from the impact. Upon contact with Fusu's corporeal form, countless tiny arcs of electricity slithered across his skin like ethereal serpents, crackling violently. Fusu grunted, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, his eyes burned with fervor. Fists clenched, he strained to support his body, unwaveringly gazing at the heavens. Just then, 3 more bolts of tribulation lightning descended simultaneously from the depths of the ominous clouds, intertwining to form a massive net of lightning that enveloped immortal Master Fusu. Brother Yu, what is happening? Why are there more tribulations? Mu Xian exclaimed in panic, clutching his garments so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his palms. His eyes locked onto the immortal Master Fusu in the sky. Do not be anxious. This is the convergence of the Celestial Emperor's tribulation. Due to Master Fusu's formidable physical strength, the heavenly Tao has taken notice, resulting in this extraordinary scene. Should he successfully navigate this ordeal, his future prospects will be boundless. At this moment, however, the Celestial Emperors were utterly astonished. What is this situation? Why does the tribulation persist? And why has it grown even more formidable? The Emperor of the Void inquired with confusion. No one throughout history has ever withstood such a tribulation solely with their physical form. The Emperor of Starry Waves shook his head in awe, his gaze toward Master Fusu filled with admiration. Under the constraint of the thunderous net, Master Fusu's body began to tremble slightly, fine cracks appearing on his skin, blood seeping forth. Yet he gritted his teeth, unleashing a furious roar. As the sound of cracking bones echoed throughout, his muscles swelling once more. "Break for me!" Master Fusu thrust his hands upward with great force, a brilliant golden light enveloping him, as he endeavored to tear apart the thunderous web. With a resounding whoosh, the golden radiance was instantly shattered by Master Fusu, the cracks gradually fracturing from the bottom upward. The world began to settle into tranquility, the storm clouds above ceasing their tumult. Before long, the heavenly tribulation began to dissipate gently. Suddenly, a resplendent golden beam of light shot down from the heavens, enveloping Master Fusu. Within this luminous cocoon, Master Fusu's aura underwent a monumental transformation, an overwhelming celestial pressure emanating from him. He had succeeded. Chen Yu gazed serenely at the celestial figure of Master Fusu above, a faint smile gracing his lips. Mu Chen and He Shi Zhao, witnessing the event, embraced each other in excitement, feeling invigorated as if they themselves had achieved a breakthrough. He succeeded. Master Fusu has successfully transcended the Celestial Emperor's tribulation. The Emperor of Mysterious Cycles exclaimed with fervor. The other 4 Celestial Emperors breathed a sigh of relief, smiles breaking upon their faces. At that moment, the Emperor of Glazed Light spoke up. "Let us go and offer our congratulations." The 4 Celestial Emperors nodded eagerly and hastened to follow. As a golden beam gradually faded away, Master Fusu's figure descended slowly from the heavens. His attire was tattered and torn, yet his wounds had completely healed, leaving not a trace of scar. His body trembled slightly, exuding an aura of strength and resilience born from trials endured. Master Fusu slowly opened his eyes, their gaze sharp and profound. He surveyed his surroundings, as if encompassing the entirety of the celestial realm within his sight. From this day forth, I am Fusu, also known as the Celestial Emperor Fusu. His voice resonated like the tolling of a bell throughout the cosmos, echoing across the entire celestial realm. Henceforth, he would stand at the pinnacle of the celestial realm as the revered Celestial Emperor Fusu. All hail the Celestial Emperor Fusu. All hail the Celestial Emperor Fusu. All hail the Celestial Emperor Fusu. The voices of the multitude reverberated throughout the celestial realm, each pair of eyes filled with admiration and reverence for the Celestial Emperor Fusu. At that moment, 5 figures emerged from the void. "Fusu, congratulations. Congratulations to you, Fusu. In the celestial realm, we have welcomed a new leader, which is indeed a cause for celebration." The 5 Celestial Emperors smiled broadly as they bowed respectfully to Emperor Fusang. In turn, Emperor Fusang raised his hand and responded with a warm smile, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, everyone." Subsequently, Emperor Liuli proposed, "Fusang, it is time for you to have your own domain. From now on, the Zixiao Celestial Domain shall be renamed the Fusang Celestial Domain, and you will govern it. What do you think?" After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Fusang nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well." Observing that Emperor Fusang did not appear surprised, Emperor Yaoguang curiously inquired, "Fusang, are you aware of the matters concerning Zixiao?" Emperor Fusang nodded and replied, "I am aware." The others exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly questioning whether the others had spoken of the same. Ultimately, Emperor Yaoguang could not contain his curiosity and asked, Fusong, how did you come to know this? I was informed, he replied. Chapter 76. The soul-viewing mirror. As the words fell, a familiar figure silently appeared beside the crowd. Everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, and upon recognizing Chen Yu's visage, they stood frozen in place. The Xianzhou immortal emperor hurriedly began to channel his celestial energy, preparing to flee. However, Chen Yu merely extended a finger and lightly touched the air, instantly immobilizing the Xianzhou immortal emperor, rendering him unable to move. Why run? I won't harm you, Chen Yu remarked. The Xianzhou immortal emperor wiped the sweat from his brow and awkwardly laughed. Just instinctive reaction. Do you know Dao's friend Fu Su? Inquired the Liuli immortal emperor, curiosity evident in his tone. Both Chen Yu and the Fu Su immortal emperor nodded in unison. Fu Su scratched his head and slowly spoke. My disciple was brought here by Brother Yu. Initially, I underestimated him and ended up in a scuffle, only to be knocked down by a single punch. The crowd collectively swallowed hard upon hearing this. No need to elaborate. We all understand. Fu Su, since you are already aware of the situation with Zishao, please refrain from disseminating information regarding the domain planning for the time being. Our immediate priority is to swiftly uncover the demonic spies. I hope you can comprehend this. The Liuli immortal emperor stated, seemingly addressing Fu Su while discreetly glancing at Chen Yu, anxious that Chen Yu might disagree with her viewpoint. Fu Su nodded gravely, responding, I understand, though I did not anticipate that the Zishao immortal emperor could conceal himself so profoundly. The other immortal emperors fell silent, their hearts heavy. They had spent the most time in contact with the Zishao immortal emperor, and had it not been for Chen Yu, they would have remained blissfully ignorant of the deception. The consequences at that point would have been dire. Suddenly, Fu Su posed a question. How do you all intend to search for the demonic spies? The group shook their heads, and the Xinglan immortal emperor spoke solemnly. We currently lack leads and can only begin our investigation with Zizhao's trusted aides. If that proves fruitless, we will have to rely on Xianzhou to deduce further. That seems to be an excessively lengthy process, not to mention the costs of Xianzhou's calculations. If the demons are already on guard and capable of shielding themselves from heavenly secrets, wouldn't all our efforts be futile? Fu Su expressed his concerns, frowning uneasily. Alas, we have no better alternatives. The immortal emperors collectively shook their heads in resignation. After pondering for a moment, Fu Su's mind suddenly sparked with an idea. He directed his gaze slowly towards Chen Yu, his eyes filled with anticipation. Brother Yu, a crisp, rough, yet familiar voice abruptly echoed in Chen Yu's ears. Chen Yu thought, the memories of the past life are assaulting me. He pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation, a chill coursing through him. Did I owe you something in my previous life? Spare me the discomfort. With that, Chen Yu waved his hand, and a mirror floated out from his storage ring, gently gliding before the assembly. The soul-viewing mirror, an artifact capable of piercing through any barrier to directly probe into souls, be they human, demon, or spirit, was now revealed. The crowd's eyes lit up, and the Liuli immortal emperor eagerly seized it. What a marvelous treasure! The glazed immortal emperor curiously examined the mirror in his hand and asked in confusion, what grade of treasure is this? Chen Yu shook his head and replied, it is unranked. Its sole function is to peer into the soul, crafted by a reclusive nerd with too much time on his hands. This reclusive individual, as mentioned by Chen Yu, was a peak artifact master of the divine realm, and the soul-peering mirror was created during his moments of boredom, intended for admiring his own extraordinary visage. At that time, Chen Yu sought his assistance in forging an artifact, and upon leaving, he discovered the mirror's peculiar nature and thus borrowed it. Eventually, the artifact master was furious, lamenting that Chen Yu would routinely borrow a piece of his work, culminating in the audacity to take even a useless mirror. In his rage, the artifact master posted a notice at his door, no entry for Chen Yu and his dog. Reflecting on this, a faint smile crept onto Chen Yu's lips as he murmured to himself, I do miss him a bit. Brother Yu, are you yearning for old Jia's artifacts? Shut up. Am I that kind of person? At that moment, the Taishu immortal emperor, observing the effectiveness of this tactic, mischievously emulated the earlier mannerisms of the Fusu immortal lord, calling out in a robust voice, "Brother, you get lost." Chen Yu raised his leg and playfully kicked the Taishu immortal emperor. "Ah, I will return." The kick was perfectly measured, and the Taishu immortal emperor was enthusiastically sent back to the Taishu immortal domain. The glazed immortal emperor rubbed his temples in exasperation before turning gratefully to Chen Yu, solemnly stating, "Friend, I thank you for all that you have done for the immortal realm. On behalf of countless beings, Glazed expresses my gratitude." With that, the glazed immortal emperor deeply bowed, his head nearly touching his knees, presenting a perfect 90-degree angle. Though Chen Yu harbored no animosity towards the immortal realm, his significant contributions were evident, reflecting the profound gratitude held by the glazed immortal emperor. Observing this, the other immortal emperors, including the Fusu immortal emperor, also bowed deeply to Chen Yu. "Rest assured, my friend, we will return the soul-peering mirror after our use." The glazed immortal emperor regarded Chen Yu with earnestness. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of little consequence. At that moment, the Xinglan immortal emperor smilingly suggested, "Friend, might you have some time now? Why not join us at our celestial holy hall for a visit?" The other immortal emperors looked at Chen Yu, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chen Yu turned to the side, where Mu Chunxian and He Shizhao stood, beckoning them over. The two hurriedly summoned their celestial power to join the group. "Let's go together." The Fusu immortal emperor, upon seeing his disciple, beamed with delight and teasingly said to Mu Chunxian, "My dear disciple, do you miss your master?" Hearing this, Mu Chunxuan's lips twitched, but he still replied, "Congratulations, master, on breaking through to the immortal emperor realm. Fusu, this is your disciple, indeed a fine talent." The Xinglan immortal emperor remarked with a hint of envy as he gazed at Mu Chunxian. The Fusu immortal emperor proudly raised his head and replied, "Indeed." The celestial emperor Yao Wang could not refrain from expressing his thoughts. "Is it not thanks to Brother Yu that you have received such a talented disciple?" The celestial emperor Fusu cast a furtive glance at Chen Yu and retorted, "That is a testament to my exemplary guidance. In just 3 years, my disciple has ascended from the realm of human immortals to the pinnacle of the immortal kings." At that moment, He Shizhao timidly raised her hand and remarked, "Master, when you first entered seclusion, a Xian was merely at the pinnacle of true immortal, unlike Ao Qing, who possessed formidable physical strength. Mu Chunxian had always been subjected to rigorous physical training under the tutelage of the celestial Emperor Fusu. Remarkably, Mu Chunxian demonstrated exceptional diligence, achieving physical power comparable to that of immortal kings in a mere year." Chapter 77. The Enlightenment Tea after the immortal Emperor Fusu entered seclusion. Mu Chunxuan's cultivation soared like a rocket, ascending from the pinnacle of true immortality directly to the zenith of immortal kings. Witnessing his plans unravel, Fusu's expression instantly froze. His gaze towards He Shizhao filled with profound resentment. What an outrageous truth! The immortal Emperor Yaoguang couldn't help but clutch his belly in laughter, exclaiming, "So, it seems that as a master, his influence on his disciples' cultivation is quite significant. Ha, ha, ha." The immortal Emperor Xinglan quickly interjected, chuckling, "All right, let us not linger here any longer. Let us proceed to the Hall of Immortals." Everyone nodded in agreement, and they vanished from their location. In the Hall of Immortals, both Fusu and Mu Chunxian entered, curiously surveying the grandeur of the hall. This was Fusu's first visit to the Hall of Immortals. From its inception, the hall had numerous regulations, one of which was that anyone whose cultivation did not reach the immortal emperor realm was strictly forbidden to step even half a foot inside. This rule was established by the first-generation immortal emperor, and subsequent immortal emperors had adhered to it without exception. However, today was an exception. Due to Chen Yu's invitation, Mu Chunxian and Fusu were allowed into the hall, and the other immortal emperors found it difficult to refuse. Furthermore, they were indifferent to the regulations set by their predecessors. For them, as long as the immortal realm remained peaceful, they could indulge in their pleasures without concern. Of course, if the immortal Emperor Zixiao were present, he would likely have expelled the two immediately. Moreover, Zixiao's temperament was notoriously poor, relying on his profound cultivation. He often made a show of power in the Zixiao immortal domain, imposing unreasonable rules that drove many away, resulting in a sparse population in his realm. The other immortal emperors refrained from criticizing him, though the immortal emperor Liuli occasionally admonished him to exercise restraint. Yet, Zixiao merely offered a perfunctory nod, his behavior remaining unchanged. The other immortal emperors largely neglected the management of their domains, allowing their subordinates to handle affairs. This was particularly true for the Xianzhou immortal domain, as the Xianzhou immortal emperor spent most of his time in cultivation, striving to recover his lost cultivation and lifespan. Consequently, he hardly managed his domain, to the extent that even his subordinates were beginning to forget his appearance. After admiring the Hall of Immortals, Chen Yu and the others followed the immortal emperors towards the reception room. Once everyone was seated, the immortal emperor Yaoguang presented tea. "You are in for a treat. This is tea from the enlightenment tea tree, exceedingly rare. It takes nearly 100,000 years to yield such a small vial of tea. We usually hesitate to indulge in it ourselves." As he spoke with a twinge of regret, he poured tea for everyone. Mu Chunxian, intrigued, inquired, "Isn't this merely tea? Why is it so precious?" He Shi Zhao, whose family operated an auction house and was well-versed in valuable items, exclaimed in astonishment, "I never expected the enlightenment tea tree to be here." Subsequently, she explained to Mu Chunxian, "The enlightenment tea tree is a renowned treasure of heaven and earth in the immortal realm. It appears that only a single specimen exists. Its effects are truly astounding. It not only aids in attaining enlightenment and supports cultivation, but also stabilizes one's Tao heart and enhances comprehension of the laws of nature and the path of cultivation. It is a coveted treasure for all immortals." Mu Chunxian nodded, somewhat understanding. "What a knowledgeable little sister." The Yaoguang immortal emperor glanced in surprise at He Zhao. Upon hearing this, He Zhao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she smiled shyly. After brewing the tea, the Yaoguang immortal emperor placed the cup in front of everyone. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air, akin to a clear spring flowing, swiftly enveloping the entire reception room. The tea's fragrance was fresh and elegant, yet rich and aromatic, instantly uplifting one's spirit just by inhaling its scent. Both Mu Chunxian and He Zhao felt an uncontrollable surge of celestial energy within them, as if their cultivation could break through at any moment. Eagerly, they lifted their cups to their noses, inhaling deeply before downing the tea in one swift motion. In an instant, a powerful energy surged through them like crashing waves, with their celestial powers erupting uncontrollably. Close your eyes, concentrate, and carefully sense the power of the enlightenment tea, Chen Yu instructed firmly. The two, not daring to hesitate, immediately shut their eyes and devoted themselves to circulating their celestial energy to feel the internal force. Chen Yu raised his right hand and gently waved it, producing a soft glow that formed a transparent shield around them, isolating them from all external perceptions, allowing them to immerse themselves fully in their cultivation. After completing this, Chen Yu leisurely lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. As the tea flowed down his throat, a subtle aroma filled his mouth and nose, invigorating him. The Liuli immortal emperor observed Chen Yu's actions and smiled slightly, inquiring, "My friend, how do you find this enlightenment tea?" Chen Yu slowly set down his cup, nodded gently, and replied, "It is quite good, though the age could be better. It holds no efficacy for me." "The age could be better?" The Xinglan immortal emperor gazed at him in disbelief. This was tea aged for 100,000 years, already considered a top-tier vintage in the immortal realm. Even a peak immortal emperor would benefit from just a sip. Yet, such a divine treasure seemed to lack significance in Chen Yu's eyes. "Your realm is indeed unfathomable." The Liuli immortal emperor couldn't help but exclaim. The Xianzhou immortal emperor, curious, looked at Chen Yu and asked, "Brother Yu, may I inquire about your current cultivation level?" At this moment, the Xianzhou immortal emperor could not discern any information regarding Chen Yu. Previously, he could sense Chen Yu's unparalleled terror through secret arts. However, now, he could glean no insight whatsoever, were it not for Chen Yu's presence. He might even question the very existence of such a person. Chen Yu calmly uttered 2 words, divine realm. The attendees exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend his declaration. Only the glazed immortal emperor and the starry immortal emperor trembled at the sound of those 2 words, their eyes betraying a hint of barely perceptible astonishment. Chen Yu astutely detected the shock reflected in their gazes, and then remarked with a smile, "You both must sense it as well, do you not?" The glazed immortal emperor and the starry immortal emperor exchanged glances and nodded in unison. The atmosphere in the reception hall instantly became tense. Although the other immortal emperors were unaware of the unfolding events, they keenly sensed the unease emanating from the glazed and starry immortal emperors. The Xianzhou immortal emperor furrowed his brow, his gaze darting between Chen Yu, the glazed immortal emperor, and the starry immortal emperor, before finally unable to restrain himself from inquiring, "What exactly is the divine realm? Why are we left in ignorance?" Chapter 78. He Shizhao becomes a disciple. The starry wave immortal emperor shook his head and remarked, "I am uncertain as well. Ever since I reached the pinnacle of immortal emperor, the words divine realm continuously surface in my mind." The glazed immortal emperor nodded in agreement and added, "Indeed, it feels as though I am being guided, yet when I attempt to comprehend it, I find myself utterly lost." Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively turned their gaze toward Chen Yu, seemingly hoping to glean answers from him. Chen Yu leisurely sipped his tea, his fingertips tapping lightly on the table, sending forth an imperceptible wave that seemed to halt time itself, leaving only the faint aroma of tea wafting through the reception room. The pinnacle of the immortal emperor represents the zenith of the immortal realm, yet it also serves as the threshold to the divine realm, an existence unbound by the laws of heaven and earth, where one can create worlds with a mere thought or obliterate galaxies with a flick of the wrist. These seemingly concise statements left all present in a state of astonishment, rendered speechless. To create worlds with a thought. The glazed immortal emperor's expression turned grave as he murmured Chen Yu's words under his breath. The Yao Guang immortal emperor, holding her teacup, trembled slightly, her eyes filled with awe. Does that imply that beings of the divine realm are akin to creators? Chen Yu shook his head and smiled. Not quite. At least, the weaker deities cannot accomplish such feats. The divine realm is also classified into tiers. Once you reach that realm, you will understand its mysteries. An unusual silence enveloped the reception room. The events of the day had indeed shattered the worldviews of the assembled immortal emperors. They had previously believed that the pinnacle of the immortal emperor was the summit of existence, with countless years of lifespan, granting them immortality as long as they did not perish. Little did they expect that the revelations brought forth by Chen Yu today would completely dismantle their understanding. A hint of fatigue flickered in the starry wave immortal emperor's eyes as he sighed deeply. Alas, the road ahead is fraught with challenges. What's this? Are you already disheartened? Chen Yu teased, his gaze playful. The starry wave immortal emperor shook his head in resignation, but then, with renewed determination, responded with a smile. Not at all. I am merely astonished. On the contrary, I find myself filled with anticipation for the divine realm. True to his status as an immortal emperor, the starry wave immortal emperor swiftly adjusted his mindset, showcasing remarkable psychological resilience. At that moment, Mu Chunxian and He Shizhao, enclosed within the protective barrier, opened their eyes in astonishment. Their auras had become significantly more refined and powerful. He Shizhao, who had initially been at the early stage of the Immortal King realm, broke through to the pinnacle of the Immortal King realm after the Enlightenment Tea's baptism. Meanwhile, Mu Chunxian ascended directly from the peak of the Immortal King realm to the Immortal Emperor realm. As the barrier gradually dissipated, the Fusuo Immortal Emperor proudly patted Mu Chinchuan's shoulder, exclaiming, "Truly my disciple, destined for greatness." At that moment, the glazed Immortal Emperor's gaze slowly fell upon He Shizhao. She regarded the young girl before her, feeling an unusual stir within her heart. Although He Shizhao's cultivation talent did not rival that of Mu Chinxian, she was nonetheless a remarkable genius within the immortal realm. The glazed Immortal Emperor, known for her aloofness and ascetic nature, had always shunned interpersonal interactions. It was precisely for this reason that she had never taken on a disciple. In the present moment, as the proud, Fusu immortal emperor gazed upon his disciple, a twinge of envy inevitably stirred within the heart of the Linglong immortal emperor. The Lu Li immortal emperor, with a voice tinged with a certain chill, yet imbued with a unique significance, softly inquired, "Do you have a master?" He Shi Zhao, taken aback by the question, respectfully replied, "Esteemed immortal emperor, I am a student of the Fusu immortal palace. Thus, it appears you have yet to take a master, correct?" "Yes." The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, their faces filled with confusion. Lu Li immortal emperor fixed her gaze upon He Shi Zhao's eyes and slowly articulated, "Then would you be willing to take me as your master?" At this pronouncement, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, staring incredulously at the Linglong immortal emperor. "Did I hear incorrectly? Sister Lu Li intends to accept a disciple," exclaimed the Yao Guang immortal emperor, nearly leaping from her seat in excitement, enthusiastically patting the Xian Zhou immortal emperor, who winced in pain from her exuberance. "Ah, that hurts. Easy now," he protested, grimacing as he clutched his arm. Fusu immortal emperor quickly regained his composure and discreetly gestured to He Shi Zhao, seemingly urging her to respond promptly. Initially at a loss, He Shi Zhao's confusion evaporated upon seeing Fusu immortal emperor's expression, replaced by an indescribable thrill. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely stepped forward and knelt respectfully before Lu Li immortal emperor. "I, Shi Zhao, am willing." Disciple pays respects to master. Instantly, a radiant smile graced Lu Li immortal emperor's exquisite countenance as she hastily replied, "Rise. From this day forth, you shall be my first disciple. Should I falter in any way in the future, I hope you will be forgiving." He Shi Zhao, flustered, waved her hands in denial. "No, no, no, master. That should be my words." With a calm demeanor, Lu Li immortal emperor responded nonchalantly, "It matters not. This is my first experience as a mentor, and I lack experience. In the days to come, do not feel constrained. Let us regard each other as sisters." He Shi Zhao felt a peculiar sensation. "Didn't I just take a master? Why has a sister suddenly appeared?" Nevertheless, she quickly nodded in agreement. "Oh, understood. Disciple comprehends." Yao Guang, immortal emperor, stifled a laugh. "Shi Zhao, worry not. Sister Lu Li is just like that. In due time, you will grow accustomed to it." Then, Yao Guang, immortal emperor, rose in excitement, eagerly addressing the assembly. "What a splendid day this is! First, Fusa breaks through to become an immortal emperor, then Brother Yu generously bestows treasures, and now Sister Lu Li takes on a disciple. Let's celebrate." Both Tai Su and Xianzhou immortal emperors nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Fusu immortal emperor, Mu Chunxian, and He Shi Zhao turned their gazes toward Chen Yu. However, Chen Yu shook his head and replied, "I must return to the dragon domain shortly, perhaps another time." Having acquired the life immortal dew, he needed it to forge a foundation for Mu Qingning. Moreover, the dragon ancestor has entered a secluded state, leaving the dragon domain temporarily devoid of its most formidable guardians. He cannot afford to be away from the dragon domain for too long. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he must be able to intervene swiftly. Upon hearing this, the assembly cast regretful glances at Chen Yu. The glazed immortal emperor reassured, "Do not worry. We shall certainly visit our friend in the dragon domain when the opportunity arises." Subsequently, the glazed immortal emperor turned to the other immortal emperors, his expression grave, and declared, "Currently, there are still agents of the demon clan infiltrating the immortal realm. We must not let our guard down. It is imperative that we identify them without delay." The assembly nodded solemnly in agreement. At that moment, Mu Chunxian, with a face full of anticipation, looked at Chen Yu and inquired, "Brother Yu, may I accompany you to the dragon domain for a few days of leisure?" Chapter 79. The little world. Chen Yu cast a glance at the immortal emperor Fu Su, then nodded affirmatively. He subsequently directed his gaze towards He Shi Zhao, the implication unmistakable. "Will you go?" He Shi Zhao, sensing the situation, felt an immediate urgency to express her desire to accompany them. However, a sudden realization struck her. Having just pledged herself as a disciple to the glazed immortal emperor, it seemed rather inappropriate to leave her side so soon. Thus, she reluctantly closed her mouth, filled with regret. The glazed immortal emperor, perceiving He Zhao's thoughts, smiled reassuringly. You may go without concern. Besides, I may not be free during this time. I will come to fetch you from the dragon domain once I am done with my tasks. Thank you, master. He Zhao could not contain her excitement and embraced the glazed immortal emperor. The latter, with a hint of indulgence in her gaze, gently patted He Zhao's head. Chen Yu rose to his feet, and with a flicker of thought, the space before him was abruptly torn asunder, revealing a slowly materializing void passage. Let us proceed. Mu Chen and the others waved goodbye to the assembled immortal emperors before swiftly following Chen Yu into the passage. In the dragon domain, the ancestral land, Ao Qing lay languidly in Chen Yu's villa, a void divine beast resting upon his chest. Little one, Brother Yu has been gone for several days now. When do you think he will return? The void divine beast blinked at Ao Qing, seemingly indicating its own uncertainty. Grandfather is in seclusion, and Brother Yu has vanished as well. How utterly tedious. Ao Qing lamented as he reclined on a lounge chair. Ao Qing. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, belonging to Long Li. Ao Qing perked up and shouted, I'm here. Come in. Long Li opened the door and entered. I searched everywhere for you. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. She settled beside Ao Qing and skillfully took the void divine beast from his embrace. Little one, did you miss your sister? Long Li beamed, cradling the void divine beast. Her little head nestled against it as she took a deep breath. The void divine beast whined softly, extending its tongue to lick Long Li's delicate face in a warm response. Did you miss me? I missed you too. Long Li lifted her head to look at Ao Qing and inquired, What are you doing here? Where's Brother Yu? Ao Qing shook his head helplessly and replied, I don't know. It's been several days since I last saw Brother Yu. I was worried the little one would be bored, so I came to keep it company. At that moment, the void divine beast suddenly perked up, leaping from Long Li's arms and gazing warily at the sky. What's the matter, little one? Long Li and Ao Qing exchanged puzzled glances. As the void divine beast detected a familiar aura, its tail began to wag excitedly. Fixated on the heavens, without warning, the sky above was torn open, a crack appearing seemingly out of nowhere. 3 figures gradually emerged from the rift, materializing in the courtyard. The void divine beast immediately leaped into Chen Yu's embrace, nuzzling eagerly against his chest. Saliva, Chen Yu remarked with disdain as he grasped the creature by the neck. Lifting it up, Brother Yu has returned. Chen Xian, what brings you here? Ao Qing immediately stood up, excitement radiating from him as he strode towards Mu Chen Xian. Ao Qing, it's been ages. Mu Chen Xian's face lit up with joy as he looked at Ao Qing, and the two embraced tightly. You've made quite the progress. You've reached the immortal emperor realm. Ao Qing playfully punched Mu Chen Xian, a glimmer of envy in his eyes. During Chen Yu's absence, Ao Qing had swiftly advanced from the golden immortal realm to the immortal king realm. He had thought his training speed was impressive, yet he discovered that Mu Chen Xian was even more extraordinary. Feigning pain, Mu Chen Xian clutched his shoulder and chuckled. Ao Qing, you're not doing too shabby yourself. You've reached the immortal king as well. Oh, are you teasing me? Ao Qing rolled up his sleeves, pretending to prepare a lesson for him. Mu Chen Xian quickly waved his hands. No. How could I dare? Ao Qing turned his gaze toward He Zhao, nodding at her with a smile. Then, pulling Mu Chen Xian aside, he whispered with an air of curiosity, Chen Xian, it's been 3 years. What about you and Miss He? Mu Chen Xian's face flushed instantly as he stammered, Ao Qing, we haven't even begun to establish anything yet. Ao Qing looked at Mu Chen Xian with disdain, remarking, after all this time and still no progress? Could it be that you lack the capability? How could that be? I just don't know how to approach it. Their conversation caught the keen ear of Chen Yu, who couldn't help but glance at Long Li, then back at Ao Qing, shaking his head in disbelief. It seemed he was not faring much better than them. At that moment, Long Li approached the group with a smile, greeting them. Hello, I'm Long Li, Ao Qing's friend. Mu Chen Xian turned his gaze toward Ao Qing. as if to say, "Oh, a friend." A.O. Qing, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his nose, and then introduced Mu Chunxian and He Shizhao to Long Li. Chen Yu addressed Long Li. "Long Li, since Chun Xian and the others have just arrived in the dragon domain, please show them around over the next few days." Long Li nodded enthusiastically, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain, and then asked, "What about you, Brother Yu? I have matters to attend to and may need to enter seclusion for a while." After saying this, Chen Yu cast a lingering glance at Mu Chunxian before retreating into his room. Mu Chunxian frowned, a vague understanding of Chen Yu's intentions forming in his mind. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, hoping that no complications would arise, and resolved to wait patiently. Long Li smiled at everyone and said, "Let us go. I'll take you to experience the unique charm of our dragon domain." Mu Chunxian and He Shizhao exchanged amused glances before following A.O. Qing and Long Li. After Chen Yu returned to his room, he vanished into his own world, having cultivated his own personal realm after reaching the divine realm. This small world was immensely vast and could even accommodate living beings, allowing for the nurturing of life forms within it without issue. The diminutive realm before us is a sanctuary meticulously cultivated by Chen Yu during his tenure in the divine realm, its expanse rivaling that of several celestial realms combined. However, despite its vastness, this place is devoid of any sentient beings. Instead, it is adorned with an abundance of heavenly materials and treasures. During his time in the divine realm, Chen Yu often acquired various celestial resources that he found unnecessary. Rather than allowing these items to clutter his storage ring, he resolutely cast them all into this miniature world. Within this realm, the passage of time is entirely at Chen Yu's discretion. Aware of the multitude of heavenly treasures present, he has established the flow of time within the small world to be. One day in the outside world equates to 1 year within this realm. This ensures that the treasures, once cast into this sanctuary, can quickly take root and flourish, with their ages increasing in tandem with the accelerated passage of time.